Enhances those pleasures of men: war, domination, power, lust, everything. Technology only enhances what's been going on all throughout mankind. It's not a good thing. It's a bad thing. So to say that you, because you live in 2025, you're smarter than, and I'm not saying you are, but a lot of Glovers will say that we're smarter than the people of the past. But I think we're dumber, because if you just bum rush, if you was able to go back in time and bring all this technology back in the ancient days, they would not accept it. They would look at it as evil. They would be the smart ones. We would be the dumb ones.
No, I think if one of us went back into the past, we'd be able to survive and blend in and fit in. But if people from the past come here, they'd be fucked. They'd be fucked. So yeah, I don't think. I think we're advanced people from the past.
Yeah, we're dumber, dude. We give governments more power willingly over ourselves, our individual sovereignty. We give more power to governments than they ever did.
Really? They had kings that literally could do
Yeah.
whatever they wanted.
And then the people would rise up and get rid of that king.
Really? When?
Yeah. Are you kidding me?
No, not until the recent, maybe 300 years or so. Before that, kings had ultimate authority. Tell me a time where people rose up against the king.
You don't think it's happening right now in other parts of the world?
I'm saying, like, it happened to King Charles in 1600, but like for most of history, the kings were the kings.
Yeah, but I guess you're missing the point.
I guess I'm understanding.
Yeah, like it would be the most recent.
The most recent?
I mean, I'm probably even thinking I'm probably thinking inside instead of outside the box, but I would say William Wallace would be the most recent. And well, no, it wouldn't be William Wallace. It'd be America
Well, I
against
mean, it was
against Britain.
1776 we declared our
Yeah,
independence. The
yeah, it'd
British
be the most.
citizens killed their king in the 1600s.
No, we rose up against the king, like you just said. That would be the most recent. Would be America, right? Where the
I
people
guess it
rose
depends
up
on
and
how
said,
you want to define it, because England
"Dude, you
itself
could go
was a
back.
monarchy.
You could go back to biblical, where the Egypt's held the Israelites captive. They rose up. Moses was the leader, but I'll digress from there. That's not just religious history. That's history. It's written.
Yeah.
Yeah, all of that. You had look how many people took Jerusalem. Right? They rose up. They got rid of the king. That king reigned. They rose up. They got rid of that king. This happens all the time. It's never changed. The only thing that's changed is weaponry, which is technology. We had the musket with the ball bearing. The bullet was a ball. Wasn't even aerodynamic like a bullet nowadays. Yeah, we only increase on easier ways to kill one another and to rule and have power over them. You know, when you accept that privacy, I accept the privacy contract on your phone. Well, you just gave them shit that you didn't even read about because the list is too long to read, right?
Yeah.
You just accepted it, right? Well, that's fucking not smart. That's dumb. We're dumber than the people in the past because we're given all this, we're accepting it all and giving that much power to our government. They would have never done that shit in the past. Never, dude. They would have rather died from a sword. And if you gave me the choice, I'd rather die from a bullet, not a sword. Make sure it goes in the head, too. You don't want to die from a sword wound. Damn. Yeah, I think we're dumber than the people in the past there. But that's outside. I'm going up on a rant here. My bad. I apologize.
That's okay. We weren't talking about much anything.
Those people also knew how to live off the land. Seems how nobody else is talking right now. I'll shut up as soon as they do, though. Those people even knew how to live off the land. You take a person from New York that's lived in New York his whole life and you put him in the forest, he'll probably die in 14 days if he's lucky. Yeah, you got people out there that literally think food comes from the store. Like it's made right there at the store, dude. There's some crazy people out there. You got people that think the earth is a ball, dude. I mean, that's fucking stupid.
I think the Earth is a ball, and I don't think it's stupid. I think it's the best explanation for a lot of observations.
So explanation, huh?
Right. That's what science does. It provides explanations for observations.
No. Explanation. That's your story. Tell it how you want. Science establishes a cause and effect relationship. But you can go ahead. Tell me your story.
Yeah, cause and effect is part of the explanation. So, for example, did you see the full moon last night or tonight?
Okay, what's the cause? What's the cause of the full moon?
It stayed the same size all night long, and I would say the best explanation is because it was the same distance all night long.
So the moon doesn't get closer?
Not during the space of one night during a full moon. It just changes apparent location, but it stays the same size and distance. I mean, within
so you don't know your own model or what? So-called model. It's not even a model. But yeah, you go from what, 227,000 miles to 260 some?
Right, during the space of a month. I'm talking about during one night, 12 hours of one night,
So
the night of
40,000 miles. Yeah, so 40,000 miles ain't a lot. Just a little.
Oh, 40,000 is a lot. It's quite a bit.
Yeah, so it moves that close to Earth, allegedly, in the heliocentric
it changes
ideology. Yeah, 40,000 roughly, maybe 50. I could be wrong.
Oh yeah, because the moon is on an elliptical orbit.
So the Earth is what, 25,000? So 40, you're almost double of the distance. So the moon, even in your heliocentric ideology, it is moving closer and further, and yet you're saying it doesn't.
I said that during the space of one night, like last night, the full moon, the moon stays about the same distance all night long. I'd say within 2%, maybe.
Okay, so all night long, less than 24 hours.
Yeah, 12 hours. I'm talking about specific. I'm talking about last night.
12 hours. And be careful about that.
Yeah, the moon generally sets about 12 hours after it rises.
You sure about that? You should time it one night from your location.
Well, I mean, it varies based on the month and the different days, but yeah, it's about 12 hours.
No, it varies from your location. Right? If you're sitting in a valley and on three sides of you there's mountains, it's going to set pretty quick, right?
Right.
Oh, okay. So it does matter about location, right?
Yes.
Yeah. And the closer you are to the mountain, the quicker it'll set.
Yeah, if you're in a narrow slot canyon, you'll see the moon for like 1 hour, and that's it.
Yeah. So, yeah, you saying 12 hours? It's like that's ridiculous. That doesn't happen for everybody. There's probably very few that it does.
Most people live on generally fairly flat land, so 12 hours is a good estimate.
Oh, so they do live on flat Earth.
No, I wouldn't say that the Earth is flat. I'm saying that the topography is flat.
I thought they lived on. So the topography is flat.
Right.
But it's actually spherical.
On the larger scale, it's spherical. Yes, I was talking about the full moon.
That's a contradiction in terms, what you're doing right now. And you're trying to advocate.
The point is that the angular size of the moon doesn't change much during the night on a full moon. Which is odd because
where you're at.
It's odd. It's odd because if the moon were really coming closer to you over a flat plane than receding farther from you on a flat plane, you'd think it would change size, but that doesn't happen.
That just depends on the effects in the medium of what the moon sits in and the medium of what you're standing in, and how that medium changes at distances. There's so many variables that in this thought experiment, there's so many variables. There's no way for you to control them.
Yeah, I'm not talking about thought experience. I'm talking about the angular size of the moon looks about the same size for everybody on Earth all night long. Yeah, it does.
No, I don't.
It's a 0.5 degrees angular size. What size do you think it is?
Well, I seen the moon rise. I don't know, what was it? Maybe 4 weeks ago, a month.
Uh-huh.
A month. And when it rose, it was massive. It was massive. What startled me was the closer the day came, it got smaller. It's getting closer to me and it's getting smaller. It rose as like a supermoon. It was huge and yellow and it was massive. And I'm kind of doxing myself here, but I live where the largest flat top mountain in the world is. So that's where I live, right?
Well, I live in Los Angeles County, so yeah. Yeah, so I would say...
But it was a super moon, dude. It was enormous. And as it got closer to us, it got smaller. Right? And I've also seen the moon do it the other way. I don't think these things are a cause and effect relation of the distance and the size of the object. I think there's mediums.
If you were to measure it both of those times, it would be 0.5 degrees angular size.
No, there's mediums involved that we can't duplicate in an experiment. We can't duplicate these massive, when you think in terms of the size of the Earth, whether it be spherical or flat, it's massive. It's fucking huge. Right? So in the flat Earth, like me, there has to be a container because we're breathing gas pressure. But what I'm getting at is the container's so massive. You don't see the edges of it. You don't see the walls of the container. It's so massive that I guess what I'm getting at is, you know what? I'll just let you talk. How about that? What do you think of that? I don't want to keep
Yeah.
going because
I would generally say that the moon is about the right size and the location as what it looks like. I mean, there might be some small atmospheric effects right near the horizon, but let's just say from 10 p.m. to like 4 a.m. You look up in the sky and the moon doesn't change size for 6 hours. That's because it's the same distance, and so I don't think that the moon is coming closer to you and then moving farther as it's setting.
It depends on your location. I promise you.
No matter where you are on Earth, that's true.
No, but I'll even give you another. Remember, my first example was if you live close to. I live in a valley where there's a mountain to the east, west, north, and south, but the one to the south is way far away from the other three. Are like they go into one another, like they're one mountain, but they're counted as three different mountains, right? So I see the moon different than where anybody else would see it. And if you go into a dry climate, like a desert, right, you'll see different effects with the sun and the moon than you will with a humid climate. Like you go to Florida or some tropical place where it's very humid, you'll see different effects with the sun and the moon than you would in a desert, a very dry climate. These are uncontrollable variables. We cannot put these into an experiment because they're so massive. Like the Earth, you would have to have a full desert in a lab. How do you do that? You can't do that. You can't do it.
Well, I mean, as
These
far
are
as I
the
know,
things that make the. You can see the sun shrink and the moon shrink in a desert. In a desert,
so
as the
the
sun
moon,
goes and get bigger as it comes to you.
The moon is between 0.4889 and 0.5683 degrees everywhere on Earth all the time.
No, that can't be true.
It is true. It's never been observed smaller than 0.4889. It's never been observed larger than 0.5683.
Based off of optics, right?
Based on measurements, angular measurements.
Optics. You can only look at the sun. You can only look at the sun with optics. Your eyeball, or
you can look at the sun with your own eyes,
which is an optic. Your eyeball is an optic.
Yeah, you can look at it with your eyeballs. You can measure it with instruments. Like you can figure out the angular size of something fairly straightforwardly.
Really?
Uh-huh.
Without knowing what it is?
Yeah, the angular size is the apparent size of something. So you don't have to know what it is. You're measuring how large it appears. That's why it's called apparent size.
Yeah.
By the way, the sun changes even less.
Yeah, but you would have to confirm that you was right?
Yeah, you measure it. The sun varies even less. It varies from 0.5242 degrees to 0.5422 degrees. So, only a few percent.
And that's based on the alleged size of the sun, right?
No, it's based on measurements. I'm telling you the measurements that people have measured.
From a horizontal?
No, it doesn't matter where the sun is, whether it's on the horizon or up high or wherever it is.
So what is the measurement being utilized if it's not horizontal?
I'm talking about if you're looking at something, seeing how wide it is. I'm not talking about how high it is in the sky. I'm talking about how wide it is.
Right. So if you give me an example
of the sun.
That. Well, of something different. Give me an example of something different.
So a building. Go outside and look at a building. You can see how wide it is.
Okay. How do you know how wide it is? By looking at it.
I'm saying the angular size by looking at it. From that,
How do
you
you
might
get
be
an
able to.
angular size?
Oh, you could use a sextant. You could use, take
Are
a
you
picture
using a
and measure.
horizontal?
No,
You're not using a horizontal to get an angular size?
Well, you need a horizontal for angular measurements there, Matthew.
to get angular height. I'm talking about the width of something. So looking at the sun, how wide does the sun appear? That's what I'm talking about.
To
Yeah,
what,
you
though?
need a horizontal.
No, you don't.
Okay,
It's up in the sky. You figure out how wide the sun is. Same with the moon. The point is that the sun and the moon don't change angular size very much during the point of during the day, and so that would lead me to assume that they're the same distance all day or all night long, which doesn't. It's hard to explain how that would work on a flat Earth.
What are your data points for an angular size? What's the data points?
The data is that you look at the sun or look at the moon and use instruments to measure how wide they appear, the angular size.
What instruments are you using?
You could use a sextant to do that. You could use a protractor. You could take pictures and measure the pixels.
Okay, and what are all these objects utilizing? These tools, these instruments.
Angles. You're using angle
from a horizontal plane of reference, right?
No, from the left side of the moon to the right side of the moon, or from the bottom of the sun to the top of the sun.
Yeah, that would be relatively relative to a horizontal. So even if you're pointing your scope up, right, you've got crosshairs. So you'd be like looking at an angle, right? An angular width.
Yeah, the width between the left side of the sun and the right side of the sun, for example.
That's horizontal.
No, the left of the sun and the right of the sun. That has nothing to do with how high the sun is in the sky. In fact, it doesn't change.
No, I'm not. I'm talking about relative to a horizontal reference. So even though you're pointed at an angle, looking at it, right, you're using relative to the scope, right? You got horizontal. So you're left to right, left to right, across the middle of it, right?
Yeah, that's horizontal.
Yeah, that's horizontal.
It's also a reference from the horizontal you're standing on. That's how you get the left to right in the center.
Yeah, your crosshairs in the scope of a rifle is always like referencing horizontal and vertical, no matter where you point the scope, in what direction, down, up, or sideways, whatever. Like it's those crosshairs. One's vertical and one's horizontal.
Yeah, the reason for that is because you can't. In order to have a vertical, you must have a horizontal, and in order to have a horizontal, you must have a vertical. They create each other. You don't get one without the other.
So you use the horizontal to figure out the angular altitude of those celestial objects. That's one type of thing. The thing I'm talking about is separate from that. It's talking about how wide it is, no matter where it is in the sky, just how wide it is from one.
Yeah, we get that. Yeah, we understand that.
Okay.
How wide it is compared to what?
How width in angles, in degrees. You know how big the angle is.
Yeah. Compared to
angular
what?
size.
Yeah, angular size is just compared to other things of other angular size. I mean, you could use a cross staff, a heliometer.
So when you say angular size,
in reference to the optical acuity or whatever you call it, the ability of the optics for a start, right?
Right.
So help me out because I'm kind of dumb and slow. So when you say angular size, I'm picturing like a fly up close to my eyeball, and then it flies away. The fly stays the same size the whole time,
right?
But the angular size is reduced, right? Is that
bingo? Yeah, now you got it. That's what I'm talking about.
Oh, okay. Okay, so that angular size is based on horizontal.
No, like if you hold your thumb in front of your face, it looks bigger. But then if you move your hand away, it looks smaller. The angular size is how wide
Yeah,
your thumb
even
appears.
that's based on a horizontal.
No, it doesn't. You could do it lying on your bed looking up.
Well,
Why are you like adding the
horizontal
horizontal to this?
because it gives you width, right? It gives you perception. So the fly can get so close to your eyeball that you can't see out of that eye, right?
Right.
Okay, but your eyeball is vertically at 6 feet. Let's say you're 6 feet tall, or your eyeball is. You're 6'2". Your eyeball is at 6 foot, right? From what? Horizontal. And then as the fly goes away, you utilize your perception as a guide, a a reference for how far that fly is going away from you.
Yep. So why does the fly get smaller, but when the sun moves away from you, it doesn't?
Well, that just depends. Like I said earlier, you keep ignoring it. It depends on where you're at on the earth. You can literally see
the same everywhere on Earth.
No, it doesn't. Go to the desert, dude.
Yes, it does.
You
It's
will
in the
literally.
desert. I lived in the desert for many years. I would
You'll
live
see
in
the sun.
Arizona.
You'll see the sun, moon change sizes,
No, you won't.
and possibly.
But
very
you said
bright stars. Very
well,
bright.
you're going back on what you said earlier, Matthew, because you said not much.
Right.
Yeah.
Within two.
Yeah.
I'm talking about. So within a month or within a year, the angular size of the moon and the sun change slightly within a couple hours of sunset.
And that indicates to you what again?
Well, the slight change in the moon indicates that it has an elliptical orbit. The slight change in the sun indicates that we.
No, I mean the
Earth
fact
has
that they don't appear to change angular size very much.
Right.
What does that indicate to you?
That indicates that they don't change distance very much. They're the same distance.
Yeah, the same distance as each other, right?
No, the same distance relative to itself. Like as the sun sets, it's not changing distance.
Yeah, and they're the same distance as each other because they both appear to be about the same size, and they both do what you're describing. So they're the same distance, right?
No.
Oh, okay, right. Okay, so there's something else that tells us that even though they appear to be the same angular size, and they don't appear to change angular size very much throughout their movements, they're not the same distance apart. All right, okay. How do you work that out?
Because the angular size is based on two things, the distance and the size.
Dude,
right, but you don't know the distances, though, do you? Why would you assume that they're not different distances? Why would you assume that they're different distances away when they appear to be the same angular size and don't appear to change angular size very much during their motions?
Yeah, that's a good point. If not knowing anything else and just looking at them and having only that, I might assume that they're the same distance. But I'm talking about the
sorry,
fact
James,
the sun doesn't change. The sun doesn't change size.
Get back to the conversation because I've rudely interrupted and gone off on a different tangent.
Yeah, it's fine.
You're doing fine.
Everybody's welcome to, contribute.
No, everything's based on a horizontal, man. Everything you're referencing requires a horizontal. It would not occur without the horizontal.
Yeah, I know that's a talking point about measuring the location of celestial objects using a sextant, but I'm talking about using a sextant to measure not the location of the sun and the moon.
Using a sextant requires the horizon, man.
Right. That's a talking point about figuring out the angular altitude of celestial objects. I'm talking about not the angular altitude, but their width, how large they are. So, for example, the sun and the moon, when they set, they don't change size as they're setting. They stay the same size, same angle.
No, they change size like, dude. The distance of the sun started at 13 million. Then it was like 19 million. Then it was like
talking about 3 hours from like afternoon to sunset, not history.
No, what I'm telling you is your measurements to it. First, you have to know what it is you're measuring to, like, and then confirm the measurement. You can't confirm it. In other words, you can measure a yield sign or a stop sign, right? You
Right.
can measure it, bam, bam, and then back away from it with a camera and using optics and measurements. See how this effect occurs as it gets further, as it gets closer, all this shit. But you can confirm it with the size measurement of the stop sign. That's how
Right.
you confirm, right? But you can't do that with the sun.
Right.
Right. So thank you. That's all I needed.
So
You just agreed.
yeah, so
Thank
just
you.
doing that, you can't verify the size of the sun, but you can
Yeah, you
verify
can't
whether the
confirm it.
size changes or not.
Well, you first like the stop sign, it's in the medium that you're in, right? And you are alleging that the sun is in a vacuum. So it's going from one medium to another medium, a medium that you can't confirm, right? You just believe it. So there's two mediums involved. So how do you know what you can't use the stop sign as an equivalent to the sun because the stop sign's in one medium and you're claiming that the sun is in two different mediums. So how can you claim that this effect with the stop sign will occur with the sun?
Yeah, I wasn't talking about where the sun is or what mediums it is. I was just talking about the simple observation that the sun stays the same size
But you're using angular measurements like you would with the stop sign, and you're using those same measurements with the sun, right?
Yeah. And the
Yeah.
moon stays the
But the
same size all
sun,
the
but
time.
the sun is in two different mediums, even in your ideology.
Right.
So how can you use the stop sign one as the same one with the sun when they're two different mediums are involved?
Oh, I see.
How,
You're saying,
would,
how do we know things aren't changing up there in the
yeah,
sky? Well,
yeah,
the answer
yeah,
is
yeah, yeah.
because the constellations don't change size. They don't bend and warp as as Orion sets and rises and sets. It stays the same size and shape.
But
The
your
same thing
but
with
your
Cassiopeia,
argument,
all the
the
constellations.
argument you're using is the same with the stop sign right now. That's the same argument with the stop sign, which is in one medium.
Yeah, I'm saying we don't see any evidence of any kind of distortion.
What experiment did you do that to confirm it?
Like I said, watching Orion rise and set.
Yeah, but you're claiming there's two different mediums, right? And you're
I'm
saying
not
that
talking
there's
about
no
mediums. I'm just
change.
talking about what we
You're
see in the
saying
sky.
that there's no change, even though the stop sign you measured and the sun, moon, and stars you did not. So where's the confirmation at?
Yeah, I'm
You
just
confirm
talking
it?
about the observations on Earth. I'm not talking about what's up
You
there.
can observe a lot of things on Earth,
Right.
right? It doesn't establish a cause and effect by observing things, right?
Right. Well, I mean, we do notice the law of perspective where it
But you're
says something
claiming
gets
you're
further
claiming
away,
a
it gets
cause and
smaller.
effect. What you're doing right now is claiming a cause and effect relationship with only observation. That's it.
Yeah, I'm saying we observe
No
as
other
things
part.
get farther
No
away, they
other
get
part.
smaller.
No other part of the scientific method are you using. You're just using the very first step, which is observation of a natural phenomenon. So you observe the sun, moon, and stars. I'll agree that's a natural phenomenon. And then that's all you're doing. That's it. That's
Yep.
all. Then you're
Yeah.
using
So
angular measurements like you would with a stop sign within one medium, not knowing what medium the sun, moon, and stars are in, and not being able to confirm the medium that they're in. How can you do that?
yeah, it's pretty straightforward. I look at the stop sign. I notice that as it gets
Straightforward.
closer, it gets bigger. As it get farther, it gets smaller. And then I notice that the sun doesn't get bigger or smaller. So I think that maybe I'm not changing distance. So
Okay,
it's
man.
fairly straightforward,
Thank you for your
observation.
admission that you're unaware of.
Do you think the moon gets farther away as it sets?
It depends on where you're at on Earth, man. It doesn't get further away. To me, it appears to. Appear is not, you know.
How do you How
It
does
appears that there's a water
how does
puddle. Go ahead.
how
Go
does
ahead.
Matthew knows that there's no surface or barrier between the two mediums? You, the observer, your medium, the medium that
Right.
the sun is in, and there might be a barrier or a surface that is causing a refraction, and you're looking at a refracted effect that is causing the effect that you're observing of the uniform illumination of these heavenly bodies that is causing them to look the same size. Do you discard refraction and Snell's law and Snell's window?
Yeah, you're right. We would need to take that into consideration and see if that might be happening. The reason I was saying earlier why I don't think that's happening is because the stars and the constellations don't bend and warp as they rise and set. So the whole celestial sphere above us seems to not bend and warp. So I don't think there's any refraction happening, except maybe right next to the horizon.
So they do bend and warp.
Yeah, if you're looking over the
horizon, but let's say above 20 degrees.
So you're looking at the barrier or surface that is might be causing the refraction effect, and when it's like at the horizon, you see the bending, but when it's right above you, you don't see that effect. You're looking through the barrier or the surface.
And there's almost zero refraction above 20 degrees. That's why they try to shoot stars in celestial navigation above 20 degrees. So I'm talking about things like when the sun is moving in that area, or the moon, or something like that.
How do you get this 20 degrees?
That's just a heuristic for ancient mariners. They tried to avoid shooting stars too close to the horizon because they knew it would introduce error, or it could.
Because refraction.
Right, but unless you got close to the surface, it was pretty uniform, right?
Right, that's the whole point. Like above 20 degrees is fairly uniform.
Yeah, right. So depending on where you are on the surface depends on the refraction, right? But other than that, it's pretty uniform. And if it's 30 degrees well above the horizon, or 40 or 50 degrees, right? That's all based off of horizontal. If the star is not over that horizontal, then the 40-degree accuracy is flawed. It must be over the horizontal, right?
Yeah. So if basically look at stars above 20 degrees. So what if I said, okay, let's look at the moon from 9 p.m. to 3 a.m. It's above 20 degrees, and the full moon tonight is above 20 degrees, so it's not subject to that refraction. So the question is, why isn't it changing angular size from 9 p.m. to midnight to 3 a.m.?
No, you're skipping a question.
Which question?
You're skipping a question for your own ideology question. The first question is, let's say it's, like I said, 45 degrees, right? Well above the refraction, pretty much uniform with all the other celestial objects. Nothing's really in the way. It stays the same. Yeah. No weirdness as it gets closer.
9 p.m. to 3 a.m. would be about 45 degrees to 45.
Okay, so 45 degrees. Okay. How do you get 45 degrees? What are the two requirements?
We could hang a vertical and then see how far off from vertical it is. That's called the vertex. The vertex.
How do you know something's vertical?
Or zenith distance.
How do you know something's vertical?
Oh, you hang a plumb bob. That's the easiest way.
Yeah, but how do you know it's vertical?
Plumb bobs are vertical. That's sort of the definition of vertical.
Vertical to what? To what? What is it vertical to?
It's the opposite of down. Vertical is the 180 degrees from down. So if you hang a heavy object like a plumb bob, let it sit there, so it's not swinging back and forth, that's straight down. Then 180 degrees from that is straight up.
Yeah. From what? What is straight down? Like if the plumb bob was...
What's the reference?
Oh, yeah. If the plumb bob was angled...
Straight down is the reference.
Hold on.
To what? To where? Straight down to where is what he's asking.
That's what I'm getting at. Just let me try to... If the plumb bob is angled a little left or a little right? Just a little left or a little right. How would you know it?
Because it would start in. So you wait until it stops swinging, and then it's pointed straight down.
No. The reason you know it's vertical is because it's vertical to a horizontal plane of reference.
Yeah, but you can't always see the horizon. Let's say you're in a valley like we were talking about, or there's trees on the horizon or something like that. That's why it's better to use a plumb bob.
Well, let me give you a better example. Let's go to Narnia. We'll go to Narnia, right? We'll fly off into space and we'll just drop a rod. We'll just drop a rod, right? And then we'll fly away from it. How do you know that rod is vertical?
Break out a plumb bob.
No, how do you know it's vertical?
If you're not on the surface of the Earth, I don't know what vertical and down would mean. I mean, if you're floating in interstellar space,
you could do a bunch of 360s in your spaceship and then just randomly stop. Oh, that's according to our spaceship and the horizontal of it. That's 45 degrees. Okay, spin it again, right? You could keep doing that, but my point is, it's all based on the horizontal. You can't get 40. It requires two straight lines to get an angle. One's horizontal, the other one is vertical, which is 90 degrees. And the only way you can tell that it is 45 is because of the horizontal.
No, you can tell by using a plumb bob. Just
take away the horizontal. Yeah, but you're in your magical world of space, right?
No, let's go into a cave on Earth. You can't see any horizon because you're in a cave. You can still figure out which direction down is.
Horizontal, dude. How come you don't want to do it in space? That's your world.
I'm saying that you can still figure out what vertical is and what down is.
No, you're out in space, man. Your world,
dude. A cave is the perfect example because it could be any angle. It's void of any reference whatsoever.
A cave has a horizontal.
It's void of any reference whatsoever.
That didn't make any sense.
It is. It's pitch fucking black, and it could be any angle that you're standing on.
Use the glow in the dark plumb bob.
Okay,
exactly.
Yeah, but what's the plumb bob reference?
What are you talking about? Like, yeah, it still goes to vertical. Listen, man, hold on, slow down. What we're looking for, hold on, man, hold on, guys. We're looking for 3 to 5 plumb bobs right next to each other within a foot or 2 or 10 apart, horizontally, that we can back and see them all right there. We're looking for the ones that don't line exactly up with each other. We're looking for the ones that fit a globe, not a flat earth. So as soon as we can line 2 of those up, where can we line 2 of those up like just a foot apart? Because somewhere on this fucking thing that's supposed to be a sphere, somewhere one of these ain't going to do that. And then you keep going with more, and they're going to more and more and more and more point the other way. Not vertical, not the same as the other one. Diagonal. So you're going to have one vertical plumb bob on a globe, and the one in front and back and in left and in right are going to be diagonal.
No, right. We would say that the direction of down changes based on where you are on Earth. Like every different location on Earth has a slightly different direction.
Where's that at 2 foot and 3 foot right in front of you, like across? Like where do you put the 3 plumb bobs and you see the 2 on the right go left a little, and then the next one and the next one and the next one where the string goes crazy, more and more and more to the left.
It'd be hard to see because it doesn't change much within the space of 2 feet.
Well, you're going to see the change in one, which is going to be a small amount, then another small amount, and then a bigger, and then 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 bigger, till one of them becomes the horizontal reference of that shit. Like, so I don't even understand. How would you never see that if you're on this big ass Earth and you're the microscopic thing? Basically, as microscopic as the point you're looking for. You're a microscopic focal point to this Earth. So how the fuck can't you find the focal point of where it's curving away from itself?
Yeah. What I'm trying to do here is use their own fantasy, right? So you're out in space, and you have to do a spacewalk because your spacecraft something's wrong, right? You go out there, and something bad happens, and you fly off. You fly off, right? And a month goes by, and you're still floating off. How do you know if you're vertical, diagonal, upside down. What is your reference? You get my point now?
Yeah, I would say if you're halfway,
drop
if
any
you,
plumb bob you want, right?
right?
So let's say another guy's upside the opposite of you. He's floating next to you, right? He's opposite. He drops a plumb bob. It goes the other way. Well, like what is your reference? How do you know that there has to be the reason a plumb bob is accurate is because it's referencing a horizontal plane of reference. That's how
No,
you get
plumb
90.
bobs point down. They have nothing to do with the
Oh my
horizon.
goodness, dude, this is outrageous. I couldn't put it in.
No, I know that horizon is super important in the talking points for flat Earth, but I'm just saying that
no, you can't do it in your own world. There is no horizon.
Go into a cave, drop a plumb bob, see the direction of down without any reference to the horizon.
Okay, when you walk into the cave, are you standing upright?
Maybe sometimes you're crawling, but yeah, once you get in there,
but you already got a reference to go off of, even though it might not be 100% accurate. You got a reference, right? You're standing upright. I'm talking about, dude, your world where you're out there in space and there's nothing to reference. You being vertical or horizontal or diagonal. There's no way you can tell what orientation you're in.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Why?
In space, I don't think there's a direction of down.
Are you giving him space?
The reason why is because there's no horizontal. Once you have a horizontal, now you can reference what angle you're at. Vertically 90, 45, 30, whatever. But until you have that, that's why I used your imagination, right? To prove to you that in order to get an angle, there's a horizontal. The vertical is determined from the horizontal. Whether it's 90 or 45, if it keeps going down, it's going to be level or zero with the horizontal.
Yeah,
How do you not get this?
Yeah, vertical is related to horizontal. It's exactly 90 degrees from that. But I'm saying you don't have to. You can get vertical directly without reference to horizontal is the point.
You can also get vertical from horizontal.
Right.
You can't. You have to have one to get the other.
Yes, they're codependent directions. Yes.
Demonstrate how you can get a 45-degree angle without a horizontal.
Yeah,
I'm not arguing that they're codependent.
Use a plumb bob and then get a protractor and measure 45 degrees.
It's a plumb bob.
It's basically hanging a heavy weight on the end of a string.
What is a protractor reference to? Do you just get anonymously put it where you want?
No, it references that line that is the plumb bob.
I feel like vertical and horizontal only matter in perspective on. Everyone has their own vertical and horizontal in reference to a certain object.
Now, vertical is your standing, dude. You're the observer, the researcher. You're standing on 2 feet, right? Like every other human. Vertically from a horizontal. You know when you're about to fall over a 45-degree angle, right? Like, come on, dude. This is fucking ridiculous how you're even trying to argue that you can have a vertical without a horizontal. How do you know it's vertical? That's ridiculous.
Who said you could have a vertical without a horizontal?
Yeah,
I did.
The guy that, yeah. You think I just talking for no reason? Come on, dude.
His horizontal would just be perpendicular to it's perpendicular to your vertical.
Right.
So if you have a vertical, you have a horizontal. Sure.
Yeah, and to have a horizontal, you have to have a vertical. To have a vertical, you must have a horizontal. They rely on one another to determine it. That's the determination.
They help define each other.
Yeah, they determine it.
So there's this idea, that you can just use a plumb line and you don't need to reference perpendicular to it in order to get an angle measurement.
Oh, yeah, you do. You got to be looking at something. There's a reason you're using the plumb line, right? There's a reason.
If you've got a vertical line, right, to play devil's advocate, just got a vertical line.
From what? How do you know it's vertical?
Because it's plumb.
Hold on.
It's plumb.
I think this is where the argument's coming from. Thank you for saying that. When you draw a vertical line, how do you know it's vertical? How do you know it's not in an angle?
On paper, right? Yeah, you'd need a reference to something else, right?
It's just vertical to your perspective.
Right.
No, it's vertical to
if you just have
horizontal.
one line on a page, whether it's vertical or not, you can get a protractor on that and then measure out angles from it without any other line. You can do that. You can, man. You can. Are you saying you can't do that with a horizontal line?
No,
he's kind of right though. If you have a vertical line and then you draw a line out from any other direction, then you have an angle. You don't necessarily need a horizontal line.
Well, how do you
you can do that no matter the orientation of that line, no matter the orientation of it.
Yeah, you're right.
No. This is what you're saying. Correct me if I'm wrong. If you draw a vertical line on a piece of paper and you turn the piece of paper, so the line turns with it, right? You're saying at every point that line is always vertical? Every point of the turn that you turn that paper, it's still a vertical line, right?
I thought he was just saying that if you draw a line in any direction from the vertical line, you have an angle.
Listen to what I'm saying real quick. You draw a vertical line on a piece of paper.
Yeah.
Turn that piece of paper. You're saying no matter what orientation that you turn that piece of paper, it's still a vertical line?
No.
Okay, so it must be referenced to something. What would be that
your reference? Yeah, to you.
What would be that reference?
Your eyes.
A horizontal, like the paper itself?
Your vision.
Oh my goodness, dude, this is outrageous.
Relative to your, how you view it.
Dude. The only thing that makes it vertical is the horizontal. That's when you know, because when you turn the paper and the line turns a different degree, you know it's a different degree because of the horizontal.
Yeah, you could just draw. You could draw a line up and down. You can draw a vertical line without drawing a horizontal line.
You're saying no matter what way you turn it, it's always a vertical line.
No,
even when that line becomes horizontal. It's a horizontal, but because I drew it vertically on the piece of paper, it's still vertical even when I turn the piece of paper when it's horizontal. No,
not to you. It isn't.
You determine this line from the horizontal, a reference plane.
James, let me help you out. Let me help you out just for a second. And I know what I'm going to say won't even matter to them because, anyway, long story short, I'm making a prediction. All right, so you want to you want to pound a post. You want it plumb, right? So what are you going to use? A fucking level, right? And it's going to be plumb, perfectly vertical, opposed to what? Using horizontal level, right? Right, James?
Horizontal to the horizon, yeah.
It's a fact. You're going to use a level because that's the most practical way of doing it. No one's breaking out plumb bobs to pound a post.
Yeah,
nobody ever does that.
Levels horizontal to the curved horizon.
There you go. You see, like my prediction, level to the curved horizon. Exactly.
All right. But is Matthew even still here?
It's a never-ending argument.
Motherfucker. Anyway,
Matthew knows. Matthew knows that's his name, and he knows he ejected because he knows where this is going.
But okay, all right. But look, you've got a protractor itself has a baseline, right? It has a line. And then an arc above that line. Right, and it's 180 degrees. I'm looking at one right now. I can tilt it in any direction, and those angles are still all legitimate. No matter which way I turn orient that bottom baseline, there's still degrees relative to it, right?
Okay. Take away.
I think the confusion here is they think that because they're like,
take away the horizontal, take away the baseline. Just have the rainbow. Just have the arc.
The issue is just a matter of perspective, right? So, like, if you draw a vertical line on a piece of paper, you spin them around that piece of paper, like from any perspective in which you turn it, as long as you also turn with it, then it would still be vertical to you.
Yeah, what you're saying. Okay, picture a horseshoe, right? It doesn't have the protractor baseline. the flat horizontal, right? That all the angles are uh, derived from. On the protractor, all those angles are derived from that horizontal. So if you got a horseshoe, one side's longer than the other, what are you gonna do?
What are you doing?
What are you gonna do? How are you gonna get that? How are you gonna get your degrees? You gotta have a horizontal, man, just like the protractor. So no matter, like you said, no matter what way you turn it, the degrees are still there. Of course they are, because no matter what way you turn it, there's still a reference frame, a baseline.
Let's clean it up.
Mr. County, how many cans we have?
What do you mean?
Yeah. Well, what's
really?
interesting about the protractor?
I said that one. My bad.
Are you hot micing, Romham?
Sorry, I'm talking about.
With you?
I just wasn't sure if I was talking
Okay.
over the top of you, trying to just talk with us. That's all.
What was it? I heard.
Yeah. So what's interesting about the protractor I'm holding, though, right, is that something defines 90 degrees on it.
Yeah, the baseline.
Well,
The
it's
baseline.
halfway. It's the halfway, and it's a perpendicular to that baseline, right? So that marks.
I'll even correct
Yeah.
myself. It's not just the baseline; it's the vertical of the baseline. So
The vertical, the 90 degrees is the vertical of from perpendicular from the baseline, center of it.
and then all the other degrees are based on that.
Right. So on the left of that vertical starts at 0. At the left end of the baseline,
no matter what way you
0.
turn it, dude. It's
Right.
a flat
Yeah.
horizontal line.
Well, you guys are a lot more polite than the usual fuckers that are in this server.
Yeah, no matter what way you turn it,
fuck
dude,
you! I resemble that accusation.
No matter what way you turn it, you still have a reference frame, which is the baseline, and the center vertical, right? No matter, so you got the reason you know that it's horizontal is because the center vertical. The reason
We were just going in circles. Like, what was the point of all this?
I'm just
I
trying
know.
to say you can't have one without the other.
That's what I said. I even had a prediction, and I even predicted it. And that's why Matthew left, probably, because Matthew knows. He knows this goes endlessly.
It's ridiculous, man. To even think
Well,
that. How do you have?
Let's just assume from now on that you can't have a vertical without a horizontal. Let's just do that. I mean,
I think the contention. Well, yeah, of course. But the contention with them lies in the like whether, so whether the 90 degrees to your plumb, right, has anything to do with the surface of the Earth, because they'll say that that's a tangent to the surface of the Earth. That's what globers say, right?
Exactly.
Dude, the definition of vertical is 90 degrees from the horizontal, right? So take away the horizontal. How do you have a fucking vertical?
Well, because a tangent line you can have a tangent line across the curved space,
which is the horizontal, your tangent line.
Yeah, and so you have a vertical from that.
Yeah, which is from a vertical from a horizontal.
Yeah, sure.
You didn't take away the horizontal. Take away the horizontal. How do you?
Why would I take away the horizontal?
You can't.
When you're arguing with a baller, the baller always says level is curved. Straight is straight, level is curved.
Flat is level.
That's in terms of hydrostatics.
But
contradiction in terms.
But you're both arguing two different models, and it goes forever.
There is no model.
Dude, it's been going on. Dude, it's been going on for like years,
thousands
and years,
of
and years, in years and years and years, and it's never going to end. We all know this argument.
It's equidistant from the center.
Okay, wait. How do you guys feel about gravity?
Which one? What are you talking about?
Weighs me down, man. It's sorry.
I know you're trying to change the subject. Bless you.
Makes me heavy-hearted.
Dude, I know
gravity, like
verticals.
the
I
relative
know
force
verticals and
between,
hold on.
objects with mass. How do we feel about that?
I know verticals and horizontals exist. I do not know gravity exists. I'd
Like the
rather talk about
9.8
verticals and
meters
horizontals.
per second squared. How do we feel about that?
In what medium? What medium did you measure that in?
I'm saying that's just the the speed of gravity, the acceleration of gravity.
At what, chest height?
I don't
Chest height?
any what the I think the 9.8 is just constant
No, I
as
think
long as
chest
you're
height in
within
the
a certain
medium.
distance of the Earth.
I think chest height, relatively, a basketball would drop it around that rate from your chest height. I would agree with that. But if you take the basketball 50,000 feet up in the air and drop it, well, it's not going to drop straight down. It's going to start spinning. Oh, there's a variable.
I mean,
Can't
there's other
control it.
factors, sure.
Can't control that variable. It's going to
There's like
start
wind
spinning
and shit.
and it's going to create lift. And the basketball is going to zoom over in that direction. So it's going to drop different than it will at chest height. What you're trying to represent here is chest height only. You're not
Because
trying to
chest height,
drop the
there's
variable.
not much, there's not much distance between
Well, you're not
chest
trying to
height and
drop
the ground.
variable.
So shit like the wind's not going to affect it as much as if you drop it from 10 miles in the air.
Yeah, that's the point. That's the whole point. You're doing an experiment that only represents your ideology, right? If you go higher with the experiment, well,
Test.
now it's not really conforming to what you're 9.8 meters per second, right? No, it's going to drop in a parabolic curve, whichever way the wind's blowing, the basketball starts spinning,
Yeah, but like
and it's going
gravity
to
is like a
curve that
part of the
way.
equation.
Well, I'm just saying, it depends on the variable that you're measuring, the medium it's in, the height, and as you go in higher, these will start to change. The results will start to change, right?
That's fine.
What
All
you're
I've just
just
heard
right.
a lot
trying
of
to
Can we
you're just
define
trying to use
terms?
I've
you're
just
just
heard
trying
flat
to use
earthers like
results
kind of
that
deny
don't.
gravity and say that density is what causes things to fall.
No, whoa. Let's define what we're talking about, because it sounds to me like you're describing an effect and a rate of change, right? So,
It's a force. Gravity is a force.
whoa. That's going beyond the observation and what you're talking about and the effect, right? That's going beyond that. So, are we just simply talking about 9.81 meters per second? Or are we going beyond that into why that happens? And also, we're ignoring the fact that it's conditional, because that doesn't always happen and it's not applicable to all instances.
No, the
And that's
9
what
point.
James is
No, the
pointing out.
9.8 always happens. It's just other factors.
No, it don't. It don't. Because some things go up, some things are remaining static, some things are just moving horizontally like clouds. They're not
No, things
falling
go
at a
up, but
rate
they're
of not.
still they're fighting against the 9.8.
Yeah, no. The observation of a thing falling at a rate of 9.81 meters per second, that's a thing, right? Now you're going beyond that, saying that there is a force of 9.81 meters per second.
Yeah, but you would have to for the experiment. You'd have to have no outside factors like wind and shit.
Oops.
Right. So it
You
is
can't just add a
conditional.
million. You can't
It's
just
not
add a million
applicable in all
factors.
instances. Right. Some things, some things go up. Gas goes in all directions. Right. Completely ignoring all that. It doesn't give a shit about your 9.81 meters per second, man.
Well, yeah. If the force is greater than the force of gravity, then it'll go up.
Well, you keep talking about this force, right? So you're going beyond the observation, beyond the effect. And how was that determined? Right? And also, I want to point out that it hasn't been considered a force for over 108 years because it was debunked by Einstein in the eyes of theoretical physicists.
I don't think he understands when you say beyond He's not understanding what you're saying.
No, I understand general relativity and curved space-time model for gravity and that sort of thing, but we still use Newtonian physics to describe. We still use Newtonian physics, so I guess there must be some value to it still. I don't know.
In the sense of in certain situations we can observe things to fall or have a propensity to move downward at that rate, right? Even though that's a voted upon rate, it wasn't even like it was like, yeah, let's vote on what we think that value should be, because it was never actually like properly determined with certainty, right? But yeah, given that happens within certain conditions, right? That's useful. That part is useful for engineers and other things, right? The cause of it is up for grabs still, and has never ever been proven.
The vacuum chamber is not even 1,000 miles long. So in actuality, they've never even actually manipulated shit about anything. And what's 9.8 per second? So you got to be that far away to even test that amount anyway. So if you and I were just sitting here and we dropped a penny on our desk, that's not gonna. You're not gonna fucking test that amount. It's not gonna.
That
It's
was
not
my next
9.8.
point. That was my next point, D-Mock, because they like to use the vacuum for experiments, but we know that in the medium of air, at chest height, when you drop any variable, it's going to differ than if you drop it at 50,000 or 100,000 feet. Even a iron's going to be pushed with wind.
I looked it up. 9.8 is actually an average. It's
You
not.
can't drop anything horizontally.
It's an average
Too
we
bad
use for
for a globe.
simplicity. It's not always. It's not a constant.
Horizontal and vertical are the same on a globe, and you can't drop anything horizontally. I'm sorry. That means flat Earth is proven.
Why
if
would
you
you
could
drop?
drop
Why would
things
you drop things
horizontally, the plumb
horizontally?
bob from the horizon would come this way to you,
You drop things
magically in your
vertically.
mind.
Well, even the tallest vacuum only has a certain height. You can't keep going to make sure that
I'm tired of this plumb bob shit. I've never fucking heard about plumb bob before tonight, so I have no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah, we don't know. Yeah. We know you don't know what a million plumb bobs around the ball would look like.
Yeah, don't let your construction worker tell you to go to the hardware store. You don't know. What
Sorry, I haven't read extensively about plumb bombs.
Humiliate you. He's gonna ask you to go to the store and get some blinker fluid.
Mm-hmm.
For your turn signals, you got to get some blinker
Let me guess. He probably thinks that the globe guy probably thinks horizontal and vertical and diagonal are the same fucking thing too, huh?
No.
How about get some exhaust fluid? Which one is more relevant? Which one do you think? Just curious. Exhaust fluid or blinker fluid?
The hard bit is finding the left-handed screwdrivers for the left-handed blinkers.
Yeah, how about fucking you guys download?
I can't believe I've never heard that one.
How much RAM can you guys download?
No, that was a legitimate question I asked. It was blinker fluid or exhaust fluid?
That's a good one.
Seriously.
Download RAM or GPU? Which one?
Seriously. Do you have a clue? No?
No, that's
blinker fluid. That's not a fucking thing.
I asked, dude, 2. Blinker fluid, exhaust fluid.
They're not a thing.
Neither?
What do you mean by exhaust fluid?
Well, I believe
that comes out of your fucking exhaust.
I believe it's a scam, but there is such thing as so-called exhaust fluid. You can go and buy it. They sell it at the gas pump. The blue hose. You ever seen a blue hose at the gas pump?
Yeah, it's
exhaust fluid. Is just the shit that where your fucking shit comes out of.
It's just another way for them to
shit, and that's where it comes out. Your exhaust pipe.
Yeah, just another oil. They can get money off of morons. Exhaust fluid.
Well,
then they make the vehicle where it won't run if it's not. It don't need it to run.
That's
but they
why I
make it
asked
where
the
the
question:
vehicle won't
which
run.
one is the most relevant? And he didn't have an answer because he doesn't know, and he didn't even admit that he didn't know. So that tells us something.
I mean, which is most relevant? Well, because I said
because exhaust fluid is a real thing.
The blinker
Dude, he
fluid
said
is
he
not
didn't
real,
know.
so of course
He
it's
said he
not
never heard of it.
relevant.
He said he never heard of a plumb bob until tonight. So exhaust fluid, blinker fluid, that's all irrelevant if he's never heard of a plumb bob.
Well, true that.
Those
but
are irrelevant.
Based on my question, exhaust fluid is a real thing.
A plumb bob,
Blinker
dude.
fluid is not.
You don't know what a plumb bob is?
It's a weight at the end of the string, bro.
I want to know what globazonal is.
You don't know a plumb bob fluid?
Oh, Lord.
Yeah, if you put a weight at the end of the string, you hold the other end of the string, it's gonna go down vertical. But it's only going down vertical to the horizontal. It helps you determine things that are level. You're gonna need a level, not just a plumb bob. Yeah, they use them to build buildings and stuff, houses, skyscrapers, stuff like that. You never heard of a plumb bob.
But they're for limited use, though, right? They're for finding a point, a specific point. Then you level. Yes.
A 90 degree. They're designed for a 90 degree to the horizontal. That's how you get the 90. There's a connection between these two lines.
Yeah, they're plumb bobs are used for limited uses, but then but for
They're
practical uses, yeah, and for practical uses, like I said before, if you're gonna pound a post, you're using a fucking level.
Yeah, I mean, unless you want to be the neighbor that has a crooked fence.
Oh, is he gone? He gone.
I just put a new fence up. Look at my fence. Wow, man. Do you know what a plumb bob is? What's a plumb bob?
I think he's gone.
Well, I ain't trying to dog on him to make him shameful or nothing. I'm not
going to shame him after he's gone, but the whole thing is that he can only handle so much truth before he leaves, I guess.
Maybe he's younger than I thought. I don't know. It's hard to believe that an 18-year-old, I'll even say 21. I'll give him a little leeway. It's hard to believe that somebody over the age of 21 has never heard of a plumb. If that's true, man, our world's these are our leaders.
Oh,
these are
don't
the next
scare
leaders.
me. Don't scare me. No, it depends. I mean, some people don't have any practical application experience. Literally. Like, imagine that. People growing up and they're like 20 and they have no practical.
Yeah, everything that we use for vertical is based from a horizontal. We use it specifically to make sure it's vertical and it's not tilted over from the horizontal. Like, this is ridiculous. You can't have a vertical without a horizontal. You can't have a horizontal without a vertical. Like, they go one, you can't have one without the other. One creates the other.
All right, so if I'm going to set up a transit on a specific location, which is key for like property marking, I'll drop a plumb bob on my transit, the dead center, dead on balls, directly over property marker. But that's it. That's all it did is just it chose a location. You know what I'm saying? It chose that location. Then guess what I do? I level that bitch.
Yeah, you bring out the level. Yeah.
It has its own bubble level, and you level it 360 degrees.
Dude, before we even had
so the whole point is the plumb bob only chooses a location.
Dude, before we had theodolites, we used strings. Stretched them tight horizontally, put a weight on them vertically. That's what we did. Strings.
Right, and it doesn't go from the bottom up. The orientation and direction isn't actually based. It's not based on the bottom.
To this day. We still use them to this day, especially pouring concrete. I would know because I was a muckraker, and that was the shittiest job of concrete you could absolutely have. I don't know if you know what a muckraker is, but
I thought a muckraker was like a kind of journalist.
No, a muckraker is the one that if the concrete truck can't get to where it needs to pour, you're the one filling up the wheelbarrow. You're the one building the planks because they don't want a real concrete worker doesn't want to build your plank because if something happens, then you can blame it on him. You have to build your own planks, right? So a muckraker, he's the wheelbarrow guy, and he's also the guy that takes if you are where the concrete truck can get to, the concrete truck pours it in, and you have this flathead rake. It's a rake, but it's flat. There's no, you know what I mean? It's a flat rake, and you muck the concrete to where it needs to go. Dude, that's where I got so strong was stock and sheetrock and concrete muckraking. You have to fucking pull that concrete into every edge corner, and oh man, dude, you got these fucking boots on, and then they're light as fuck, but when the concrete pours, now they're heavy. Now you're walking in concrete, right? And you're using this rake to try to pull all this concrete to where the concrete truck can't reach. It can only reach to here. You got to use this rake and sit there and rake concrete like you would leaves. Yeah, that's fucking labor, dude.
That's crazy. Did it pay well? Did it pay well?
But to set the forms and the foundation for the concrete, yeah, that required a plumb bob, strings, and levels.
That's a come along that you're talking about.
Yeah. No, that's muckraking, dude. Muckraking is shit work, dude.
Well, the tool is called a come along. It's a flat rake.
Oh, are you tired? Well, you can't be tired. Get to work, motherfucker. Yeah, it turned a skinny boy into a big boy. But it all required foundations. These foundations, before the concrete truck even came, you would have to use big ass 2-inch thick, 8-inch fucking wood, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 20 foot long. And you would have to form where the concrete, you're using these planks to form the concrete. And you're using plumb bobs and levels and strings. To this day, we're still using strings pulled tight.
Yeah, and we know this. It's because it's short distances, relatively short differences.
Yeah.
So strings work.
Well, that depends on the project.
Yeah, and until they're long enough to where strings don't fucking work anymore.
Well, you got. Well, no, they still work. You just wrap them around each rebar or each not rebar.
Every so far apart.
Yeah, you got to wrap it around and pull it tight. Wrap it around the next one, pull it tight. Wrap it around the next one, pull it tight means pull it tight. You're gonna have blisters just by pulling string. If you got a city block, I've never done 2 city blocks, but I've done one that's a city block, a full city block building takes up a full city block. There are skyscrapers that do 2 or 3 or 4 city blocks. These are all done with strings, dude. Strings, plumb bobs, and level. That's what the foundation. That's how they get a level.
Yeah, but they also reference a horizontal to set those strings.
Right, and even some of them still use water. They'll still fill it with water.
Yeah, but they still but they pull off of they pull off of
inside.
They pull off of a reference point set by a surveyor.
Right. Well, you can do like the guy was saying in sections.
Yeah, but
you can even do sections and still come off a little unlevel if it's so long. The longer it goes, the greater the odds of it being unlevel. So sometimes to this day, they'll still fill it with water to see if it overlaps on one side. Does this side start flooding before this side? And sometimes you want it to. Sometimes you want it to go over just a little. That way, if a flood happens, it exits this direction. Like, there's so many things people don't even realize.
And the vertical is not based on the bottom of the plumb, the actual weight part. It's actually orientated from the top down, not the bottom. So it's not like based on where gravity would be pulling it from the center of Earth. It's based from where you tie it to the little thing so it can swivel. Yeah.
Dude, even when you pour I just did 4 ranch houses. They're called ranch style houses. 2 to 3 bedrooms with a garage on a flat, 1 concrete slab, 1 slab. Most people don't realize that even in the center of the house, it's directed towards the roads. So the center of the house will be a little bit above the rest of the concrete. Not a lot. Probably not even, maybe an inch all the way across difference. But if a flood happened, the water would run center of the house out to the front and out to the back.
All right, so let's take it to the most extreme. DMOC, and I think DMOC will know the name of this. What is that laser facility that claims that it is so fucking straight?
LIGO.
All right, there we go. So LIGO, you go to LIGO, it's so fucking straight that it's not curved. And if you went on one part, it would be level. Go to the other end, it would be or whatever the fuck. If you go to the center, it's level. Go to one end, it's unlevel. But all these Globers claim it, but nobody's ever shown it. See, this is what we're talking about all night. This is what we've been talking about. It's just
we was talking about plumb bobs, and they was trying to.
Yeah, but let's get down to the brass tacks. Let's prove something, right? We're looking for proof. And the Globers say, well, what I'm saying is Globers say LIGO is so fucking straight that it's unlevel. God damn it, I'm mixing up my terminology.
It doesn't matter if it's a measurement of the Earth, it's going to be done in segments. Whether it's LIGO, whether it's a
no, but LIGO is so fucking straight. It's laser level in a vacuum
tube. To what?
And there's no straight as straight gets. Remember, Globers say level is. Remember, Globers say level is curved, straight is straight. LIGO is straight as fuck, says the Globers. Therefore, it's if you put a level on one spot, it's level, but put a level on the other end, it's unlevel. It's unlevel.
Yeah.
Because it's so fucking straight.
Horizontal lasers have fluid in them.
Well, lasers work in a medium known as air, which is the gas.
I think you're missing my point.
The laser works in affects the laser.
Nobody's shown LIGO to be
and it's
the way
uncontrollable.
they describe it.
I have a laser. I have a laser that I use for work. I'm a builder, and many lasers that shoot a horizontal line, they have fluid in them. It's not
You
water,
talking
of
about
course. It's
You
antifreeze.
talking about the 360-degree ones that just sit there and spin with that red line?
No, I'm just talking about one that shoot. I'm just talking about one in particular that shoots a beam. But yeah, those all, as far as I have felt,
Dude,
have fluid in them.
I use them for something as simple as painting. Yeah, those
What?
$5
Painting?
Yeah, oh yeah.
What do
Painting,
you use a
yeah.
level? What do you use a laser level for in painting? That's an interesting one.
Street signs and subdivision signs, and yeah, you got to use what the city tells you you have to use them.
What do you with a street sign? What are you using the laser level for?
Well, you can get it to where it's not angled with. So a lot of if you go into subdivisions, especially where I'm from, I don't know about you, but they have odd shaped subdivision signs, huge. It's more like a sculpture, not a sign, like a street sign, like the Knolls. It'll be a stucco sign. It'll be all in stucco and everything. But the laser line of where the letters are has to be equal to the road. So you got to use a laser to get all the letters. So even if the road goes down a hill and the signs, one side is closer to the hill and the other side of the sign is lower, so it's longer, the letters have to be even with the street road, according to the city. You got to use a laser.
That's funny, dude. So you shoot a line and you paint the signs on the street accordingly.
And the city guys got to come over, look at the laser, and say, okay, that's where the bottom of the letter. You can go ahead and do it.
Oh man, our taxpayer dollars hard at work. What the heck?
It pisses you off as a painter. Pisses you off as a painter.
Yeah, that's really stupid. What?
I've done a lot of construction, man, from sheetrock to painting to concrete. The one that I have never done is bricklaying.
Yeah, me neither.
These motherfuckers are magical, dude. Like, I mean, they don't even use.
Man. I haven't even laid an egg, but I mean, laying a brick could be something.
Did they like? You'll see it in the Philippines and shit like that, but even some places in the United States, bricklayers still refuse to use modern technology, dude. These guys will shovel up with right out of the wheelbarrow, dude, wet concrete, one story, boom, boom. And then the next guy's up there shoveling it up to the next plank, boom, boom. And they throw bricks up in packages of like 6. Just throw them up there, swing them up there, and it lands. Like, it doesn't even drop much. It lands on the plank at the peak of its, before the bricks start falling back down that he threw, lands right at the peak of it.
So
insane, dude.
Do you have an argument for LIGO?
Argument
I don't.
for LIGO.
Sorry.
You do not?
I just don't even know what that means. I mean, I've never been there, but I'm relatively confident it exists.
Well, I imagine it exists. I mean, we all know it exists, but the whole argument that it's so straight that it's not level, like with a bubble level, right? You know what I'm talking about, right?
Sure. With a bubble level, like what kind of accuracy are you expecting with a bubble level? Like I think if I balanced a bubble level on it and then like got out a magnifying glass, I still reckon I'd only be like vaguely accurate. Like if you said I was less accurate than a degree, I would be like, okay, fair enough. I thought I'd be better than that, but I wouldn't expect my accuracy to be down to like minutes or seconds.
He's actually right with the bubble level. You can't keep using the bubble level in increments. Like this part's level, so I'll move the bubble level, make sure it's level with the last one I measured. You can't keep doing that in increments.
But what's your argument, Oblivion?
That's the Glober's argument, is that it's.
So that's just shying away from making one. Like, you can make an argument now, so I can understand what you're saying.
Well, that was been their
That's
argument.
why they use strings.
But I think you can make one.
Well, I'd make one if I had, let's say, that there was a more precise device.
So there I'm with you. Because I think your argument would be, if the things we're told about LIGO are true, then if it's level at one end and completely straight, then it must also be level at the other end.
Well, it depends on where they started or where they, you know what I'm saying? It's like, it doesn't have to be like in the middle. It's like wherever they started or whatever.
Right. But what I mean is, if it's flat, it doesn't matter where they started or ended. If it's flat, if the Earth is flat, then if it's level in the middle, it's level at either end. It's level. It's just level, and level is flat.
There you go.
But if the Earth is curved, then what you're saying is, if the Earth is curved, then it could only be perfectly 100% level at one point. And if we travel far enough from that point along one of the arms,
it would deviate.
One might expect we could detect that it deviating and no longer being perfectly level.
It's always going to deviate in increments, no matter what we do as humans, guys. I want you to know that.
Yeah, absolutely. There's always going to be error bars in any measurement, I think.
Yeah, especially the longer you go. That's why I'm so adamant about I don't want to say. Yeah, I'll say it, but I ain't trying to bring the conversation there. I'm so adamant about, there's this one passage in the Bible that says, who has stretched the line across the earth, right? And I believe that the reason for saying that is because once you get so long of a line, no matter what it is, cable, fishing line, no matter what it is, it's not going to be able to hold up to the weight. You ain't going to be able to stretch it tight. And if you do it in increments, you're not going to get a precise measurement. Increments devalue measurement. So nobody can stretch a line across the earth. Nobody. It'll never happen. You'll never get a who has stretched a line across the earth. What are the measures thereof? What is the breadth thereof?
Sure, but what was your point about it, Oblivion? What were you asking exactly?
Well, because that's usually a lot of Glober's evidence, because what they've been talking about for all this time is measurements and levels and plums and plumb bobs, and it's like, okay, let's just get down to the brass tacks. Let's stretch it out, long, right? And they claim, like what you said, is that it's so straight that it's not. Oh, God, I'm going to mix it up.
No, sea level.
Level is curved and straight is straight. So that thing is straight as shit. So there you go. It's so straight. You should find deviation. Like you already explained it. You already explained it. So then I explained, well, maybe if we had a more accurate device, we can measure that.
Yeah, it's always down to the accuracy, right? Same as and that's just a difference in epistemology, right? I think things can be true inside or outside my ability to detect them. Like things, like for example, here's one I thought of. I am quite confident I have a brain, but I am unwilling to do any of the things that, even many of them within my ability to check personally for myself, right? I'm not going to, cut back my own scalp and saw through my own skull and squidge my own brain just to check it's there. I can just sort of reason to the probability that I have a brain inside my skull based upon many other things. But then even those things would be flawed, right? I haven't seen other humans' brains. I'm relatively confident it's there.
Yeah, but that's a non-equivalent though. That I understand. That's logic and reason. Absolutely, wouldn't argue with anything you said, but it's non-equivalent to the shape of the Earth. There's no equivalence there.
But the point I'm making is the epistemology I often hear in here is if we can't detect it, it's not there. If we as a group cannot detect Earth curvature, then therefore Earth is not curved. Right, and that's the same epistemology as saying if we as a group cannot detect my brain, then I mustn't have one.
No, but we can detect you have a brain just by you talking.
But no, you can only infer that I've got a brain, right?
It's an equivalent fallacy. Hold on, you're trying to equivocate two things that are fallacious.
Are the only things that can talk things that have brains?
No, you're trying to equivocate.
Okay, so sometimes things can talk without having brains, therefore talking in and of itself isn't proof that a brain exists.
No, you're trying to equivocate measurements are equal to somebody having a brain.
No.
Right? I mean, it does take a brain.
Quite a long way from the point I'm making. My point is just about the existence of something is independent of our ability to detect it.
All right, so let's hone in on the ability to detect it. All right, so here we go. Here we go. LIGO is 4 kilometers, 2.5 miles long. All right, let's double that. So I googled what's the largest particle what's the largest diameter largest particle accelerator, and that is 8.5 kilometers. So that's 5.3 miles.
Circular.
Doubled it.
Circular doesn't. Is it straight or is it circular? Because there are most are circular, and it's entirely possible. Like on a sphere, you can put a circle, and the whole circle can be level.
Yeah,
right.
You got it. Yeah, you fucked me on that.
That's fine. Just stick with LIGO, but just go like, what should the angular, like, how far off dead level should the because my understanding last time I've heard it, all of this is based on conjecture and what I've heard from other people because it just hasn't interested me enough to look into it. But what I understand is LIGO is an L shape, is like a right angle of two intersecting lines, and the point at which they meet, the juncture, is the datum they used for level, and so the two extreme ends of these 4 kilometer arms are where it should not be level. So all we need to do is go at a degree per 69 miles. We can calculate then how much of a degree is, which we can do, right? What is 69 miles times? What is? So
but you're basing that off the horizontal.
So what is 60 divided by 60 nautical miles? Oh my God, what do we do? We do 60 nautical miles in meters.
Minus 90 multiplied by 60.
Yeah, make sure you put that.
Is that it? Hang on, let me just plug the whole thing into Perplexity and then not have to do any thinking.
Yeah, just put that horizontal in there. You'll be all right.
So what do we do? Is LIGO...
Yeah, it's all based off of horizontal, man. Come on.
I'm not saying it's not based off a horizontal. What we're trying to ask is the question of how detectable would the angle be? So there you go, 0.018 radians.
Okay, 0.01, so it's detectable?
Well, what is detectable, right? Like, you could say 4 kilometers is not detectable if what you're using to detect it is watermelons, right?
Do you agree?
But if what you're using to detect it is some laser device, then, right? So, as you said before, James, what matters is what are you using to detect it? And then you just go, okay, is there a device that can measure to within that? And I think there probably would be. Or you could just use the canal it runs parallel to, which I think is even easier.
Do you agree with the 0.01 that you just said?
What I mean, I haven't checked it, but I mean, if we're just reasoning what we think should be the case, then yeah, I think that should be the case.
Okay, so what is that based from? Where the measurement thereof? What's the foundation?
He didn't make a claim. Other
We're not making a
than
claim.
that
We're just trying to test, like, how much should it be off?
He did, but he didn't. He did.
No,
Just straight up didn't. Just straight up didn't.
No, he didn't. He
he
said that it should be detected because it was double the length. But the question was if there was a method, which there should be, is what he basically said. The question is what device would you use?
Yeah, what device is more precise? Like for me, I would aim for a device that has an error bar that's an order of magnitude more. So if what you're trying to measure is 0.0818 radians, then I would go get me something that goes 0.0018. So it's 10 times more precise. So that if the number is out by, half, it's still,
so you're saying
2 times, it's definitely, you're definitely right. Whereas if you've got something where you're like, I'm trying to measure it to within, 2 radians, but my device only measures to an accuracy of 2 radians, then you're not measuring anything meaningful.
So you admit that the error could lie within the measurement.
The error could lie within the sure. There is tolerances. Any measurement has tolerances.
Isn't that what you was just arguing?
No. I think I fucked everybody up and screwed it up.
I don't think this is you. I don't think this is you. I feel like you and I are bang on understanding one another.
The error sounded to me. Trying to give credence to the error as if there was no error.
But we don't have an error to talk about, James. Like, don't get upset about there being an error to a measurement that nobody's bothered yet to do. Right? Nobody's gone out there with a device. To my knowledge, I don't know of any flat earthers or globers who've been out there and tested. So you don't even have anything you need to excuse from either side. All you're doing is going, if I'm setting up a measurement, should I go out there with a yardstick, or should I go out there with spirit level, or do I need a better device than a yardstick and or a spirit level, right?
Okay, my bad. I guess it was me.
Well,
I'm saying, I think you thought I was making this absolute claim that I know it's there and I haven't measured it.
I stand corrected. But what I was saying is, every measurement has error. I don't care if it's fucking 1 foot.
Exactly.
Every measurement has a slight of error.
Exactly.
Once you start doing them in increments, the more those errors add up, right?
Yeah.
So
and would you agree as well, James? The error can be on the side of the user and of the device.
Yes, exactly. And as we progress in measurements, we do our best to eliminate those errors, right?
That's why you want a more precision device. And where I screwed up is I compared LIGO to a Hadron Collider. LIGO is a straight device where a Hadron Collider is spherical or circular.
Yeah.
And then it's like, and I was like, oh shit! And then Eggs pointed out that long story short, a straight line versus a sphere. Yeah, it's.
Don't beat yourself up over that. Like these like almost all flat Earth questions are like. Most people come to flat Earth thinking this is fucking stupid. But then most people, when they start hearing the questions flat Earth asks, end up having to admit, most of them internally, most of them too cowardly to admit it to flat Earthers. Most of them end up admitting, at least to themselves, actually, these are pretty fucking good questions that I don't immediately
know the answer to. Can you give me one of them?
Oh, loads of them. How do you have gas pressure without a container? Why don't we all fly off if the Earth is spinning? Where should the horizon be? Like the whole question of flat Earth. To my understanding, I wasn't in the community yet, but the whole question of refraction was a well-solved problem. I would say people had talked about it and had corrections for it and measurements for it. But flat Earth was around for like a good 4 or 5 years before anybody knew that refraction existed. So there were globers arguing against flat Earth while looking at photos that were impossible if you didn't include refraction. Like most of the questions, not most of them, but many of the questions in flat Earth are really good questions that you need to dig a bit before you find an answer to them.
What are you talking about, dude? Every measurement of the Earth is flat. Can you give me a measurement of the Earth that is not flat?
What do you mean give you a measurement of the Earth that's not flat? Like that's just
1 liter. 1 liter, it's not flat.
Sort of regresses
1 cubic meter.
Give me a measurement of the Earth. A measurement of the Earth.
What do you mean?
Claim the geometry, but show everything but the geometry. That's a good idea.
Like for me, the two best are the existence of the nautical mile, what the nautical mile is actually measuring, and the mechanical gyro compass.
So the nautical mile
one to me is a direct measurement of curvature that you can falsify yourself, and the other is a device that works solely based on the rotation of Earth. That has no.
So the nautical mile is only based on water, right?
What do you mean is only based on water? No.
The nautical mile comes from water.
No, not really. Like what do you mean?
Some shit.
What do you mean?
You don't think that the nautical mile is based on water?
No, I don't.
Why don't you look up nautical mile? Tell me if I'm wrong, and I will admit if I'm wrong.
I mean, we can talk about it. We don't need to look it up. I think what the nautical mile is defined as a portion of a full circle of the Earth, a full great circle route around the Earth.
No, the nautical mile is based in water.
No, you're wrong. Yeah, you're wrong.
You can measure nautical miles on land. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah,
you can measure them on land.
Planes use nautical miles.
But the first measurement was crafts in water, speed, distance. These are all a nautical. Hold on. A nautical mile is different than a land mile.
Yeah, like they're a different measurement, but the point I'm making is
one's based on water and one's based on land.
No.
Yeah.
That's okay.
That's nautical mile. Hey, I could be wrong. I
think you are.
It's a different convention. It's a different convention, like milliliters to liters.
Just look at the chat. I will post a picture.
It's the systematic. It's the systematic.
I will post a wiki page.
Bingo. Yeah, Beppis got it. Hang on, Beppis, are you new here? Why don't we talk to the new person rather than talking to tired old globers who've been here a million years?
No, it's fine. We'll talk to each other, man. I'm here to listen and interject.
I'll look it up right now too, just to make sure I'm wrong.
Yeah, but it's so if 360 degrees is a circle, then what that says is that's got 10 million meters or 21,600 nautical miles, and that's. But you just call that the 21,600 nautical miles is just that's what it is. That's what it's defined as. So if the Earth changed in diameter, like let's say for some reason somebody inflated it tomorrow, meters would stay the same, miles would stay the same, but nautical miles would grow. They would, because they're definitionally 1/60th of a degree. And so if you measure distances in degrees, what that says is a line that doesn't deviate left or right is definitionally still a circle. So as a mathematical proof, you just go, okay, if at any point me standing here, doesn't matter where you are, but me in the central coast of New South Wales, Australia, if I travel north, south, east, west, or any variation in between, my path, if I do not deviate left or right, what nautical miles say is I will end up, if I travel 21,600 nautical miles, I end up back where I started. That's what a nautical mile is. And so what that says is every straight line is a circle. There is only one shape on which that's possible.
Okay,
so
I have to ask.
Mathematical geometric proof.
I have to ask this.
Go for it.
Does oblateness affect that?
Yes. That's a really good question. I love that question, Oblivion. You're like, since I've been presenting this proof, there's only one other person who's brought this up. And I think it is a very strong rebuttal. And then also I think it shows how strong the nautical mile is as a proof. In that what you're saying is exactly right. So in because of the oblateness and also local gravity, there are flatter and curvier spots on the ocean. And it will make a difference that I forget when I found it last time, but it's one of those, tiny numbers where it's sort of, yes, in these areas, a nautical mile, because a nautical mile is defined by degrees, so a nautical mile is defined that way, but it becomes its relationship with let's say a statute mile or something that's not based on degrees varies somewhat. So a nautical mile is like, I forget what the number is, I could look it up again, but it's like 20 centimeters longer or shorter in different parts of the ocean or different parts of the earth, I should say, based upon the oblateness or local gravity. So it's a really strong rebuttal. I would use that again. If anybody else says nautical miles, it's a good one. We'll scupper them if they don't know the full story about it.
I didn't know.
So hold on. A nautical
very
mile.
Insightful point.
Hold
Massive
on,
points
hold
for
on.
that.
Hey, hold on a second, man. A nautical mile is a unit of length used in air, marine, and space navigation.
Yep.
A nautical mile is a unit of length used in air, marine, and space navigation.
Yep. So such that we measure distances on other celestial bodies.
So
in
not the ground.
Miles.
So not the ground. Different measurement units. The unit of length.
Fine.
Is
That
different
doesn't. What you were saying before is it's defined by where it's used
no, I
in.
didn't. I said it.
Okay.
I said it's different than miles on Earth, miles on land.
Agreed. Yep. Agreed.
Yeah, and that's what it says. That's what it says. I was not wrong.
It's different
I was
to miles
right.
on land. Sure. If that's what
a
you said
nautical
before,
mile is a unit of length.
By the way,
Bro, you
one
niggas argue
interesting
about the
thing
random thing,
I
bro.
posted in side chat. It says like the nautical mile comes from the circumference of the Earth.
Yeah.
And if you look at the equatorial circumference, it's the measurement. It's like the geographical mile, so like the American mile.
So
Yeah, it's different
the
than
Earth's circumference
it's
is there
different
for
than
approximately.
land.
Yeah. So the
it's
old
different than land. That's all I was saying. And you guys said I was wrong. I was right.
Well, you said it was only for water, reference into water.
Yeah,
I did
that's
say
the
water.
bit I was walking at, which is you can use it over
say
land.
water. I did say water.
I agree with what you're saying now. The way you were wording it before, if what you meant before was what you're saying now, then I agree, and I'm sorry for disagreeing before, but it sounded different.
Well, not only that, but it's ground is the only one different than land or air, water, or so-called space, right? Ground is the only one different.
Sure, you can still use it on land is the point I'm making.
Yeah. No, it doesn't say land. Land is done in miles, linear.
Can you still use it on land?
You can't use linear on the ocean because of optics.
No,
You're saying no, you can't use it. Okay, that's going to be interesting.
So when you're out where you can no longer see land in the ocean, the only thing you can use is the ocean and optics, right? Air, water, and alleged space.
Wait! You can't use regular miles on water, but you can't use regular miles on. Right, but
you can't measure them.
But Ag is asking you: do you think you can use nautical miles on land? Do you think it's possible?
Of course, it is.
No. Once you go to land, now you're talking miles, linear. So you can't do linear on allegedly, even though they do. Nautical is linear if you get into the. If you get
I'm not sure we're disagreeing. Let me say this, James, and then just give me a yes or no as to whether
if you get into it. You'll
I think you can use either in either scenario. For example, in Australia, we use metric for 90% of most of, and the meter was originally defined in virtually the same way the nautical mile is, which is just using a metric like a 1/10, like using a base 10 decimal system rather than the Babylonian system, which is where the nautical mile comes
You
from.
can get into
So you can. So the point but let me finish the point. Let me finish the point.
Okay,
the
go
point
ahead.
is, on land you measure kilometers, but kilometers work perfectly over water as well because kilometers are very close, or they were until like the 60s.
You can't measure them. You can't measure them over water.
How can you not measure them? That sounds like an argument.
Well, because you can walk on the land, right? Can you walk on water?
Why do you need to walk to measure something?
Jesus,
hold on.
Can you measure distances in the sky? Can paraplegics measure distances?
No, linear.
Or is walking
Linear
irrelevant to
different.
distance measurement?
No, I'm getting to linear, and you're not letting me. There's a difference between linear. Linear, you can count your steps, right? All the way to 100. Do your best to keep
Al-Biruni stuff here.
Right. There's so many different measurements you can use linear on the earth because you can walk on it, but you can't walk on water. The only way you can measure water is by ship, and the only way
you can measure water is by what? Say the last word again.
Ship.
You sure?
Ship. Yeah, the boat. You can't walk on water.
What about two boats within eyesight of one another pinging a laser back and forth and timing how long it takes?
Hold on. You're sidetracking my point. Let me be very clear here, right? You can triangulate the ground using your feet and tools, right?
What?
Triangulate.
How do you triangulate the ground using your feet?
Okay, my bad. You can measure the ground using your feet, right?
Very imperfectly. I would say it's like the worst system. Why America sticks to it is.
I don't know. I'm not talking 1 foot in front of the other and counting them 1, 2, 3. I'm not talking that. You're missing my point here. That's what I'm saying. You can count the ground using your feet. In other words, you walk the ground with a device, a tool, a measurement, something that measures more accurate than counting your steps. You can walk a tape measure. You can walk the ground, right, and measure it.
But what I'm saying is, this sounds like an argument.
How do you walk? Hold on. How do you walk to equivocate the oceans to the landmass? How do you walk the oceans?
What I'm saying is, this sounds like an argument from incompetence.
Hold on, I'm getting to
You've asked me a question. Can I answer it?
Okay, what's my question?
This sounds like an argument from incompetence that says, if I, James Richard, don't know how to measure distances over water, except by walking over land, then there's no possible way. Nobody else knows how to do this thing. And what I think that is just saying everybody else's competence must match my own.
No, you're missing.
But I think if other people are more competent than you, then you not knowing how to measure distances over water doesn't render other people incapable of measuring distances over water.
Okay, so when I used to lay concrete, we had this wheel, right? And the wheel had a fucking tape measure on it, right?
Those clicky walker things.
Okay, hold on. We had one that went up to 500 feet, and we had one that went to 1,000 feet, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, I could get rid of that tool and just count my steps, right? But don't you think if I use that tool, somebody else that walked in different paces than me, they use that same tool, it's still going to register the same measurement because the tool we used went across the same ground. You see what I'm trying to get at? Now, how do you do
neither
that
of us are arguing
water?
with that point, though.
Hold on.
Both of us agree. Both of us agree. You just ask me a question. Don't ask me a question and tell me to hold on. Ask me a question and listen to the fucking answer, please. Neither of us are arguing people can't measure distances on land. So pointing out that people can measure distances on land is like, great, we already both agreed on that. What we disagree on is whether competent humans, can measure distances over water. Now, pointing out again and again that you know how to measure distances on land doesn't help us. It's like saying, do dogs exist, and then talking endlessly about the existence of cats. It doesn't help us. Yeah, Pure Rigor has nailed it. which is nautical. I wouldn't say nautical isn't accurate, but what he's saying in the next sentence is bang on right. He says, nautical isn't accurate. It is based on the assumption of a perfect sphere with corrections, interjected into it for navigation purposes. The corrections for inaccuracies overland haven't been injected. I don't get what the last sentence or the first sentence is about, but the middle bit is bang on, which is what Oblivion accurately pointed out, which is the nautical mile and the whole celestial system, including the latitude and longitude, assumes a perfect sphere. And
do me a favor. Can you still man my argument?
Your argument is that measurements over water cannot be trusted because we can measure over land accurately.
That's not my argument.
Okay. Clarify it for me.
My argument is the tools over water and the tools over land are different.
Sure.
The reason is because you can't measure them the same. Okay? That's why I use the wheel.
Can you not measure them the same?
Wheel.
We've used a laser ranging device, right? Could a laser ranging device work over water?
Why do you
keep shining laser ranging devices?
Why do you keep interrupting me at my most important point? My most important point is the wheel.
I don't know. Sorry.
We use the wheel over land. The wheel
is the most accurate?
Like when
you keep going back to the one that does work on land, but the question is there one, like lasers, that does work not on land?
So I put internet, cable, gas, water, and sewer underground, right? And we had to use this fucking wheel, right? We walked on the earth. And this wheel measured, right? The wheel's measuring.
More about the existence
like one wheel of rotation.
Can you do that on water?
No, we can't use one of the worst known measuring devices that only works on land. We can't use that on water. Well done. Thank you for reaffirming the thing I was saying was pointless.
So you
are there methods? Here's the direct question.
You agree?
James.
Hold on.
Here's the direct question, James.
Shut up. Dude.
Are there methods that are more or equally accurate that do work on water?
But something.
Oh.
How are you?
Over land, we use different measurements than we do over water. You just agreed with that, and you don't fucking know.
You won the argument, I think.
Hang on a sec, Richard. I mean, James, hang on a sec. There's a couple of new guys in there.
Yeah.
Who had a question there?
See the globe proof from the new people.
Beppis, is it? You had some evidence for the globe?
Some evidence? What do you mean?
Proof?
Like, how did you come to this point?
You said there was no evidence for a globe Earth. There was no arguments for a. Oh, sorry. You said there was no arguments for a flat Earth.
When did you say that? Can you remind me?
Oh, you said that a short time ago, I believe. Is that right?
I think you're mistaking me with somebody else, man.
Oh, okay. Oh, you said you were posting something about. In reference to a globe, yeah?
What did I post? Please, can you explain what are you speaking about? I don't understand.
I'm speaking about your post. I'm speaking about your post in the chat. Yeah.
Which post?
What was your argument there?
I posted about nautical miles. What's the issue?
Okay. Okay, no, I thought it was you who said there was no good flat Earth arguments. My
Interesting.
So yeah, my proof Oblivion is just, for the mathematical one, is just which I think you could sort of mathematically get on board with, even if you disagree with the conclusion, is what a nautical mile says is, if I head any direction from here and don't turn left or right, I will travel 21,600 nautical miles and end up back where I started. And what that immediately tells you is mathematically that is only possible on a sphere. Then the next question, that's just geometry at that point. That's not even dealing with reality.
Hold on, 21,600 nautical miles is different than 21,600 land miles. Did you know that?
Well done. That's brilliant. We should write that down. Everybody's learned.
Are you compensating?
Wait, let me get my notes out, okay?
Quick. Pen. Get pen. No pencil. Nautical miles are different to statute miles.
I'm
learning. You know where they're both the same?
Etch that
you
shit
know where
in
they're
stone.
both the same? You know what they have in common where they're both the same?
The word miles?
They're both measured linear. Ooh.
Brilliant. So, as you can see from what I'm saying, is then what you'd have on a flat Earth then is that would be close to true in some areas, somewhat wrong in other areas, and then particularly if we go by like there is a central point, maybe the North or the South Pole or somewhere, as you head further and further from that central point, those nautical miles should be like wildly off. So they shouldn't remain consistently the same.
So we shouldn't use nautical miles. So
James,
because they're not consistent,
James, did you notice that my mouth was still flapping when you started your sentence?
Yeah, that's the problem. It was flapping.
Still flapping in the wind.
Nonsense. Bunch of nonsense, dude. They're two different measurements. You're trying to equivocate them. It's fucking a fallacy. It's so wrong. It's laughable.
I have a question.
Totally two different measurements.
Jamel is the new person.
Hey, Jamel, how you doing, buddy?
Hi. What happened to the guy that brought people to Antarctica and they went to see the 24-hour sun?
I think the CIA assassinated him for reasons.
Well, no, he showed that the Earth wasn't flat, though.
It's like an actor.
Yeah, they killed him. They just killed him dead. Okay.
It's like an actor, man.
Did he show that the Earth wasn't flat, though?
Yeah,
no, he was employed by Hollywood.
How else?
He never went there.
You would need the Earth to be curved for that to happen.
Well, is that true? Or is that testing a particular kind of flat Earth conception?
Well, then how else would the sun would work then? Explain that.
That's not right, but that's an argument from ignorance, right? So to say it must be a globe, otherwise I have no idea how else this might work is an argument from ignorance, right? It's the same as if somebody says, well, the Earth must be created by God because I see no other way for it to all be here. It's like throwing my hands up in the air and going, because I can't conceive of another way, then it mustn't be.
Wait, James. I'm sorry, Eggman. I want to know, like, is there a way that the flat Earth experiment in the South Pole, the 24-hour sun, how does that not prove it? Like, you said something about like that only disproves like one perception of flat Earth. Like, what are the other perceptions?
So not a flat earther, but why didn't the 24-hour sun in the north disprove flat Earth?
What do you mean?
Well, many people within.
Well, there's you don't know, new guy. The 24-hour sun happens. I'm sorry.
Say it again. So there was like three of us.
Yeah. Sorry. So from what I understand, correct me if I'm wrong. There's a 24-hour sun in both north and south, but not in the same seasons. Like winter, it's the 24-hour on one of them, 24-hour sun on one of them, and on summer, there's 24-hour sun on the other one. Obviously, there's summer and winter in different hemispheres, but.
Right. So, I mean, you probably want the answer from somebody who is a flat earther, but for me, there's many possible answers. Like, for one, if you want a 24-hour sun in the south, just put the south at the center. If Antarctica is the center and north is the ice wall, then bang, 24-hour sun is exactly what you expect, right? Stand in the southernmost point right at the middle of it all, and you expect the sun to go around you like a hula hoop. Then the other question is that I think many more people in here would lean towards is, we don't know what the sun is or where it is or if it's a physical object, and if there's only one in the sky, if it always appears in exactly the same location, regardless of where the observer is and what the medium is that they're looking through. And given all of that variability and unknown variables, then who knows what you're looking at or where it is.
feels like kind of a cop out, if you ask me.
I mean, you're taking a Glober's attempt at a steel man for the flat earthers, so maybe you should ask them.
That's a good point. That's a good point, Eggs. We've got a 24-hour sun in the north, and it's never been an issue for flat earthers. So why should a 24-hour in the sun be any different? It's just the sun in the sky. It doesn't tell us anything about the ground. It doesn't prove anything about the ground, whether it's flat or curved or whatever. It's just an observation of the sun in the sky. But the angle, the elevation angle to the sun, you need a flat earth for that. It's good how all the flat earthers have their own different interpretations of that, and it's not a big issue for us either way. So the Globers thought we'd just all collapse on each other and just argue about, whether there's a 24-hour sun or not. Because it's not a religion, it's not a cult. Everyone's an individual.
I mean, that did happen, though. There's been, polar shifts. I mean, polar, I didn't mean to use that, but I always do unintentional puns. But there's been polar shifts within Flat Earth since then, right? There's been...
it's dodgy-ass Flat Earthers who are who are now sort of going, actually, I'm a Glober now. But years ago, Flat Earthers would say, I knew he was kind of dodgy to start with. So it's not surprise. That's not a surprise
he was an
either.
agent from the beginning, paid by the CIA.
Who knows? But yeah, we can all disagree on what the sun is and what the sun does. But in regards to the ground, how it's measured, we all agree that it's measured flat.
Yeah, even Percentage, I don't know how popular he is in here now, but he's going for a Pac-Man model, which has been bandied about before. But there's the point for most of the people here to answer for Teach is people here stick on, we've measured the Earth and we haven't detected curvature, and therefore what's happening in the sky is kind of irrelevant to whether we measure curvature on the ground, right? It's like a sort of magic trick where somebody's showing you the empty hat and you're like, but if I've detected a fucking rabbit, then showing me the empty hat doesn't help me with that.
That's true. Is the thing that I got to go really quick, but before I do, was the thing I said earlier about 24-hour sun, summer, winter, different hemispheres, was I right about that, or was I wrong and retarded?
You're right, yeah. I think.
Yeah, thank you. All right, I feel vindicated. Thank you.
So what's the argument against laser experiments to measure curvature?
I can't keep steel manning for the flat Earth. I think somebody from the flat Earth will step up for that. What laser experiments are you talking about?
I've no deep knowledge at all, but you stand at two different points and you assume the Earth is flat. You point lasers at each other and you try to measure where they arrive. If you do it on a flat Earth or on a curved Earth, the measurements would be different.
Sure.
And
what about if I told you that flat Earthers have done that and have come back with results that debunk curvature?
So there is multiple conflicting results you're trying to say?
Yes.
Okay, I don't know. Is there some meta studies on it?
Probably not meta studies, but I think the challenge would be if the Earth is truly flat, then that would mean a complete paradigm shift, such that meta studies and scientific papers and the idea of a consensus needs to be questioned at its core. The meaningfulness of consensuses existing should be challenged. So, no, you're not going to find a meta study on it. But if you mean, do they have observations?
Because everybody's involved in the conspiracy.
I'm not saying that they're saying that, but
government scientists,
kind of
Hollywood stars, everybody who could affect such a thing.
I'm not going to say that they're going to say yes to that, but I would agree that that is necessary. But I also don't think that would be wildly. That wouldn't be to me the most improbable thing that exists, right? Like we all thought that was wild, and then
some governments
Jeffrey Epstein's came out and then quote unquote hung himself, and then I think many people started to go, "Hey, maybe celebrities and heads of state and super powerful people
and
do
in some
collude to keep
governments, in
things
some
secret."
like power centers, but you know, like we have like a global big world where you have like different kind of powers, and I don't think all the powers collude. Like everybody does some shit. There is really psyops happening and blah blah and blah blah, but like it's not like North Korea collaborates with fucking China, collaborates with fucking Russia, with Europe and America and Africa, everybody, you know. Like a global conspiracy, it would be needed, and I don't think it's the case.
And that's, yeah. But that's the
Andy,
thing. Like,
I have a question, man. Since you're like, I'd assume decently down a rabbit hole, have you heard of Christian identity?
So who are you asking there, dude? Are you asking the flat earthers or the Glober?
I mean, just yeah. I mean, it can be Andy, it can be anyone if he's familiar with Christian identity. I know it's like a completely different topic.
What is it? I don't know.
Well, no. If you're curious, there are a mixture of people here. I wouldn't say it's majority. It's not majority Christian.
Okay,
it's a majority.
But, I mean, yeah, that's what I'm asking. If there's like if anyone here knows the term Christian identity, it's worth a shot.
Explain it to me. What is it?
If you don't know what it is, you won't get it. Trust me.
Yeah, no, it's not.
I'm sorry, Jam. That was a totally shit interjection. To interject to ask a question about something that's off topic and then not clarify what the fuck that thing is and how.
All right. I mean, I can.
And then go, nah, you guys won't get it. It's like, have you heard the one about the camel and the priest? Oh, I won't tell you. You're not old enough yet. It's terrible, man. Explain it or don't talk about it.
No, it's all good because it's not relevant, so we don't need to even bother.
Yeah, all that.
I'm just reading the Wikipedia. I will post in the side chat.
Ooh, someone's familiar with it.
Hey, listen, you already observe and experience Earth to be motionless and flat, right? And then you're already taught to treat it that way as well. So practically, right? Engineering and
what about gravity?
No. I'm just saying, like because you were talking about this. Oh, there'd have to be this global conspiracy and all that. Like, not necessarily, man. You're already taught that it is flat. Just treat it as flat. Yeah, we measure it, it's flat. Like, we're going to build on it like it's flat. We're going to travel across it like it's flat. It's all flat, right? Flat. But it's
But I mean,
just believe us.
But you understand, there's like science and shit, and like science and governments and like media, they all say something else, right? And they say something else around the world. And so I'm saying like there would need to be a global conspiracy for that to be the case.
No, you have a misconception about it being related to being a scientific inquiry, right? Shapes aren't a scientific inquiry, right? It's geometry, right? So you're going to measure it, right? You're going to measure a shape, and it's you're going to determine its geometrical features.
So these guys who measure the shape, let's call them scientists. And then let's say there's like a scientific consensus. And then let's say there is like power centers of governments. There's like media. And everybody says it's not. Everybody says like the earth is round. For this to be the case, there would need to be a conspiracy because there would be at least North Korea saying, no, it's flat.
Bandwagon fastly. Hey, excuse me. Are carpenters scientists?
Did you understand the point, or?
Are carpenters scientists, bro?
Did you understand the point, or do you want to go on a side tangent about carpenters?
Scientists, answer it.
Like, do you have some issue with my main contention, or do you want to speak out?
Yeah, we'll get to that. I'm trying to address your misconception about this being a scientific inquiry and scientists. Whether their opinion about this is relevant.
I'm not saying that it's relevant. I'm not saying that it's relevant. I'm saying that there's a consensus. And this consensus, it's worldwide.
Because you're not going to be applying biology to this. Are you going to be applying chemistry? Right.
Like, I have a question. Can I ask you a question?
What?
Would you agree that media, government centers, and generally speaking, scientists all agree that the Earth is round?
I don't care what scientists think about it. They're not.
Okay.
They're not.
I acknowledge that. I don't have any issue. I'm just asking you if you agree that it is the case.
How does biology determine the shape of the Earth?
I'm not saying it's an auto statement. I'm saying, is it the case?
So what a biologist thinks the shape of the Earth is relevant, is it?
Because if you understand, like, that media, power centers, scientists all agree with each other, then there would need to be a global conspiracy.
No, you're categorizing everybody that does any form of science as being as
no,
having
I'm also saying media, I'm also saying government, I'm saying like all the power centers.
As having some sort of knowledge that the Earth is a globe and that their work relies on the Earth being a globe.
But for example, let's say North Korea sends fucking rockets into space. Let's say the Earth is flat. Don't you think if they're non-aligned with the US and the rest of the world, they would not tell everybody and be like, what the fuck, guys, you lied to?
Hey, that's just a claim that you've just made.
Yeah, it's a real claim. Do you have any disproval or any kind of like logical attack or I don't know?
Disprove anything. I don't have to disprove your claim.
You don't have to. I agree with you. You have to do nothing. You just have to die one day. But it's fine, man. All of us have to.
Yeah, I don't have to disprove your claim that you haven't presented evidence for yet. What's your proof that North Korea is sending rockets to space?
I don't have any proof for anything because we cannot tell that anything is real. I agree with you.
Right. Okay. So I don't.
So we could live in the fucking matrix. I agree. Everything is founded on unbased assumptions. Our axioms are not grounded in anything. I agree.
Right. So this is not a scientific inquiry. So what a biologist...
It can still be scientific, but it's grounded on like shit.
Bro, why is it that as soon as I start talking, you want to say something?
I don't know. You just keep talking.
I just start talking after letting you
start
speak.
Talking. What do you mean?
Just like that.
I don't think I quite understand what you're speaking of.
How is this a scientific inquiry? The shape of the Earth. How is it a scientific inquiry?
Like, can I ask you one question? Is it fine with you?
If you cannot detail how this is a scientific inquiry, a question for scientists, then your opinion about all scientists having a consensus view on the shape of the Earth is absolutely moot of a point. It doesn't matter. Who cares?
Just to ask you one question, to see that we are not like speaking past each other. Like, can you repeat any point I've made?
Yes, you're appealing to a bandwagon fallacy.
Okay, so you're not able to. I see. You come to an immediate strawman. You cannot even steam on my position. I see. I don't think it's very productive to have this conversation with you, my man.
Oh man, you can't conceive of the Earth not being a globe, right? Because all the scientists agree.
No, I can conceive it. I'm just saying it would need a global conspiracy for this to be the case, in my opinion, at least.
No, it wouldn't.
Yes.
No, they could just be wrong because, like I said, in what manner?
T-Dub, I have a better argument for your side. It's not that they are wrong, it's that they don't exist. All the other people don't exist. It's like our government who creates the illusion of other places existing. But actually, it's not the case. Other people know actually the Earth is flat. It's only you who is kept in the dark.
You still haven't answered my question. Are carpenters scientists? And also,
but you cannot disprove what I'm saying, T-Dub. You're done for. It's over for you, man. It's over.
Biology.
T-Dub, you're done. Your government is lying to you.
My God, mate. Why can't you answer these fucking questions?
Yeah, man, I don't think it's very productive. Like, I don't know what to tell you.
A consensus of all scientists, right? You're stating that this consensus view of the Earth being a globe, right, from all scientists is somehow relevant and points to a global conspiracy when you fail to describe how this is relevant to all fields of science.
Man, the better argument is to say, have you ever been in another country? Probably not. Probably it's all staged. There is no other countries existing. You understand? All of it, it's made by your government to deceive you, to believe that there is a global conspiracy.
Pepis, he's trying to answer your point. I don't know why you keep changing on. He's asking you, what's this got to do with science?
How does a biologist thinking that the Earth is a globe point to a global conspiracy? Because you'd have to point to how the Earth being a globe is relevant to biology and to a biologist's work. Otherwise, it's just their opinion and they're following some sort of unverified view. Have they analysed the evidence for the Earth being a globe? Does a biologist's line of work involve studying whether the Earth is a globe or not?
Honestly speaking, I've not heard any counter-argument to what I've said. You don't have any proof that the government is not lying to you, that other countries do exist.
This is what's called invincible ignorance. I'm just right, you're wrong, I'm going to ignore your refutation.
Have you brought to me any counter-argument to what I said?
Or any challenge to me
Please challenge it. I'm open to it. But you need to respond directly, my dude.
You need to point out how this is relevant to all fields of science in order to claim that it being
I think you're not responding to what I'm actually saying. I think you're not listening.
Then it would point to a global conspiracy. And if you can't do that, then you don't have a fucking point to refute. Are you dumb?
I think
I don't think it's very productive. I don't think it's very productive. Like if you call me
you're
names,
being very disingenuous right now, dude.
That's not true, man. That's not true. What do you mean?
It is true. You're being very
Yapendos, what do you mean? Yapendos, come on.
Listen, we're here to talk about the shape of...
Ja, amerikanski špion. Come on, dude.
Pizza zakroy, блядь. Listen, we're here to talk about the shape of the Earth, not fucking government conspiracies, dude.
But you see that he's not engaging, so it doesn't matter actually what I'm speaking of. I try to engage
because
first,
you're
honestly.
being disingenuous, you fucking
But you saw
idiots.
that I tried. You saw that I tried to engage honestly. And what was his response? His response was to strawman me, to call me names. I told him it's not productive. He kept talking. What should I do?
Are we live?
I gave him the same energy, man. I gave him the same.
Yes, we're live. Listen, he's acting like this because you're communicating like a fucking buffoon.
Aww.
Damn, bro, you gonna let him talk to you like that?
Shit, man. That really hurt my feelings. Please don't call me a buffoon.
Aww.
You see? I draw a clear border. You see this? This is how you have to talk to bullies.
Yeah.
Bullies? He's calling you a bully?
Yeah, Bevis, you don't know what science is, bro. You don't know what science is. You're full of it. Okay?
Yeah, facts.
Facts, man. I'm a philosopher. I have nothing to do with science. I agree with you.
There you go.
Then you should know better than to argue the way you did in here.
Wait, Yapendos.
Nobody understands what I'm saying.
What was he saying, dude?
He said he's an American spy.
Okay, bro. All right, bro.
So you also know that geometry is not science, then? Yeah.
But it was kind of fun, I have to say. Please, continue to talk to each other. I don't want to interrupt you.
That was not fun. That was painful.
Beppis, other than this garbage, this diarrhea that came out your mouth, do you have any evidence for this globe that you believe in?
Who said that they believe in a globe? I think I've never made a claim that there is a globe. The only claim that I made is that there needs to be a global conspiracy for it to be the case that there is not a globe.
You've just made that up in your head, dude. You made it up. You're just making up shit.
Yo, T-Dub.
You don't know anything about.
T-Dub, this guy argues like a U.S. State Department.
There's a bunch of people.
Yeah, we just have to accept his premise off the bat, right? All scientists agree. Yeah, you accept that, don't you? No, I don't. That's what I've been contesting. The premise of your fucking argument, or your question, or whatever it is.
It's called a statement.
Yeah, which I'm trying to point out to you is incorrect, or have you validate that it is correct, and you can't do it.
I think you didn't understand what I said, so it's fine. It's not very productive.
Beppis, just so you know, the reason why he doesn't want to entertain your global conspiracy bullshit is because it doesn't prove anything, dude. We're here to talk about evidence of the claim of the globe, meaning curvature, not scientific evidence. Geometric. Okay, you coming in here saying, "Oh, there's a global conspiracy." That's good for Sunday, dude.
Bro.
Is there not? What do you mean? Don't you think there is a global conspiracy?
Listen, if you want to talk about this on Sunday.
Yeah, facts, bro.
Say again?
Sunday, dude. We talk about the conspiracies on Sunday.
Yeah, bro.
Okay, man. Shut. I have to come back on Sunday then.
Yeah, you know what, dude? Don't come back at all, dude. Seriously. If you're
You know
gonna
what? Don't come back, bro. Yeah.
Come on. Come on. Come on, man. Come on.
Nah.
Like you literally refuse to show any evidence to T-Dub.
Because I agree, all of our axioms are based on nothing. Like, how can I show you evidence if you don't believe in anything?
You're an idiot.
Do you know what the word axiom means?
No, man, I'm too retarded what axiom means.
I could just you don't get to talk, right? Someone's roboting. Hey, I could easily turn around and say 99% of all pregnant women think the Earth is globe. So there's a global conspiracy, is there?
Dude,
does that make any sense to you? Idiot.
Oh.
You're roboting really bad, CB.
Oh shit. Is it me? Alright.
Beppis, why are you typing, dude? You had a chance to engage
no
with
typpuccino in the chat.
Hey, T-Dub, I got a question. What did you even ask him?
Yeah, what did you ask him, man?
Oh, shit, I can't remember now. I just remember challenging the base premise for his argument that there's a global conspiracy because all scientists agree.
Well, that doesn't even have to be the case. Like, there's so many other, possibilities that could be the reason why a certain narrative is pushed.
Right. So I could just say 99% of pregnant women say that the Earth is a globe. Therefore, there's a global conspiracy. Right? How about some clarification of why that is even fucking relevant?
Oh, shit.
No, and I told that to him, and he didn't he didn't want anything to do with it. He literally said he'll come back on Sunday. He doesn't want anything to do with a real conversation.
Classic, bro. So there's a grand conspiracy. Like, bro, man, come on, man. You don't want to hear all that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he doesn't want to have he doesn't want to discuss it. Yeah. No, he doesn't want to support his claims.
Uh-oh. Can't do that around here.
And he doesn't want to define terms.
Not only that, he said something about needing to show evidence for axioms, but the thing is axioms are generally, self-evident. That's why they're called axioms. Like, usually based off of common sense or whatever.
Common sense.
Or,
you know what we're dealing with, right?
Or, the mathematical axiom is like 1 + 1 = 2, and then every number 1 + n is a set of positive integers. Follows after that.
Okay.
Things that are very obvious.
There you go.
Yeah, that's what an axiom is supposed to be. Unfortunately, it doesn't get used like that.
I don't know. I'm probably not explaining it too well.
You tired, man? I'm tired, bro.
A little bit.
Yeah, man. What time is it over there?
4 in the morning.
God damn, bro. Get some sleep, man. You sound tired.
No, bro. I had to come in here and listen to this.
You gotta slap up some Globers.
Dude, I don't know why
Yeah,
you started
facts, bro.
speaking Russian to me, dude. I wonder where he's from. Hey, Beepus, type in chat where you're from. What country are you from, Beepus?
I unmuted him so you guys can.
You're not from China, dude. Beepus, you're unmuted. Where are you from?
Bro, is he trolling, bro?
No, he's not from China.
Is he trolling? He's trolling, dude.
Yes, you are trolling. No, what's your ethnicity? What's your ethnic background? Because
Wait, why did he mute up? Why can't he talk? I'm trying to cook right now.
Okay, so not only does this Beppis guy not want to engage, he lies too, bro. You're not
liar,
bro.
Hey, CV,
bro, man. Well, sorry, what's going on, dude? I'm sorry,
dude.
I promise I'll stay out of it. You can open your mic, right? I won't talk to you. How's that?
Wait, does he have beef with you, T-Dog? Is that your chick in the back? Shit, I see you over there, misogyny.
He said he's in public. Why is he in public talking about global conspiracies in China, dude? Yet he says he's from China. People in China wouldn't do that shit.
Wait, does he have beef with Tita, bro, or they got beef or what?
I'm not sure. Like, yeah, if I don't talk, if I don't respond, if I don't address anything that Beppis says, then maybe he'll be willing to have a conversation with you guys because it didn't go too well with me.
Yeah, I heard you were like, "Bring me my fucking coffee," or some shit like that. What did you tell him? Earlier. Oh man,
bro, this guy Beppis is in the Flat Earth Discord.
Just tell him to come off mute, dude. What the? Why is he being soft?
Apparently, he's in public.
Oh my god! What was he? Was he in public earlier?
I hope he wasn't in public talking about global conspiracies.
That would be wild.
Wait, how was anyone racist?
I'm racist, so yeah, I'll be racist.
I hope he wasn't referring to me.
Dude, I'll straight be racist right now. and misogynist and sexist. I'll be any ist you need me to be.
He left the channel.
No way. The fuck.
Hello, T. How are you doing?
We are live, sir.
T, I know
We
you're
are
there,
live.
bro.
Oh, T, bro, you gotta cook, bro. Come off mute right now. T, you are up. T, you are up.
I can't cook. I'm driving. I'm getting ready to work. I just woke up.
Oh Lord, here we go.
I would because today, yeah, a Friday, it's busy, so I'll get home late. So tomorrow I've got 2 more shops, so I'll finish in the afternoon, and I'll be free all day, and also Sunday as well. So today I can't do anything.
All right, guys. He's gonna be clocking for his chef shift on Friday. He said he's gonna cook on Friday.
Hello, Twan.
No.
Welcome to the chat.
I can't
No,
cook
you're
today.
honestly roboting there a little bit. You can't cook?
Yeah.
All right.
I'll
Well,
go back.
listen. We got other chefs in the kitchen tonight. We got it.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, Twonger. Or do you have a microphone?
We hear you breathing, bro. We hear you breathing.
What?
You got a mic. Yep.
What's your stance on the Earth?
What's your vector, Victor?
Normative.
Yeah. What? What's your position on the Earth, bro?
Say it with your chest, bro.
The normative one.
The norm. So you're a normie. NPC vibes.
Yeah, non-playable character
crazy.
programmed by the simulation.
That's crazy, bro. Okay, let's ask him this. What about bodies of water? Okay, is he listening? Bodies of water that you can put your body in, like maybe like a bathtub, a swimming pool, maybe a lake or an ocean. Are these bodies of water either A, convex, B, concave, or C, neither? Go ahead.
Convex.
So that's fucking cap, bro. And you know it. Okay, why would you say they're convex? Go.
Well, the large ones are, surely.
Yeah, well, we talked about bodies of water. So wait.
The larger
Are you saying that
you mentioned, like oceans?
Okay. So what about smaller bodies? What are they doing?
It depends.
Bathtub, swimming pool.
Oh, they're not big enough.
So are they A, convex, B, concave, or C, neither?
Neither.
Wow. Okay, so you're saying that large bodies of water behave differently.
Yeah.
Why?
It's the scale of the Earth, homie.
I understand that, but what causes bodies of water to behave differently? If they're at one scale, they're one way,
The scale.
and at a larger scale, they're a different way. I get that, but I'm saying what causes the change?
The scale.
Dude, listen. That's why I brought up bodies of water, because even at a very small scale, you can have some weird things happening. For example, you put water in say like a beaker or a container that's maybe like 2 inches in diameter or smaller, you might end up with a meniscus, which would be concave water. And I don't think either of us would argue for water being concave. Now, also, you could have, say, like water, like a droplet of water on like a leaf or a table, and then you're dealing with the convex water again. So I would say that all bodies of water, something you can put your body in, like a bathtub or larger, behaves the same always. And there would be no difference whether you have a swimming pool that's the size of just a regular backyard swimming pool, or if that swimming pool was the size of a country, it still behaves the same. Now you're saying that once it gets bigger, something different happens. Why?
You are a silly man.
That's not the answer. The fact that it's bigger is already inherent. So saying, well, it's just bigger is the cause of it being different. That's not what we're asking.
So is it sea convex or is it sea level?
What, the ocean?
The answer is get a new
Yeah,
mic,
I'm asking
brother.
Tron, guys.
Yeah.
Sorry, the one guy's roboting.
Am I roboting?
Yeah,
Casey, your mic needs work.
it's trash, bro. But
sorry.
for the other guy, you're saying I'm a silly man, but you're not even able to answer the question, dude. So, I mean, you can answer the question first, maybe.
Yeah, I already did.
It's inherent that it's a larger scale, so we're already aware of that. That's not the answer. Come on, the answer. Do I need to help you out? You need like a hint, something? Maybe gravity. I mean, there's got to be some reason why the water behaves differently. Now, I'm gonna help you out here because we've asked this question to a lot of different globe earthers, and to be honest, you all don't agree on this one because the smart globe earthers say that all bodies of water behave the same with gravity, right? So even at a small scale, like a swimming pool or a bathtub, it's still curved just on such a small level you can't tell, but it's curved.
That's right.
Convex. Now you said you did not agree with that, my friend. You said something completely different.
I just agreed with you.
You did not. We asked you very clearly earlier if the bodies of water on a small scale are convex.
Because that was a little vent in your rhetoric.
Neither. Hold on. Why are you yapping? You already answered the question and said that a small scale are neither. This is live on YouTube, by the way. We can go rewind the tapes if you'd like. So you didn't agree, or you just changed up your own answer, which is even more funny.
Don't be
inconsistent.
now, pal.
I haven't called you out. All right, we can just give you another shot. So what about bodies of water, like a bathtub or a swimming pool? Are they convex? Okay.
You're roboting now. You must have caught the robot.
Okay, probably. Hold on. I'm gonna bet that. Hold on. Am I still roboting?
No.
Okay, you can hear me now? So bodies of water, like a swimming pool or bathtub, we talking convex, concave, or neither?
Is that like one of your NPC prompts?
Bro, we already asked you the question. You answered it quickly. Now, what's the struggle? What's the hold up?
Wait, are we redoing it?
You changed your answer, dude. So now we're just testing you for consistency here. We're live, right? This is recorded, right? We all heard you say that on a small scale they behave differently when the other globe earthers say that all bodies of water. This is live, right? This is recorded, right?
Yeah, of course I do. It's 24/7.
So do you want me to play your audio through where you said that bodies
let's hear it.
Behave different in scales?
Yeah, let's hear it.
Okay, so what happens? Let's take a wager. Actually, I put my computer in the car, so you have to wait a little bit. But so listen, you again, small bodies of water, bathtub, swimming pool, convex, concave, or neither.
What did I say?
You guys see what's happening here, guys? This is brilliant.
Do you remember what I said?
This is brilliant. Yeah, we do.
What did I say?
Did you said? Well, I said, well, why do? Remember what I said? Why do larger bodies behave differently? You said, well, because of scale. Or you didn't say that either.
No, I didn't say that.
Okay, you're just trolling at this point,
dude. They all behave the same way.
You just changed your answer.
No, let me
after we
help
called you
here.
out.
I told you that it's the
We don't need you. We don't need your help. We just got
Right,
you.
you
We
just
got
want to
you.
hear yourself talk, dude. So I'm done.
Not really. We heard you
Every
talk
time,
when
dude,
you said
every time
that
I'm about to explain something to you, you go back to
bodies
the
of water
rhetoric.
behave differently at different scales.
You keep going back to the rhetoric.
What
You don't
rhetoric?
want to have an
We're just
honest
laughing at
conversation.
you. We're laughing at your dumbass.
Dude, this
Dude,
kid,
what are you talking
you're a
about? What rhetoric?
silly man.
Yeah, so are you. When you change your answers on the fly, you've got a really
No.
consistent worldview so much that you're changing it up.
No,
Having to apply
sir.
pressure on you. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You don't change your answer, dude.
You belong in the
At a
league,
larger
then.
scale, they're convex. Bro, dude. I'm
Yes,
calling your
at a
dumbass out for
larger scale,
inconsistent
they are
behavior, not at me.
noticeably convex. Yes.
Oh, what else? That's not what you said earlier.
I can't
All right,
detect the curvature in the glass on my desk, but I can detect the curvature of
So is it curved or no? Is the bathtub convex, concave, or neither?
Dude, I can't deal with you're
see-
roboting like every other sentence. So
Oh, here we go, bro. Here we go.
come back
Classic.
online when you get home.
Mic check. Mic check. Am I still roboting?
Now you sounded good at my robot.
I mean, you guys hear? You guys hear? No, we can hear you. Surely you guys can hear.
I
All
was
right, go
going to
ahead.
ask him, is it called sea convex or is it called sea level?
Sea level is an elevation, dummy.
Wow, that's fucking incredible. The question went right over your head, dude.
It wasn't a question. It was more stupid rhetoric. Yo, see you guys later.
Not really. Yeah, you just got cooked. Oh my god, this guy's fucking retarded. Can someone tag him in the chat? Like, can we get a name off of him? What was his name?
Did he just say sea levels and elevation?
Yeah.
Oh, that's retarded.
Yeah, facts. Is Raiden here? Raiden? What's up, dude? Raiden, I got some questions for you, dude. I want to help you out here. Because you're asking like the wrong questions. We can help you. Guys, for the chat, he says, what does the flat earth sit on? That is not a good question. In fact, it's a faulty question. You got the wrong idea. Entirely. You guys already know where I'm going to take this one. But Raiden, we're not going to do the text to type thing. So, no. Just come off mute when you're ready. But yeah, you got some bad ideas, bro. Some horrible ideas about flat Earth. So we can help you, though. It's fine. It's not uncommon for people to come here with their own ideas about the subject. It's cool. We're just going to take those bad ideas away, and maybe you'll get it. And then for my homeboys in here, also, you know, we're in season 9, bro. Season X. I particularly love that question. It's like something that I've started doing recently. Are bodies of water something you can put your body in? Are they convex, concave, or neither? Force them to choose. What's funny is, excuse me, some people don't even know what those terms mean. So there's that. But if they do, very rarely will you get someone who says concave, while knowing what it means. But then, like what happened with the last guy, he was like, oh, well, at one scale they do this, and at another scale they do this. Great. That's actually, that's a good thing because you can just tear them to shreds. You get guys who are more consistent, like Matthew Learns, who will say, well, due to gravity, all bodies of water are convex, which I think would be the correct answer. But when they start saying, well, they're different here and different over there, it's neither here and then convex over there. How and why? And you heard him too when we asked him. So why would they be different? Oh, just because it's larger. No, that's no. That's not correct. So, yeah, you guys are welcome to use that. Bodies of water, convex, concave, or neither. Force them to choose. And if he does what the last guy did, there you go. You're already cooking. So is Raiden going to come off mute? Raiden, you're up. Raiden, you are up. Raiden, you are up.
We are live.
Guys, are we live? Oh, shit, we're live. Yep. Yeah, man. I mean, he's in the chat, guy. You already know where we can take this. Like, he's in the chat saying things like, show me a satellite image of the Earth. Bro. No, we're not going to do that. In fact, the thing he's asking for can't be provided anyway. There's no such thing. Even if the Earth was a globe, there is no such thing as seeing the Earth in one shot. It cannot be done. Again, even if the Earth was a globe, I can't. Okay, just like if I look at your face, I'm not seeing your whole entire head. I'm not seeing the backside of your head, but looking at your face. So again, the point is, even if the Earth was a globe, you're not going to see the whole Earth in one shot. Now, this is certainly true for flat Earth, and this is a problem for people who they come in here and they're like, well, let me just see it in one shot. Go up in the sky, take a picture. Like that's not how this works, bro. And if they start asking you for a map, well, you guys should be able to have a perfect map. Oh, well, why? Well, just go up, take a picture, and then trace lines over the countries, and there's your map. No, it doesn't work like that. Okay? There's no such thing as seeing the whole Earth in one shot. So what he's asking for is like, just show me imagery of the Earth. No. You want to see the Earth? Open your freaking eyes. What do you mean, see the Earth? What we're not doing as flat earthers, and what I think they think we're doing, for some reason they think we're like closing our eyes and imagining how it all is. No, we're not doing that. We don't need to do that. We're never gonna do that. So what is he saying in the chat? I'll read this out for the people who are listening. He said, how big is the flat Earth? Yeah, it's pretty freaking big, dude. That's like asking, how big is the universe? Well, how would you know that? For starters. Either way, very large. Then he says, what does the flat Earth sit on? Another dumb question. That's like asking, what does the universe sit on? No one even thinks of it like that. They're not thinking of the universe as an object. This is why, dude, this is why I always talk about the universe, right? Flat earther, globe earther, their worldview really isn't that far apart. It's just that, like, for example, the globe itself, that is not the boundary of their worldview. The globe is an object which is embedded in a very, very large place known as the universe, which the shape of it is not known. The boundaries of it have not been reached. And then people don't ask questions like, well, how do I jump off the universe? Or what's hanging on the bottom of the universe, right? Stuff like this. Or what does it sit on? These questions, right? But for some reason, they ask those questions about flat Earth because they're comparing some sort of flat object to this globe object. Wrong, wrong. Oh, there we go. Who is this? Swanger? Yeah, bro, I'm fucking Yappuccino right now because we got retards in the chat asking about what does the reality sit on? Like that wasn't the dumbest question you could have asked, dude. So
It's not sitting on anything.
there we go. There we go.
Yeah, well, my question to that will be, how would you find out?
There you go.
How would you find out? What would that answer be to that?
Ask, you know what? Is that Chess Cloud? Is that our boy KC?
Say, go there, right? Go there.
Yeah.
That's how you'd find out.
You know how you find out? By using your noggin, son.
I don't know about that one, Chief. I don't think you can just rub your brain cells together and then now you know the shape of reality. There are some things that you cannot know, dude.
But that's
I would say that's probably one of them. That is one of them. Okay.
That's not one of them,
All
buddy.
right, then tell us the shape of reality, then, dude. We'll wait. This ought to be good.
One second.
Did you just say the shape of reality?
Yeah, the thing you said that could be known that I just said you can't know. So go ahead.
The reason is because you're on the inside looking out, not the outside looking in, and you never have that perspective.
You don't need to see it to believe it, dude.
What? We're not trying to sit here and formulate beliefs to believe in, bro. What are you talking about?
He wants to imagine it. He wants to imagine
that's
third person.
Fucking crazy.
Can you imagine 5?
That's not what we do here.
Do I need to put 5 things in front of you for you to know what 5 is?
That's not even close to what we're talking about.
Yes, it is. That's exactly what we're talking about.
No, it's not. No, it's not. Because 5 is a known thing, right?
Yeah, so is the shape of the
It's
Earth.
well understood. Now, the shape of reality is certainly not fucking known by anyone. Period.
Know the shape of the Earth, bro. It's round.
No. Listen clearly, bro. Because when you said I was on my soapbox, I described very clearly something you must have missed. I said that even if the Earth was a globe, that it's not the bounds or the end of your reality, is it? Because the globe is a thing within a large place called the universe, where the boundaries of that have not been reached. The shape of it is not known. And I was bringing all that up to say that people Dude, you're not about to interrupt me. You're not about to interrupt me right now because you're confused, dude. You're like, we know the shape of the Earth.
We know the shape.
Well, dude. Thank you. Well, what about the shape of the universe?
We weren't talking about the shape of the universe.
Who's talking about the universe?
That's exactly what we're talking about.
Dude,
That's exactly what we're talking about.
You realize that you're wrong.
No. We're not moving into goalposts. It's the exact thing we've been talking about this entire fucking time.
Yeah, dude, that's exactly what we were talking about.
Can I summarize for these globers? Globers, listen. You are asking for the entire shape or size or measurement of the world, yeah, which is impossible. CB's giving you an example, an equivalent question for you and your cosmology. Tell us the shape of the whole universe, which you can't. He was hopeful that you would understand the analogy at that point, that this is something that cannot be done by an individual.
Yes, it can.
No, it cannot.
Okay, go ahead. Tell us, what's the shape of reality, the universe?
I'm talking about the shape of the Earth.
Bro, we get that part. We're good. No one's questioning the shape.
We're not talking about the shape of the universe.
Relax. Yes, we are. And you don't even know why we're talking about that. But I'm trying to explain. You said I was on my soapbox. Maybe if you were listening, you would get it. Okay? No one in here is confused about the shape. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, maybe he thinks that there is a way to measure the whole Earth.
He doesn't. No, he doesn't. He doesn't think that.
Okay,
so
you can only measure locally.
The whole Earth?
You're so stupid.
Are you aware of that?
No, clown. You're confused, bro. You're confused. Why we're even talking about the universe is because that's what flat Earth is like. You're trying to compare this object called the globe. Relax. Why are you Yappuccino?
Dude, why do you have to dominate the whole conversation?
Because, dude, I run this panel right now, so I'm hosting. So, yeah, just gotta deal with it. But, dude, you probably don't know shit about flat Earth. We're trying to teach you. So if you're going to compare the globe, which is an object, to a flat Earth, another object, you're doing the wrong thing. Some guy in the chat was asking, well, what does the flat Earth sit on? That's a dumb question, right? That's like super dumb question, because that's like asking, what does the universe sit on? I'm trying to help you understand this stuff, but it's just going way over your head, dude. Way over.
Yeah. I'm not gonna lie. Right there, I tuned you out. I just wasn't listening. So
just pop him on mute, guys. This guy's retarded.
If I may, just quickly too, right? Because he said
you're a flat earther.
He said we weren't talking about the universe and the shape of the universe. Well, guess what? We're not talking about the shape of the Earth. You said, well, we're not. You are. Yeah, we understand that, and we challenge you on that. But we're not talking about a shape. So just like you didn't claim a shape to the universe, and you weren't talking about that, well, neither were we.
Ooh, got him.
Because flat is not a shape.
Got him. Cooked. Yeah, these guys never get it, bro. They're trying to compare fucking apples to oranges. Actually, it's not even. That's not even like. I know it's a saying, but like, it's even worse than that. They're comparing like fucking. I don't know. Two random, completely different things that aren't even compatible at all. You know. So I'm just trying to help these dummies out. If someone mute them, you could probably take them off mute, dude. It's like, oh my god. But that is a good point, C-Dub, bro. I don't know how you're so locked in lately. Like every point you make is just so poignant and perfect. You said we're not talking about the shape of the Earth. That's so true. So true. My god. It's freaking numpties.
What did I miss in the last couple of hours?
Oh shit, we've only been live for I've only been in here half an hour. So you ain't miss too much. Is the guy still here? Or did he leave?
No, Twonga's still here. Do you want him unmuted?
Yeah, pop him off mute. Yeah,
there you go.
All right, bro. When it comes to the globe, you understand it a lot, a little, or you're still learning?
I know a lot about the globe.
Go ahead. What do you know?
Dude, I'm not gonna give a lecture at 4:30 in the morning.
We don't need a lecture. Just give us 1 or 2 points to some stuff you know. Go ahead.
What do you want to know about?
Well, you said you know, so what do you know? Just give us 1 or 2 things.
About what?
I want to know what direct
fucking
evidence. I want to know what direct evidence you know of for the globe, for the curving, spinning surface that we live on, that you claim we live on.
NASA.
What direct evidence do we have of that?
That it's spinning?
Anything, any direct evidence
Yeah, well,
that
Coriolis
backs up the
effect is
claims.
evidence that the Earth is spinning.
Okay. Okay, so what evidence of Coriolis do we have in nature?
Hurricanes.
Hurricanes. Oh. Is that actually?
Who told you that? Who told you that, bro? They lied to you.
Yeah, how have you determined that is the Coriolis effect when we don't have any examples or phenomena of Coriolis? You're claiming hurricanes, but actually, if hurricanes are being caused by the Coriolis, which is 2 reference frames, then there should be other things you should reference, right?
Here I am, rocking like a hurricane. That's fucking crazy, dude. That's fucking wild.
Hey, what's
That's
going on?
Glover's just reading the script.
Twonga. We're talking to Twonga at the minute. Twonga thinks that there's a Coriolis effect in the atmosphere. You've claimed that hurricanes are part of the Coriolis effect, but how can they be if nothing else is affected by the Coriolis? Or is there other things? Twonga.
Well, they are, but it happens over a vast different, a large. Again, it's about scale, brother.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. It happens over a large range.
Doesn't the Earth rotate consistently, like regardless of scale?
Yeah. What? Yeah.
Oh, got him.
What do you mean, regardless of scale? What does it even mean?
So if something leaves the initial reference frame,
dude, it's evidence for one, not vice versa. Okay. You're using backwards logic there. It's not what
you didn't even let me say anything.
I know what you're gonna say.
What was I gonna say?
Dude, the
no, go ahead. What was I gonna say?
That the Earth is moving, not that.
That's not what I was gonna say.
Is not evidence of Coriolis.
That's not what I was gonna say.
All right, go ahead then.
All right, so if large things like hurricanes, when they're in the non-inertial reference frame, and that's evidence of Coriolis, as you say, what about things like drones, a football, anything else in the air, hot air balloon?
What about it?
Well, is it also susceptible to the Coriolis effect? Or is it just hurricanes?
Just hurricanes.
That's fucking
I want to ask, how does he know that Earth is the cause of that?
He doesn't. He's just fucking making it up. He's just making shit up.
Yeah, and also they have we have the same motions, spirals, eddies, channels under the ocean. So if it's the Coriolis effect, then why do we see this same sort of behavior under the water, not caused by Coriolis? You know what's more likely for hurricanes and weather patterns being in this sort of motion is probably the weather system itself, the dynamic weather system and the hot and cold areas of the Earth creating a consistent weather patterning. That's more realistic, and we see it under the water. You don't have any evidence of Coriolis.
What?
Well, Neil deGrasse Tyson says when you kick a football in the field goal, you got to account for the Coriolis effect.
Oh, so that means high-level sports players. That would mean high-level sports players should need to take the Coriolis effect. Golf, tennis, but that's not the case, is it?
Exactly.
Well,
that's nonsense.
He's just saying, like, if you were to make it and it would miss by an inch, let's say, like, yeah,
that's fucking bullshit.
It bounce off.
Oh, okay then. So if a football is affected by the Coriolis, are aeroplanes affected by the Coriolis?
Got him.
Because planes shouldn't be able to travel in a straight line; they would miss their destination.
Oops. Right? Oh boy.
What about runways? They're facing any direction. Shouldn't they be moving? Shouldn't they be facing the same direction as the spin? Oh dear. We're not taking anything into account, are we, for Coriolis effect?
North-south runways would be very awkward.
The longer your reply.
Yeah, we're waiting.
For what?
Exactly. Exactly.
Typical Glober.
Yeah.
What do you mean, dude? It's Coriolis, dude. It's what it is.
Dude, it's just all facts, bro.
There is no Coriolis, not in planes, drones, helicopters,
dude.
But only in American
footballs.
Only in American footballs.
Only in American
football.
Oh, jeez, dude.
Coriolis is like a virus in Glober's minds.
Facts.
So eddies and spirals and vortexes are not proof of the Coriolis effect. That's proof of a dynamic weather system.
Awesome.
All right. So L
Where's your next
hurricanes.
proof? So that was your Coriolis proof. That's done. So what else you got? Direct evidence of the globe.
Direct evidence?
Yeah, bro.
That's why you said Coriolis in the first place a few minutes ago. Keep up, bro.
Sunrise and sunset.
So the sun moving is proof of what again?
That you're a glober.
So I see the sun moving, therefore what?
It's a globe, bro.
So again, we'll say this one more time. You look up and you see the sun moving, not the earth. So the earth's not moving. And somehow what your conclusion is what?
My conclusion is I'm on a ball.
Oh.
It's just a globe, bro. It's just a globe.
That doesn't link up at all, dude.
Yeah, I watched
the sun move
over the horizon, and I'm like, yeah, it's a ball, boys.
So what is the horizon is flat, first of all, and then you see the sun moving, and you think that's not the sun moving, that something else is happening?
Everything is moving, bro. It's a ball.
Nah, bro, we're not moving, dude.
This dude's overcooked. He's been cooked too much.
You're fried, bro.
Everything is moving.
Wait,
bro. It's a ball.
Are you in a building right now?
He's in a microwave.
Are you in a building right now, sir?
Yes, sir.
So you're saying the building you're in is moving?
Yes.
Okay, you're absolutely fucking cooked.
It's everything is moving with the earth.
Yeah, no, I know. That's what I'm asking. I'm not asking if the building's like lifted up its legs and it's walking.
It's moving, brother.
But then you're crazy. I mean, I don't know what to tell you.
Everything is moving.
You are cooked.
It's a ball.
How do you confirm everything's moving? How do you know everything's moving?
NASA told me.
We know you believe it. We know you're a religious zealot. We know you believe it, but we don't need to hear that anymore. We need to hear why you believe it.
What? How is that a religion?
Because you can't demonstrate anything more than your belief right now.
That everything is. He just told me I see the sun move.
Right. The sky is moving. Right. Yep. The sky is like a clock above your head. How do you know the Earth is moving?
Well, it could be the Earth moving and the sun not moving, right?
How do you know that?
It could be, though. It could be either one.
No, it can't be.
How do you know?
It can't be.
You would need evidence for that. What evidence?
You would need evidence that it's the other way, too.
Okay.
You have that evidence. You have that evidence.
Go ahead, CB.
Well, that literally the evidence is the sun moves across the sky. There's your evidence. You don't have evidence of the other thing you're saying. Like, well, maybe it's not the thing we see and something else is happening.
Yeah, maybe
where do you even get that idea from?
We're moving, dude. Listen, everything is moving. It's a ball.
No, but that's where are you even getting that from?
That's what I see with my eyes.
Yeah, that's your claim. That's your claim. But how do you know
eyes?
that?
I see everything moving, and I see the balls.
You don't see balls. You don't see balls.
The sun is a ball. The moon is a ball. The planets.
First of all, you don't see that.
Everything is a. Listen, planets are balls, bro, and we're moving.
Are they touching?
They're balls, homie.
It's a ball. It's a ball.
Well, what if I told you Earth isn't a planet? So we're not. There's nothing alike. We're not like any of those things. Even if we give you the fact,
Dude,
which
no, it's not. It's illogical. Then you would be illogical.
Well, how? What?
And I would dismiss you.
Dude, you've got no logic, you've got no evidence, you've got no explanations. You don't know any of this. You are sitting there shitting yourself going, it's a ball.
Gaslight me, dude.
Your voice is cracking, yeah? You're panicking, you're cooked as fuck, bro. You don't have any knowledge.
I'm
panicking. I don't think you
don't have
cracked. I think you're just trying to needle him
can
a
I
little
just
bit.
finish what I'm saying? Can I just finish what I'm saying? Bro, you don't have any logic. You're talking about logic, but you don't have any logical reasons for why you believe in your ball. You just keep saying it's a ball and NASA.
You're cooked, bro.
Dude, you're melting down, bro. You need to seriously look at yourself, put yourself on mute, go educate yourself, bro.
You're
It's ridiculous.
mate.
The flat earthers are fucking talking shit right now.
Hold on.
No, but
if I want to educate myself, how do I educate myself?
Conversation. He's literally
we can
like
help you with
panicking.
that. Wait, is there someone else that's trying to talk? Like, we can move on. Who's the other guy?
Well, I wanted to ask. You said educate myself. Well, how do I do that?
We can help you with that.
What? Well, he said go
Reservoir
educate
dog.
myself. Not listen to you guys. You say
Have you never learned anything before on your own?
I have, but if I
that's
go
crazy.
research, like
That's called educating yourself. You know, you can learn stuff on your own.
You can go out into reality and experience it and observe it and go, oh, okay, that's that part done. Okay, what else do we know about it beyond our direct observation and experience? Is there anything that we can test and measure and verify for ourselves? Okay, maybe I don't know exactly how to go about that. Maybe I'll go and see if somebody else has done that. I'll go to my local library and, maybe ask them to point me in the right direction and get a book or two to read up on it. And then I might go online and have a look at some source material there and read that and see how my direct...
I don't know, T-Dub. Are you sure you can educate yourself, dude? I'm not sure.
But, that's just a suggestion. I don't know if that's of any help to you.
if I go online or the library,
self-education.
Why is this guy so condescending? No one's being condescending to you, brutes.
Here we go.
I'm just saying.
I'm trying to keep you guys on in track and on topic because you guys are all over the place and you're just going, it's a ball in an intellectual discussion. Should really keep up with the discussion, give us some direct evidence like we're asking, or pop yourself on mute. Let somebody else step up. If you don't know anything, why would you argue?
Facts.
You're just showing your ignorance and you need to be put back in your little box. That's all.
Damn, dude, the flat earthers, bro. They're talking their shit right now.
It's nothing personal. It's nothing personal, but we're all here listening. And we're all waiting for a good debate. And it's not with you guys, clearly.
Damn, the Globies, y'all gonna take this, dude? Are you Globe Earthers gonna sit there and take this shit? That's crazy.
I don't know anything about the globe. I don't know.
Step it up, Globers.
We can teach you stuff about the globe too, bro.
I cannot prove
bro.
the globe, but I will believe it's the globe.
You guys told me to educate myself. I said how. You said go to the library, maybe online, do some self-research.
Well,
any library book is going to say Earth round. The books aren't going to say Earth flat.
What do you want to know, dude?
Yeah, why do you say the Earth is round? Tell me.
Because he's typing in.
We landed on the moon.
The extent of
we
looked at Googling what shape is the Earth. Dude, you got to go a bit deeper than that.
Why?
Pause.
Define the horizon.
Ooh. Get him.
The apparent
what's the
place where
horizon?
the sky meets
Why do
the
you Googled that?
Round.
No, I've Googled it in the past, and I remember it from the first time.
Okay, so an apparent junction between sky and Earth. Good.
What?
So it's not a geometric location. Yeah, go ahead.
What causes that?
Ooh.
That apparent position. What's that caused by?
The Coriolis effect.
Here we go.
Hold on. Who just said that?
He's trolling, bro. He's trolling.
Is that a flat earther, guys?
Wouldn't there be? No, I wasn't. It wasn't one of us. It's the same guy we've been talking to. But no, wait, wouldn't there be multiple variables for that? Not just one? Or what? Are you trying to get him to claim the geometric position?
Well, there's something that causes the sky to meet the ground. The globers believe it's the geometric curve of the Earth, but they need to claim what it is first, the cause of that limitation.
I think he's too slow for you. I don't think he's going to be able to get that. We got to spoon feed him that one. I'm not going to lie.
Wow.
You guys, dude, I'm out of here.
Well, all right, bro. Hold the L.
Yeah, that was like
he was about to learn something. Literally, you run away at the bit where you could actually learn something.
Grown men crying, dude. I can't.
Who's crying? Anymore. We just taught you about the horizon just now. No one's crying.
Trying to educate you, bro, on what the horizon is.
Incredible. I don't care about any apparent observations on the Earth. All I care about is we landed on the moon. We turned around and then took pictures of the Earth.
That's cat, bro.
That was it. It's not
then the Lion Witch and the Wardrobe.
When is the government?
Yeah, go ahead. When is the government ever what? When has the government ever lied?
When has the government ever lied?
They never do that, dude. They never do that.
No, they do lie all the time, but...
Wait, listen to what you said, though. Even if you're joking when you said, I don't care about apparent observations, which is kind of like a redundant saying anyway, because for something to appear and observe, it's like that's the same thing. So that is the only thing that matters, because that's all you can do, is observe the Earth. You've never seen anything about moon landing in real life. You saw it on TV, dude. You should go off of what you see, not off the TV.
I'm wondering if he's asked that question to globers that don't believe that men landed on the moon.
Mm-hmm. Is that not exclusive to a group of flat earthers? That's true for many groups of people, not just a group of flat earthers. There's plenty of globe earth believers who don't believe in the moon landing, and that was me. I used to be one of those people.
Globe.
But I don't think, dude, I was saying there's no land in the sky. So when you look up and you see the moon or planets or whatever, that's not dirt. That's not land. That's not a place you can go to or land on. Just like you can't land on a rainbow. You're not going to land on a sun or the moon or a planet. It's not dirt, land, or rock for you to land on. So you don't have to worry about that.
How do you know it's not land?
Why would you think it is, dude? The ground, the dirt, the land that's below you. You're on it. Okay, you look up in the sky. That's not dirt and land and rock. It's up there. Like, just look at it. It's like light twinkling.
Just look at it. I can see like the divots in the.
Okay, let me ask you this: what is a new moon? What is a new moon?
I don't know.
You don't know? What is a full moon?
When the moon is like a circle.
So what's the opposite? The opposite of that would be the new moon, when you can't see it.
Oh, okay.
So what's that all about?
New moon.
Yeah, what's that all about?
That's about the shadow.
Oh, it's a shadow. Moon. So from what, the Earth?
Yeah.
No, that's called an eclipse.
Is it from there? I don't know.
Yeah, I know you don't know. You don't even think about it. You just on default, automatically, you just believe that that's a rock in the sky. But you don't even think about what a new moon is, or even an eclipse. Like that. That's, to me, that's fascinating. And I surely don't think. Listen to this. What you think is that the ground below you is casting a shadow in the sky above you. That's crazy. That's crazy. The ground below you is blocking your vision of something in the sky. That doesn't make any sense. Right? There's no reason to believe that. Wait, you think that's below you?
Shining
from below you. How? The sun is above you also in the sky.
You see what I'm saying? Yeah, honestly, the globe is really weird.
His brain's gonna blow up.
Yeah, I'm saying, like, to believe in the globe, you have to think that there's when you look out, the ground below you, the sky's above you. You have to think that there's also more sky below you, and that the sun can go down there, and more stars and stuff like that. That's no, like all of that is above you always. The ground's below you for all of us. If I point down and you point down, it's the same direction. But on the globe, we're all pointing in like different directions. You know, when we both point down. So it just makes more sense. Flat Earth just makes way more sense.
Well, yeah,
logically consistent. The globe is illogical.
But what? I want to hear the but. Go on.
The but was just because it might seem the most simplistic answer doesn't mean it is the
No,
the
but
answer.
it's not just more. It's not just more simple. It's just like your idea is crazy. The idea of a globe is crazy, crazy. You're a speck of dust on this giant, like on this ball floating through this giant void of nothingness, and there's black holes and crazy. Like I used to believe that, but now that doesn't. That's stupid. Outer space is easily debunkable too. Go ahead.
If you think about it, right? Because at first, right, it's not going to make sense, is it? Because I'm on a ball. Hang on, wait, what? My experience tells me that objects placed on the side of things tend to fall off, right? So then they go, oh, well, let's explain because we've got this thing called gravity. Okay. Oh, okay. Now it makes sense. But intuitively, instinctively, at first glance, it doesn't make sense. You need additives to that, don't you? I don't need to add anything. I just accept my experience as it is. I don't need to add any magic to it to make it work.
Well, why do you fall back when you jump then? If gravity is.
Oh my gosh, here we go.
I'm just trying to learn, bro. Come on, man.
Listen. I have a simple explanation for that, but T-Dub or somebody wants to go.
Sorry, I just wanted to say I don't need an explanation. You do, because you think you live on the side of us.
Look, bro. Dude, you have two ideas that you don't need. I can take away these two ideas, right? One, you think that when you jump, you should be able to keep going up. Well, newsflash, that's called flying. You can't do that. You don't have those abilities. Okay, so number two, the second idea is that you think that something is preventing you from this ability where you can just like jump and keep going up. You don't need either of those ideas. You can't fly, so when you jump, it's just jumping. It's not flying. You come back down. Things are at rest on the ground. Right? So when you pick something up off the ground and drop it, it goes back to equilibrium. You're not being pulled down to the ground. And it's not if you turn this pull off, you just start floating up. Like those are ideas you've seen on the TV. There's no need for you to believe that in reality, that you should be floating and then something's stopping you. Just take away both of those ideas and you're on the ground. Where else would you be?
Exactly. I mean, like, it seems like physics, right? Each reaction has an equal and opposite reaction. And, something doesn't move unless it's acted upon. And so if you jump up using force, right, you're going to keep going.
No, you're not going to keep going. You're not Superman.
You keep going. Yeah,
that's called flying, dude. When you jump and keep going up.
No, that's flying, bro.
Dude, I've been trying to fly ever since I saw Dragon Ball Z, bro. Like you can't fly, dude. I'm sorry. I can't just hate to break it to you.
You're not aerodynamic. You weren't born that way, unfortunately.
Nothing can do that. When you're like, well, why when I throw a ball, why doesn't it just keep going forever? It's like, well, you're not Tom Brady with like a super awesome arm. Like, it just doesn't work like that. Things want to be at rest on the ground. And when you remove it from that equilibrium, it's just going to return back there. So, you know, you're not being tugged down right now to the ground. There's no reason to think that. You only think that because you saw astronauts on the TV floating around. You're like, oh, well, I should be doing that too. Like, there's no reason for you to think that whatsoever. It's not
Jump
real.
higher. Oh.
Super Mario over a building, like, dude, no.
Well, and let me ask you, right? Does things falling down explain that the Earth is a ball, or does the Earth being a ball explain why things fall down?
I don't think either of them correlate.
Say again.
I don't think either of them correlate. I just think gravity could be on a flat Earth, right? But it would diverge the farther you go out, right? Like it would keep pulling back.
It would crush you all. Like, no, we've seen that video before. It's like it'll get stronger towards the edges. Like,
the Vsauce video.
Global explanation. Right? You're trying to insert the global explanation onto the flat Earth. Why?
Yeah, they don't go together, bro.
Yeah, because Creation Bear's explanation was things just want to rest on the ground and the equilibrium can't be disrupted. Like, that's not very scientific, guys. You know?
I think that's the most scientific version of what's happening. So things are at rest when they're on the floor. If you lift that out of rest, you're now holding it in potential energy. Why? Because you've taken it out of equilibrium. Why? Because of density. So that was the most scientific explanation of gravity. CB, don't listen to these idiots.
I put some of my memes in the chat, by the way, if you want to check those out.
Okay,
those are CB originals.
Why do Globers come in here and throw their weight around like they know something? I find it offending. Like, it's just ridiculous.
Sorry, man. We've been here. We've done this. You know, it's not new. Not new.
To be fair, I've admitted ignorance like 10 times. I'm not gonna lie.
Besides, the type of gravity that you were describing hasn't been accepted by theoretical physicists for over 108 years. It's out of date. They don't think that's how it works anymore. Mass attracting mass, all being pulled to the center just by the mere existence of matter. Clump of matter. Doesn't work like that.
Well, could you tell me more about, like, what do you mean by equilibrium? Equilibrium, what does that mean?
Shit, I mean, dude, that's above my pay grade.
Yeah, because that's a big word, you know. Like, I could break it down, like equal. I get that. Equilibrium, I don't know
What we're trying to explain to you is that there is no need for gravity when you explain why things go down. It's all about density. Mm-hmm. And if you take something out of its rest state, which will be where it belongs in that density, then what you're doing is you're holding it out of rest or equilibrium. So now, when you hold your phone in the air, your phone is holding potential energy caused by you lifting it out of equilibrium. Once you release that phone, it will now return to its density, its equilibrium, which is, because it's more dense than the air around it, it will go down until it hits the ground.
Okay. That makes sense.
There's no gravity needed to explain why things go up and down. We know how things go up and down, and we can explain it completely and clearly without gravity. Why? Because gravity is just a buzzword for weight. Gravity is not a force, so you don't need gravity to explain it. It's just a word for the fact that things go down. Gravitas being the origin word of gravity, which means weight or seriousness of an object or thing. So you misunderstood gravity. You probably think it's a force, but it's not. It's just a descriptive word for the fact that things, for weight.
I mean, I've like seen Gravity. You know, like those videos where someone's spinning like a ball around, and then they spin like another thing around it, and then it gets pulled towards the center.
What, on like a trampoline thing, like that video?
No, I've seen that one too. I don't really get that one. I mean, I kind of get that one, but
So you didn't see Gravity, you saw some balls on a trampoline. Go ahead, CB.
no,
I mean,
talking about that.
I mean, where did you see this? I mean, ball where? Video, like a simulation. Oh. Wait, pause.
I couldn't find it.
I mean, you don't see it in reality. You don't see it in nature. That's kind of I feel like that's where the rubber would meet the road. You know.
But yeah, why would they lie? Why would they lie?
Of course, yeah, exactly.
No, that's a funny one. Why would they lie, man? Why would they lie?
It got so bad we literally had to make a rap song with like 4 different rappers going in on it. Like, dude. Yeah, jeez. I think we all have our own answers now. I mean, I've come up with my own, but I don't
hear it.
Well, it involves my little brother. We're like pretty far apart in age, and when I was young, this was back when like PlayStation, like 2, Xbox 360, like games weren't out like in multiplayer. Like you couldn't play multiplayer online. Call of Duty, it was like single player online back in the day. So I was like locked in, bro. Like I wanted to play that all the time, and like the little brother would pop in, like, oh, let me get around, or you know, whatever. So I'd like grab another controller and like act like I plugged it in, plop him down in front of me and hand him the controller and be like, all right, bud, you are up. I'd sit behind him and I would game because he was too young to understand what really was going on. So like, why would I lie? Well, I wanted to be in control, and I wanted to, you know, he was willing to think he was in control. It was a win-win. So why would I not do that? And so I think in the same way they can do this to the population. And if the population is happy with it, it's a win-win for both them and population. So that's kind of the way I see it. Why would they lie? Because you're willing to listen to the lie.
But what control do they get by like changing? You know, like I could see like you're a creationist. I think I'm a creationist. I get how you could say, well, if they formulate this completely natural, genesis, right? This completely, let's just say, non-theistic genesis, then we use the globe and the evolutions, and then they stop following God, and then we can control them more. I can understand that. Is that kind of where you're going with this?
I mean, I see where you're coming from for sure. I mean, it can go in a lot of different ways. I wish we could talk more deeply about the situation that happened 5 years ago, but we're not supposed to talk about it on YouTube. But I think that was a good example of how much control they had. They say jump, and people ask how high. And I think there were people like flat earthers who can kind of not necessarily go with whatever the TV or the textbook says, and actually go into stuff with a fine-tooth comb to find out whether it's true or not. And I think that's what we did with the Earth, and we've kind of come to a good place now. We've got pretty much got the argument down pat, I'd say. So.
What do you mean? This you can't talk about an example of 5 years ago. What can't you talk about?
Well, 2020, people were staying at home. They couldn't go out. Couldn't go to the grocery store for toilet paper, if you remember that whole situation.
Yeah.
We're not supposed to talk about that whole thing, though, too much on YouTube, at least. I wish we could, because I think you can make a lot of good examples based off of why would they lie and, how willing people were to go along with it type of thing. So there's a lot of different themes you can riff off of that. But we're not, like I said, we're not supposed to go too in depth on that whole situation.
I get it. They're going to demonetize you. I get it.
So, yeah, we just don't want to get anything shut down. But yeah, man. So I think there are some similarities there in terms of, I don't know what the percentage is on like how many people went with it versus didn't. And then I don't even know what the percentage is for how many people think it's a blow versus not as well. I'm sure that number has shifted quite a bit recently.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. What did you first get into the topic? How many was it, like a couple weeks ago, a couple months, couple years? Or how long you been getting involved in the back and forth between the flat earth stuff?
Probably like a year ago.
Okay.
Like, this is probably the first channel I joined when I joined this server. I was like, "What? Flat Earthers? No way!" I was like, I want to talk to them. There's a lot of the same guys, like Jedi and
shout out Jedi.
Yeah, a lot of those nice guys. You guys are like probably the most patient group, except for this British guy, but very, very patient, understanding people in here. So that's why.
What would you say is like the most confusing part about flat Earth? Something you don't understand at all.
Probably the NASA stuff, man. Because like, I love America, and I take pride, that being the only country to ever make it to the moon. And then you guys are saying, "No, we didn't make it to the moon. We lied." It's like, that's sad, man. Like you're denying the kids their dreams right now.
Santa Claus, go bye-bye. Oh,
that's not the same thing.
It is the same thing, unfortunately. I mean, there's no better way to look at it, in my opinion. They sold you a dream, bro. They sold you a dream, and you bought it.
Okay, what's your hang up on? What's your hang up on the moon landing? Is it because you said you don't think the moon is land?
Correct.
Which, like, I don't know how you know that.
Well, how would you know it is? Doesn't even seem like it, especially with eclipses and the new moon, like things like that. I'm like, yeah, that thing's weird. It does weird stuff. It certainly doesn't even. They say it's like the sunlight causes its light. It seems like its own light too. And then the phases are weird. Like, I don't know. It's a very weird. If you actually just go out and look at it from time to time, it does weird stuff. So I don't know. And then it does appear to have like the crevices or whatever you call them. So I don't know. It is a strange thing, indeed. But the sun is weird too, and so are stars. But I don't think anyone knows what that stuff is. So I don't even worry about it too much.
Yeah.
We all know the story, bro. We all know the story. There's the stars and the planets, and this one is that one, and yada, yada, yada. We all know the story well. But I think it can be debunked pretty easily when you just take outer space away. And then it's like, okay, well, if outer space is not real, then what is that stuff? We have no idea. So you just worry about the Earth itself, which you can know stuff about. So just focus on that.
Well, you could say, right, like, even if we don't know what stars or the sun or the moon is, we know there's matter there, or at least there's I would say there's matter there, because there's stuff, because I don't know, if you follow the Bible, but I follow the Bible, and it says God created the moon and the sun and the stars. So if you create something, you're putting into existence, right? You are creating something, right? Now there's something there. So there's something there. The stars are something. The moon's something. The sun's something.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be what they say it is, though. I mean, I think that's kind of all we're saying. It's the story they came up with. We're saying it's that. What else it is? No idea. I'm open to ideas, I guess, but we're not going to sit here and stand on like we know what they are, and you should believe this. We're not really big into speculating on stuff and then trying to feed that to other people. I feel like that's a bad idea. We just focus on the actual surface of the Earth, which can only be two options. It's either curving or it's not. Very simple. You can just determine which one it is, and then you just go with that. We're not even saying what shape it is, or we don't serve up beliefs. We just say the surface of the Earth is this, and that's it. And then that debunks the whole story. You know, the whole story, they're saying it's moving and it's curving, and really those two are the bigger ones. And we just take that away, and then we take outer space away, and then what are you left with? A flat surface with a lot of questions. And I feel like that's okay. Like, you didn't make this place. You were born here. We're not God. We don't have this vision of the whole thing where we can say, oh, okay, well, it's shaped like this. I think it's a very, very large place and maybe not fully explored. So I feel like there are a lot of questions about what this place is, but it certainly is not moving, and it's flat, bro. That's it.
But why is there... No, I already know the answer. Well, I do gotta go, but thank you for talking with me, man.
It was a good discussion. Very good discussion. Shout out to you. W's in the chat, guys. Put a W in the chat.
Man. All right, man.
All right, bro. You're welcome here anytime, bro.
Yeah,
that is Reservoir Dogs. That was a good discussion. 212. I wish you guys could see my vision of the Earth right now, my view. It looks pretty flat from here. Let's just put it that way. Yeah, that was a good discussion. Anybody want to react to that? We definitely cooked tonight, chat. We definitely cooked.
Good day, brothers. Hope all is well. Good to see you. I hear CB as well. What up, what up?
Yes, sir. We're cooking, Huey. Hope you're doing well as well. Keeping things nice and level.
Yeah, buddy. About to go get my gym rat self to the gym.
Yeah,
go swim in the level swimming pool. Oh my. And it's Olympic one too. Super big.
Nice. Pause.
Hey, good call, brother. I just woke up. Good call. No clipping that one out.
Yeah, don't clip that one. Clipboard.
Hope everybody's doing good.
Hell yeah, man. W panel, guys. W panel. There's a lot of people here, man. Good
what mic are you on? You sound.
Oh, is it good or bad? Is it bad?
You're sounding. You're not as clear as your usual self. What mic are you on?
I'm on my AirPods, but my phone battery is kind of low, so maybe I don't know.
No, it's no stress. It's me. I can just pick that type of stuff up. So I was just curious to ask the question. That's all. It's no stress, brother.
Yeah, I can always switch over to my computer and make things a little better.
Don't inconvenience yourself for that little thing, brother. It's all gravy, baby.
Well, I'm just getting like really
Pause.
good view right now. I feel you. Yeah. Yeah, man. That was a good discussion. It's good to have one of those like every now and again. It kind of makes it worth. I think that's why we spend time here, because it's not completely out of the picture that conversations like that will go down. So well worth the time we spend here for sure. That could have been with anyone too. So shout out to him, that guy. We also have Casio. Guys, if you want to chat with him. Might be wrapping this thing up here shortly.
What are you wrapping up? Well, don't the Globetards want to talk to you?
Oh, did you just get here?
Yes. Just walked
Wow,
up.
you snuck in the back door. I didn't even hear you come in. Pause. Yeah, we had a really good discussion, Matrix. You just missed a good one too, but glad you're here. Cassio's here. Cassio, can you hear us? It's all right, Cassio. Just chime in when you're ready. We are live.
Oh, yeah. Yes, but mic issues.
BMG tapping in. Broken mic gang.
That's funny. And these days, there's so many mics around. I don't know. I mean, I feel like I'm not like. Maybe I am crazy. I don't. But like, maybe I do have too many screens and stuff. But I feel like it's pretty common for people to have like, I don't know, a couple devices that at least have a microphone. It's 2025, guys. Like, how do you not have at least like 2 or 3, if not up to like 5 different devices that have microphones, dude? Like, I could think of like 5 devices right now that I can use for a microphone to talk on Discord.
If I didn't have my dedicated mic at my computer, the only thing I'd have is my mobile phone. That is it.
Okay, well, there's 2. I mean, bro.
Random devices like my mobile phone, yeah, well, you sort of need a microphone on it to talk to people. But yeah, if it wasn't for the fact that I'd purchased a microphone specifically for the computer, even gaming headsets and stuff like that I don't use. I just use standard straight up headphones. So maybe I'm old school.
Yeah. No, I mean, that's a good setup. Like, dude, I have a MacBook. I have an AirPod. I have a fucking iPhone, fucking iPad, another iPhone. That's like, what, 4 right there? 1, 2, 4. Shit, bro. Like,
CB's
when people
flexing.
are like, I mean,
You're flexing.
when people are like, oh, I could just like, I don't have a mic. I'm like, how, dude? How do you not have a mic, dude?
You know, it's classic when somebody says, I don't have a mic, and you see the little icon and they're on a mobile device.
It flashes or something. Yeah. Like, what are you doing?
How are you on a mobile device and you have no mic? Unless the mic inside the mobile device is broken, then all bets are off.
Which is like, how? Yeah, like, I don't know. People are on some weirdo time. Or they're just shy. I think people are shy. They hide behind the mic. I think that's probably part
Good to
of
see you,
it.
Killian.
Yeah, shout out to Killian.
Yeah, what up, big groups? Hope all is well, brother.
All good. Can't complain. It's Friday, and it's not raining in the UK.
Yeah, that'll pass.
Dude, it's raining here.
We've had like 2 days of no rain in the UK. I'm feeling good. Feeling spicy.
I could never live there. No,
It's
no
terrible.
disrespect.
Summer's fine. Spring to summer's great, but as soon as the autumn hits, it becomes disgusting.
Couldn't do it.
Not to mention the fact it's literally a failed state at this point, but that's another conversation.
The people seem pretty cool, though.
Do you think the UK is more of a failed state than the EU states, or would you say it's the other way? Not trying to start a debate.
Any difference? No, I don't see any difference, to be honest. England, Germany, France, like it's all same issue, isn't it? It's the same direction.
All going to shit. Yeah.
I'd complain, but it's illegal, so I'm just going to go back to eating my chicken.
It's the ball's fault. You start with a foundational lie and everything goes to shit. That's why people are like, oh, why do you talk about flat earth? Listen, you're not going to solve any issues if everybody doesn't know where they live, where they come from, what's going on, and they believe a bunch of religious dogma. You know, we've got to go back, sort this shit out from the beginning.
I really wanted to talk tonight, but
Well, the example I always use is that if you think of like the UK and how they're trying to rewrite our history, because if people don't know who they are or where they're from, the more easy to manipulate, the more easy to control. And then the lie about the earth is just that on a bigger scale. And I know plenty of people who would agree they're falsifying our history. And they go, yep, they are. I see it. I understand why they're doing it. But then you say to them, okay, so just apply that to a bigger scale. And then they just short circuit. And you're like, God damn it, they were so close. They were almost there.
Doctor, you talk more than me. I can't even talk, man.
Is that one big pond? Bloody hell, long time, mate.
Hey, Roots, I've been screaming fucking songs all night, man. I've lost my voice. I can't talk. Like, I honestly, there's no voice. I've got no voice. I gotta talk.
Is there an animal in here right now?
Jeez. One big pond.
Dude, I can't believe my voice is
You sound merry as hell, bro.
You sound
I
like
love
you
it,
got
man.
no seats to the Super Bowl.
Dude, I can't believe it. Like,
I'm
I'm used to singing to like Five Finger Death Punch, like I'm a little bit off today, you know. And I'm like, I've just been screaming so much, man.
Great band, by the way. Great band.
I really wanted to talk tonight, but thank you, man. I'll be back tomorrow, hopefully with a bit of voice. Ciao, guys.
Bro, I literally thought there was like an animal in here for a second.
That is literally the sound of a guy who's had a great evening.
Yeah.
He raised his voice many times. He was at a football game. He was at a sports stadium, dude. I don't care. You don't lose your voice like that over Discord. No way, dude.
That would be crazy.
That guy was at a sports game. And he yelled for, yeah, dude, you can't even get away with that in a bar, dude. It's hard. I guess you could, but it's very rare.
Oh, Cassio, do you want to do a mic check? Anytime. Sorry to James Richard. Shout out to James Richard. Bro, you're an OG, man. You've been around for like a long minute, huh?
I've been around since the beginning.
Yeah, man. Shout out to you. I feel like I was when I was coming up, like through Nathan Oakley's camp. You were your name got thrown around a lot.
Yeah, I went through Nathan Oakley. Hardest one was Huey, yeah. Like
That's a Huey.
that guy, yeah, dude. Even from the beginning, man. That guy came on. It was sealed and wrapped. It was a done deal.
There we go. Cassio said it's working in mic test, but not in the room. Let me just oh, damn, he bounced. I don't know how to fix that, to be honest. We also have back here a globe earther who's joined us. Gypsy Rose 7, yeah, confirmed globe earther in the panel, yes.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah,
Yes.
absolutely.
Hi, globe
Good
earther,
evening.
welcome.
Globe Earther?
Yes, I confirmed that you're a globe earther. I did a scan.
All right, we can play this game. Hi.
Yes, I see you have some water in your profile.
Do. It's the water bends.
Well, I see it bends around the coast there.
Yeah.
All right. Was that a container?
No, it doesn't need a container. Think about when
Oh,
you have
no.
soda.
Oh.
You really don't need a glass, do you? You just, feel thirsty and it kind of gravitates towards you and you drink it.
Well, let's say you put
Oh
your
my.
glass. Let's say you put your glass under the fountain. Turn your fountain on your sink. You start to fill the glass, and you just leave it alone. What's the next container that it fills?
That would be the belly.
The floor.
Okay.
Oh my, the
Yeah,
man.
We also have VB as well. Welcome, VB.
What's the next container?
Toilet?
Hi, VB.
The bladder. Sorry, we've bypassed some of the process here.
I bet.
Wait, I just want to welcome VV real quick. Hey, is this your first time, or you've been here before?
Yeah, no, actually, this is my first time.
Oh, nice. Were you just
Well, there's a
curious, or
first
what?
time for everything.
That's
Yeah,
true.
I don't know. I got invited, so I came just to see what the fuck's going on. And I mean, yeah, I see that it's always popping here, like in the server alone. So it's just like, all right, let's see what's up.
Yeah,
That's all.
awesome.
Yeah.
Welcome. Hey, Gypsy Rose, you want to say what's up to VV? I feel like maybe that could be a good back and forth.
Hey guys, happy Friday.
Happy Friday. It's Happy Friday indeed, and this is the place to be if you're ready to be.
You're not trying to tell me what kind of Friday to have, are you?
I'm sorry.
There's always one.
Yes.
Friday.
Yes.
Sorry if I'm a bit bossy.
So, Vivi, do you feel like, have you ever talked to a flat earther before, or is this your first time?
Oh, this is what we. Oh, I didn't. Okay, yo, I'm hella lit right now. I was.
Yo.
You knew what
This
you
is
was.
a Flat Earth channel. Okay, that's cool.
You knew
Right on.
you knew what you was stepping into.
All I got to no, actually, I wasn't. I was just fucking
Come on,
scrolling
girl.
through. I was going through
Come
channels.
on.
Like honestly, the next channel was this one. My bad.
Hey, it's
but
like flat Earth. Let me look
I
at
can
this.
just say, hey, like we can agree to disagree, and that's it. You know, we can leave it at that.
That's
I don't
cool.
know.
We're not.
I ain't trying to
we're
fucking
not
argue.
trying
Like I
to
ain't got time for that
recruit.
shit.
Yeah, well, it's cool. It's cool. We're trying to keep it chill.
You know. Yeah, exactly. That's all I'm trying to do is just chill, like vibe. You know, I ain't trying to get in no fucking argument right now.
Austin's been a pretty chill night. We had a really good conversation
sound
with the
wise.
last guy, so yeah.
She sounds very wise. I like that.
Well, I'm old enough to be wise, so yeah, definitely.
Oh, I wish I had my soundboard matrix, dude. Oh, I wish I had my soundboard, dude.
I'm guessing
And I'm
30,000.
all over Creation Bear. You obviously don't know me. Otherwise you would know.
I'm joking, dude. I knew.
Fuck up.
Whoa.
Good. Because you had me for a minute. I think, oh my goodness.
Little bit of ego there, Beck.
A little bit.
Who gave this
Yeah,
one a
listen,
microphone? What the
not my
fuck?
first. Whoa, dude, Cheeto, bro, chill, dude. All right, he's gone. What the heck? Yeah, but no, Jinstros, you should just maybe just give Vivi just an intro, maybe just a small intro to your take on Flat Earth, maybe.
Just a little bit.
Really get involved in the conversation anymore. It's been a few years now. I kind of live and let live.
So you've been here
I'm not
before.
visiting. I'm not popping in to visit, but I'm definitely not up for that kind of chat. Maybe you could take the floor.
No, it's cool. I don't think she's trying to go like a full debate or anything. So just
I do.
feel like it's
Oh,
always
no, I'm
nice
just
to
here
have
to listen to you guys just talk.
low-key
Just
ladies.
ramble, honestly. To be honest, that's, y'all can try to get an argument out of me, but I ain't arguing today. Not today. You got me on a...
No, it's cool. It's cool.
On
CB,
a...
why don't you just... I was going to say, CB, why don't you just give a quick summary of what we've spoke about this morning and then add a bit of clarity? The people in the room who've been listening might want a summary as well.
I don't know what you said. I don't know what the fuck you said this morning.
I was talking to CB.
I thought you said Vivi. I'm so sorry.
Yeah,
So sorry.
I see that.
It's
Yeah.
a little...
Sounds like Vivi.
Yeah, my bad. I apologize.
How dare you? How dare you, dude?
Are you ready? Are you ready for this? Because it is Valentine's Day, right? Are you ready? Roses are red, violets are blue. The surface of water does not display any convexity. Thank you. You're welcome.
Dude, that didn't rhyme at all.
That's why you did it. That's why you did it. It's like the anti poem.
Yes, it was a very unromantic.
And Cassio, feel free to chime in anytime, bro. If you need help, let us know. Oh, okay, welcome. I see it. You're very nice, man. See,
Wait, so what is your guys' view about outer space? You guys don't believe that there's outer space? You think...
Nope.
Let's go.
So what is it, a big Hollywood production of outer space, or are we in a simulation?
I mean,
Hollywood productions have better graphics. It's not even a Hollywood production.
Red Hot Chili Peppers.
Just exactly.
Space maybe.
I totally think space is just a big old Hollywood production. Big time.
But it's made in Hollywood.
Does it require a bullet? Does it require a bullet?
That's some hell of a fucking graphics that they be pulling those for reals. I mean,
not really.
Satellites don't exist, bro.
Oh,
84 million a day. Their imagination. You're clearing. If they're clearing $84 million a day, they better be producing something hot.
No, bro. The best thing they can do is the movies. The stuff they put out is trash.
See, this guy gets it. You watch Gravity featuring Sandra Bullock, and then after you watch Gravity and you go, "Wow, look at the production," and that looks amazing. But then when you watch what they actually put out, India has sent a little robot to the moon, hooray! But then you look at that.
Wait. So Gravity's also a film production?
Yes.
I mean, you've only seen it on TV, though, bro.
You think Sandra
Gravity?
Bullock?
No, I mean you feel gravity every fucking day.
No, you don't.
Isn't gravity?
Talk about the movie.
Well, what is holding you down to the earth? Honestly,
nothing. That's a silly idea that you think you should be held.
What's gravity?
Well, you just don't need to
in your
think
mind.
that, though. You don't need to think like that.
Are you more dense? Hold on. Are you more dense?
Yeah, I'm very dense. I'm super dense. I'm hella dense.
That's
dense as a fucking weed nug.
Hold on.
What is going with it?
As a weed nug, you stoner.
Are you more dense than the air around you?
No, I have a dehumidifier, so it's pretty good. It's chilling.
Oh my gosh.
So you're less dense.
Slow down, girl.
What are you?
Guys are just programmed to be out here.
The last guy had the same question. The only reason you think you should be floating, Vivi, is because you saw some guys on TV float. You don't need to think that you should be floating. That's a silly idea. So then this idea that something should stop you from floating, there's just two silly ideas that you don't need to have. Just take those ideas and throw them away, and you're good. You're just
stay
at
in
rest
nature.
on the ground. Nothing's pulling you down.
Just the
You know where it
medium of
comes
air,
from?
and you're more dense than the medium of air.
Does anybody remember the old cartoons where Wile E. Coyote's chasing the Roadrunner, and then he runs over the edge of a cliff, and then there's Bugs Bunny's done the same thing, and then they give them a book, and the book is called The Theory of Gravity, and then because they read The Theory of Gravity, and then now they realise, oh, quicker, and then they fall to the earth, and like this is cartoons, like this is literal children's cartoons, but that's where it came from.
Yeah,
Oh,
but they still believe it.
Like
They still believe it's
without
a
gravity,
cartoon.
would be you'd be chasing the bird across thin air, or you watch the rocket
So
men
then, what's
floating
at the
around.
edge of the Earth then?
Oh, here we go.
Ask
Here
someone
we
who's
go.
been.
Oh my goodness!
Wait,
Who's been to? Wait, there's somebody here that's actually been to the
No,
edge
no,
of the
no,
Earth.
no, no,
No
no.
way.
Hold on.
Yeah, I was there.
Here's what you can't. Here's what you can't do, Vivi. Which you might be doing, where people take the solar system, where you have the sun and Mercury and Venus, and then Earth, and then they just take the globe and flatten it down into something.
Okay.
And
Are you thinking of a
that's-
flat disk in space?
That's
Because it's
not
that.
what we think. That's a bad idea.
Oh.
Yeah. So that's
Yeah.
You got to think. You got to think of the universe. So ask yourself about the edge of the universe. What can you tell us about the edge of the universe?
Well, you're saying what we think.
Hold on, Richard. Hold on,
Yeah,
James,
I'm
Richard.
asking what
I don't think what
at
you
the
think,
edge
dude.
then. Wait.
We're saying
Hold on.
we.
Sorry, I kind of was like distracted. Okay, say that again. So your belief isn't the what like I think it's like a plate up in the sky, right? Isn't that not your guys like? Is that not my understanding?
Yeah, that's a bad
Is it wrong?
idea. That's a bad idea.
Okay. So it's not a plate, like it's not a flying disc in the sky. Okay, I got it.
Correct.
All right. So your
Vivi, just completely, one sec, Vivi, just completely forget the heliocentric model. The idea of balls in a vacuum of space, all this idea of the sky being a place you can travel to, get rid of that. Let's just stick with what we know. We know that we live on the Earth, and that in order to have an atmosphere, you must have some sort of containment to contain the atmosphere. So let's forget about everything outside of our atmosphere for now and just focus on the Earth.
Okay.
There we go.
Go ahead, CB. I just
like
wanted to get it back on track.
I like that. That's good. That's good.
You got it on
Okay,
track.
but where we go there from there though? Okay, so what about the
Well,
Earth? Like,
we could talk about the
go off
water.
track.
We can talk about the water. There's a lot of water here.
okay, so
Yeah,
okay,
so-
can we stop and like kind of back up and like go back out into the outer? Okay, like what? Okay, so what is beyond the Earth though? Like, what do you guys think about?
we
Okay,
go.
what is beyond the Earth? That's my.
Can I talk about gas pressure for 2 minutes, CB?
Yeah,
Gas
do it.
pressure?
Do it. I see why.
No, don't. Let's talk
Don't
about
ask
layman
us.
terms.
Okay,
Can you do it in a short layman's terms, please?
Yeah, I will. I'll make it very
Okay,
simple
cool.
for you. There is there is a claim that there's a vacuum in the sky. Yeah?
Okay.
Right. But the more you break that down, the more ridiculous and illogical it is, because we know in the laws of nature that we have that gas will expand in all directions, especially filling spaces. So if there was a space in the sky, gas pressure would violently explode into that space. Okay, or it would at least escape. All of the gas pressure would escape into the volume. So we know that we don't have that phenomena happening. We have a gas pressure on the Earth. So in order to have gas pressure, if you go into the fundamentals and understanding of gas pressure and the formulas, you need a volume. And in order to have a volume, to have a PSI, sorry, that is. So in order to have a volume, you must have what? Container.
Ooh, there we go, James Richard.
So all of the logic we know and all the science that we, the natural science that we contest, basically comport with the idea that the only reason we have that gas pressure is because of containment. So there can't be a vacuum in the sky with gas pressure in an open system. It's illogical. It's impossible.
Okay,
It defies
so
the
you guys
laws
believe
of.
that the Earth is a container. All right, cool. So what is beyond the container though? Like what is
Oh,
keeping the
that's like
container
asking what's beyond the
contained?
universe.
No. Okay, so then what is keeping the container contained then?
No,
Like
you said
what
believe. You said believe. There is no belief.
Okay, what do you guys know that the container is? Like I mean, like if they are
No,
allegedly
no.
allowed like, if they have
They
supposedly
don't
fucking
know.
shown
They
us that
have
they
no argument. The
Yeah,
only thing
don't
they
know.
do is
Whoa,
disapprove.
Casio coming in with the smoke, dude. Let
The only
us make
thing
our
they
position for
do is
ourselves, dude.
disapprove everything you say.
Bro,
Every theory that's been proven, they'll try and disapprove it. They don't have a theory of themselves, but they'll
what is
always
this
disprove
poisoning
it.
the well, Casio? At least let us make our own position.
Yeah, don't listen to nut.
Dude,
Hold up,
he's
wait.
coming in with the smoke, dude.
Cassio's upset. Cassio's upset because that makes more sense than his globe theory, and it
Just
comports with reality. That's why
pop
he's
him off
upset.
mute, guys. Should we pop him off mute? We don't want him to bounce. Just pop him off mute for now, and then we'll just Casio. Just give us a second. We'll make our position, and then
He's right.
we can cook
He's
in a second.
absolutely right.
Flat earther going to mute me now.
Dude, just relax, bro. You just got here, dude. You just fixed your mic. You're coming in hot, dude. Just chill.
Yeah, Cassie, you're just touched that I muted you, brother, because you were asked to speak earlier. You chose not to say anything. So we moved on to other people. So quiet down. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, he was getting his mic fixed, but just at least let us make our case for ourselves. Things we can address you in a second. But
Yeah, go ahead, wise guy.
what was the question, BB? Or do you feel like you got it answered or not?
I thought you could address it in a second. How could you do that without knowing what the question is?
Yeah, like it just kind of went everywhere. My train of thought just kind of
Yeah, it's
flew
fine.
along with everything
Yeah, we
else.
just got cock blocked there. Sorry
And
about that.
honestly, your guys' like explanation just made it even more confusing. So yeah,
I can
I
address.
don't know.
I can address you in a second. But what's the question?
No, James Richard,
That's what I'm trying to figure out. I don't even remember.
Golly. Well, you asked what's beyond the container. That's like that. This is
Or
it,
no,
dude.
like what is the container? Like what it like? Okay, so the Earth is a container, right? So that's what you guys believe. And then what's outside of the container, though? Like what is
That's-
there? So
We don't
to you
know.
guys, that is what you think is beyond space. Like what? Like that's the okay. So then you don't think that there's other containers in that beyond of a space?
This isn't like one of those Russian egg dolls. Like this is it, dude. This is it.
So
How
all we
about-
know,
it's like, dude,
VV. I just want to say, all we know, VV, is that the container can't be a gas, because we know that gases do not contain gases. Gases inherently expand in all directions. So we know that the container must be physical. That's something you need to accept, that the gases cannot contain gases. So we're talking about a physical barrier, physical containment.
Yeah, an energy barrier. Like it would be like a sound, like a wave, like sound, right?
Stop.
That's
Can
why
you
we break
demonstrate? Can you
sound.
demonstrate sound?
That's why we break the sound. I mean, there's
Can
all
you
sense, like,
demonstrate sound containing
energy
gas?
is
Though?
sound. Sound is energy. Can you fucking demonstrate energy?
Dude, get your crystals out, guys. Everyone, get your crystals out.
Stop the cap.
What the hell are you on about? Sound can't contain gas.
Sorry, let me get my tarot cards
Sound
out
not
real
energy
quick.
though, but is sound not energy?
It's sound
Guys, gotta
not
get
energy.
your tarot cards in the bowls out.
Is sound gases?
So Vivi,
But you said
question
it
for
needs a
you.
container, right? You said gases cannot contain gases. No, but energy energy not contain gases? Can energy not like make a container for the gases?
Get your
Like
energy
because
out
you
right
said it's
now,
like an
Vivi, and contain
Uh-huh.
something.
No. The only way a container can contain gases is if the gas cannot leak outside of it. That's the only way it can contain
Okay, but what is
gases.
the container made of? What is the container then? What like the fuck is it?
Don't worry about it.
Now you're getting to some serious questions.
I'm just saying, what is it? What is it that you guys know the container is made
Nobody
of?
knows. Nobody knows. Please stop
No
asking
one's
that
claiming.
question.
Yeah,
Nobody
we don't
knows
even
what's
care, to be
outside,
honest.
and nobody knows what it's made of. Yeah, we can't
Nobody
confirm that. But what we can confirm is
But I thought this was
sound. What we can confirm. Listen, what we can confirm is sound can't contain gas, and gas cannot contain itself. That's what we can prove. That's what we know.
Yo, this is so funny. No Nintendo at all.
Why is that funny? Why is that funny? You're making claims.
I'm not
You're
laughing.
making claims that
Well,
sound
just ask
contain gas.
Casio. What is an
I wasn't the one
antecedent
laughing.
relationship,
Hold up, I
my
wasn't the one
friend?
laughing. I was sitting here
You
fucking
was
like trying to like
laughing.
understand.
You was laughing while hearing. You was laughing while hearing, but you wasn't listening. So if you heard what the gentleman said, the only way you can have sound waves to hear is through a medium. Guess what medium that is that you and I hear each other through? Like if it
Watch
wasn't through the
this.
internet, hold on. If it wasn't through the internet, what medium does a sound frequency allow you to hear me?
See, you're getting deep now. This is too deep for them.
No, I'm
They don't know
getting
what
to
sound is.
I'm getting to the earth. I'm getting to the earth. Hold on. What sound medium? Like if we wasn't on the internet, you and I was talking relatively face to face. What is it that translates that frequency, that sound wave, that medium?
I mean, obviously, like the distance.
Well, wouldn't it be the air?
Well, clearly, yeah, you're speaking into the air, but I mean, the air isn't. Is the air containing the sound?
Well, if we went underwater and I tried to talk to you, wouldn't it sound different than if we was in air?
Yeah, you wouldn't be able to say any, like really anything. But
Right,
that's why
and the only thing,
dolphins use
the only thing we changed in this hypothetical was the medium, right? From
Right.
air to water. That's the only thing that was changed. And all of a sudden, we went from being able to hear each other into not hear each other, right?
Okay.
So what's the cause of this effect? What would be the cause?
I don't know. What would it be?
The medium.
Okay.
We went from
And
air.
the medium is the air, right? So you're calling the air
Yeah.
is the medium. Okay.
Yeah, we can
So then
understand
what
each
is
other
the
in the
air?
medium.
So what is the medium between the atmosphere and the like unknown?
Well, what do you think the atmosphere is? What is the
Is it not
atmosphere?
a type of air?
It is air. But what is the atmosphere? It is air. But what's the atmosphere?
But so then isn't air a gas though?
So in other words, you just admitting to putting another word on top of the atmosphere, right? Air.
Yeah, fuck that Globetrotter, man.
Without knowing what that word
What
means.
the fuck?
Hold on. You
Dude,
just
wrap
put
it up, dudes.
the word atmosphere and you used it as the medium of air, different than water, right?
Right, because it's an atmosphere. It's a layer of an atmosphere, right? It's because it's I don't know. It's a fucking atmosphere. Like, okay, but if the atmosphere is air and it's gas, and you guys, I mean, and it's a claim that, or we know that gas can't contain gas, then what the fuck? How the fuck is it that we're not like everywhere?
What led you to the conclusion?
No, I'm
It's
just
an
asking you. Like, I mean, like I'm kind of trying to like track back onto thinking on what
But
you
you're
said.
hold on. They're
Or am I
arguing
completely
from
off?
hold on. They're arguing from the point that it's an atmosphere. What led you to the conclusion that it is an atmosphere?
This is what they do.
What the fuck? What the fuck? What the wait?
And
I know, she's asking about how is it contained. So we don't know what
I know.
the container
I
is.
was
Pass the
going
six,
back there,
Richard.
dude.
No,
Just
pass
hang
the six,
on,
bro.
James.
Yeah.
So we
I
know
was going
that.
back to her argument. Damn it.
Yeah,
Go
We're gonna have
ahead,
to pop
Daz.
you on
Daz
mute,
was
dude.
speaking. Daz was speaking. Let him finish, please.
yeah. Sorry, it was just that the gas pressure requires containment, so it's a necessary antecedent. We don't know what the container is. There's no way we could know that as just ordinary people. But we know that it's definitely a requirement to have gas pressure. It's the definition of gas pressure is the pressure exerted by gas molecules on the walls of its container.
Yeah, we lost him.
Yeah, no, you totally lost me because I'm still hold on. I'm still stuck on the part of how oh fuck me. I don't fucking forgot, yo. I give up, yo. I don't. Yeah, no, I'm hella confused.
Sorry, you did great.
I'm sorry.
You did
I
great.
apologize. My bad. I tried.
Honestly, you did great. Shout out to you.
No problem.
BB.
At least you admitted
WW. It should be called WW.
We should give her props because she admitted it. She couldn't even hold topic, but she admitted it. We got to give her props.
Look, we don't need to know what the container's made of, all right? We don't need to, just long story short, we don't need to know what the container's made of. If I could just ask you, give me 3 fun facts about the last cow that you ate. Because have you eaten steak before? You've had beef before in your life?
Yes.
Give me 3 fun facts about any of the cows that you've eaten. What were their names? Or you just give me, like, how many spots did they have? Can you tell me, like,
Oh, I don't know.
which
Maybe
farm it came from?
No, I just eat cow.
Like, you can't give me any facts about it. You just know
I-
it definitely came from a cow, right?
No, I can't even tell you that. I just know that it was allegedly labeled as steak, and that's what I ate, and it tasted like
All
steak.
right, let's
so
just
I ate
say
it.
for
Fuck
the
it,
sake
that's
of
what
the
it is.
argument that it was a steak. Okay, let's just say for the sake of the argument.
Hey, that's what I got
that
told it was, and that's what I did, and I ate it. That's what it was.
Okay, well, in the same way,
I don't want to believe that I'm eating the cat that they just killed it behind the fucking restaurant. Like, I don't want to think about that. I
Of
would rather
course,
just
of
say,
course.
okay, no, it's just good Chinese food. That's all. Like, come on.
You know what?
Good Chinese food is crazy.
You know what
And
makes
the
a
cow
steak
is the
look
container.
good?
Well, let me just finish my argument, James Richard. I think we got this. But that's how we feel about the container thing. We know, just like the steak had to come from a cow. We know that the container has to be there because we have the gas pressure. We don't need to know the different fun facts and details about it. We just know it's there. Period. We don't need to know all this other stuff.
Okay, so
And
relating
so
to the
that's
cow
it.
theory, right? So then your theory of the whole flat Earth, then what the okay? So relates to fucking make it relate to the cow, like make it.
It just has to go with the container. So the air we breathe is like the
Right.
steak, right? We breathe air. You're literally breathing it right now. So we know about the air that we breathe. And then we also know that gas has to be contained. So we know there's a container.
pressure.
Well, when you ask us, like, well, what does it look like? Or is it a force field? Or what is it? We don't know. Just like I don't know the name of the cow. I don't know how many whiskers it had or what spots or whatever. I just know that I ate steak, so it came from a cow. Done. I breathe air, so there's a container. I don't know the fun facts about the rest of the container and all this other stuff. We just know it's there. Done.
Yeah, I wanted to jump in and ask Vivi a question. Vivi, do you drive a car?
Yes.
Do you know what pressure is required in those tires?
Yes.
How much?
It says on the side of my door.
Well done. What does that number say?
Never let her
I don't fucking know, something around like 35. 35
Very good.
or some
That's
shit like
all I
that.
needed. 35 psi, and that depends on the size of the vehicle that you're riding in, right? We know
Correct.
SUVs,
Yeah.
bigger vehicles need more psi because
Yes,
they weigh more,
yes.
right?
Yep.
That's what we're.
Just like the
that's what we're.
tires.
Exactly. That's what we're stuck on. At sea level, we observe a pressure of 14.7 psi, which is basically 40% of what you need in a car tire. right? So from that observation, we can come to a safe conclusion that we're in a contained system. That's all we're pushing forward on, sister. Thanks for the space.
Okay.
Yeah, in order to have
Logic.
pressure, there must be containment.
In order for an argument to stand up, it must be logical. That's where we're coming from.
Not illogical, but logical.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now,
Like,
saying that sound can contain gas is illogical. Yeah, sorry.
do you think you could take away the tire and still have pressure?
Apparently, if you turn your music up loud enough, you might be able to.
Right.
All right, you know what? That was sharp. That was sharp.
Like you need the tire to get the pressure.
But here's the
walls.
cool thing.
The
It's
walls
not
of
only
the
true for just gas. It's true for liquids too. Say if I had a business where I sold different types of liquids and different types of gases. Well, if you purchase 1 gallon of liquid and 50 ounces of gas. Well, if I'm gonna disperse it to you or sell it to you, whether it was in person or via the mail, it literally has to be contained. I cannot send you any liquid without a container. Cannot send you any gas without a container. Has to contain both of those. Now the gas, more importantly, has to be like sealed inside of a container, where the liquid could potentially be in an open container and still do its thing. But you get the point. You have to have a container either way.
Yeah, it must be contained. But what is the shape of the container? I don't know.
Doesn't matter
All I-
even. Doesn't
All I
matter
know is
even.
there is
We
a
just know it's
container
contained.
because
Has to
we
be.
have, like, the tire is a good thing because the tire pressure gauge, like if you've ever used the tire pressure gauge to see how much pressure's in your tire, did you know that 0 is actually 14.7? And it doesn't matter if you're not sea level. You could buy a tire pressure gauge at a mile high. Did you know that 0 is 14.7?
So you're just trying to muddy the waters at this point, eh, James?
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I'm trying to give her understanding. Hold on.
But we haven't got to the. Anyways, yeah, you go ahead with your bad self, brother.
It's because
What's your bad
pressure-
self?
It's because the pressure outside the tire is 14.7. Therefore,
Still
when your tire is at 0, it will no longer leak out. The
brother.
pressure inside. Hold on. The pressure inside the tire
Bro.
is equivalent to the same as the pressure outside, so it will always maintain that 14.7 once you get to that pressure.
Right, but the weight of the vehicle makes that go down to 0. That's the problem, brother.
Well, there's no area for it to escape to, entropy. There's no entropy to take place. Well, once the pressure outside of the tire is equivalent to the pressure inside the tire, there's no reason for the gas to come out, the air, the pressure.
I'm betting VV sitting up here going, wow, I needed to know this.
Yeah, bro. Come on, bro.
I'm trying to give her a better understanding.
Nah, you gave her the cappuccino, bro. You just gave her the cappuccino.
Trying to give her the better understanding of pressure.
Yeah, you need to be concise with your points, right? When you're trying to help people understand things, be concise with your point.
I was very concise.
Okay, so
That's
then
that,
my
bro.
understanding now with your example, right? So then how is it that, okay, so if the pressure inside the tire is the same pressure as 0, is the same pressure as the air that is outside of the tire, right? Because that's why it's at 0.
Leak out.
It will no longer leak out. Okay, so then what's to say that there is no container? Because that's essentially a gas kind of be like, if it's the same pressure as in and out, isn't that basically like a gas?
Here we go.
That lets you know that outside the tire is 14.7 psi. The only way you could
So
get
then
that
it's not
is if
leaking out into each other. It's still like the container's still there. But then how is that so if there's
Well, it'd be
no pressure?
different. It would be different on the globe because on the globe, there'd be a vacuum on the other side, and the 14.7 definitely would get sucked out. So, but this is completely not what needed, James Richard.
Wait,
But
so but you just said globe. I
No,
thought
no,
it's
no,
not a
no, no,
globe. I
no.
thought it's
Pressure only
a
comes.
flat Earth. I thought it's flat.
Pressure only
here we
comes
go,
from
bro.
two. Pressure only comes from two different pressures. Like if everything was one pressure, you would never have multiple pressures, right? I mean, that's obvious.
James, are you
So
So
sauce
then
right now?
where's
Yeah,
the
James is.
pressure
Are
coming
you
from
there right now,
though?
bro?
Like how is the pressure even being created in the first place? What
From
force
the
is making the
container,
pressure?
ma'am. From the
The
container.
container. So the container is like pressing. Okay, so
Yep.
but wouldn't the air be
Gas is
like
pressed on the
pressing
container.
against the container?
Yep.
You mean?
You
Not
can't
the
have
container
pressure
pressing?
without containment. Yeah, the gas is pressing on the physical containment. That's how we're
Yeah.
getting the pressure. You don't get a pressure if there's nothing to press on. And gases are colliding with each other as well. You know, the gases are randomly colliding everywhere. But
So
the point
there's
is,
nothing
in order
on
to have
Earth that has like an invisible type of like that's denser than fucking air that can contain it at all.
The problem is you're saying air. Air's a mixture of all sorts of gases. So in the air, we don't have like a clean gradient from the bottom to the top. Gases are at all levels of the atmosphere. So it's all randomly colliding. It's a big mixture, okay? And it's all dynamically moving through the weather patterns, through all sorts of reasons. But the point is, none of this is possible without physical containment. There is no gas layer or energy or sound layer that can contain all the mixture of those gases and create a gas pressure. Only physical containment can do that.
So we still haven't discovered or scientifically what that containment is. That container
Oh,
is.
there's claims. There's all sorts of claims. We're not willing to talk about claims that we can't verify in here. But if you go and do some research, I'm sure there's an encyclopedia that said they found the firmament in the 1800s. Does anyone remember that quote?
What is that?
But that's not a claim that we're willing to back because we can't confirm whether there's a container, what the container is made of. But there are claims of, from the religious texts of a firmament, and there is encyclopedias where they say that the firmament is an X distance high at the South Pole and X distance high above Europe. Those aren't our claims, but there's plenty of research that you can do.
So is that like a film or something? Is there like you believe it's a film of some sort?
No, I said the firmament. Have you ever read the Bible?
Yeah, not like
in the
truly
in the
like word by
Bible,
word, but
well,
You know
in
that
Exodus.
container they were talking about earlier? That's what
Yes,
some people call it.
okay.
All right, that's pretty easy.
So in the Bible, it's written, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth, and he separated the waters with the firmament. So this is what a lot of people would call the container, the firmament. If you're a Christian or if you've read the Bible and you've heard that word, then that might be the word you use. But just for clarity, no one in here, and I'm definitely not claiming that the container is the firmament of the Bible. I'm just saying there's a lead for you to go and look up what a physical container by the Creator could be called. Could be called the firmament.
Depending on the version that you read, some versions call it a flat-out dome.
Okay. So then how is it that you guys think the earth is flat then?
Because that's how it's measured.
And to say that's how it's measured, I'll go right back to the principle of level. Sister, do you know about building stuff upon this place?
Huh?
Are you familiar with how things are built?
Yeah, with the construction, like architect stuff like
Awesome.
that.
Perfect.
Okay.
Right. So, from a standpoint of the construction worker himself, right? He builds to a
Yeah.
principle called level.
Uh-huh.
You familiar with that? What a construction level is?
Yes, the ground has to be leveled, and yeah,
Well, that's fine.
in
Ground
order to
has
make
to
the
be
foundation,
leveled.
right? In
Right.
order to build the
Perfect.
foundation.
Right.
Okay, and
So when they build the
the foundation has to
foundation,
be leveled to the earth.
they will
Type of stuff.
install the sill plate. The sill plate is the thing that everything starts getting built from. So when we observe level in all these different buildings that are built everywhere, right, we can stay firm in our understanding that that level observation with these buildings also matches up with the horizon. And those two things are the mainstays for us in order to say that the Earth is observably and measures flat. Now, when we go on to look at the globe proponent, we're not able to find this curve that they keep pointing to and referring to, saying this is what it actually is. Does that make sense to you, sister?
Um, yes and no. No, not really, because like I don't know. I've been okay. So where I grew up, right? It was very desolate. There was like no lights or anything like that. So therefore, I was able to see the different, I don't know what you want to call it, containers or containments or whatever the fuck you want to call it, of the earth. I mean, of the earth. Like I don't know. I don't know how the fuck to say it. Yeah, I don't know.
Okay,
I don't know what
sorry.
I'm trying to
So, okay, we're
But
not going
like
to
all
talk
I know
about
is
what
that I
you.
see a dome. So when I looked up into the sky, I see a dome. I saw it was domed, right? It wasn't like flat or anything like that. Like when you peer up into the sky, the shiny whatever the fuck paintings of whatever the fuck is up there. Like yeah, I don't know. I mean, it was a domed shape though. That's what I am aware of, and that's
That's
what
all
I
right.
saw.
Don't stress,
Right.
VV.
That's
We're
right.
not worried about the sky. We just mainly focus on the ground.
Right. So in doing so, right? So why is it that like okay, we couldn't see the tallest fucking building like in the world? You know, how is it that for the sun to like, supposedly go over the entire earth, how is it that we have different time zones of all that? Like why is it not just one fucking time zone? Or like why is it there one side is dark and one side is light? Or why is it that like what is it called? Seasons, right? Why is it that we're fucking in winter and they're over there in summer? Like how is that? Like
Any other questions you want to throw at us while you're on a roll?
no, that's it right now that I can try to grasp onto at least.
Well, let's have a look. You're worried that we can't see these extremely long distances. Air has density to it. There's also other humidity, dust. There's all these things going on. At ground level, I think it's only something like 270 kilometers is about the limit that you'll see. So if China or whatever massive building you're trying to see is beyond 270 kilometers and this is on a pretty clean day, you ain't gonna see it. So that's your distance one covered. As far as sunlight goes, well, when it's sunny at my house, if you can guess by my accent, it's probably not sunny at your house. I'm just throwing that out there.
Right.
But if you ask Becca, it's probably night time at her place. I don't know if which part of the rock she's on, but
I'm in Western Australia.
so what do you got? 3 hours, 7 o'clock, still daylight for you.
Yep, still daylight here.
That was easy. So yeah, daylight just follows the sun. As for your time zones are political. When you start looking at maps that have got time zones marked out on them, there's zigzags and there's bits missing and things that overlap. There's countries that are massive that have only got 3 time zones. There's countries that are the same size that have got 4. It's all over the place. So, yeah, complaining about time zones is not really going to do it for anyone. I hate daylight savings enough, so please don't mention time zones. What else do we have? Seasons. As the sun moves, the seasons normally follow. So the sun's path changes throughout the year. the seasons will follow that path. So when it's closer to one side, it'll be summertime there and winter time where it's further away. And as it moves back, it changes. So that was pretty easy. But don't try to overthink it, V. You will fry your brain.
Yeah, I think it's a little too late, yo, on that one.
Yeah, if you overthink
I'm like
you'll do laps up and down the house.
I am so burnt on this right now. Like
That's what I don't want to do to you. It's a lot
yeah,
of
I
information
give
to
up.
take in.
Ding ding. I tap out. I'm tapping out.
No, you're cool.
Yeah.
It's a lot of information to tap in, to take in, not tap in, or tapping out. A lot of information. So yeah, some people take about 3.5 minutes to get it. Other people 3 years later are still coming in annoying these guys because they just don't get it. But just keep in mind this crazy stuff called water. You know, you turn your tap on or faucet on, it jumps out. Maybe you might want to put it in a glass and drink it. Water at rest is flat and level. Unless it's affected by some other force, like a fat kid jumping in a pool or something as such, or wind. Now, the biggest problem you've got with this flat and level is allegedly, and we're all taught this, that we live on a ball. Now, we're also told that 70+% of this ball is water. So how can something that we know is flat and level be a ball of 70-something% of this substance? So it does give you something to think about. So hopefully I haven't wrecked your evening, or morning in your case. Uh-oh, I've broken one. I'm sorry. You there, V?
Yeah, I'm here. I kind of realized like somebody's been tagging me inside chat, like so I kind of like I'm just gonna be honest. I zoned the fuck out trying to read what the fuck this guy's going off on. Like, like wait, what is going on here?
Yeah, One Big Pond is definitely a fan of yours.
Oh, if Yes Man was a girl, Vivi wins the act. What act? The fuck you on about? What else?
So
Your
this-
acting performance has been exposed for all. What? Wait, how? Huh? By acting of what? Of fucking confusion? Oh yeah, bravo. The Oscar goes to me, but right there, yes, bravo. The fuck are you on about?
But anyways, V, all those other
Sorry.
images that are following there are showing the inside of the ISS and some of the little failures that NASA has broadcast for us to see. So you get these wires, imaginary wires and things that people are pulling on to move people around or keep them suspended to make them look like they're floating. The nice lady with the red jumper on there, with her hair gelled up. Like seriously, if you're in the weightlessness of space, I would imagine that your hair would behave like as if you're underwater. It would be flowing around nice and freely.
Wait, so then what is the theory about bubbles then?
What do you
Could
mean,
it not
what's
be a
the theory
bubble?
about bubbles?
Well, I mean, like bubbles. I mean, bubbles is like what? Like it's a filament, or like it's like a film, right, in the air, and it floats. But if you touch it, it pops.
You're going to have a hard time convincing academia that the Earth is
Yeah.
surrounded in a bubble. Surrounded by a bubble.
I'm just asking. I mean, like, can like, will they make bubbles make sense then? Like on that sense, like on like the Earth not being similar to the bubble, to a bubble in the massiveness
never seen
of the
trees
out there.
growing inside a bubble. But anyways,
I mean, it can be a
Yes,
special
you
kind of
can.
bubble.
You can have spores inside of a bubble, organisms inside of a bubble, trapped in a bubble. You can have
Wow.
things trapped in a bubble.
Wow. Yeah, that must mean
Oh,
you're in
shit.
a bubble.
Oh, it's
Oh
not,
my God.
well, I'm not
Are
directly,
we?
comparing, but you can. I mean, that was the
No,
question.
you
Can you?
guys haven't given any compelling reason why we would be. So no.
Oh.
But anyways, V.
I mean, if you were, you could try and convince, propose that to your compadres if you want.
No, I'm not trying to convince nobody. I'm just trying to get some understanding here, like because like I'm trying to understand this. Like
That's not what
like
we're
because
told. Like
it's yeah, no, but like what you're telling me right now is I'm trying to understand what the fuck I'm being told right now about like your guys. I mean the from what we have been
that
scientifically discovered.
that there must be something containing the gas that we breathe and causing gas pressure, because that's how gas pressure is caused, by the molecules of gas bouncing off the walls of the container and each other. So
Okay.
that's just the definition of gas pressure. And you're breathing gas right now, so there's got to be
right.
container. Now you're told that no, that's not the case. Ball, flat, what doesn't matter. What you're told is that you are on. Well, specifically, you are told that you're on a globe. You're on a ball. They don't accept anything less, right? And that it is encapsulated inside an ever-expanding volume of nothing. Basically, very little matter. Right? So you've got Earth's air, it gets to a point in the sky, and they go, this is no longer Earth's air anymore, here's a vacuum. And by natural law, gas would just expand into that volume, that available space that is available for it, because that's what gas does. It just spreads out, keeps spreading out, until it meets a barrier, some form of containment. Won't let it go any further, right? Because it just wants to keep going. It'll just keep filling.
So so to relate it as a bubble, right? I'm still stuck on the bubble thing, right? Okay, like so the more air you put into a bubble, it pops. Okay, so what's to say that we're not gonna pop? Or what's to say you guys don't think it would pop?
That's what we're trying to explain to you.
Oh.
If that container did pop, all the gas would piss off and you wouldn't be breathing. So there has to be a container there. That's what we're trying to get through to you. So
and then
if
that's
there's
what
a container,
but the container so we know there's a container, but we don't know what the fuck the container is.
that's cool.
Yeah, well,
no problem with that.
If the container
However,
is
how is
liquid,
it that we allegedly shoot things through that container and it doesn't pop?
well, that's just it.
Oh.
Yeah, nothing gets out of it. If the gas doesn't get out of it, then like a rocket or a person or anything else doesn't, obviously, either.
Yeah, closed system. So closed system in physics is a system.
Energy can get out of it. Radiation and stuff like that can get out of it. But matter,
energy in and out. Matter cannot go in or out. But you're told you're in an open system. Matter and energy can come in and out.
Just take to wrap your head around it. Take the concept of matter can be created or destroyed. You've got a closed system, just like your heliocentric, but make it smaller. Instead of so large there's no end to it, that you'll never know the end. The end is moving away at light speed. You just know there's an end that could be reached, but it's not possible to get there. I mean, currently, people can't get there. Maybe at some point in the future, there might be some, different technology or whatever to get up that high.
And let's be clear, we're not saying that on the other side of the container is outer space. Right?
No, that's like your edge of the universe.
Okay, but then what's at the edge of the earth? Like when it's flat. So what's at the edge of it? But it just, by the sounds of it, it just sounds like it just continues. And
I
there's
don't
no
know.
edge.
Do you want to go check it out for us? Report back.
Yeah,
and
let
you
me
can
start
be the one
walking.
to
Yeah,
tell.
I'll start walking. Hold up.
Yeah, you can be the one to give the answer anytime somebody comes into the VC and asks that question.
Yeah, I can be the fucking whatever the fuck you want to call it.
Because
Teacher of
if
that
we're
shit.
contained, that container has to meet the ground somewhere. All right. So you'd find a limitation to your ability to be able to traverse any more of the surface horizontally. But that doesn't mean that on the other side of that it continues on. Don't know. Who knows?
Yeah, just because we understand that gas requires containment doesn't mean that we've been out to the extremities of this place.
It's like the honest position, rather than just inventing some bullshit. Don't know exactly what it looks like. It might not even be possible to figure it out.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with the argument. It's not like we're saying, hey, we've been out there. We've been to the edge of the world and we've seen that there's some sort of containment holding us in here. That's not the position at all. We're saying that gas pressure, which obviously we have, we breathe it, that requires containment. By definition, has to be contained. The gas has to be, or else it would fuck off. So, yeah, nobody's going to be able to answer a question about an edge for you based on that.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, I'm tapping out. I give up. I don't know. I'm still just as confused as I did as I came in. But thank you guys. I appreciate the conversation. That was great. That was awesome. Fucking, chill fucking conversation. I appreciate it. Appreciate all the knowledge you guys actually offered, and unfortunately, I didn't contain any of it or grasp it.
Well, thanks.
Sorry,
thanks for the honest conversation.
We
don't actually get a lot of people just actually, curiously asking. Most of the time, they just come in to troll, and they
I
think
get
that
it.
it's foregone conclusion that the Earth is a globe and this is retarded, and they say retarded things on top of it to try to back up their stance. And you're just asking questions, and that's really cool. So thanks.
Yeah, I mean, I said, I mean, I'm not gonna sit there and bash, what you guys know versus, what I believe.
Yeah. Okay.
So.
Fair. That's good. Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah. Alrighty. Well, it was pleasant. You guys have a good morning, evening, whatever time where the sun is at for you guys. Bye,
Good.
you guys.
Good. You too.
Lovely chatting.
Wow. Somebody who isn't bonkers. I didn't think anybody like that wanted to talk about this subject.
Did Beck bring her in?
Oh, it's refreshing.
Did you bring her in, Beck?
No, we must have just coincidentally arrived around the same time.
Same time? Yeah, no worries. Yeah.
Somebody liked. What do you mean somebody? That was a bit rude.
Oh, somebody with an open mind willing to challenge their pre-existing beliefs, just asking questions, wondering, what's this about? Why are you saying that? Let's try to figure it out where these people are coming from. Somebody like that, without the foregone conclusion in their head that the Earth is obviously a globe, and that anybody who says otherwise is some kind of retard. Something like that. That is quite rare, and you should be writing notes.
We were trying to confuse her and convince her,
Everybody
right?
comes here to.
We were trying to brainwash her.
But the funny thing is, before she left, she said I was just as confused as as when I came in. She got nothing out of it. But she was chill because she didn't get antagonized at all. That was what you're really talking about. She didn't raise her voice.
I think you totally missed it.
She learned a lot from that convo.
Yeah, you probably could listen again and replay. That's why we live stream. Because when you get some numpty like you, who will give the exact opposite take of what happened, it's recorded, homie.
Oh, I know it's recorded because you keep saying it is.
Yeah,
it's good it's recorded as well because a lot of people agreed with me more than you did. They agreed with me yesterday more. The amount of PMs and messages I had yesterday.
Listen, dummy, you're preaching to the choir. You're appealing to beliefs that people already. No, but that's all you're doing. You're appealing to beliefs that people already hold. You're not making arguments. You're not providing evidence. You're not providing logic. You're just providing beliefs. You're just providing beliefs people already hold, and you couldn't back them for the life of you. So they're going to go, yeah, thing I already think. Great. That's all you're doing. Just so you
I
know.
didn't even hang around to listen
The
to what
weasel
you had
dipped.
to say.
You dipped in the middle of that?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
He's like,
Okay.
oh shit, heretics here. Didn't want none of that.
That's what he was doing. Didn't want to hear it, I guess.
The lady's got more questions. You know, like, because
Good to see you, heretic.
Thanks. I've been taking a slight break.
Yeah, me too. I feel like I haven't spoke to you for ages, but good to see you, bro.
Thanks, man. You too. It's kind of hard to come in here after a break, actually, because they're so grating and insane mostly that it's like, how did I ever deal with this?
Yeah. Like getting in the pool of vat from Rick and Morty, isn't it? And having to convince yourself to get back in.
Yeah, it's tough. That's why I just sit back, hang back, and let the rest of them deal with it. I'm mostly just listening when I go in lately because they've just gotten so psychotic, and there's so many of us as well to deal with them that it's like, I don't need to stress myself out. I can just hang back, take a listen.
So to that lady's question earlier, like, do you guys think it would have been wrong to respond by saying, like, you know, to her question about like, what could possibly be beyond the edge or like outside of the container or the firmament, whatever you want to call it, to say that it would be God in heaven outside of the container? Would that have been the wrong response?
How do you verify that claim, though?
It's okay. It's not that you would. It's not that you would be able to
Yeah.
verify
It
empirically.
would be the wrong response because to them it's going to look like, oh, okay, you've got religious motivations for having this conversation. It's fine if you think that.
Yep.
But to put it forth as an argument in this forum, I think would be the wrong move.
It's good for
Be a
Sunday.
poor argument.
Speculation Sunday, you can speculate about that. But try to
And you can think it.
Well,
and you'll even have flat earthers that will challenge you on that belief.
But I think
yeah, exactly. You can think it to your heart's content. It's just that there is no way to act. Well, I don't, as far as I can see, there's no ironclad way to verify that, and we want to stick with what we can actually bulletproof prove to them. You know, you can think what you want about beyond the container and whatever this whole setup of this reality is and whatnot. We just want to stick to points that they absolutely can't knock down, though.
But by verified, do you mean like first-hand empirical demonstration, or some like
Yeah.
logic
Yes.
conclusion by means of deductive reasoning?
Both.
Both. Oh, okay. So why can't the latter? Wait. But both needs to be for verification, or just one or the other?
Well, you're going to prove that God is right outside of the container by deductive reasoning. I mean, if so, then the floor is yours.
Well, deductive reasoning is part of logic, right? So you can't already establish that there. You can establish through the necessary antecedent that there is a creator, but you can't establish where he is.
I'm also not assailing that understanding. I'm just saying this isn't necessarily the venue to argue it.
Sure. Okay. But you know, just to maybe I know me personally, like maybe if we were in a one-on-one conversation or something like this, that's like how I would personally respond, and maybe just to you know, sort of appease their curiosity, you know, just to give them an answer in the same way you guys are saying I can't verify it. Well, in the same way, you know, even if I give them that answer, they wouldn't be able to falsify it. You see, that's why I have no problem giving.
Yeah, we're just stuck not knowing either way, though. And the problem that I have with it is that I think that they're going to get the picture that they're just talking to, like religious fundies, basically. I'm not saying that's what you are. I'm not trying to assail your belief or your position in this or anything like that. I'm just saying that's the picture that, like, these numpties that we talk to in general are going to take away from it.
oh, do you believe in God? Is this a
Yeah, they're gonna
biblical
think it's a
thing?
yeah. They're gonna go, oh, okay, I get it. It's a religious thing. That's what they're gonna do, right? That's why I'm saying this, not for any other reason.
Right. But I don't know. For me personally, I could care less about what some stupid glober thinks about me or like the flat Earth
Yeah,
community.
I know, but I know.
No, it's not that. It's not that. We don't care what they think of us, but we know how fickle people are, and we know that people make decisions based on allegiances and alliances to their predispositions. So if they think that all religious people are wrong about X, Y, or Z, then as soon as they find out that, or they think that you're religious, which I don't think any of us are here, but if they think that, they're going to prejudge you and write off all the logic and all the sense that you've mentioned because, oh, he's a religious fundy. So there's no
Right.
point talking about religion. Yep.
And I mean, a lot of people have come to religion and God through flat Earth. That way, but they're going to see it as right. You came to flat Earth through religion. Oh, okay. You're reading a book. It's the Bible, right? That's where this is coming from. It's totally a religious motivated thing, is what they're going to think. And so we're just trying to show them, look, no, this is the way the Earth actually is. It's like that. And then you can have your own takeaway about it after that. We don't care.
Yep.
Yeah.
Absolutely. We're trying to encourage people to take notice of their senses and what they experience in reality, and then make their own decision about those sort of things. Exactly, heretic.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. And so, yeah, for like the fifth time, I'm not trying to knock down your position. I'm just trying to say that this is, I think, the best way to set it up as a conversation for people who are completely new. That's all.
It's just a bit of game theory, Rebel.
No, I got
you. You don't just run in head first. You need to be clever about what you say, how you say it, and what you do, right? Otherwise, you're just not convincing. People make decisions based on emotions until they achieve logical thinking. And we know that a lot of the Globers haven't achieved that logical mind yet. Their decisions are based on emotions. So we've got to minimize all of that.
Yeah, I get you. I mean,
it's like a little kid, you know. You don't distract them when they're trying to focus. You know what I mean? We're removing all keys, we're removing all shiny objects, and we're just focusing on what needs to be discussed.
Sure. But you know, in my experience, I've been a flat earther for what, like I guess around 4 years now. In my experience, you know, for a lot of Globers, they have even when you give them like the most like compelling and what should be irrefutable, undeniable scientific evidence of the flat Earth, and that falsifies the globe, right? What I've experienced in the conversation with them is that they have actually like a hard time processing this information because they have some sort of mental block. I can tell some mental block in their mind the entire time during the discussion where they're like, hold on. How could all these scientists be wrong? Are they lying to us? Is this a big conspiracy? And if it is, what could possibly be the purpose of the lie? You see, like that. You know, and
Yeah, I get that. That avenue leads into, yeah, they're trying to cover up God and it's a satanic thing and all that. Yeah.
So that, you know, that's.
I think you're right. Bro. I've seen it as well. You know, some people want the questions answered. Sorry, why the lie? What's beyond? What, you know what I mean? The deeper questions. But that's philosophy, and you just have to make sure the distinction's made. And I do agree. Some people need philosophy to be able to see the bigger picture and understand. But you know, we're completely right though, keeping it empirical in terms of a debate setting.
Exactly, because most people that ask that question are asking it on the grounds that they're going to decide whether or not there has been a lie told, on the credulity of your answer, on what the subjective credulity that they feel, right, from your answer. If that's not good enough, they're going to say, well, then they're not lying. They're going to think in their mind, well, they're not lying because that's a stupid answer. I don't believe in God, so that's out of the question, right? But if you give them the evidence that they have actually lied, then they're forced to ask that question under a different with different intention, with different motivation.
You're forced to deal with the fact that what's in front of you isn't what it was said to be.
You want them to get to that on their own. So if they've got sort of like an anti-Christian, theist point of view, let them bake in. Like when the astronaut said he found space Jesus, they brought a Bible to the moon. They took communion on the moon. Nixon said God picked America to win the space race. God personally told him that. The current director of NASA, Bill Nelson, said God personally told him to come out of retirement because he's the only one who can lead America back to the moon. Because he's an astronaut and a politician. After he was an astronaut, he became a politician. He said he has a perfect skill set to bridge the gap between science and government. So let them hold that bag. Let them alienate people who don't believe, who lack belief in the U.S. federal government and a deity, and see where they come out. If you give them a watered-down version of that, they'll just stick where they're at. There's no reason to move. Like, you want to change neighborhoods. Like, oh, look at this neighborhood. It's got bad garbage, a bad school, bad police services, bad everything. Move over here, it's all the same shit. And, just giving them, like, a better story isn't really much of anything. That's so subjective. Someone's story, someone's personal story, might not be interconnected to supernatural ideas to begin with.
No, yeah, I get what you guys are saying, and I respect your guys' sort of philosophy or
Sorry.
Yeah.
Sunday's the day to do it. Speculation Sunday.
That's right. That's right. Yeah, it's been a while since I've joined these VCs on Discord. I spent a lot of time over on the TikTok side of things as well. What was I gonna say? Oh, well, I mean, yeah. Well, I guess it's not Sunday, but I was gonna pose a question to you guys, like, because I know Root said, like, I don't know if he was speaking for everybody. He said, like, most people aren't religious, which is fine. I have no problem with that. I respect everybody's beliefs, but like, I guess coming from my point of view as like a biblical cosmologist, you can say, like, do you see how, or even outside of the context of any specific religion, if there is some sort of like, if there is a generic creator that exists that made this topographical stationary plane of which we live on, would it not be a reasonable, or at the very least intuitive conclusion to come to, that if this creator did make this place, then the position of where he would exist would be in heaven above the firmament? Like, right? Would that be some reasonable conclusion to come to?
No.
Nobody?
No, not at all.
It's a very narrow way of looking at it.
That's like Scientology, like a real physical version of a supernatural being, like an earthly god. Like some people will call it Luciferian. A god of the physical world rather than a god of the metaphysical or supernatural.
And didn't Jesus say God was within all? The house of God lies within you. So why are we giving him an arbitrary location above the guy?
Because the Bible does describe as God being in a position in the heavens, sitting on a throne as well. What you said, I think, is more metaphorical, I would argue. But anyway, I mean, we don't have to discuss like biblical doctrine here. I know this is not the appropriate format for that.
Yeah, look, I think people see it all different ways, and what we're trying to do is appeal to as many people as possible. We don't want to cut ourselves down and become judged by those who don't share your beliefs. We'd like to appeal to everybody because this is just empirical. This is just something anyone. It doesn't matter whether you're atheist, nihilist, Muslim, bloody pantheist, whatever it is. That's flat, and that will lead to the understanding that there must be a creator, and from there, that's up to you where you want to take that. It's not up to us to give you that idea.
Yeah, that's fair enough. But if you have to say, getting into these discussions with people, Globers, whoever may be curious about it, kind of like that other lady, for example. Would you have anything in mind about what ultimately they should say they were to be convinced of the flat Earth? Do you have anything in mind of what you think they should take away from that realization? Which I think would be like a very revolutionary sort of change on their worldview. They're going from the spinning ball, hurling out of control in space, to all of a sudden something that's completely the opposite. I mean, this is something very revolutionary, right? So, I mean, because it's such a fundamental paradigm shift in their worldview, what do you think should be their takeaway from that ultimately? Do you have anything in mind for that?
Yeah, what aspect of their worldview is being shifted?
I mean, the very fundamental view of where they live and the very nature of it. I mean, this is
a physical world.
Yeah, I mean, it's physical for sure. Yeah.
So not spiritual or supernatural.
Well, I guess the question goes into what could be the implications of that, right? Because if they on the one hand originally
let me help you out. Here's an image that might give you a good example. Does that frame it better?
Oh, hold on, let me see. Interesting little Venn diagram here. Well, right. So hold on. So the way you were asking me earlier made it seem as if it's it has to be one. It has to be one of these three things, or if there are other aspects. But according to the Venn diagram and what Venn diagrams in general sort of imply is that there could be a mesh of all these different aspects, and they're not necessarily mutually exclusive. One could affect the other. Right?
No, I think you missed it. So take out the other two. When you're talking about the realm of physical world, what do you invoke? Spirituality? Is that what you invoke for that, or?
But even according to your diagram, Crit, the realm of the physical is included as part of the mind and the spirit.
Yeah, but how much? How much are you looking at there?
I mean, in some way, they all interact with each other equally. I mean, I don't know if I can quantify it. I'm not that good at math.
Well, here, let me get. I think I got a better example that I'm looking for it though. Same question come up once, so I kind of wrote in there a few things. So basically, I labeled those parts of intersection. Here we go. I found it.
Okay. Trying to see what these additions are supposed to help.
That's the crossover area. So
right.
There's religion and science answers why. philosophy and science, problem solving, religion and philosophy, morality, good and evil, right versus wrong.
Mm.
So if you're in that space, answers why. You know, if your answer is God did it, you're in that space there. You're not inside the worldview area. You're outside of that Venn diagram.
Okay, I see what you're saying. But isn't it the case that whatever is outside of that middle worldview section is ultimately what influences what your worldview is? Like, how is
No,
that
that's where
not?
they cross over. So this could look. I mean, someone could remove that religion part completely. They still have a worldview. It's just pretty small in scope.
Well, you wouldn't even have.
They're missing a lot of aspects of how to articulate their point of view. If they remove philosophy or slide philosophy all the way over so it just barely touches
Mhm.
the worldview. That's why you get these people with these very broken worldviews. It leads them into multiple layers of contradiction because they go into the realm of philosophy, not understanding philosophy, then slapping like a religion sticker on it, and then trying to ask why. They didn't get to a solid foundation to begin with. So like you're here right there, problem solving. Where is God located? You're in the wrong, it's like a category error. You're in the wrong area.
I'm not sure what you mean by wrong.
You're
How?
looking for God's address. Where you at, Chief? I want to go wash your feet with my hair or something.
You mean pertaining to like if he has a physical location and where that may be? Is that what you're referencing?
Yeah, there you go.
Uh-huh. So I guess you're saying if there is a creator, it's not necessary that there's anything like physical or tangible to him at all. It might just be a completely immaterial existence.
Realm of the spirit, spiritual existence.
I see. Okay. Well, okay, fair enough. Well, so my personal um spiritual view or religious view or whatever is that the spiritual, just because something is spiritual, it does not necessitate that it is completely immaterial. That's my personal view on that.
Yeah, that's where you got the crossover into the worldview.
Okay. I gotcha. Yeah, I mean, well, we're all entitled to our different views, you know.
Yeah,
Totally
like
fine.
your Venn diagram for spiritual is down and rotated hard to the right. So you've kind of weakened that philosophical gap there between morality, good and evil, right versus wrong. And you really rotated hard into a bunch of questions why.
Yeah. But surely the intersection between religion and philosophy, morality would not be the only issue that it would answer. I mean, we can go into the very purpose or the meaning of life itself, right? If you know, or value, like if people
Yeah,
have
that's what that's talking about. Values, judgments. Quantitative value.
Yeah.
It's a heavy subject. Very heavy subject.
Yeah, sorry guys, I didn't mean to get
No, no, no. It's I like the conversation because we get this question a lot, and it's interesting to hear someone from coming from the other point of view, but slowly see our point of view because it's not like we have any real agenda apart from trying not to put people off.
Right.
But these questions are important, and I personally, and I believe I don't want to speak for Crit, but I can imagine he feels the same. Like, yeah, we discuss these things a lot, and we think about these things a lot. These things are important once you've already established what is demonstratable, provable. You know what I mean? In the natural world, then the next step would be philosophy. I agree.
Yeah, it's certainly an interdisciplinary sort of issue. It's not so like um singular an aspect. I don't think the issue of our very the very nature of where we live. I think it has a lot of implications. So the only point I'm trying to make is, if like me personally, if I'm speaking to somebody about this, and if they come to um if they come to realize like my view on, well, I know that sounds subjective because the flat earth is like empirically demonstrable, um but if they come to realize like that is the truth of the cosmology, to me it almost seems, I don't want to say it's a waste of time, but it almost seems, I don't know, like fruitless or like pointless if they don't actually like have like some significant takeaway of what that means, like how it may change their life, or like something like that. And I guess according to you guys, like that's something that they should come onto their own, like by their own sort of rationale or something. But I don't know. To me, I feel like there's also, in the same way that there's an objective truth to cosmology, I think in some way there's also some sort of universal or absolute truth to, sort of the implications of that as well. And it's not necessarily something that everybody would just have to, like, the people would just come to their own conclusion that can be completely contradictory to each other.
Yeah, you see that in the world religions. All their cosmologies have a flat, stationary Earth, except for, say, the Greek, which is why they used sort of science, this idea of Eratosthenes, to math out a globe Earth, even though the math didn't match. And the Chinese used the same method and got a flat Earth, because in their religion, the Earth was a ball being held up by Atlas, because he was defeated by Zeus. So what they did was they took their realm of the physical and kind of slapped a spiritual sticker on it and said, look at how great our idea is. It's got math behind it. And until you look at the math, and you're like, oh yeah, dude, this is just this is a shell game. You just pretended like there's some sort of supernatural being holding up the earth, and here's your proof of it. You didn't actually prove that. Because your worldview is like almost pretty close to that. You could just change the name and put the gods on top of Mount Olympus and the Titans underneath the earth. They're like in some kind of hell or whatever. You got to pass a river Styx to get there. Like physical locations. So that's that slippery slope of sliding your realm of the physical into the realm of the spiritual, or vice versa.
Yeah, I mean, I get your point of view, but I have my own, and it's been developed over the past couple of years, and I'm pretty. I mean, it's it's still subject to change, I guess. There's always more room to learn, but as of right now, that's the view I hold, is that the spiritual and physical are not necessarily mutually exclusive. That's where I come from.
What are we all just staring at the wall? There's a lot.
Yeah, what is everyone doing? It's very quiet.
Just checking my stocks.
Why are you gay?
We're having a moment of silence for the loss of the globe.
Yes.
Oh, lovely.
Yes, let's have a moment's silence for the globe. There we are, and happy Friday.
Happy Friday.
So there's a few Aussies around here these days.
Yeah, we're not stupid.
No, we're not.
Beck, I missed it. Are you a flat earther yourself?
Yeah, I'm OG. Yeah,
I
I
feel
used
like I
to be in the
recognise your voice, but I don't know you.
I think she's a mod at 24/7.
No. Yeah, I was years ago.
Was, but yeah.
Years ago. I was in the conversation. I was in the fight. And now it's been a few years. I've been off Discord. I took a 2-year break, literally 2 years. And now I'm back. And I'm listening and I'm loving it. I don't feel qualified to be the person putting the point out there, putting the defence up. I really don't feel qualified, but I do enjoy being here. And I do find a lot of it very humorous. Everybody's different personalities. And, yeah, it was really fun listening to you guys chat with VV before.
Yeah, I'm pretty much on the same level. Sorry, mate.
No, go ahead. I was just glad she's back, really. What was you going to say?
Yeah, I'm pretty much on the same level as you. Although I did, mop the floor with a couple of my workmates today. Some of the people that come into this channel, I don't have a hope in hell.
So you talk about it at work.
You guys. Yeah, I'm not afraid to let people know, who I am. Yeah, and that's one of the things that shouldn't hold us back, Shouldn't feel shame. Should be proud of who we are. Doesn't matter what they think.
Sure.
Beck, did you used to do ladies' nights? In 24/7?
I came along to a few ladies' nights, but I wasn't really active. There were far more educated ladies that used to sort of take the lead. But yeah, I did. I was around in those days. Absolutely. I look at it too from a very biblical perspective, and as I think it was Heretic said before, this room is more for the what you can prove and what you do know, and so I come from a very biblical perspective from this. If it wasn't for the Bible, I would not entertain the idea to begin with. It is because of the Bible that I do believe that it could well be very true what everybody in here is saying. And it's and there's a lot of mind control going on, and a lot of control of the mind and fighting for control of the mind in everything that we're doing these days, with like all the apps and the devices and phones and everything. It's just like we're bombarded with information and bombarded with screens. It's like Black Mirror 2025. So, yeah. But anyway, I don't feel qualified to be the person presenting the arguments, but I do 100% believe and agree in the arguments, especially water and the container. That's something I can really get my head around and I really do understand. So, yeah, that's me.
All right, you're good. You're absolutely good. Don't feel like you can't, get the party started, Beck. You're more than capable, by the sounds of it.
I do enjoy a chat, so that I do enjoy.
I find it invokes the Bible, the scriptures. You can't really see it without. So it's good in a way,
Yeah.
I enjoyed it. I definitely had no beliefs, for a creator until I woke up and kind of feel ashamed in a way, but it is what it is.
It's a really strong control of the mind, and it's like all these things vying and fighting for that attention, your attention. So yeah, and we're all in that. So and it's getting just even worse, like with the way the technology's going, and then all this AI stuff that's happening now. It's like it's seriously like living in a movie like The Matrix. It's like we could be living in something very similar to that in another 50 or 100 years. I'm just glad I was born when I was and I saw the change from, not having computers and not having phones and to having mobile phones and all of that kind of thing. So I'm glad that I got to live that whole existence to understand where we are now.
Yeah. How old are you, if you don't mind me asking?
I am 47.
Yeah, you're in that age. I'm nearly 40, so yeah, probably just skipped, the heavy,
Said that, Shaggy. You're in that age?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, what does that mean?
Yeah, it's just it,
It means he understands that people such as myself and her, we were born in the 70s, so we kind of grew up probably different than like the people that are in here that grew up in the 2000s. It was way different.
It was, and we experienced that before the way it is now, which is, I can't. It's just like that bombardment and everyone, all these things vying for your attention, your mind. That's what I feel is going on right now in this world, like hardcore.
Yeah. To be born in the 70s and come out of amongst the down with it, the 80s and 90s, you got partied hard, and so I've got a new phone. It's shit. Is that better?
Yes. Whatever you're doing there, keep doing it.
You're better.
Yeah. Yeah, I was just saying, like, you've got to be, pretty intelligent to see it when you're born in that era. I was lucky I was a bit later. Because, none of my siblings, none of them can see it. Try and tell them. My brother thinks Trump is not a puppet. He thinks whatever he says goes. Come on, man. Can't be that naive. He's doing what the big bosses tell him to do. The ones with the money.
Yeah, it's also crazy what's going on at the moment in the world.
Yeah, it's full on. It's kind of mind-boggling.
Yeah. I just keep watching as it all unfolds. Like, I just think, wow, this is unbelievable.
Yeah. Feels good being able to watch as well, you know.
Oh yeah, we're in a good position right now. It's all a big show, but there's so much going on under this surface that none of us really know. Well, I mean, we've all got our ideas, but yeah, I don't think our brains are too pure, like not pure, but they're too innocent to really grasp the whole like picture of the evilness that's going on under the surface, because we're just not built that way.
We're not capable of taking it in, I don't reckon.
Mm. Yeah, and yeah, it's just
Like
too
it
much.
was that intense yet. So yeah, it's this way for a reason.
Mm. I don't know why that politics bot posted that, but it said breaking news, no one cares.
The news on the radio, the TV is just ridiculous. Like, who wants to know about someone, you know, crashing their car when there's, you know, people flooding, people starving, you know?
I know,
It's just
right?
stupid.
Yeah, priorities. That's the thing, isn't it? That's the thing about this world. It's just all screwed up.
Yeah.
There's all this money circulating, you know, and it's just ridiculous, actually.
I'm actually amazed with all the shit that they put on our news that the final experiment stupidity didn't get thrown up on Channel 7 News.
Yeah, I thought that was going to go viral.
Yep, so do I. I thought, yep, for sure, we're going to have all these fucktard globers dropping in here. It's all over the news. It's on the telly. It must be true. Fuck off.
Yeah. Well, shows that we're not always correct. Good example.
Don't take score too soon, guys. It's normally when the documentary is released when it gets the attention.
What's
I thought that got rejected.
No, Wissett's saying that he has some sort of final say over the final edit, so he will get a look at what they release before they release it.
Should be interesting.
I'm just saying there's probably more to come on that. I reckon.
Just imagine his final say. Just delete the vape bit out of that, will you?
I'm sure there's a lot they want to delete now.
Yeah, excuses after excuses. There shouldn't be a reason for an excuse.
Why, has Whitser changed his position?
Nah.
Oh.
No.
Really?
He just got himself caught up in some psyop.
Oh dear. Yeah, he tends to get into a bit of trouble. Sometimes I remember years ago, him and Nathan Thompson got I think it was a RV, and they were travelling, and it all turned pear-shaped. So anyhow, at least he's adventuring. I mean, I haven't been around for years, see, so I really don't know exactly what you guys are talking about. I got a little bit of an idea, but I guess I will hear and find out more.
If Whitsitt uses any of his airtime in the documentary to talk about the ether, that'll be very annoying. Just has to concentrate on measurements, the actual reality. But we'll see.
He's still talking like he's got something up his sleeve. I'm like, come on, bro, let's just get on with it. Let's see what you've got then.
He's probably afraid of QE.
He thinks he's out. He thinks he's out playing the Globers right now, and he thinks it's all going to work out in his favour. So, quite weird to hear his confidence.
Yeah, it seemed like cope.
Yeah, I can't tell which one it is yet. Whether he actually has something, or if he's just coping.
Must admit, it'd be a pretty shitty position to be in.
Well, since
It's
we're
not
just
really.
bantering about Witsit, why don't we take the opportunity to corner Endless and ask him if he wants to be a mod?
I don't know if I need that power.
Okay, that's exactly the same thing you said to me in text. Fine, I'll take it.
What's the matter, McFly? Chicken?
Yeah, I don't know. Power corrupts and all that. I'll just start banning and blocking.
No, don't need dead air. We don't need dead air 24/7. So banning sucks, but sometimes you have to do it.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how much time I have to be around. I've been in here a little bit lately, but I get busy. I'll just be around for a while. So I
Don't
can't
worry
be
about
relied
that.
upon.
Don't worry about that. That's why
Well,
there's so many
Google's
of us.
All right, I'll
Google's
stop Ron
predicting.
modding. I'll cut it out.
We got a few.
I'll think about it.
You said that last time. How long's this thinking supposed to go on for?
Don't like to make hasty decisions in my own time. Thank you.
Okay, put another year on it.
Yeah, sure. 2026. It's going to be great.
Just brand him already, heretic. Get it over and done with.
Just do it against his will. Just give him, yeah. I mean, you could just not use the role, but when you have it and it's there, yeah, it can still kind of corrupt your mind. I mean, I kind of set out to not use any sort of mob power against somebody I'm talking to, but in this venue, I actually find it impossible sometimes. You end up talking to people you just have to use it on, or else you're not going to even be able to speak. And they're going to speak bullshit all over you.
I agree 1,000%.
Really low-level trolls who want to.
Yeah, I mean, but as an ideal, I don't want to use it at all. But I'm just like, who the fuck am I talking? This spastic. Like, I mean, either I just have to turn them off, or just let them run me over.
It's a balance.
Yeah, and those are the kinds of people that I mean, they actually probably shouldn't speak at all. Once they start acting like that, they shouldn't even be qualified for the forum. We should just shut them off, mute them, done, goodbye. Like, you can't behave at all, can't control yourself whatsoever. Why do we give you the floor? That should be the policy, but I mean, I don't know. Sometimes it's just so much fun to argue with an idiot. Might make me an idiot, but it is what it is.
It's a bad habit.
Sorry, you go.
No, just saying it's a bad habit that we can all get into. I can relate. I'm sure we all can.
Yeah, I find the only way to reason with it is that shit's going on YouTube, that's going live. So people see them making a fool out of themselves.
It's horrible though when you have to mute them over and over again just to get them to answer the question, because they're going to talk about anything else, right? You put something to them and they try to divert from it. You're like, no, let's just set it to what we're actually trying to say here, and they just keep going around it and around it and around it until it's like, I'm just going to mute you until you answer the question. And I don't know. There's something to be said for just not even letting them talk if it has to come to that.
Many of them are self-admitted trolls, and their only reason to be here is to disrupt and just be dickheads.
They only say that to save face. They say that so that it just seems like they're just trolling us. After we screw them all up, then they claim, well, yeah, I'm just a troll. This happens all the time.
That's mostly all we get. And we're kind of hungry to I don't know, deal with with Globers. It's fun. It's fun shattering their worldview. We're waiting for them to show up so that we can do that, but
Or if we should wander out and start raiding other servers. Just turn up, start talking flat Earth.
Oh gosh,
So you
those were the
reckon
good old days. We used to
They
do
actually
that.
get upset when you do that.
well, I mean, the good old days was setting up this place here. That's exactly how this happened, right?
Yeah.
We're looking for places to find Globers, and here, yeah, just like tapped into a gold mine of them, like Radwin said when we first got here.
Dude, when we first got here, Heretic, you were basically on your own in a room full of Globers, and you were like 24/7 just wielding the sword and shield, mate. It was like I don't know where you got that energy from over those months.
Well, it was me and Panto trading off, who called himself Spake at the time. It was us two. I mean, he actually started it. He was the one who said, "Want to go into politics with me?" And I went there when he set it up. He had the role in the. I mean, I was just brand new in the server, so I wasn't even able to like make one of those create to join VCs. And he did it, and I was here. I was like the right hand the entire time. We're just trading shifts because he's in UK, and like he could kind of cover the times I was sleeping, and vice versa. And we were just here all the time. Yeah, like you said, I don't know where I got the energy from either, because we had to hold it down for about a month straight, just nonstop doing this in order to get this place happening. Which shows that at the time I had absolutely no life. But
that's where you earned your stripes, bro. I think.
Yeah, I mean that's how we got this. It's how we did it. Now it's like, oh, there's so many people who want to be in here arguing that I don't know. I don't need to do anything. But yeah, that's how it came to be.
Yeah, I wish I was around earlier. Envy you guys. Ones that have been in it for a few years. I was around that time. I looked at it and laughed.
What year? What year you talking?
Around 10 years ago, that's when I was in a denial. I looked at it and laughed and didn't even look into it. And then, 10 years later, I'm like, I have to look into this. This shit's getting big. And yeah, tried to debunk the globe, couldn't. I debunked Flat Earth, sorry, I said that wrong. Pretty much like a lot of us try to prove the globe, can't do it. Yeah, but I don't know about you guys, but when it hit me, it hit me hard. Like, all the information just rushed through my head at once. And I realised. So, yeah.
A light switch went on, huh?
Yeah, it just boom. It was like, holding on.
And that's just it. If you understand the differences between evidence types, whether you have direct or circumstantial evidence, you quickly realize that the globe itself has absolutely no direct evidence. None. And I challenge anybody in this chat right now to provide direct evidence of the globe. And I will 100% wait.
Yeah. Simple.
Circumstantial evidence being the circumstances of space have to exist as an example in order for you to collect said evidence of space. However, direct evidence, testable, repeatable, demonstrable, these are the things we look for in order to start theory crafting anything beyond. But if we stay still within the observation of direct evidence, we're on a stationary topographical plane. Hate to break it to you, Globers,
Well, yeah, I have direct evidence of the globe. Actually, you see, it's this thing called reciprocal zenith angles. As I'm putting my nerd glasses on, you see.
Okay. How do angles work, brother? Could you tell me how you derive an angle? What's required of an angle?
Flat level.
This is where you say two straight lines, and I say, okay, how do you introduce a curve into those two straight lines? Go ahead, I'll wait.
A level ground certainly isn't necessary for an angle. You can just get an elevation angle from regardless of what the nature of what you're standing on is.
How do you get an angle off a curve?
You just get an elevation angle. You just look up at a certain angle. What do you mean? It doesn't matter what you're standing on.
You better look in text chat, bud.
Yeah, I posted something for you, not Miguel's, mine. You need to answer that question so we can kind of figure out if you know what even a triangle is.
I don't think he understood the question.
Wait, guys, hold on. So I was the guy who was in here earlier. I'm kind of just trolling. I'm a flat earther. It's just, reciprocal zenith angles is something that I've heard Globers say. And actually, I want to ask you guys if you've heard it yourself before. How do you? Well, I guess maybe you already gave me the answer as how you to respond to that.
The anti-flats who claim to measure it. It's what is his name? Jesse something.
Path of Light.
Jesse.
Path of Lies. Jesse Path of Lies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Make shit up.
I already debunked him in here. Many have.
Oof.
Any curve is only ever calculated. All the measurements are flat.
I mean, yeah. I mean, I'm sure you guys have heard it before, though, right? Like, because I'm part of the modern day debate server as well, and one of the mods in there, he like obsessively posts this YouTube clip to what the whole point of it is supposed to be them demonstrating what's known as what's called reciprocal zenith angles, and to me, it seems like a bunch of like it just breaks. I mean, to me, it's a bunch of nonsense because the majority of the video, it's like about an 8-minute clip. The vast majority of the video, just like some dude like writing numbers on some notebook. I don't really see much going on besides that, but I don't know. Do you guys understand? Like, do you guys know what the steel man of that argument is? Because I barely understand it.
Have you got the clip that you can post up for us so we can rip it to shreds?
All you have to say back to him is you can't make an angle from the surface of a ball.
Okay, I can try to go find the clip, but I'll see. And I've heard that argument as well. About the
That's
whole.
a McToon argument.
Is that AJ? AJ, what's up, bro?
Oh, not much, man. What's going on?
Yeah, me and you had this conversation with Jesse a few times, didn't we? And we were finding that he was taking these observations from different elevations and then not taking into account the elevation change. So basically, he was like cherry picking really specific observations over land. This is not something that you get over water, right?
There was all sorts of tool abuse. He was using it beyond the bounds of what the tool is actually capable of. It was shady about how he's setting things up. He's just a liar.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure AJ shot him down a few times because he's been making that claim for a few years now.
Yeah, I looked at some of his measurements, and what I came up with disagreed. But secondly, the biggest issue again, I think the From memory, the observation was 500 miles or something stupid like that. It was, I don't know if anyone knows off the top of their head, I can't remember. But regardless, the device he was using was well out of range. It's not reliable data.
That's exactly what I've accused Jesse of, tool abuse. Very well said indeed. Misuse of theodolite as an example, right? Throwing away the idea that all these things, these setups, require you to level it first and then observe whatever it is you're going to observe off on the horizon. But at the end of the day, an angle is literally dictated by the two straight lines where they intersect. We have a sextant. The sextant shows us that. Align it with the horizon, look up at the celestial body, look at the instrument, and oh my gosh, I have an angle. Two straight lines.
Yeah.
All you have to do is post that picture I just posted, and he leaves the room.
Yeah, I think we're talking
Rebel
about these reciprocal zenith angles as well. I've heard this argument when we talk about, celestial navigation or angles to the stars. They go straight to, well, we don't need a horizontal baseline because we can measure a zenith angle. Yeah. So in reality, it's not how it's done. Yeah. When we're doing celestial navigation.
For whoever asked for the clip, I just posted it above that little atmospheric refraction GIF there.
Thank you.
For the whole.
The fact that the zenith angles correspond with the right angle at the surface just proves our point. It's all 90 degrees. They're making a box, with two planes and 90-degree angles. But then they say that the angles bend.
Exactly,
you
brother.
can't navigate then.
To jump in on that, right, the idea of reciprocal zenith angles, when we take things, the study of like a right angle triangle as an example, we know that interior angle, right, they call it a complementary angle because it's given to you. We know it's 90 degrees. Now, the study of a function of a triangle is three interior angles, all adding up to 180 degrees. And those, the sides of a triangle are all dictated by three straight lines. So again, we come back to the original point of it. How do you get a curve, introduce a curve, and have a triangle at the same time?
Also, calculations are not measurements, direct measurements. There's all sorts of transformations. You can turn flat measurements into curved spherical geometry. So be aware of that.
Yeah, you can transform the data into any shape you like. There was a glober who came around a couple of years ago. I remember his name, Trollolo or something, and he was all proud that he'd transformed the data into triangle Earth and donut Earth, and yeah, sure, you can make any shape you like after you get the measurements, and the measurements require a flat Earth.
Yep, that's the mic drop moment.
So, may I ask a question?
Shoot.
Sure.
So, if I'm being okay, I'm sure you can both agree that the scientific community as a whole, both, I mean, they all have come to this consensus that the Earth is a globe, right?
So you would believe that the shape of the Earth has something to do with science, that somehow you believe it's scientifically proven.
So can we both come to that agreement that the scientific community as a whole all agree that the Earth is a globe and not flat, right?
Okay, so you believe it's a question for science whether the Earth is a globe or not.
If you're asking if the general consensus in general is if the Earth is a globe, then yes. whether you're using the word science or not. The answer is yes.
Okay.
The science is not a consensus issue. There's no just agreement in science.
I don't think he's asking about the semantics about definitions of science. I think he's just trying to.
That's kind of how the trick is done, though, isn't it? It's a big part of how the trick is done.
Well, I'm just trying to clarify. If you're asking,
I'm just saying, can we
hang on.
That's all I'm asking. I think we can.
The consensus, of course, is that the Earth is a globe. Yeah.
That kind of position it's not very mainstream at all, is it? The globe position is the mainstream thing, right?
Correct. So now I'm asking you the question: if you're saying that science is a scientific consensus of some type, do you believe that the shape of the Earth is a scientific question?
So I really, I don't mean to be rude or anything. I just would really love to continue on this train of thought because I think it could be quite fruitful.
Well, I am. I'm trying to clarify what you've stated. Yeah, you stated that there's some sort of scientific consensus in regards to the Earth being a globe. So I'm now asking you: do you believe that the shape of the Earth has something to do with science? Is it a scientific question?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter whether or not I think it's a scientific question. Anyone can come to the conclusion that the Earth is some shape or another. Right? All I'm saying is that this community has. That's all.
So then, if it doesn't have
question science. Okay, so if you're claiming that the scientific community has some type of consensus, then you're trying to make this hold some type of weight. But if you say it doesn't really matter, then realistically, your question doesn't matter because it doesn't matter what scientific consensus says, yeah?
When have I said any of that? I haven't put any weight on anything. All I'm doing is trying to...
the first thing you said.
And you kind of... I don't know what you're doing. You're kind of jumping from a different angle, trying to get a gotcha moment.
I'm not. I'm trying to clarify.
I'm just going to keep talking. So I just want to continue on this because I think it could be a really good train of thought that we can endeavour on.
Well, we're trying to keep up with your train of thought, son. You started off with the scientific consensus is, and do you agree with? And now you're saying you don't. So your train of thought's all over the place. So how about we start again? Hi, I'm Matrix. Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Room. How can we help you today?
Right. Okay. So all I wanted to do is just continue on this train of thought. That's all. Okay. There's no need to get all uppity. With,
okay. So your train of thought was
anyway.
That
Look,
scientific consensus. Hang on. Your train of thought was that when you came in, you asked the question whether or not there was a scientific consensus.
Yes, there is.
Okay, so there's a scientific consensus. So I'm asking you the question. This scientific... You then say that it is a question for science, because obviously you believe that this scientific consensus holds some sort of weight in the argument.
Right, but okay. I think if I respond to this, right, I think that whether or not it's a question for science is... Well, okay, we have to define what science is first and foremost. But even if it wasn't necessarily a question for science, well, it could be a question for religion. It could be a question for sociology. It could be a question for economics. It could be any sort of question, right? Any community can have a position.
So then let me
finish.
You
can't cut me off without finishing the answer. Otherwise, you're attacking what is essentially not my argument. Right? You don't know what I'm going to say next.
So then the scientific consensus can be thrown out.
There's no point talking.
The scientific consensus isn't important.
I let you finish about 3, 4, 5 times, but
you were constantly talking
because you like the sound of your voice.
You're just rambling on. Yeah, we don't need to hear all the rambles. Your point was that the scientific consensus is not important. Yeah, because it could be a question for religion, many other things. Yeah, so then we can throw the scientific consensus out straight off the bat. Yeah.
It's just making an argument ad populum. That's all this is. Who cares?
No, I'm really not. It's not the basis of my argument. I'm not saying because science says something it must be true. Of course not. I'm not saying that. I'm trying to.
What are you saying?
Right. Okay.
So why is it important? Why is it important if they agree? If it's a consensus?
Just
right.
Just
I can't
entertainment.
really.
Yeah.
Guys, man, come on.
Shush. Shush.
You just
I want to ask him. Shush. I want to ask him a question. Why is consensus important to this topic?
If you let me
Then
finish,
make your
maybe
point.
you'd find out. Okay,
Yeah, I'm
fine.
telling you. Go ahead and make your point.
Right. Okay. Cool. Cool. Right. So I'm sure we can. Okay. We agreed that the scientific consensus on this issue is that the Earth is a globe, right? And
Why do you keep on insisting that we have to agree with the things you're saying?
Okay, fine.
Just
if you don't
make your
agree,
point.
well, that's
Just make your point.
Hello. No. There is no scientific consensus that determines the Earth as a globe. There is no such a thing. That's complete nonsense.
I didn't say that.
Science deals with cause and effect relationships. The shape of the Earth or the shape of something is a what is question. Science deals with how is questions. If you're going to talk about science and a consensus about science, it has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth.
I'll just continue now. So
There
science
is no scientific consensus that says the Earth is a globe. Your premise is completely wrong. No, so the answer is no. There is no scientific
No.
consensus to the globe.
You're not, yeah, Jamesy, he's not just Avatar. You're not just going to move on, yeah? You're going to address what's being said to you. You just want to skim past it and move on. You need to address Jamesy.
Deja vu.
You asked me to make my argument, to move on and to stop.
No. And I'm going to mute you again, yeah? Jamesy just made a statement, which was where I was trying to lead you. Jamesy, if you'd like to say it again, please go ahead.
Listen, bro, you're asking if there is scientific consensus that determine the Earth is, the shape of the Earth, and that's completely wrong.
Listen, guys. We have to agree that 99%, the majority, so the consensus amongst train model enthusiasts is that the Earth is a globe, right? We agree with that, right?
That's not a scientific thing. That's a personal opinion. That's a belief. That has nothing to do with science.
Responsibility, and I hope to develop your career again.
Just
You could just change the question and say, do we agree it's the general consensus the Earth is a sphere? And just remove the word scientific, right? Then we're good.
Well, he could do that, but his claim was that, he wanted to talk about science
Roots, hot mic, mate.
I could be wrong, but I think that's what he's saying. I think maybe I'm wrong.
No, I think it was definitely on science.
Let's hear him clarify, though.
I'm happy to. I mean, okay. Well, so if we take a step back and just please don't mute me again. If you just take a step back and take this from a different angle, because I think when I say the word science and consensus in the same sentence, you kind of get a bit angry. So how about we take another step back?
Nobody's angry.
From well, you've muted me twice in a row, so I don't know what to think. So if you take a little step back and kind of approach from this angle, then perhaps we can reach talk for more than 5 minutes, get muted. So, right. My general point is, right, the flat Earth position has to be, if they say that the Earth is not a globe, right, which I think we can all agree that you believe that, right? The globe model doesn't work.
Don't worry about what the flat Earth. Hang on. Don't worry about what we have to say the flat Earth position is. Yeah, we can represent ourselves. We don't need you to do that for us.
Oh, yeah, that's why I asked. Just make sure I'm not strawmanning or misrepresenting you. So, do you believe that?
Why are you trying to make an argument for us?
Do we say the Earth is flat? Yeah, we say
okay. Even if I was making the best argument for flat Earth possible, that should be to your benefit. You shouldn't be stopping me or anything. Well, why do you care?
Hey, straw man this. Water is horizontal and flat over its surface.
Brother, please. That's a completely perfunctory issue. Let's just
go ahead,
continue
straw
with
man
this.
it like you will.
No, I'm asking you that I'm asking you this really basic question. So I'm not trying to
No,
misrepresent
you're creating a straw man. Stop it. Get to your point. If you want to prove your globe, spit it out, son.
Okay, get to my point or what? go back to science consensus.
You take a long time to say nothing.
No science consensus. Yeah, you're just stammering and stuttering and just
Yeah, this is
mumbling
really
on and on
bad.
about
He's doing a
nonsense.
terrible
You
job.
haven't said a single
Okay,
fucking
I'll ask
thing.
the question again.
There's no
Okay, right.
substance to any goddamn
I'll
word
ask
you've
the question
spoken.
again. I'll ask the
Just,
question again.
just tell him. Just answer. There is no scientific consensus that determine the shape of Earth as a globe.
Hey, fine. That's we've left that behind. Do you?
You mean that there is a bunch of people that believe that the Earth might be a globe?
Come on, mate, make your point. Aviator, I've shut the room up. Make your point.
Doesn't want to now that he has the opportunity because he doesn't have one.
He stalled that whole time trying to come up with something and still doesn't have anything.
I'll ask again if you want me to. I'm sorry, I'm just doing something else while I'm talking to you guys. But anyway, one of the key components of the flat Earth position is that the Earth is not a globe. Can we agree on that?
Yeah, it's not a globe.
Oh shit, Sherlock.
Okay, thank you very much. It's very simple, isn't it? It's very simple. Right. Continuing on. So part of that kind of belief or position, right? Some part of that would have to entail that well, I'm gonna say science again. So please, what's his name? Gemsy, don't get your knickers in a twist. Part of that would have to include science. Pardon?
You're jumping.
Sorry,
The
you cut
guy
out.
finished.
Bro, we already answered this question. He's going to the same question again.
Yes, like I said, we need to step back. I wasn't saying we're going to jump at something completely different, but
He still doesn't
right.
get
So
it.
part of that would have to include right that pretty much every prominent scientist in the entire world, right? The scientific
Just get him, Jesse.
I went through this with another guy like 2 hours ago. The exact same fucking thing.
Okay, listen, bro. This guy got Jedi. Jedi here. He's gonna answer that question for you. Go ahead, Jedi. Tell him about science and geometry.
Dude, you don't need to start. Dude, seriously, just stop saying science every time you say science. You're just going to be in a category error every single time. So just stop it.
Fine. Okay, I'll bite. What is science?
Science, natural science, formulation of a hypothesis based on observed phenomena, where your hypothesis is a prediction of the cause of that phenomena, and the testing of that hypothesis through repeated experimentation in accordance with the scientific method. Something that adjudicates cause and effect relationship and doesn't deal with, as Gemsy pointed out, what is questions, like a concrete noun, a shape.
Really?
Yes. The natural science method, experimentation where you vary and manipulate your presumed cause to see if it causes the phenomena or not. Yeah, this method doesn't deal with shapes. If you're going to be figuring out shapes, that's mathematics and geometry, not science.
Okay, well, let's test the hypothesis then. So science doesn't deal with what is questions. For example, what is this thing's shape? So I suppose in 1953, when Watson Crick discovered the shape of DNA, they weren't doing science at all, were they? What were they doing then? Philosophy?
We circled back to the same point after 45 minutes, and he didn't hear a word we said. Oh my God, it's terrible.
I think you answered your own question when they were creating the shape of DNA. So they were creating something.
Wait a minute. Wait, hold on a second. So your position is that Watson Crick created the shape of DNA. That isn't the shape of DNA. That wasn't science.
What has this got to do with flat Earth?
No. Let Jedi keep going because he replied to Jedi. Jedi, go ahead.
I'm just confirming that that's your position, just to make sure we're on the same foot here. So you're saying that?
Sorry. Shush. So the helix shape of DNA. Okay. But but that's not following the scientific method. The DNA and everything else. Yes.
Nobody's seen that, by the way. Nobody's seen that, by the way. I can quote a physicist saying that nobody has ever seen that.
Why are you deep in the weeds talking about the scientific method anyway? We don't need it to adjudicate shapes, bro.
Never seen it
Bro, you started talking before I finished, and you're not going to get the point that way. We do not need. Yeah, you're doing it again. Shut up. We don't need the scientific method to figure out what fucking shape something is. So why are we even in this topic?
Sure, you do. Okay, because I think most reasonable.
What's the scientific method?
I disagree. So surely I
What's
should be
the
allowed to
scientific
kind of
method?
back on that, right?
What is the scientific method?
So, continuing on. I think
No,
most
you
reasonable
don't get
people-
You can answer that very direct question, dum dum.
Well, no, because I genuinely agree. Look, I genuinely agree with.
We don't
what
know
you just,
Fuck, dude.
We
What is the scientific method?
I'm
just say
saying,
you don't
like,
know.
I'm refuting-
Just say you don't know.
I'm
I
barely
just fucking
refuting.
told you.
Okay.
I just told you. Do you agree to the scientific method or not?
Do I agree to the scientific method? Yes, I do. But generally,
Good. So you don't understand you're in a category area then.
because we're cutting me off.
Okay.
So, like I said,
It seems like you stop when I yell at you, so he just told you you're in a category error.
Well, I disagree. So let me respond.
Nobody
This is
cares
not
if you
an agree.
disagree. You
This is
are.
not an agree or disagree general, dude.
Yeah, there's no disagreeing. You're literally in a category error.
Please, let me just
Disagreeing with
respond.
facts
You
and
cut me off
reality. This is
again.
very
Look,
strange.
Okay, so you disagree with reality.
in reality is extremely strange.
I'll say it again. I genuinely.
Fuck it. Let's just hear this
broadly
kid
agree
science
with
a
what
ball.
Jedi
This
said
is going to be good.
when he.
Okay, you want to do? All right, you want to do that? Okay, Aviator. If you want to keep, Aviator, stop. If you want to keep rambling, Aviator, shut up. If you want to ramble on with the scientific method as far as adjudicating shapes, then you tell us what dependent and independent variable you're going to use to determine what shape the fucking world is.
No, let's not get to that right now. Let's just get to the.
Okay, then shut the fuck up about science if you're not willing to do that.
Oh my goodness, this isn't. Please. This isn't very difficult to kind of comprehend.
No, you're just a troll, dude. I can hear you laughing in the background. Yeah. Oh no, let's not go there yet. Have a laugh. Yeah?
Very important molecules like DNA.
No, this is not difficult to comprehend. Science doesn't do shapes. It's not fucking hard to get through your head.
Step 1. What's your phenomenon?
Just keep at it. Give him a rope. He's been hanging himself since the first premise.
Tag it, niggas.
Yeah. It's just rhetoric tricks. You know, it's just lame. He thinks he has a point. It's just sad.
Well, we got wind coming through his microphone. Aviator, you alive over there, brother? Or are you too spaced out thinking about it?
We got lost in the weeds, dude. You started around. Look. You went into a category error. You were too egotistical to admit that you were in a category error and try to get out of it, and then get on to the thing that you were actually trying to prove. Yeah, you're trying to prove a shape, so you don't need science. You don't need to bring it up. You don't even know what it is. We asked you what dependent and independent variable you're going to apply to this. You're baffled. You obviously don't even understand what the scientific method is, and that's fine because you don't need it for adjudicating a shape. So try to get to something relevant here so we can understand how it is that you understand you're on a particular shape.
You know what's worse, Heretic? This is like the 30th time I've heard it during this one conversation, and hopefully he absorbed it this time.
Yeah, you do not need science here. It doesn't deal with determining what shape something is. Measurement would do that.
Okay. Let's say I agree. Science isn't required to understand the shape of whatever it is. Okay. What do we need? So I've just heard you say
mathematics, observation, and geometry. If it's a shape,
so you need
you're going to observe it and measure it. So that would be observation, measurements, geometry. Fucking shock horror.
And wait a minute. wait a quick minute. Isn't that what science is? Or
What?
at least a very big...
Sorry, hold on. You think science is
no,
geometry?
not geometry. Measurements, right? That's what we just discussed. Measurements.
Measurements. Yeah, of shapes. Isn't science. Measurements isn't science.
No, I'm sorry. Okay.
Here we go again.
No.
It's the same sort of carpenters as the scientists.
Spiraling right now.
Triangles. We find those
Aviator.
in the maths room.
Aviator.
In the maths room.
Aviator.
Look at the shape of actual...
Would you like me to do this again for you?
And geological things like the Earth, the shape of the Earth, right?
Excuse
so you
me.
measurements
Aviator.
Geology now.
Would you like me to go through this again?
Which is what science is.
Aviator.
Wizard, you're
Would
next.
you like me to go through science again for you?
No, I'm sorry. Okay, you lot are the most dishonest crew.
No, Aviator, I've already told you. Would you like me to go through the scientific method again?
I'm good. Okay, I'm good. No, you don't have to, because I heard you and I understood you pretty
you
much
didn't.
the first time.
You're only
Explain it to us
shut
then.
him up.
Explain it to us then. What's the scientific method? Lay out the steps.
I don't have to. Because it's.
Yes, you do. You're making a fucking claim.
Full of shit, dude, and we all see it. Just walk it back.
I'm really not. Okay, we can walk it back as much as you want, but we can.
Measurements. Measurements. So, measurements, you said, Aviator. Aviator, you said measurements. Don't talk through me, sunshine. Aviator, thank you. You said measurements. Which part of the scientific method is measurements?
I suppose proving and disproving a hypothesis, right? If measurements agree with the hypothesis.
Sorry, what's a hypothesis?
Okay. What do you want me to do? Get the Google definition for you? Or
No, I've already fucking told you. I'm hoping that you've got some kind of recollection. I've already told you. What's a hypothesis, mate?
Well, I suppose it would be simply an educated guess, right, of why you think this observation is the way it is. So you say, if you see that, a car driving, well, you say, maybe there's a guy pushing the car. If you investigate further and you find a measurement that would disprove,
Or you can just keep talking after they said you're wrong. You're wrong. Just shut up now and listen.
Yeah. Okay. Please. How am I wrong?
Okay, because a hypothesis is a prediction. It's a prediction of how your presumed cause causes the phenomena. It's an if this then that statement. If cause independent variable, then phenomena dependent variable. Where is measurement?
Okay, cool. So I think you're trying to boil this all down to what you can see or what you can't see.
What the fuck are you talking about? I'm trying to help you understand what a hypothesis is and that you're in a category error when you say measurements.
No, he realizes that you're keeping him in reality and that he can't use fairy tale land, and it's fucking with his psyche right now. He's spiraling. He doesn't understand what's happening.
Doesn't mean something's in fairy tale land, right? You can prove or disprove a hypothesis without necessarily seeing things, right? You can measure things.
You're an idiot. You did prove or prove a hypothesis through repeated experimentation. Aviator.
You can prove things without seeing them. So where's the experimentation come in?
We weren't talking about experimentation, we're talking about measurements.
No, dude, you're talking about proving or disproving a hypothesis. To prove or disprove a hypothesis, Aviator, you're going to do an experiment to prove or disprove a hypothesis where you, the researcher, the scientist, Aviator.
Why the fuck is he making noises through you? Mute him so he can listen.
It's ridiculous, Aviator. You're unreasonable for some fucking reason. Don't understand why. So a hypothesis is tested for repeated experimentation, where you, the researcher, bury and manipulate what you think the presumed cause is to see if it causes the phenomena or not. A scientific experiment. Now, I'll give you this. You might want to measure the rate of change, but that's it.
Right, okay. Do you think that the measuring the rate of change can disprove or prove a hypothesis?
Measuring the rate of change, you're either going to prove the alternate or the null. That's the point of the experiment. But let me ask you
Right.
this.
So
But let me ask
no, no,
you
no, no,
this.
no, no.
No, no, I'm
Answer
going
the
to ask you
question.
a question to see if you
No, disprove
understand.
prove my hypothesis.
Aviator, I'm going to ask you a question to see if you understand. If I'm 6 foot tall and I measure myself with a tape measure to be 6 foot tall, am I doing science?
Right. I'm gonna ask you again. Can measurements
Dude,
prove or
is he
disprove?
It's a
doing
yes or no
science if he
question. Follow
measures
the
his
topic.
fucking height? Yes or no?
No, because
Unreasonable
I asked the
idea.
question first. So surely you should be able
Yeah,
to answer
extremely
that.
unreasonable. He isn't paying attention. He isn't responding to what's being put to him. There's no need to talk to this pair of clown shoes.
The question is being asked to elucidate a point so you can uncover something in your thinking. Is a measurement of somebody's house applying this, or sorry, house, sure, house or height or whatever the fuck you want. Is that applying the scientific method?
He's gone, boss.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
He bounced. Poor lad.
So we should.
He left? Oh my.
Rage quit.
So he's got the name Aviator. One of the questions I had was, what do you think planes ride upon up in the sky? Pressure?
We wouldn't have got that far. He would have brought it back to science somehow.
Consensus.
Yeah, exactly. Observable reality means nothing to me when I have the glasses of science on my eyes. Go science, go!
All the biologists and chemists agree the ground is curved.
I wonder if I could go to a scientist and have him build me a house. I wonder how the scientist would actually begin to build a house if he was challenged to do so.
Yeah, I'm going to use science to build a house. Let me
First
just
he would
study
close
this
his
natural
eyes
cause
and not
and effect
observe anything.
relationship. Yeah, let me just study this natural cause and effect relationship real quick before I, lay this foundation. Yeah, you're not going to do that.
I wonder if NASA builds their stage sets observing level.
We can't even get into the right conversation with these fools.
Yeah, I don't know. You'll have to ask. You'll have to ask the NASA scientists. They'd be the ones building the stages, wouldn't they? According to this guy.
Well, from my understanding, I think they would actually bring in contractors to build the stage for them. That's the funny part, because I don't think scientists swing hammers very well. They probably end up with swollen thumbs.
Well, they're going to have the scientists there to take the measurements of all the lumber they need, the steel.
That would be a quantity takeoff, and I watch contractors do quantity takeoffs quite often. I don't see any scientists roaming around that part. I will say, though, when mixing concrete, there's some science involved in that. You got to know how much water to add to the concrete mixture so you get the right air entrainment within said concrete mix so it doesn't crumble.
The right slump.
My man, talk about slump tests. Well done.
That was my first ever
Where's
job
the
as
naturally
concreter.
occurring concrete?
Well, I was going to say the slump test is actually a study of gravity working, isn't it? Sorry, the snickering was me laughing at gravity.
It's engineering, technology. Not sure where the science is as such. You'd have to drill down fairly deep into chemistry to start with a naturally occurring phenomenon.
So back to my original ask about half hour ago. Anybody have any direct evidence of said globe? Please go ahead.
Where's Oakley when you want him? How come he didn't get that kid? That would have been funny.
Oakley was in yesterday, apparently.
Yeah, someone else said that too.
Supposed to be coming in tonight as well.
Oh, really? Interesting
Yeah, it
times.
was a random pop in last night, apparently.
He should be here within an hour.
Okay, lads, don't
We're going to
scare
clear out all the globers.
Yeah, don't scare anybody off.
Yeah.
They won't.
All the globers always get cleared out before he turns up.
Yeah.
I mean, with that the aviator guy, like, I mean, I don't know. Me personally, I would, I would entertain him to see like whatever point he's trying to make. And maybe it was his fault for like kind of beating around the bush and like not being direct. But I don't know. We know we're on the side of truth with the flat Earth. I would have just entertained him for as long as we needed to ultimately get to his point. Because he was just going to end up digging his own hole.
The issue is the phrasing. He was constantly trying to make us agree to his stupid statements. If he just said his stupid statements, he might have gotten somewhere. Trying to force us to agree with his nonsense is the problem.
I mean, barely. He was even responding to the things being directly put to him. That also, so.
I mean, like what? Like I could, yeah, I could grant like the consensus is that most people are globers, okay, and that flat Earth is a denial of the globe, okay. I mean, these are like little. They're not even concessions. You're just granting him whatever he's saying. But I would like to see where he was going to go with it because ultimately we all know in here he's going to end up digging his own hole and shoot himself in the foot. He wasn't going to have anything to actually substantially, demonstrate the globe. So
my guess, he was going for why are they lying? Would be my guess. Was his direction?
So? Well, no.
But I think from the beginning, when he comes out and claims, do you agree there's scientific consensus? We all understand, that the majority of people believe it's a globe. So of course, 90% of science is going to believe it's a globe. He's trying to claim it in a way that scientific consensus means that there's been some sort of scientific experimentation proving this globe, which is where I tried to nail him down and say, well, obviously you believe there's some sort of importance to this, yeah? Like
That's
you believe
right,
that science
AJ.
has, science is going to prove something to us
It's
here.
relevant to the topic somehow.
And then, Gen Z come in and said, well, it's just completely irrelevant, because it's not science. But that's what he wanted to try and slip into that conversation every time.
This was 2 hours ago, like a fucking repeat. I'm serious, but a different guy. The same exact thing. There's probably people still here that was here for that. And I said to him, okay, 99% of all pregnant women agree that it's a globe, so there must be a global conspiracy, because that was his point behind it all. I was like, right, trying to get him to understand that he has to explain how some sort of relationship to science is relevant. Like how there is even a relationship between the shape of the Earth and science and scientific consensus. He couldn't do it, and he wouldn't do it. And this guy couldn't do it and wouldn't do it either.
Yeah, that's how most people were taught. And T-Dub, I identify that every time. It's like he's really going nowhere, but he believes in his consensus and quote-unquote scientific proof based off of consensus, and it's just throwing him for a loop. He believes he's right because he has the consensus, and it's destroying his own.
All the scientists must be lying to us. They must be hiding the truth.
And all the pregnant women must be lying to us and hiding the truth too.
But I mean, if I'm mistaken, I'm pretty sure I heard him say explicitly that, oh, just because there's a consensus on something, it does not mean it's true. I mean, those were his own words. So obviously he had something more to add.
No, because he was just weaseling, dude. Yeah, because what I asked him was pretty directly. Then you would believe that this scientific consensus holds some sort of weight or some sort of importance, and straight away he said, "No, it doesn't, because it could be a question for religion. It could be a question for something else." So at that point, what is the point of bringing up scientific consensus if you don't believe it holds any weight yourself? All he wants to do is slip in the word science and consensus, yeah, and hope that that's what everyone takes away from the conversation. And that's why he wants to keep trying to push it in there to try and look like there's some sort of win on his behalf. He was just clowning, yeah. He was just trolling. I could hear him laughing at Jedi and what Jedi was saying in the background. So, in the first instance, they just need to be pulled up, and we need to clarify what you're actually talking about here. You're talking about scientific consensus. What is the relevance of scientific consensus to the shape of the Earth? We've got to take it step by step.
He was given plenty of opportunities to change his tact if he wanted to. He could have abandoned the claim of science and got to his point if he wanted to. Clearly that was not what he wanted to do.
Yeah, and look, I mean, I understand, like, I mean, I don't want to, like, sort of discredit it by just simply waving it off as, like, semantics. Semantics can be important, but I'm afraid, we might have been, like, a little too pedantic on maybe what he was trying to get across, like, like.
If something's not science, he's not going to be allowed in here to continually claim that it's science in some way, and then circle all the way back around to it being science, because that's what he did in the end until Jedi proposed to him, if I'm measuring my height, is this science? And then he was jammed, he was cornered, he ran away. But, this is what they want. They want these little wins. They want someone to hear it. We can't let someone go on and continue on claiming something's science when they've clearly been explained that it's not.
Yeah, the tell is when he's constantly saying, you have to agree, you must agree with this. Just, all you got to do is make your point. There's no need for us to agree with any of it, just make the point.
Yeah, but there is something called the Socratic method, which is like...
yeah, we were using it on him, and he refused. He refused to clarify. A major component of the Socratic method is you've got to establish meanings of terms, and if you continually misuse terms, he's being deceptive.
Yeah.
Well, he could be wrong. That's part of Socratic method too. You just ask him, what do you mean when you say X, Y, or Z? And they'll be like, oh yeah, what I mean by that is A, B, and C. Like, okay, good. Now I've got some sort of framework to figure out where you're coming from. Inside that worldview, what's your answer for this? And then see if it stays consistent or not.
Yeah, I agree that coming to an agreement on the operational definitions of terms is important to have like a clear communication between each other. So I get you on that, but I don't know. I'm just saying because I haven't been in these rooms as of lately. This is my first time popping here in a while. But from my experience in the past, it's not that we get too many Globers in here, or at least there's kind of like a here and there kind of thing. So I would just say, like, let's be maybe as charitable as possible to just give them the benefit of the doubt. Be a little more patient, because me personally, I would like to see, like, even if we grant them, even if it might be technically wrong that it's not a scientific issue or whatever. Even though I want to clarify something about that. I would like to see where the end of his line of reasoning would have got to, because even if we granted to him that these quote unquote scientific consensus of cosmology or geodesy is that the Earth is a globe, and within this heliocentric solar system model, right? Ultimately, it would have come down to us requesting of him, like Killian here was saying earlier, what is the evidence? Give us a demonstration that this globe model is true, right? And then when it would have come to that point, we all know in here he would have had nothing, or
I
it would
mean,
have
that's
been
part of the
illegitimate.
problem too. We give him that opportunity, and then like who just said it, he circled back to the thing we already refuted in the beginning, and it's like we're getting nowhere once we identify that. Then you know,
yeah.
You guys got to think, hold the globalists to a very low bar. I mean, some of these guys, they really don't even know what they believe in or why. It just, for some reason, the Earth is a globe, and they've never articulated that position. It's like some sort of default idea that comes from some source they don't know, that's based on information they've never heard.
or validated.
Yeah, exactly. So you ask them, inside that worldview, how do you know things you don't know? And you're like, oh yeah, they don't know that. It's a contradiction. So when they try to articulate the contradiction, there might not be the language or the words to use to even explain what they're talking about. So that's why it seems like they're reaching. They're just kind of grasping at straws, saying things like spherical triangle. Like, it's a complete contradiction, but they're trying. They're trying to articulate something and then figure out, what do they mean by that? What do you mean by a spherical triangle? Is this a noun? Noun. Is this adjective? Noun. Can something be spherical and straight? Like, try to figure out where they're coming from. Because you'd think something that's a sphere, that's a shape, and a triangle is a shape. And you put the two together as a spherical triangle or a triangle sphere. You're like, which one? Are they interchangeable? Can you flip it? Are you talking about triangles like a pizza that you cut it and then you make it all the way around? You got like slices of pizza all the way around. Instead of using the word spherical or round, you use sphere. And then if you rotate the pizza all the way, 90 degrees, this is another. Try to, like, I mean, some of them are in here just to take the piss of the flat earthers for, because they want to feel good about themselves. They need that ego adrenaline boost. They won the internet for the day. But there could just be people in here who really don't have the language skills and articulation to parse out really anything at all. Like, it might not even be this topic. They could just be not really sure about anything. But they're
Jedi
trying.
did try to clarify with him.
Oh yeah, I'm not knocking Jedi's approach.
No.
Oh, okay.
So we did try to clarify that with him, but he just wanted to say, listen here, don't worry about that now. Let's just move on back to science. Yeah. So he didn't want to clarify anything, but I could also hear him snickering in the background as well. So I think he was just a full troll.
I mean, that might have been, excuse me, that might have been the case, but all I'm saying, and I don't want to sound repetitive here, so this is the last time I'll say it, but all I'm saying is I think if we sort of entertained him for a little longer, whatever, it would have eventually got to the point where we said, okay, well, Aviator, okay, sure, it's the scientific consensus, right? Okay, well then surely there must be some science backing it up. So go ahead and demonstrate how whatever the scientific observation or experiment is that demonstrates.
Yeah.
Right,
It's a great question, and the answer will never be forthcoming.
Well, right, but the fun part would have been to see like what his arguments would have been. Maybe he would have went to
He wasn't
sunset.
interested in that.
Tried
He
that.
wasn't interested in it.
He insisted on pushing the category of science when we told him it was a category error. So I did ask him for the hypothesis, dependent variable, the scientific experiment, which elucidates the shape. He left. He literally left when I
Yeah,
did that.
let's not get into that right now. I don't want to get into that. Yeah. He didn't want to do that.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like, okay, fine. This is the hill you're going to go on? You're going to go out on this? Fine. Like, give it to us then. What's the hypothesis? No, he left right at that point.
Okay. Now, okay. So on that point, is science in the realm of science, which is, I mean, as far as I can tell, it's like this like sort of very large. I don't want to say ambiguous, but this is like overarching term where all these different sort of fields of study are under that umbrella. In the field of science, is it strictly limited to the scientific method where an actual sort of controlled experiment is taking place, or could it also be applied to just simple natural observations of the world without experimentation of those observations taking place?
This is the crux of the issue. That's how the trick is done. They've confused everyone with these words. The empirical validity of the scientific method it's a very powerful tool, but it is very limited in scope. It can only deal with cause and effects relationships in naturally occurring phenomenon. And the word science has been abused into meaning all sorts of things, whilst trying to maintain the idea that it has this validity that only applies to the method itself. So sometimes people say, when they say science, they mean state of the art, total knowledge on a topic. There's nothing empirical about that. That's it's just very vague. Or that's another way they use science. An example's not coming to mind at the moment.
But at the end of the day, it is natural science, because we're looking at the world, we're looking at the environment, we're looking at what's around us, and we're trying to answer questions. Why is that occurring? Why are we seeing this? Yeah. So this is natural science, and natural science is cause and effect relationships. And yes, it follows that strict scientific method. And if it's outside of that, then no. To answer the question simply, it's not science.
Well, that's why he uses the word science, but means something else, like scientia or knowledge. He just threw in the word science for a placeholder because he thinks he can't really know anything, but he wants to know it at the same time. So he switches the word to something else. And then when you hold him to it, like, hey, so what do you mean when you say science? What is that? Oh, gotta run.
To your point about contradictions, scientific consensus is a contradiction. There's no consensus in science. That's not how this works.
Or trust. Trust science. Believe in it. All these things are directly anti. Science is built on a lack of trust. You verify. You don't believe it. So when someone says trust and believe in the science, they're not talking about any science. There's another word they put in there. They just slap the science sticker on it. Authority would be one of those.
Yeah, it's all based in the realms of metaphysics, is what it is. And then they claim that it's science when it's really metaphysics.
Wait, quick question for Endless. When you say scientific consensus is a contradiction, in what sense exactly? Do you mean like in the strict logical law of non-contradiction sense, where there's a P and a not P, like a proposition and a negation?
Science doesn't require consensus.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not a component of science. Like, the great discoveries often happen when there is no consensus at all. There's someone who's worked something out by themselves in direct contradiction with what people previously believed. The amount of people
and neither
who
can
believe...
consensus disregard science. They're mutually exclusive.
Well, you've got no choice in science but to agree, because it's not whether you should disagree or agree, right?
Exactly.
You've got no choice. You at the end of your experimental result, and it's been repeated over and over, and shown that it's the only thing that can happen when you do X, right? Then there's no choice but to have a consensus.
Well, it's either been proven or it's not. Who cares what you feel about it? Has it been proven or hasn't it been proven? And there's no point agreeing or disagreeing or singing Kumbaya all together about it. It's either true or it's not true.
Yeah, like for example, right? Like as one of the common arguments that Heretic likes to bring up about like level horizontal water, which that's one of my favorite arguments too. Especially considering that's what the vast majority of the surface of the Earth happens to be composed of. I mean, is it not the case that when like studying or having a basic understanding of the properties of liquid water and the physics of it, how it behaves, especially at rest, which is the physics field known as fluid statics, right? I think physics is considered a field of science, so having an understanding of that and how water behaves as a body of water, fluid dynamics, mechanics, kinematics, whatever, is it not a scientific issue or principle where, because you have an understanding of how water behaves, then from that understanding you then extrapolate that to understand that the Earth must be generally a horizontal level plane. Is that not science?
Well, I mean, the thing is that we don't necessarily.
You've got laws of nature.
Yeah,
and
yeah. There's a cause and effect relationship. There's a cause and effect relationship for the way it behaves, obviously, but we don't even really need to deal with that.
Exactly.
Right? We just
because this is what is.
Yeah.
Not how.
We can observe things and how and what happens, and we can eventually come up with laws of nature. But a lot of those can't even be put through the method as such. You can't. It's like
what's the cause of entropy?
A lot of this stuff, you end up going down the path of the ontological primitives. Asking why entropy is a lot of these questions end up with why entropy. You'll never be able to work out that using the scientific method. You got no variables to grasp onto there. We can describe what happens. That's a separate thing.
Okay, I get that. Yeah, at some level, I agree. There is almost like it comes to like such a foundational, fundamental level where at some point you can't keep asking the why question, right? It almost turns into a brute fact at that point where there's no further explanation beyond that point.
This just gets to the point I was making about the method is incredibly powerful, but also incredibly limited in what it can actually deal with. There's some questions that you can't put through the method. But that's not to say that we can't know things about reality that are impossible to put through the method. We can know a lot about how gas behaves. We can work out the laws of thermodynamics. That isn't to say we can work out what's the ultimate cause of these things. And that's really what the method deals with, cause and effect.
Interesting. Okay. All right.
And the surface of liquid at rest is horizontal, and that wasn't figured out using the scientific method. is that. Just measures that way.
Wait, but isn't it according? I mean, I got notes on this, but from top of my head, isn't it like? Don't we know is like this the reason why a body of water at rest would seek a horizontal planar level is that like all the pressure and the forces are sort of coming to an equilibrium, and that's the
Why
reason
is
why
not important?
I thought.
Can you manipulate the water in some way and prove that because of this particular thing, water is this? Just a lot of these questions just cannot be put through the method. Like, try and come up with an independent variable and a dependent variable, and for any of these topics, and see how far you get.
It just doesn't even matter. The cause of water being flat at rest is irrelevant to the fact that it is, and just showing that it is enough to show that the Earth can't possibly be a globe. So we still don't need science. We don't need to elucidate the cause of why it's like that. We just need to show it is. That's all we got to do. It's like that. They can ask us why as much as they want. Doesn't matter.
But don't you think it would have at least be somewhat like relevant or a contribution to the discussion if you could actually get down to the like the
mechanics of why it behaves that way?
Yeah.
I don't know. I've never thought it mattered. All I've ever thought is that showing that it's like that is enough to show it's not like a globe.
Like, fair enough. But like, okay, for example, right? Like me personally, when I bring up the point of water, as an argument for flat Earth, I'll say something like, "Oh well, we know, right? The Earth can be a globe because it's well, I'm kind of missing how, like the order I do this in, but I'll just say something along the lines like, all I know water to do is that it takes the shape of its container, and it does so by evenly distributing itself throughout the entire span or circumference of that container, and due to the even distribution, it is then reflected in a congruent manner on the surface of that water, which is ultimately observed to be flat and level." I mean, what's wrong with sort of going through that reasoning?
There's nothing wrong with that. It's what causes water to behave that way.
I would say the fluidity of its molecular structure that prevents it from holding a fixed shape like solid objects.
And what causes water to have these properties?
Because it's in the state of being a liquid, and the molecules move around freely. Like they don't have a intrinsic shape to them.
And why is it the water doesn't have an intrinsic shape? The point I'm trying to get at is, all these things are true. This is the way the water behaves. This is what we observe, and it happens every time. But it's not a question that is put through the scientific method. They're two separate things.
Exactly.
Laws of nature.
It would be like saying that, why is water wet? Well, that's just the property of water. It doesn't matter how or why. We'll never know why. That's just the property of water.
The way
what's
God
just
made
happened
it.
here is that Endless has taken you off into the weeds now, and you two are going to end up debating on why water behaves this way, and we're not even close to the original topic of water being flat, therefore cannot be a globe, yeah? So it sort of takes away from the simplicity of the argument that's being presented, and it allows it to go off into the weeds onto...
I was just trying to help him understand the difference between natural law and what the scientific method can deal with. Because we all know that water's flat.
Correct, but what I took from it, and I think it's good that, you end up debating about why water behaves the way it does instead of, yep, we all know that the surface is flat, therefore it cannot be a globe, yeah? You end up arguing about water itself.
Oh, sure. I thought I could add one more thing to that, but I forgot because something else popped in my head. Okay, how about, for example, when it comes to like air pressure, for example, right? Like, for example, and sorry if seems like not so clear because I'm just sort of going off the whim here, but for example, we'll say like the observation is okay. We're on Earth. We observe the natural observation is that we have air pressure. Okay, so then the hypothesis is because we have air pressure, then we hypothesize that it must be contained, right?
No, not a hypothesis. The observed phenomena is gas pressure. The cause of gas pressure is container. It's a necessary antecedent consequent relationship.
But how could you?
Not that there is gas.
Yeah, the scientific hypothesis is for it's designed for elucidating a cause and effect relationship, right? So the whole point is to ask the question, what causes that? Let's try to find that.
Your experiment will involve an independent variable, dependent variable, and control variables. And those have specific meaning within an experiment and hypothesis.
Yeah, so inherently, when you're going to base a hypothesis on some phenomenon, you're going to be asking what caused it.
You're not going to be able to manipulate the fundamental nature of matter. You can observe what it does, and if you can work out what it does all the time, every time, well, then you've got a natural law on your hands. But you won't find the cause of that.
Okay, it's interesting.
But learning about this stuff like feels all sciencey, doesn't it? It feels like like, oh, this is what people in white coats do,
It's partially kind of philosophy as well, which is tricky. But the thing is, there are components of science, like the rigorousness. Like, people see, by using parts of the method, they think they're doing the method. The method is the whole thing. If you're not doing the whole thing, you're not doing science. You might be being very rigorous in your measurements, and you might have some empiricism, but that doesn't mean it's science. There's multiple ways to prove things, and there's different levels of proof. Yeah.
Right.
Not everything is science, and often it is just one of the default words we use. It's built into how English is used in the modern day, and it's part of the trick. It's part of how everyone's got so confused about what's going on.
Yeah, when you hear that, there's people who get too hyper-focused on one thing and start talking about everything is this. Like you hear like a psychologist would be like, everything is psychology. Or sociology. Everything's sociology. Everything's biology. They get into this framework where there's only one road. There's a one-way street, and it goes right through the middle of town, and that's it. Like you get tunnel vision, if you will.
What about death? A coroner's like trying to determine what caused the death. Is that science?
Well, they'd be doing chemistry, I suppose. What else?
Depends if the death was natural causes or not.
Yeah, if the person died, natural causes just being just a generic write-up.
Yeah. Ultimately, what gets put down as the cause of death can be a little bit loose as well. I mean, what's the fallacy of the single cause kind of comes into this? There's multiple factors working on that.
Do coroners perform experiments?
I don't know exactly what they do, but I'd say most of what they do would be observation. I mean, most people, the first thing they would do is observe and say, well, this dude's got a big stab wound through his heart or a punctured lung or a whatever. But then, like I said before, then they would be also using chemistry to a certain degree. Other than that, I don't know. What else?
So you think maybe it is like that? Well, look, I'm going to take a stab. I'm pretty sure this big hole in his chest killed him.
That's not supposed to look like that. There's a problem here.
Yeah, but then the cause there was some dude stabbed him.
Yeah.
Or what if he was stabbed after he was poisoned and the wound wasn't fatal?
Well, then testing for the poison would just be chemistry, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Maybe his heart just stopped because he was scared. Yeah. Like, biology's a tricky one.
It would be beginning with observation, really.
They don't perform experiments, though.
I mean, I could see them, like, if, I don't know, toxicology. I'd say there's probably a bit of scientific experimentation in toxicology, potentially.
Like agents and reagents. Yeah. Because
some of the
doing something. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, some of the best poisons break down into like naturally occurring body chemistry. So the way they did is really difficult for them to detect it. It's got to be some sort of elevated level that would be way outside the norm, enough to kill someone. I saw an episode of Forensic Files where it talked about this. They say we won't reveal which toxin was used for, obvious reasons.
The issue with a lot of biology is it's such a complex system that you will struggle to ever deal with all your confounding variables. You kind of end up with like statistical claims rather than hard and fast scientific proofs.
Got quite a few people that have joined the chat. Maybe we could start swinging it back round to Flat Earth. We'll probably get round to science at some point. But we've got somebody in the chat called, is it Binny? Welcome to the chat, Binny. Do apologise if I'm mispronouncing your name. There's a few other people in chat. We've just been kind of chewing the fat for the last half an hour or so, guys. But the subject is Flat Earth, and if anybody else like hot chocolate who's joined the channel wants to ask any questions, Jesus Loves You All has also joined us. What's up, Jesus? Juicy is also here, and anybody else that wants to ask any questions pertaining to the topic of the room, the Earth being flat. And if anybody wants to speak about that, then we can most definitely do so, or we can keep talking amongst ourselves. Sleeping Beauty has also joined us. What's up, Sleeping Beauty? Nice to have you. But yeah, just been talking about science and natural science and what we can do with it and what we can't do with it. And what we can't do with it is figure out the shape of an object, be a category error. But like I said, lots of new people in the chat, guys. If anybody wants to bring up a subject of discussion pertaining to the topic, then we'd love to hear from you. Don't feel shy, guys. We don't bite hard. We just bite often.
Just nibble.
Yeah, we just nibble. Yep, a lot. But yeah, like I said, guys, welcome to the chat. If anyone's got any questions, and please unmute yourself. It'd be lovely to speak to you. I just thought I'd see if I could introduce other people, guys, being as we were talking amongst ourselves, just flicking through the room. I saw some people had joined and whatnot. But it's definitely an interesting conversation, figuring out what science can do, what it's used for, and what it can't do, and what it shouldn't be used for and cannot be used for. So, Yahweh is my father? Is that you there, my friend?
Hello.
Hello, my friend. How are you?
Doing well. I'm sick. My throat is killing me.
You're doing well, but you're sick. You're struggling on there, Trooper. Well done there, mate. So what brings you into our little corner of the internet? What brings you into the Flat Earth channel?
Oh, I just wanted to join. I wanted to see what you were talking about.
Well, we've been talking about science and the scientific method, and how the word science seems to trick people when they see that science is, proving the Earth to be a globe, for example. We just like to point out that that's a category error. But if you've got any questions, my friend, about why people in 2025 say the Earth is flat, then please feel free to do so.
Are you like a flat earther or no?
Yes, my friend, I am a flat earther, and the majority of the people in the chat at the moment are, yeah.
No, I don't really got questions. I was just curious. That's it. I was bored. It's like 7:50 over here. I haven't had sleep. I can't go to sleep. My breathing hurts. So.
I appreciate that, mate. I appreciate that. Well, I hope you feel better soon, mate. Drink lots of water.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, no worries, man. But like I said, if you've got any questions that you want to ask, man, to help you fall asleep too, then don't be afraid to unmute yourself.
All right.
But appreciate you. Thanks for stopping by. Like I said, if there's anybody else in the chat, like Sleeping Beauty or any of the other names that I mentioned, then please feel free to unmute yourself and you can ask a question to the panel or bring up a subject of conversation if you wish. Please don't all speak at once.
Doing a fabulous job.
Thank you, mate. I appreciate that. Oh, hello, Nathan. How are you?
Brilliant. Thank you for asking. How are you?
Yeah, I'm doing really well, thank you, buddy. Nice to see you today. I heard you popped in yesterday as well.
Yeah, I did a little surprise visit for an hour.
How did that go? Was it fun?
Well, yeah, it was all right.
Good
very
stuff.
calm.
Oh, wow. You should have joined about an hour ago. All hell kicked loose. We were discussing with somebody about science and scientific consensus and all of this lovely good stuff that I know that you'd love to have gotten your teeth into, but we educated him and he ran away.
It depends what's being claimed, really. The science question only comes up if somebody's claiming science. That is to say, they think they've got science proof for X, Y, or Z. It's as many flat earthers that do that as globe believers, so then you're up against when you hear the claims come in. As long as they're nature of Earth related, I'm happy to deal with whatever.
Well, the other caller, he was really upset that flat earthers seem to have a lack of belief in scientific consensus. And you're like, what?
Yeah, his first evidence that he came in with was that scientific consensus says the Earth is a globe. That was his opening statement, and he wanted us to agree with that statement. And it was pointed out that no, we don't agree, due to the fact that science doesn't deal with shapes, yeah? And we ran through it with him, and in the end, he ran away.
It just tried to
get No. After an hour of going through it, he circled back to the point, and then he ran away.
You're trying to articulate to him that we're not replacing the word popularity contest with the word science, or replacing the word knowledge with the word science. And then he's like, okay, what's your hypothesis? And he's like, hey, my mom's calling me, take my ball and go home. Like, he just wouldn't define any word he said. It just had some interpersonal definition that he held deeply as like a faith-based position that he wouldn't articulate or explain.
It's kind of fair enough. If that's what they want as their standards, that's their standards, not yours. So.
Yeah, that was my take too, Nathan. I was on the limb there, but that's the kind of the take I gave.
Like, do
But
I
if you're going to
accept
communicate with
consensus?
somebody,
No.
you got to be able to agree on the words you're using. You know what I mean? And consensus and science shouldn't even be in the same sentence.
Right.
That's what I'm saying. He took another word out, which I said authority, and inserted the word science instead. So his statement was in effect, I'm upset at you flat earthers. You don't trust the consensus of authority.
That expanded out is true unilaterally for all anti-flat earthers. That's why they're anti-flat earthers, because they're annoyed that we don't agree with consensus. Us not agreeing with consensus means it isn't a complete consensus. If not everyone's agreeing, that annoys them, because that's their basis in reality, consensus reality.
Well, it's actually a fallacy, if I'm not mistaken. It's the appeal to consensus fallacy.
Exactly.
Bandwagon. Yeah.
But there's also an appeal to common sense fallacy, though. And if we base our observations and make our calculations of the nature of the Earth off of our common senses, that is also a fallacy.
If you state it, but you don't back it with actual substantive evidence, then yeah. If you just say, well, it's just common sense, Earth's a sphere. Is it? What common sense would that be?
No. Common sense would tell us that it's not a sphere. However, if we try to view it objectively, honestly, there's no point even arguing this, dude. I'm on your side.
The sky. Did you take into account the sky?
The sky? Yeah. Well, you wouldn't look up and outward to determine the shape of what you're standing on. Makes sense.
Oh, you said objectively. How would you look at the object? Like, how would you look at it objectively in your subjective point of view?
You really couldn't. You would have to make a conclusion based on confidence level. So you'd have to state it is most likely true that it's flat and stationary. That would be the best answer.
Like an Occam's razor, sort of.
Exactly. Precisely. Yep.
I don't think is adjudicated by that.
It's also, in my opinion, a smarter approach because the claimant has the burden of proof. So if you don't make the claim that it's flat, you don't have to prove it. You just state, well, it most likely is flat. It appears to be flat, but you're not making the claim.
Well, what's the it that you're pointing to?
The Earth.
Okay.
Oh, Refracted. What did you want to say? Hold on just one sec. No, thanks. Go ahead, Refracted.
The ifs, they shouldn't be put in an if statement. Just measurement. Measurement adjudicates what is. Not common sense, not anything else, just measurement.
Get that? Saying logic doesn't really dictate this, measurements do. If you're going to talk about what is of Earth, you go to the measurements.
Yeah, that's what I was kind of interested when Venix was referencing. He said, "Well, I would just say the Earth is flat. Like what part? Like how would you measure it or check that?"
I mean, you could do a survey, plane survey, and the results that are as is would be your answer. You wouldn't have to account for an already established model. You would just measure the Earth as is, and then whatever the result is what your answer is.
I like you. I like this guy.
Yeah, so based on your measurements of Earth, Earth's flat. That's how it measures.
Mm-hmm.
Survey it, it's flat.
Precisely. Yep.
Yeah, perfectly reasonable. I mean, you can, after you've measured it flat, say, well, it's only flat because it's a really big ball. Meanwhile,
yeah. You can make that argument.
Flat. You could. But
well, you could. Well, the thing is arguing for heliocentrism is hearsay. using a lot of hearsay arguments and you're using a lot of infallible claims, such as, "Oh, it's too big. You'll never see it. Oh, you're not high enough."
Special pleading.
Yes,
yeah,
exactly. Special pleading, and it's special pleading.
Yep.
In lieu of having any measurements. So they're apologising for the flat measurements and saying, "Oh, it's okay to measure it flat because it's a really big ball. It's okay to not see it bending because it's a really big ball." That's apologising for why it isn't demonstrating any sphericity.
Well, there's actually a bit of a paradox here. They say that you can see the ship go over the curve on the horizon at ground level. You can see it disappear with the curve. But then when you go up in altitude, they say, "Oh, well, you're not high enough to see the curve." How is it you can see it at ground level, but you can't see it at high level? Does it make sense?
How is it that you're whistling past the graveyard of requiring a surface level and an eye level parallel with it to describe the height of eye? Ask why it doesn't comport with their suggestion that when comparing parallel eye level with surface level, you can't see curve at altitude. You need a flat Earth to make that declaration with surface level and eye level parallel with it, though, don't you? So you kind of, in asking, you're whistling past the fact you need a flat Earth, make the assertions that there is an Earth curve below surface level. Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Earth curve, the assertion thereof, requires a flat Earth be measured. And axioms with regards to eye level being parallel with surface level, those axioms must hold true to assert that you've got a orthographic representation of a low surface level Earth curve. Mathematical only, of course. You need a flat Earth for that mathematical assertion of Earth curve.
Well, not necessarily. I mean, if the Earth did curve and you measure the Earth, you would get the curve in your measurement. You wouldn't have to account or adjust for anything.
Yeah, as an if statement, if Earth curves, you can measure it curving. In reality, the assertion that Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 comes with it an assertion of the distance to the geometric limitation they call Earth curve. And the way that is calculated, as on screen for my audience now, is eye level and surface level parallel with one another. Surface level, more importantly than anything, because you're going to get your height off that. And the height that you get will have eye level parallel with it to do the maths, to calculate the geometric sphere edge below surface level. That's their maths and their rhetoric for their sphere edge.
It is true.
We could measure Earth curve if we had one. Yeah, we could, but we don't. And their assertion that we do comes in this maths format that needs a flat Earth, surface level and eye level in their maths.
Well, 8 inches per mile squared is a lot of curve. That's a lot. We should be able to see that. Really, no problem. That's a lot of curve.
I'd agree, but they've hijacked perspective. What you see in terms of the recession of an optical representation angular in nature is hijacked and put into an orthographic view where surface level, flat Earth, eye level, parallel with it, that's a flat Earth, describe a horizon that's geometric below that surface level. And that's not optical, it's orthographic in nature. There's no perspective. What will be contrasted with it is the view that you get with perspective. They've hijacked perspective to call it Earth curve, but regardless, they need surface level and eye level parallel with it for it to function. You need a flat Earth for the Earth curve maths, basically.
Yeah, the Earth isn't curve in Earth curve math.
Earth's flat in Earth curve maths. It's labelled quite clearly as surface level.
What do you mean it's so big that it's okay to measure it flat?
We just take the latter part, which is we measure it flat, and there is no measurements of Earth curve. The Earth curve measurements that are claimed are actually calculations derived from flat Earth measurements. It's the most concise summary I can give.
But there are no flat surfaces on a sphere, so I don't adhere to that.
Oh, so you measure the flat surface that we dwell atop, Earth that would be, and then infer that you've got sphericity by deriving a parallel eye level with surface level that you must measure twice, once for your height of eye, to derive a surface level equivalent called geometric sphere edge or horizon in their globe maths that's below the surface level you measured for your height. You have to violate the measurements that you actually make to claim the calculable sphericity below the surface level you measured, flat.
It's like picking up a 2x4, measuring it 12 inches, and saying it's a sphere.
Yeah, that's exactly what it's doing. Measuring the surface flat and then saying that it's bending. As I say, functionally, Earth must be flat for Earth curve maths because it's an axiom utilised within the mathematics. Surface level and eye level must be parallel with one another. Unless that is the case, maths falls apart, it doesn't work. Earth must be flat for them to claim there's Earth curve.
It's kind of funny sometimes to see them try to reconcile it, though. You know what I mean? Like, at some level, they know that level is flat. We all deal with it every day. We don't think of level as curved ever, unless you're thinking about this topic and you forget everything you know.
Well, they changed the definition of level to be flush with the surface. So if it's flush with the surface, then that would be level, and then the surface can bend. It would still be considered level in modern astronomy.
Unfortunately not. Like I say, axiomatically, they require surface level to be level. If you'd violate that by saying no, surface level can comport with the surface of a curved surface of a sphere, and the axiomatic principle of level utilised in their maths is violated, and therefore their maths fails. You must measure a flat Earth with an Earth curve. There's no two ways about it.
I agree with that. Have any of you read Eric Dubé's work, The Flat Earth Conspiracy?
What's the conspiracy?
What's that?
What's the conspiracy for flat Earth? I don't understand it.
That's the name of the book. It's called The Flat Earth Conspiracy from Eric Dubé. He's a pretty well-known author in this type of study. This one is about the history of where the flat Earth came from, how over time they changed it to a globe, and it's very detailed. It's got a lot. It's got a lot of going on, a lot of history going on here. I think that the main issue that people have with accepting this is they don't understand the motive. You can explain the science behind it, but the motive is what makes it all come together. So when you understand the history of where this comes from, it makes a lot more sense.
What would the relevance of history be to the shape of Earth, though?
Because you can see the motive, and you can also see how the flat Earth or traditional cosmology was recognized by all the civilizations of antiquity. And then you find that the heliocentric model is actually fairly new. Then you also find that the authors of this model had specific ties that were very, very private, very closed off from the public, and you can see connections with royalty and the Catholic Church, especially involved in this. And it is very evident that there is some type of conspiracy involved.
That would be describing a global conspiracy if you wanted to go that route with it.
Correct.
Yeah, I would. Well, I wouldn't use that word. I would say international instead. But yeah, it is a multinational conspiracy involving a small group of, I maintain, Catholic priests out of the Vatican that have put this together, and then they propagate it through their universities.
The globe is some kind of religious belief? Is that what you're saying?
No, it's just an inaccurate model of the Earth, but it's propagated for particular reasons for the benefit of what I believe to be the papacy. There's a good 500 years of this well documented. And the heliocentric model has served as a key pillar for atheism. Atheism cannot exist without the heliocentric model.
Welcome to Flat Earth Debate Live. I'm your host, Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon, and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they are live. There's also a Coffee, Patreon, crypto, and thanks button in the info box below the video. Most importantly, if you'd like to join the discussion, simply mute the page you are currently watching, then click the link in the info box below this video to join the panel and express your views on the nature of Earth. If you do join, please don't swear. If you do, you'll be ejected, and if you are, please don't try to rejoin the stream using sock accounts. You'll be warmly welcomed back on the next stream. Please also share the show on social media. Sharing the show obviously increases the live audience, but this in turn increases the chances of a more diverse panel, so please share the show on Facebook and X. We are joined by Adam, Neil, Chocolate, and a whole bunch of people in the Politics Discord server. So welcome one and all.
How are you?
Hey. Good afternoon and welcome.
To be here. We did toddle along to politics yesterday. And it was fun. Fun was had by all. But it's good to be here on a Friday, as always. Is it you, Crit, talking in the pre-show, as it is for me and my audience, about scientific method?
Yeah, the dude who came in this morning. I'll say earlier, too, I liked the way you flamed it as a surprise visit. I always get a kick out of that phrase from the Clockwork Orange, when they would play that game, Surprise Visit.
I vaguely remember Clockwork Orange. I must have watched the movie about 100 times, but no. Is that what they do when they go back to the guy in the wheelchair?
No, when they would go to someone's house and then like break in or whatever, and then wait for the people to come home and be like, surprise!
Yeah, it is the scene I'm thinking of initially. That's when they put the guy in the wheelchair.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you're right. Okay,
yes, that's what I was thinking. Let's hope it wasn't like that, as I'm not about to attack everybody in this Politics Discord server with giant penises, so no.
No, I just mean that phrase invokes that, surprise visit thing where...
Indeed. We're here to tell you about science and the scientific method, so whether or not we get somebody bold enough to make a claim that the Earth is a sphere based on science, or some form thereof, is irrelevant to whether or not I'll be telling you about it today, because that's my main purpose in coming to politics, or doing the tour generally, beyond the server that I typically go into, which is the Flat Earth Debate Discord server. Obviously, politics have been extremely, welcoming over the last year. Keeping it up is no offence. It's good, nice being here. I always feel welcome. There's always somebody that wants to challenge the fact that Earth's flat.
Did someone say the Earth is flat?
Yeah, it is. That's how it's measured. However, about 5 or 6 years ago, maybe even a bit longer, maybe 7 years ago, on the journey of Flat Earth Debate, we had a very nice gentleman known as Quantum Eraser teach us all what science and the scientific method was, so we all knew what it wasn't when people would claim that they got scientific proof of this, that, and the other. Doesn't matter what. So, in light of that education, many of you have joined since haven't necessarily received it. Did when you were in high school. It's just a good chance that you'll have forgotten it by the time you're in adult life. No, my statistics from my YouTube channel, most of the people watching are fully grown adults, if not all. Therefore, it's worth reminding people what the scientific method actually is for. That's elucidating the cause of naturally occurring phenomena. Something occurring in nature happens, you can say what caused that, and then suppose a cause. Go forth and vary said cause and see if it causes it or not. That would be an experiment. In those few words, you've had the full process. Step 1, observe natural phenomena. Step 2, formulate a scientific prediction. That's otherwise known as a hypothesis. It's an if and then statement. If A, then B. Then experiment, which is varying your presumed cause, A, see if it causes the effect, B. If you do, Tick, science, done. You've proven your cause of your effect. It is as simple as that. Very narrow, very specific, very difficult to adhere to. However, the outcome is empirical. To say, upon varying what you think causes something you observed in nature, if you vary it and it does cause it, that's its cause. Empirically validated by experiment. There you go. That's science. Anything that sits outside of that methodology, establishing a phenomena, asking what caused it, assuming you've got a cause and varying it to see if it does actually cause it or not, that method, anything outside of that, is pseudoscience if claimed to be science. I'd say there aren't other means of offering empiricism. Scientific method's just one. If you claim to have hypotheses, theories, experiment, or science itself, that's to say you use the terms of science, allude to the idea that what you're suggesting is empirical, that's pseudoscience by definition. Claim of science that has not been through the scientific method is pseudoscience. Scientific method being observe a phenomena, assume the cause, that's your prediction, hypothesis, and then vary that cause, see if it causes the effect or not. That's an experiment. Done. That was easy. Nobody interrupted the entire thing. Wow. Thank you for your patience. Go home now. I'm done. With that, I'll say a huge, massive, enormous... No, I'm only joking.
I was very good. I was on my best behavior there.
That was
smooth. I can't believe it. This room's rammer jammer. Nobody interrupted it. I got the whole lot out in one go. I thought that might take an hour.
That transition was smooth too. It was like, oh, the show's over?
It definitely isn't. 60 people watching. We've only just started. No.
The argument is over because there is no argument, but the show must go on.
Why are we doing it, right? So why are we in here telling you what science is? You might be thinking, why the hell has he just told us all that? Because as you, if you paid attention to what I just said, go through your daily life, you'll hear so many claimants suggesting they've got science. And they haven't. Most of the time, 99% of the time, they don't have an adherence to the scientific method. If you ask them a few key questions, you'll find that out pretty quickly. Most claims of science haven't been through the scientific method. That's to say, most claims of science aren't science. People bullshitting you. Sometimes unnecessarily because they've got good measurements and they didn't need to claim it was science. Most of the time you're being bullshitted by people who haven't got any empiricism whatsoever and they just want you to believe they're just so story. So they'll tell you that it's an experiment and hope for the best. Hope you don't see through the trick. And why is that happening in a flat earth room? Oh, go. Whoever that was. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah, the magic trick. They did something, but they tried to say it was something else that did that. You're like, no, yeah, you did. You set up an apparatus to move, and it moved. Like, Foucault's pendulum. How about you don't do that? Where did you see that in nature?
Perfect. So you're talking about people setting up apparatus, that's man-made devices, synthetic in nature, and asking, I wonder what caused that? Let's put it through scientific method. Well, we already know the cause. Man caused it. It's synthetic, not natural. Step one, observe a natural phenomena. It's natural science. As soon as a man makes something happen, that's a man making it happen. You already know the cause. Why are we doing this in a flat earth room, though? We're doing it in a flat earth room because that's how we got duped onto being a ball. By being told that Professor Brian Cox is a scientist, that Neil deGrasse Tyson offers you science for all evidence. He doesn't. That's how you get duped onto the ball, thinking that they are offering you empirical information when they tell you you're on a ball. Derived from flat earth measurements, I might add. 10 minutes in, said my piece. Almost 70 people watching though, numbers climbing. Share the show if you've not done so already. If you're in my YouTube audience, someone will spam the link to the Politics Discord server. a warm welcome that we always get on a Friday in the Politics Discord server. If you did want to participate in the chat, although it's mostly just me, so I'm not always here, so this isn't necessarily always representative of the chat that takes place in politics, but it does on a Friday when I'm here. If you did want to join, hopefully one of the YouTube moderators will stick a link to the Politics Discord server so you can join this fantastic server, which is where we are today. You guys in the mod team typically pick up on somebody who's spamming stuff in the Discord chat. Is that the case? Is there any questions lined up? Or is this absolutely jock room not got anything to ask or say about Earth being demonstrably flat in all regards? Surely somebody's got some questions. If not, I'm easy. Means my day's nice and easy. I don't have to fret or stress about telling people they're wrong about being on a ball. It's lovely. I don't mind. This is good, isn't it? My G Plus panel. The entire room in Discord's converted to flat Earth, it would seem.
Pretty chill.
Yeah, there's a couple of people in the text chat. Eggs could get on. I'm sure he's got something to say.
I'm scared of Nathan. Nathan, you frighten people.
I'm not frightening. I've just talked about science for 6 minutes straight. What could be frightening about that?
Oh, Nate. Nate's here.
Hey, what's up?
Yeah, there we go. Hey, you sure you got nothing to say? You're just going to listen again, or what?
No. Yeah, I'm just going to listen.
Like I say, everyone's chill. They're all flatties. If I'm sat here in the silence, I'm going to start talking about technical equipment. I'm going to bore the pants off some people, I'm telling you now.
Someone break a guitar.
No, I don't play music. Just like technical stuff. At the moment, I'm into microphones. Really want to
get him started. Please, Baller, say something. Nate,
really
say
want
something.
I was looking at this Russian manufacturer of microphones. They've got the same name as the Russian equivalent of rocket that we sent to the moon. Their company name is Soyuz, which just means unity in Russian. Like the rocket. They don't actually make rockets, but there's a company that makes microphones, and they've got a very specific microphone I want. Small diaphragm condenser. Overhead boom. See, you're all really keen to hear more. Let's tell us more about your microphone. Well, currently, I've got a Rode.
You said they sent it to the moon?
The Russians that claimed that, I don't know about Soyuz going to the moon, but it was just a Russian rocket.
The news of today is apparently NASA is saying that Artemis 3 landing will not happen. The risk is too high. Annual safety report dropped just a few days ago praise and underscores how NASA is pumping the brakes here and taking time to really get it right before undertaking the Artemis program, which was supposed to be 7 years ago. I
don't like this at all. Yeah, NASA don't make microphones. They're more lenses than mics.
We just need a little hope.
The visual one.
They need some Soyuz up in that.
It's a visual scam, isn't it, with NASA, right? They're on the cutting edge of cinematography.
I had no idea. Like, holy crap, really going to space is risky? Who would have thought?
No, there is no space, right? Outer space isn't real. There is no sky vacuum to travel in rockets to, right? Let's just get that out of the way. Right, but NASA, what do? Well, they're cinematographers. That's what they actually are. They're on the cutting edge of cinematography. So, it's Barry Lyndon was a Kubrick movie shot in candlelight. Where did he get the lenses to shoot in candlelight? Not under giant, massive, incandescent bulbs. No, candlelight. He did an entire feature film with NASA lenses. Why? Because they're on the cutting edge of cinematography. That's why. That's what they do. They bullshit you with video. Sound isn't that important. In fact, the crapper the sound, the better. You know what I mean? So they're not interested in sound.
probably the risk assessment is that people would
firework.
Wirework and that's performing arts. That's what I studied. Yeah, trapeze. Performing arts, that's something else. That's a different skill set that obviously they have employees that have that skill set. Astronauts, right? They're performing artists, that's all they are.
No, they don't. They're not even good at it. You can see them stumbling all over the place.
I don't know. They're duping millions and millions and billions of people, so I don't know if you say they're bad. We are in the know. It's like saying, well, you're not very good at that magic trick. And you know what? The magic trick, you know how it works. I do this on stage night after night after night, and no one knows how the magic trick works. They all think it's wonderful. You know how it works and tell me it's not a good magic trick. Get lost. That would be my attitude. That's probably NASA's attitude to us. Oh, right, you figured out how we do the magic trick. Get lost. That's their attitude to us.
Well, let's be charitable here. It's not just NASA. It's every single space agency in the entire world that's in on this. They're all laughing at us, aren't they? They're all smiling to the bank, right?
I don't know their motivation, but people are getting paid to do what they do. Oh, yeah.
Really? How much?
I don't know. I don't get privy to their bank balance a lot. Shout out to Pablo.
So you're making...
Are these astronauts still stuck in, quote, space, says Pablo. No, there is no space to be in. That's why we can demonstrably call them liars. Thank you for the super chat.
I'm just wondering...
Put it this way, they're giving your taxpayer dollars.
How much? Okay. I mean, it's okay, right. That's interesting. I mean, we can track the taxpayer dollars, surely, to what they're spending it on, right? I don't know. I think they're planning to rebuild the ISS or take it down or whatever. We know that, but this kind of paying people to pretend that space is real, that is a bit more wishy-washy, shall I say? That's a bit more interesting.
Wait a second. You think that in space is not wishy-washy, but the fact that they're acting is wishy-washy?
Hold on. Maybe you don't understand the premise in terms of us calling them liars when we say they're actors. Appreciate that the place they're claiming to be isn't real. That's outer space, a sky vacuum. You appreciate that's not real, right?
Wait a minute. Sorry, should I just break the flow of this? You're Nathan Oakley. I think I've heard of you before, actually. You're really quite big in the community, aren't you?
Is it Aviator? Can't see you.
Aviator, yeah. Sorry, I'm just. I mean, nice to meet you for one. Very nice to meet you. How are you?
Space is fake. There's no outer space. Second time. Are you aware of that?
No, I'm just fine. That's just put that aside for a second. I'm really astonished to meet you. How are you doing? You okay?
Yeah, I'm wonderful. So space, outer space, sky vacuum. That's fake. It doesn't exist. And anybody who's claiming to be in that area, an area of volume that the gas we're breathing at high pressure would be filling in line with natural law, if it were real, which it definitely isn't, making everybody claiming to be in that area a liar automatically, without question. You understand that or not?
Sorry, could you just repeat that one more time? So, okay, actually, let me try and...
I'll try again. There's a law of nature. Sure. It's called the second law of thermodynamics. Are you aware of the second law of thermodynamics, first of all?
No, could you explain it to me? Or
what goes to cold, high pressure to low pressure, things like that. You're aware of those sort of effects? High pressure going to low pressure, for example. Always going to cold, for example. Thermodynamic laws, right? How goes to cold, how high pressure goes to low pressure. Simple stuff.
No, I'm not aware of this law, actually.
Not aware that if you leave a cup of coffee out, it'll go cold?
Oh, I'm aware of that.
It's okay. I'm not mocking you for not knowing. That's fine. But are you aware now? I've highlighted it that if you leave a hot cup of coffee out, it'll go cold.
I'm always aware of that. Yeah.
That's called entropy. What about if you fart?
Right, okay. Right.
I'm trying to educate you. You don't have to yabber through the top of me. It's nice that you're pleased to meet me, but you just don't need to talk while I'm talking. Are you aware that when you pass gas, that will spread out throughout the available volume? You're aware that will occur?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's gas dispersion. That's called entropic dispersion. Entropy, that's a law of nature described by the second law of thermodynamics.
Okay.
So when I say
I think
there's a law of nature, is it just me or is he talking while I'm educating him? You don't understand this stuff, so it'd be helpful if you didn't talk while I talk if you don't understand. I need you to say
Apologies.
yes.
Sorry, yeah, that's fine.
So I'm educating you on the second law of thermodynamics, entropic dispersion in this case. Gas fills space, okay?
Sure, yeah, that's fine.
So if the sky was a vacuum, a vast empty space for gas to fill, the gas you're breathing would fill the space and we'd all be dead. You'd have no gas to breathe because the gas you're breathing would... Is it just me or are you still talking while I'm talking there, Aviator? You want to pop yourself on mute while I educate you, or did you want to tell me how wonderful it is to meet me again for the fourth time?
I'm just affirming. I was just saying.
That was
but
rhetorical.
I can mute my mic if you want.
Rhetorical. Son, it was rhetorical. Starting to lose my temper with you. Rhetorical. Shut your mouth. Put yourself on mute while I talk. I'm educating you. Don't understand entropy. Seems you're slow or stupid or something. I've told you twice to put yourself on mute. You're still not. Mute button. Oh, put yourself on mute while I talk. I've had to be moderated by one of the server operators because I'm interjecting my own discussion of entropy while you yammer through me. You pop yourself on local mute, Aviator.
My microphone has a mute. I muted myself.
You put yourself on local mute so I can see that the mute button is on yourself but for your own volition while I explain it. Thank you. Oh my God, it's like pulling teeth. Entropic dispersion would be entropy of the gas that you're breathing by way of a law of nature filling the sky vacuum the astronauts claim to be in. There is no sky vacuum. It defies a law of nature. Ergo, anybody claiming to be in outer space, are liars. Here you go. Wasn't that painful? I'm done now.
Right. Okay. I see your point. That's interesting. So, don't you think that, say, yeah? Okay. I'm going to say the word gravity here, and I know you might not be very impressed with me. Maybe it contradicts another law of nature, but surely the Earth's gravity would hold gas particles like oxygen, which we breathe, right, toward near the Earth, which allows there to be, which stops it from going out into outer space and keeps us alive, right? Surely that can account for everything.
No. Quote George Musa, the editor of Scientific American, "Gravity is not a force," end quote, George Musa. If I quote Professor Brian Cox, "There isn't really a force of gravity at all," end quote, Professor Brian Cox. It seems, this is unbeknownst to you, it's... Somebody's off mute. It's a pseudo-geometry, pseudo-Riemannian force space, invented about 110 years ago by a man named Einstein. Not a force, it doesn't hold gas, so no.
Okay, I don't have the best understanding of Einstein's theories of, what is it? Relativity or something like that?
Not a theory. Theory.
It's a theory well supported, I'm not denying that. But
it's not a theory. It's a pseudo... Just say it again. Just listen up, pin your ears back. It is, second time I've said it, a pseudo-geometry. Theory deals with science, that's natural. Geometry, that's maths. Conceptual. Not a theory. It's a pseudo-geometry and not a force to hold gas. Gas fills space. It's a law of nature. It's called the second law of thermodynamics. Meanwhile, your gravity, it won't be holding gas without containment next to a vacuum. That's garbage. A lie that you're told within a religion called heliocentrism. Necessitated lie to have Copernican motion. No, we're not in a sky vacuum. No, we're not moving around the sun. That's all maths also. Maths derived from measurements of an Earth that's flat. Sky's not a vacuum. Violates the second law of thermodynamics, and gravity's not a force. Pseudo-geometry won't hold gas.
Right. I mean, like I said, I'm not the most well studied on Einstein's theory of relativity, whatever it was.
Not a theory.
Like, I mean,
why are you repeating it?
Right.
You're telling me you're not studied up on this theory. It's not a theory. What is a theory? Define theory.
I'm going to continue now because you cut me off. So I'm not the most educated on that, but underneath
Define theory. You've said theory twice, and I've corrected you, and you're still saying it.
Look.
Define it.
Nathan. We can get into discussion.
I'm telling you what, Dumbo. Don't talk through me. Find the word you used. You said theory twice. I corrected you. I said it's a pseudo-geometry. Now you're insistent on using this word.
Fine. Define pseudo-geometry.
Why is he talking? You said theory. Define the word you used. Go.
You said pseudo-geometry. Define the word pseudo-geometry. Go.
You said theory. Not.
You said
theory
pseudo-geometry.
comes after experimentation. So
you
if you don't know what that word means, stop. Is it just me, Aviator, or is it painful? So therefore, when I ask you to define the words you use, like theory, I'll define pseudo-geometry. That'd be mathematics that's pseudo. In this instance, not real, meaning sham. Shut up! Ignorant boy. Do you feel that when you're telling me, disclaiming how ignorant you are of this stuff, that you've got the right to talk while I'm talking? Put yourself on mute. Stupid, insolent little boy. You've had to be server moderated again by the people who own this moderation team because you can't shut your mouth while you're being educated. Meanwhile, I've got to sit through you telling me how ignorant you are. I know you're not that clued up about pseudo-geometry from Einstein. You asked if a force would hold gas here. Yes, I know you're ignorant. You think you've got the right to babble while I'm talking. I'm educating you, dumbass. It's not a theory. Now, Aviator, given you've had to be moderated by the team, you can repeat after me, because you've said it incorrectly twice. It's not a theory, it's a pseudo-geometry. You hear me? Shout out to Jim. Thank you for the super chat. Nathan's space must not be a vacuum, as NASA does lie. Simple answer, no. I understand the sentence, but thank you for the super chat, Jimbo. Really appreciate it.
I think he's a baller in chat.
I didn't understand the sentence. Nathan, space must not be a vacuum.
Whatever it is, I'm going to kind of go into assuming it is a force, right? Just to make it more intuitive, right? So,
sorry, just tell me that assuming it's a force. Do you not like Brian?
Yeah, I mean, just because it's consistent on a Newtonian. Okay, no, you can't
shut up.
And then just like
you're not like Brian Cox's quote that you didn't acknowledge, you stupid little boy. There isn't really a force of gravity at all, end quote, Brian Cox. I already said it, you didn't acknowledge it. Now you're telling me assuming it's a force? Shut your dumb mouth. I'm done with you. You could just ignore me.
Wait, Nathan,
quote didn't you like?
Nathan, please.
Stupid boy.
Nathan, please. Look, I know it gets the views, but
boy.
Come on.
Stupid boy. What part of Brian Cox's quote that you've just hand-waved by saying, quote you, assuming it's a force, what, pissing in Brian Cox's face much? I'll ask you again, you insubordinate little boy. What part of Brian Cox's quote about gravity not being a bleeding force didn't you like?
None of it. I mean, he's just using Einstein's theory, right? Because it just makes more sense to
stupid boy.
Okay, right. Okay, fine.
Yeah, right.
That's probably true. Okay, right, but Newtonian physics still sends.
Not very much.
Still works, right? It still pretty much works. It still can explain things.
Or you'll be shut up by the team. You're insubordinate and you're rude. You're wrong, you're ignorant and you're stupid. You're disclaiming how stupid you are, but you feel like you can tell me, assuming it's a force, and then carry on wittering. No, boy. You're stupid. You can take this man off server mute, or I belittle him some more. Don't know what you're talking about. It's not a force, it's not a theory. Stop telling me, assuming it's a force. Yeah?
Okay. Sure.
Good. Insubordinate little boy.
Can I ask him a question?
So look, with gravity, the pseudo geometry, right? Okay.
I don't care. I don't care about sham forces.
Okay, that's fine. They're all sham forces. It explains why we can breathe. So it holds the gases that we breathe towards the center of the Earth. Pulls it towards the center of the Earth. Prevents it from going out into space.
Pull like a force.
I'm not a brute.
Like a force.
So it allows us to breathe.
Like a force. Hello.
Is a force? Well,
What is it about
Under Newton, it is a
Cox's quote that
force,
you don't
but
like? You just want to insist when I correct you for being wrong. You just want to keep wittering on about it being a force that's pulling gas to the centre of Earth. That'd be pulling. That'd be a force. Yeah, I'll ask you again because you seem to have conceded it and then immediately just ignored your own concession. So Cox's quote about, quote, there isn't really a force of gravity at all, end quote, Brian Cox, or, quote, George Moose, a Scientific American editor. Gravity is not a force, end quote. Now, you want to tell me about something pulling something to the centre of Earth, don't you, you belligerent boy? It isn't.
It is. Under Newtonian physics, right?
Up. Shut him up.
Please, wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Shut up, you stupid boy. I don't want to talk to you anymore. You've decided that in spite of Brian Cox and George Moose telling you it isn't, you, someone who doesn't know much about gravity, is going to tell me it is. Shut up and go away with your stupid bull belief. You're an insolent, insubordinate little boy who wants to tell me, with your ignorant knowledge of what gravity isn't, that it is a force. Because if it isn't, there won't be a fake space for you to appeal to. No, son. You haven't got a force. It hasn't been a force for 110 years. If you actually looked into the subject, you wouldn't be having me, a flat earther, hand you your ass in front of 100 live audience members. You, sir, are insubordinate and ignorant. Go and learn your own stupid religion. Meanwhile, Earth's measured flat. It's required to be so in the mathematics of Einsteinian pseudo-geometry and Newtonian forces that were superseded 110 years ago. Just ignorant. Now get lost. Tell me it is.
So this is how we ended up on the what is science conversation when you first came in the room, Nathan. This is the guy that was claiming that science dealt with measurements of the Earth and that there was scientific consensus. So this is the same guy that's back.
Oxymoron. If it's consensus, It's not science. It's science, it's not consensus.
Yeah, which was pointed out numerous times, but he did the same shtick, yeah? He just circles back around. Okay, I agree. It doesn't have to be important, but the scientific consensus. And then he just go loop back around and around and around, just like he's done with you here.
With gravity, it's not a force. Let's get a few quotes from claim to be professors of heliocentric truth. Gravity's not a force, end quote. Oh, right, yeah, I can see, Jad. It's not like I don't like the quotes, but let's just assume it's a force. Dickhead. Aviator, you're a dickhead. What? Dickhead. Hello, dickhead. Do you want to respond to me? Take him off mute so you can understand. You're a dickhead. You're being called a dickhead. In the face of your own priest selling you something, you're telling me otherwise. Dickhead. Hello, dickhead. Aviator, you're a dickhead. Priests tell you it's not a force, you're telling me it is. That makes you a dickhead.
What that really makes them is the true definition of a anti-flat earther.
Are you denying your own bleeding rhetoric? Oh, well, it doesn't matter that Musa says it's not a force and Cox says it's not a force. I say it is. Oh, really? You, with your ignorance of gravity, you're going to tell us it's a force, are you? Holding gas to the centre of Earth? No, dum-dum.
Can I explain why I think I call it a force? Do you want me to
cares what you think, stuttery? You're ignorant. Nobody cares what you think. We know how wrong you are. You think you can tell us with your stuttering. Shut up. Put yourself back on mute. Put yourself back on mute. You're done here. You're ignorant to take part in the conversation. I'm glad you were pleased to meet me. I'm the one who handed you your ass. My name's Nathan Oakley. I'm a flat earther who knows a damn sight more about this subject than people who interrupt me. Tell them how ignorant they are. All they can do is this, which is chant. No better than any other water aviator. You're an ignorant, insolent tosser who doesn't know how to do anything but mute me while I tell you off. I'm telling you off for being ignorant. You feel you've got the right to talk through me. I'm glad you enjoyed meeting me. You're an insignificant nobody, ignorant, a bore, an anti-fatty who knows nothing. You still think you've got the right to chant through me while I tell you off for being ignorant? Yeah? You still think you, with your insubordinate nature, you can talk through me while I tell you off, don't you, Aviator? It's absolutely pathetic.
Hey, can I throw something at him for a second? Like, I'm trying to understand why you feel like if your own paradigm, your own story tells you it's not a force, why would you then come in and tell us that it is? Like, what's the motivation behind that? Like, you understand? You
May I
got
respond
this
to that?
story from somebody else.
Okay, may I respond
Yeah?
to that?
Yes, please.
May I respond without Nathan Oakley calling me a dickhead?
No.
No. You're going to respond
Right,
to what
okay.
I just put to you.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
I-
Yes. Actually, okay. I'm just gonna keep going then because I don't know what you're saying. So why I say it's a force? And, look, I agree. Right. I think Einstein's theory has pretty much been proven to be more accurate than Newton's theory. Right. That the gravity is a force. But
Oh my god!
the thing is,
Oh my god! What part?
sorry,
of
not
it's
theory. Pseudo geometry. Sorry, my bad. I
Do
forget.
you feel that when I stopped you last time and asked you to define what a theory was?
Fine.
That was a reasonable concession for you to now
whatever it is,
completely
whatever you wanna
whisper
call it.
through me. Yeah, we've already done
Force
this,
habit.
Aviator. Yeah, you're
I know, I'm
insubordinate.
not talking to you anymore, though.
Insubordinate means
Oh, shut
it means
up,
that in the
Nathan.
face of
Just
somebody
listen.
educating, you've
So-
decided otherwise. You've
so-
decided you're the
we'll keep
higher
going.
authority here. That's why you're still talking while I'm talking. It's not a theory. Theory comes after validated experimentation. Experimentation ascertains the cause of a naturally occurring phenomena. There is no naturally occurring phenomena for gravity. None. So it is not a theory. Your belligerence and globe belief means that you need to glurf through the top of me pointing this out. Yeah. Now, the server moderators, let's just point out for my audience, 106 of them listening live, I'm not in control of this server. When an unreasonable glurf dickhead decides that he's going to glurf through the top of me pointing out for the third time, it's not a theory because he's glurfing it through the top of me. Yeah, he's got to be server moderated. I don't have control of that mute button. Server operators do, and they want to hear me point out to my audience and their server there is no theory here. Theory comes after validated experimentation. That is not gravity. But he won't have it, will he? He's got to glurf. When I point that out, he can talk through me. That's his shitty tactic. All he's got. My name's Nathan Oakley, Aviator. I'm so pleased you like meeting me. I'll be forgetting you when I leave here today.
Man, that is crazy. Is he? Am I on mute still? I'm not actually. Okay, right. I just took a look at Nathan's Nathan's stream, and man, that is interesting. Wow, I really thought he'd be more respectful than that. You know, but
Can you respond to what he
unfortunately
said, Aviator?
not. Oh, is he still here?
Can you
No,
respond?
I can try if I don't get. Sorry.
Just respond to what he said. Don't care what channels you're looking at. Just respond to what he said.
Sure. Okay. Right. So the reason why I say it's a force is because under Newton's
He's ignoring what you've asked him to do. He's not responding to what I've said. He's telling us what he's saying. We didn't ask you what you had said and whether or not we could understand it for it to be needing repeating again. We understand you've said it's a force, dickhead. I called you a dickhead for it because Cox says it isn't, dickhead. Yeah? Now, what you were asked to do was actually respond to things I've said to you, not repeat verbatim for the fourth time what you're claiming in the face of Cox. Okay, dickhead.
We'll try
Maybe
again.
he's responding to me when
Not a theory.
maybe he's just responding.
Not a theory, not a force, not holding gas here. Outer space is fake. Astronauts are lying. Started by quizzing how much they were getting paid, like that was important when they're lying about being in a sky vacuum. Right. There is no sky vacuum. There's him talking straight through, blurfing straight through, mic wide open, blurf straight through the middle of me. I'm summarising my win, Aviator. You didn't need to open your mic and start making a load of noise in the middle of me summarising the entire debate that you didn't take part in. You just summarised your own position, hand-waving everything I've put to you. Well, what I've put to you is getting summarised. Yes, astronauts are liars. They're all getting paid to lie about being in a place that isn't real, called outer space. A sky vacuum. What's a vacuum? An area of volume. The high pressure gas we are breathing would be filling. And there's no force of gravity to stop that occurring. In order to have gas pressure, it must be under containment. According to your heliocentric blurf nonsense,
There's a great big volume without any containment between the high pressure gas and the 10 to the minus 17 torr sky vacuum. Ergo, it violates natural law. Ergo, yes, the men claiming to be in a sky vacuum are on high wire on a soundstage in front of very high quality cameras. Because that's what NASA do. They're at the cutting edge of cinematography. They're not going to Narnia, otherwise known as a sky vacuum. Next. This is a lot more reminiscent of the typical Friday experience in Discord on politics. What? On politics in Discord. Yeah, that's right.
I mean, anybody else want to demonstrate exactly what it is to be an anti-flat earther as opposed to a glober? Glovers are supposed to argue your paradigm, right? Well, it's crazy that somebody would come in and say, well, I know my whole story is that it's not a force, but I'm going to tell you why it is one. That's crazy. You understand that sounds nuts, right? You people who think you live on a ball.
Shock and coincidence. The guy's telling you, the audience, and Discord, that it's a theory. What's a theory? Well, a theory comes after you've validated the cause of an effect you observed in nature. So a validated experiment followed by theory. Theory comes afterwards. One or more validated experiment is required to form a theory. Well, let's just call gravity a theory because everyone's familiar with this term. And they'll think that it's somehow empirically validated. What, your pseudo-geometry theory? I'm going to go with no. It's a good magic trick word, isn't it? Just like I led into the show with. We're here to tell you how you get duped onto being on a ball. Because when there's a violation of a law of nature, they'll tell you, oh, well, science, that's theory, says that there's a force that's not a force holding all the gas to the centre of Earth. That's what he's told you, this bullshitter, this belligerent boy.
Has he defined theory yet?
No. He wanted to tell us all about the theory, though, without defining it. I asked him to, he just didn't do it. I'd repeating what he had to say about it being a theory without defining those words. Now he's chanting through me, pointing out that he didn't define a theory, a word he used. He just thinks that glurfing through the top of me is going to get him the win. Fine theory.
I think it's like a well supported.
Not a theory. You stuttery little boy. You belligerent little boy. Not. You keep using the words that are incorrect and we keep correcting you and all you can do is glurf through the top of me by chanting nonsense that you're ignorant of through the top of me with your mic wide open while I talk. That's what you've got. It's pathetic.
I mean, all you have is Brian Cox's...
Pathetic.
All you have is Brian Cox misinterpreted.
Are you pathetic? Pathetic statement from Brian Cox. I can do it too, Aviator. I can just glurf through the top of you while you talk. You're now talking and I'm just glurfing through you, yeah? You're a pathetic little belligerent boy.
For God knows how long now. So you took out...
Aviator, stop being a dickhead.
Stop being a dickhead, Aviator.
Just define the word theory, that's all.
Yeah, you keep using it, Aviator. We're asking you to define it. You used it, not me.
Yeah, Aviator, if you were actually in good faith here, you would just provide the definition of the terms that you're using. So start with what a theory is. Provide it.
If you need help, Jedi's dropped it in the chat for you at 43 minutes past the hour.
Well, I suppose you could say it's a well-defined, a well-supported, like, hypothesis.
Holy crap! Here you go again. What a numpty.
It is not. No, Aviator, a hypothesis establishes the cause of a natural phenomena in a suppositional format. That's an if and then statement. If independent variable, then dependent variable. That's a hypothesis. This isn't that either. You don't know what science is, son. That's why I asked you to define theory and you didn't. Now you're calling it some other science word. No, it's a pseudo-geometry. It's not a hypothesis, and it's definitely not a theory. It's none of the above. You just keep ascribing science words to your religion.
I was trying to define what a theory is. I wasn't talking about gravity or
Well, you were wrong then. No, okay, well, you were wrong. If you were saying that a theory is a hypothesis, that's incorrect.
Okay, what is it then?
It's one or more validated hypothesis. That's experimental validation forms theory. I already said it 3 times.
Okay.
Just not listening, Aviator. That's the problem, you see, with belligerent boys. They don't listen. Even though I've told him the answer twice prior, he's still asking me for it. You get a theory
why
after you
isn't
validate. Is that me or is he just blurping through? He doesn't know. He's had it cited. The mod team sent him. I'm telling him. But he's talking. What is your malfunction? Were you dropped on your head? I'm telling you the answer to that which you didn't know and you're talking. Not funny.
Sorry.
You annoy me greatly. You're irritating. Your ignorance annoys me. Your stupidity annoys me. You understand, boy?
Right, I understand, but why isn't relativity a theory then? It's well supported, it's well established, and it's the scientific consensus is that it explains natural phenomena very well.
Ask him why it isn't. But you tell me why it is. It's your claim. That's called a burden of proof reversal fallacy. Why is my claim not something that you're not claiming? You don't need to flip the burden, son. This is your positive assertion of your gravity holding gas here. Look, do you want to demonstrate that garbage, or do you want to glurf through the top of the question being put to you? I would expect you to glurf through the top of the question being put to you. It's your claim, your gravity, your theory that you didn't define. You went on to call it a hypothesis, which it isn't. You're not defining anything you say. It's none of the above.
Well, the evidence he's put forward, the evidence he's put forward again is, hang on, scientific consensus. Yeah, scientific consensus again is your evidence.
Right. Okay, calm down, mate. Every time you hear the consensus, start piping up. Just shut up for a second. It's a well-supported
I won't shut up for a second. I'm just clarifying again.
I love it,
mate. Just clarifying again that your evidence is scientific consensus. Yeah.
Friend,
this is what it all relies on.
Unless I said the word consensus, just calm down. You've got nothing to add here.
I don't have anything to add.
And you've got nothing to learn either.
I mean,
belligerent little boy.
The fact that you've only
Aviator. Belligerent little boy. He runs this room that you're in. He's hosting you, you stupid boy. He's hosting your dumbass. You're his guest. You unbelievable tosser. You belligerent idiot. You're his guest. So am I. Thank you for having me, by the way.
Well,
oh my goodness.
Maybe you can clear up the scientific consensus for him again for the 100th time.
Oh, okay. I'm just going to ignore you because I'm not really talking to you. I'm talking to Nathan. I was trying to.
Shut him up. You'll ignore us. Yeah, no worries. We'll ignore you. Yeah, you'll be put on server def and moved out of the room. You want to ignore us? You want to go about your zealotry in the face of everybody else and what they're telling you? Yeah, then get lost. Go in peace and believe in a ball based on the consensus. Good for you, son. Good for you. Your faith has obviously satisfied you till now. And obviously you don't need to be in a flat earth room telling them that they're wrong. Get past your pain. Yeah, your concerns that you might be wrong. You're just not going to listen. What, you're going to stick your fingers in your ears and go, la, 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 it is a force. Good for you, boy. Good for you. Bugger off and believe in a ball. Here, where we know how Earth's measured, we'll appreciate the awful truth that you don't. Earth's flat. That's how it's measured. Your ball faith, including but not limited to Einsteinian and Newtonian gravity, are based on those flat Earth prerequisites. Earth's flat, son. Go and share your pain elsewhere. Tell us you're not going to listen. Like I give a crap. I already dealt with that too. I'll forget you existed when this show's over, son. Meanwhile, you're pleased to meet Nathan Oakley. Yeah, I bet you are. You can share your pain with me again in future, let's hope. Meanwhile, I don't care who you are. Your pain's irrelevant to me. Go in peace. Believe in your ball.
I was hoping he was going to say the body of science.
Believe whatever he wants.
If we let him talk long enough, he might have.
Look, the problem is he came in here doing this earlier. Yeah, he's had this scientific consensus explained to him. He's had it explained to him that measurements is not science. We've gone through everything, yeah. And what he does is he just circles back around and he has to slip those words in there: science, scientific consensus, force. Yeah, he's got to try and get that last word in to have that win. He's just being slimy.
Yeah, this is a guy where I said he replaced the word authority, popularity contest. He took those words out and put the word science in. It's like abracadabra or just some sort of magic word that he just adds in whenever there's a word in there that he doesn't like. He doesn't want it to be appeal to authority or some authority figure. He wants it to be something else.
Well, he definitely won't clarify his terms, yeah?
Yeah, because he can't. That's the thing. Like, if he could, he would have by now. He doesn't have the language skill set or education level to articulate what he's talking about. It's like a parrot, who just hears a word and repeats it back. If you were to say, hey, what do you think that word means? It would just look at you and says, peanut? You're like, do I get a treat? Like, I said the word. It's like, Pavlov's response.
Theory?
Yeah, just say the word theory and he gets his peanut. Say the word science and he gets his,
Oh, sorry, Craig.
Oh, no, I was going to double down. Go ahead.
Was he claiming that the Earth was a non-inertial plane of reference rising at 9.8 meters per second with Einstein?
I don't know. You can ask him yourself.
I don't think he was saying that. And I would just like to just say one thing. This is how these globers hide themselves. Like, they have cloaking with ambiguity. Like, they think they're going to cloud themselves over and hide away in a little corner with their ambiguity. And so watch this when it happens. They do it all the time. Do you notice Aviator didn't present any information or definitions to define the terms he was actually using? He just diverted away from it, obfuscated it, and avoided the issue completely. So once again, ambiguity. He thinks he's got cloaking and that he can't be seen. It's amazing.
That's the tactic. All they got is tactics, man. Literally, all they got. They don't have any argument. This is not an argument anymore. This is not even it's not a debate.
What was the question?
It's fact.
Are you aware that there is a inertial plane of reference described with the 9.8 meters per second assertion that you're making when you say gravity?
Non-inertial.
Right, non-inertial.
I believe so. I think I understand what you're saying. I think so.
More ambiguity. More ambiguity. You heard it right there, folks. And good to hear you, Chocolate. It's been a long time.
Just so we round that out. Welcome to Flat Earth, Aviator.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
You'll need a horizontal plane of reference.
Correct.
Mathematics requires a horizontal plane, Aviator.
Sorry, what requires the horizontal plane?
Gravity.
Right.
Yes,
I mean,
that's right. 9.8 meters per second.
We have a clue what you're saying.
Remember when you described things moving to the centre of Earth?
Yeah.
Actually described with respect to a plane of reference at 9.8 meters per second squared.
Sure.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure I'm following.
You need a plane of reference then. So you'll need a plane of reference? A plane?
Oh, okay. Plane. Okay, yeah. That's quite funny. Nice.
No, not funny.
But
Earth will be described in those mathematics as flat, and a plane to describe 9.8 meters per second in the downward direction towards, perpendicular to a flat plane.
Are you being serious? Right.
Sorry, are you unaware? It seemed like when you agreed that you understood that this description was with respect to a plane that you did understand. Now you're asking if I'm serious, like you don't understand how Earth is described as a flat plane of reference in the mathematics of something moving at 9.8 meters per second, perpendicular to a plane of reference. Yeah, I'm serious,
Right.
boy. Earth's flat.
Sorry,
That's why I keep welcoming you to Flat Earth. Your own maths requires it.
I mean, they clearly don't believe. No, they clearly don't believe it has to be a plane, like an actual flat, infinite plane, because the same scientists that say that
in
even
your
in a
maths.
globe Earth,
Why is
so clearly it can't
I'm
be what it
correcting him.
means.
He's still talking. It's not a belief. In your maths. Do I believe in the plane in your maths? No, I don't. It's just the plane. It's just in your maths. It's your requirement for a plane that you need in your maths. Not a belief.
Right. Okay.
done?
No, because I mean, gravity. I'm fairly sure. I mean, look at say Cavendish, right? He observed gravity.
Which one? Which gravity?
I believe. Oh, you can say little g or big G, really.
You're the one making the bleeding claim, boy. Which gravity are you talking about?
Well, I suppose it'd be Newtonian gravity because
No, you're not.
essentially it
It's
wasn't-
110 years out of date. Definitely not. Did you not hear Cox and Musa tell you it's not a force?
Okay.
It was superseded. I'm still talking, boy. Superseded 110 years ago. Clearly, you didn't go into higher education with respect to pseudoscience of heliocentrism. You only reached a high school level, clearly, because you think it's a force and Newtonian. Oh, my God. Get with the times, boy. You're 110 years out of date. No, we don't deal in Newtonian gravity. The new hotness of pseudo-geometry, my boy. Yeah?
And Newtonian requires an inertial plane of reference. So it's still flat Earth. You're talking about.
No, Newton is still very relevant though in today because I mean we still use it to send space probes in.
Do we need to go through Cox's quote? Sorry, do we need to go through Cox's quote? Do we need to acknowledge this for the fifth time? Fifth time, right? You belligerent little boy. Belligerent little boy.
Give me 1 minute,
belligerent
please.
little boy. Hello? That means stop talking while you, the belligerent little boy who's decided to introduce a 110-year out-of-date force. What told the gas here? Space is still fake, son. You haven't acknowledged that either. Still wittering on about what we can think about gravity. We know. We're not ignorant like you, son. We know better than you.
Just give me 1 minute, please. Just without talking over me.
All the time you need, son. You can believe in your bull nonsense for as long as you like. Take 10 minutes. Meanwhile, Earth's measured
10 minutes. You're gonna give me 10 minutes. I hardly doubt that, but I mean, I can try. Right. So even though, okay. So when we're trying in everyday life to figure out, say, the force of this object acting on another, or the speed of this car traveling from A to B, whenever we use Newtonian physics, right? Despite the fact that Einstein superseded it 100 and whatever years ago, we still use Newton because, by and large, he is accurate and correct. He's good enough. So, when it comes to something like
how many newtons in gas expansion? Where does the newtons fit into? I'm asking you a question based on the stupid shit you've just shed. But I don't want to hear any more nonsense. I just want to ask where we've got newtons in PV equals nRT, perhaps. Can you tell me?
Actually, I did this in chemistry. Well, PV and RT. Well, it's like the combination of a couple gas laws, right? I forget what they're called, but I don't know they did it somehow.
What's the V stand?
What was the other thing you said?
The V. What's the V?
What was what? Sorry.
V.
V is volume, right?
Oh, right. So that would be the volume of the containment for the gas that we're breathing at pressure. To use PV equals nRT, we need a calculable volume. It will need a container for that. That violates a principle that you believe in with your heliocentric nonsense of sky vacuums. Because the V in PV equals nRT would be space, outer space. The volume thereof. Gas would be filling it. That would be the volume. Because there's no containment in your religion. V would be outer space, wouldn't it, son? You did this in chemistry?
Wait a minute. What is gas pressure in your opinion?
The force exerted on the walls of the containment. That's how it's defined. That's what gas pressure is, by the way. That's the definition of it. What's a theory? Could you define that?
Wait, okay, sorry. Just so that we don't get sidetracked from this specific thing.
Sidetracked? You asked me to define what pressure was, in this case with regards to gas, and I said the force the gas exerts on the walls of the container is gas pressure. I defined it. You keep calling nonsense, garbage, waffle, and pseudoscience theories. Could you define what a theory is, please? Time's a charm.
I reject what you just said, though.
I'm asking you to define something. Let's just put this guy on server mute. He doesn't want to play anymore. Piss off.
I'll tell you what a theory is if you want as well in a second.
You stupid belligerent boy. You'll now be removed from the discussion.
You sound very belligerent to me.
You'll be removed from the discussion, belligerent little twat. Bye-bye.
Nathan, if you take what he said as true, that they use Newtonian mechanics every day, and it's good enough, and that means the inertial plane of reference they use to calculate their downwards vector is good enough.
The flat Earth they need is good enough. Meanwhile, it won't be good enough to describe gas dispersion, will it?
It can't invoke a spinning space pair and then use Newtonian mechanics to describe it, because Newtonian mechanics would require a stationary Earth for them to be applicable. They're not applicable to a rotating. Okay.
Yeah, they don't know any of this stuff. Right, guys, we're going to toddle along because we've got a video to review, but we're not going to do that in politics.
Adam just got here.
Near a full on hour. It's been great fun, though.
Yeah, it's been a pleasure having you, mate.
Yeah, it's been great.
Yeah, no worries.
I feel like it's been worthy. Definitely. Good talk about science.
Yeah, good stuff, man. Like I said earlier and a couple of days ago, you're welcome anytime. So your surprise visits, yeah, keep doing that.
Will do. And to those of you in my live stream, there's 126 watching. Hopefully, Divergent Droid, sorry to lean on you so much. If you can, spam the link to the politics Discord server. The room we're in is called 24/7 Flat Earth. So check it out if you wanted to join and you're a part of my live stream. Once again, to politics server, thank you very much indeed for having us.
Thank you, Nathan.
Yeah, thank you, Nathan, and the FED panel. Shout out to Chocolate and everyone else. Good to see you.
Have a good one, guys.
Take care.
Right. Aviator. Have you read the citations that I dropped for you whilst Nathan was talking to you with regards to scientific theory and the requirement for repeatable tested hypotheses and the definition of gas pressure, i.e. PV equals nRT, gas pressure being defined as the force that the gas exerts upon the walls of its container? Have you read those?
I have not.
Okay. So do you have a contention with the definition that's been experimentally verified for PV equals nRT with Boyle's law, Avogadro's law, Gay-Lussac's law, that you're going to need a container, the necessary antecedent, for gas pressure? Gas pressure being defined as the force that the gas exerts upon the walls of its container.
I don't reject that, sure, but in my understanding of PV equals nRT is that it's not the complete gas law at all. There's so many other things that we can't really we have to admit when having this ideal gas, right? So
okay.
it's not going to be something applicable in every situation for sure.
Cool. When does a gas not become ideal?
Hold on, give me a second. Let me find it. Just so that you don't think I'm being an idiot or anything, or trying to play fast in these definitions, I'll get my textbook out. I'll tell you. I believe it does mention some cases and when it's not applicable, but
yeah, under extreme temperatures and extreme pressures.
Okay, sure, fine. There you go.
Cool. So, extreme temperatures, that's going to include a phase change, more than likely. Like when it's really cold. Or extreme pressures, you're going to need a container for extreme pressures. So a lot of gas in a confined space that can't expand.
No, you don't necessarily need a
Expansion
container for
in the
extreme
second
pressure,
law.
though, do you?
I can understand why people got annoyed with you.
Sorry,
I don't take long, mate, and I will let you speak. But please be polite and let me speak. We had this back and forth earlier. It didn't go well. I don't want that to happen again. So you agree that you're going to need a container for gas pressure? Yes?
No, probably not, actually.
Probably not. So you disagree with the definition of gas pressure, the force the gas exerts upon the walls of its container? That's been experimentally verified.
Yeah, no, I disagree. Because you can have gas...
Okay, sorry. Do
you're cutting me off now, you're being unchatted to me, aren't you?
Dude, it's fine. Do you have an experiment then?
Right then, buddy, okay. Okay.
Sorry, dude.
What is...
I gave you PV equals nRT. Sorry, I do apologise. I gave you PV equals nRT. I gave you the experiments that went into them, including Boyle's law, Avogadro's law, Gay-Lussac's law, Brownian motion, kinetic molecular theory. All of these things experimentally verified and the descriptions there within. Now, if you disagree with this, do you have an experiment?
Well, no, I don't.
Okay.
However, what I can say is, you can have okay. If you think about what pressure is, right? Essentially, it is just particles colliding with each other to exert a force either on the containers of a wall or against other particles. Right, so you can have gas pressure without necessarily having a container because they're still going to hit each other and collide and exert pressure on each other. Right, so you can have. So I mean, there's no issue with having gas pressure in say a vacuum.
Sorry.
I mean,
yes, there is. What will happen? Sorry. What will happen to gas in a vacuum? What will happen?
It's going to spread out.
Awesome. Yeah. So if there's an available volume to fill, the gas will fill it, entropy will increase, and the gas will disperse into that volume, correct?
Sure. Okay.
Awesome. This is our contention, being as you believe there's a sky vacuum up there, and we understand that gases expand into vacuums and available space to fill. This is in accordance with the second law of thermodynamics. We're bringing up gas pressure, which will be stopping the entropy increase because of the physical containment, and by consequence of that containment, the gas is pressing against the limitation of volume and is under pressure. Do you understand our argument that your sky vacuum is a violation of that law?
No, because you skimmed very quickly over your explanation for why we don't die instantly. So what is your explanation? Okay, what is a container, first of all? What is a container stopping the gas from going out?
A container. A container. I can't tell you the physical makeup of it, but to have gas pressure, you're going to require one. Unless, and I'm going to give you a knowledge branch, unless you can experimentally verify not a container causing gas pressure.
What is it? Wait. Okay. Right. So you're gonna sit here and tell me, right? That because of that science is all about observation. You need to look at something and verify it, cause and effect. But you're gonna sit and tell me you have no idea what makeup this container is. It has to be up there somewhere.
Yeah, it's a necessary antecedent consequent relationship unless you can give me an experiment that validates your claim.
Okay, well, fine, sure. I understand what you're saying. So, what I'm going to say in response to that is, we are alive now because of gravity, and it's an antecedent, whatever his claim. And unless you can give me an experiment to verify the existence of your firmament, which stops gas going out into space, then we can have a conversation.
No, you're not going to reverse this burden onto me. I've given you the olive branch for you to experimentally validate your claim. I can.
Why not?
Aviator, please stop talking through me, dude. Right? I've given you the olive branch to demonstrate scientifically your claim that you can cause gas pressure with whatever the fuck you say that gravity is. Can you do so?
It's an olive branch laced with poison though, because it's clearly going to be something you probably cooked up a script for, and you can probably
No, I'm literally asking you for the experiment that validates your fucking claim. Now I'm losing my patience.
Well, unfortunately, I'm not too pathetic here. Basically, I mean, I can't really extend much sympathy towards you, seeing as you've been cutting me off for a while now. So
I'm just trying to keep you on track, mate. That's all.
Yeah, keep your script, of course. I get you.
Oh my god! Now I understand why other people were pissed off with you. Like, I'm probably one of the most reasonable people, dude. Probably one of the most reasonable. I'm just going to keep talking.
I don't care. Go to Antarctica and
probably one of the more reasonable people in it. Right, I'm giving you the opportunity to expand upon your claim and pointing out that if you're going to make this claim, then you're going to need to experimentally verify your claim. I'll give you the phenomena, the dependent variable of gas pressure. You're going to need to locate your independent variable to cause gas pressure. I can do so. I can put gas in a container, the independent variable being the container. By happenstance, it causes gas pressure. Can you do the same?
You ran away again.
Of course you can't. Yeah, thank you, guys. Lots of fun. Well done, guys. Thank you very much. It was a good show. You may resume your normal business.
Greeks are white, then Earth is flat. Wait,
Hello.
If Greeks are white, then Earth is flat.
Yes, that's correct.
But as long as the Greeks are white, as long as.
The Greeks.
Why you and me just speaking? Why others muted themselves? Do they have a low testosterone levels?
No, they're just waiting for someone to come in to debate.
Oh, they're waiting for a Greek, Heritage wise Socrates daughter, son of Socrates. I came, hello, representative of a great Greece empire. Hello.
Yeah, you're not Greek.
What?
I don't think you're Greek.
I do. How do you identify that? I'm not Socrates enough.
I think you're from Abu Dhabi.
Abu Dhabi.
Yeah. Maybe,
Halalullah, I am Greek. Halalullah.
Are you Greek? Okay. So you do you believe in a globe Earth or a flat Earth? Which is your what brings you to the channel?
Boredom and glorified Greek genius took over. That's why I
glorified.
And that's the last channel I'm not muted in, The people who has 10 sperms by capita is muting me always.
Oh, okay. You just talk too fast.
We talk too fast in Greek,
Yeah, you talk too fast. Speed of light, man.
A lot too, yes.
So,
colonized. How does it feel to be colonized?
Colonized?
You don't have your own language, you don't speak your native language. What is your native? You're not even native. I'm a native Greek. I wish to be Greek here. It's pathetic. I feel sorry for you.
Well, it's not. It's not like I chose it. Hey.
The words that people often use to insult me in English are actually in Greek origin, so they're literally trying to hurt me with my own gun. It's weird. It's a loser thing. Too many colonizers. This channel. There's a lot of people. Wow. Everybody gotta eat gyros and then drink also.
That's right.
Yeah, and then you get chill. You get this mindset. Everything is cool. There is a sun. Maybe you don't have sun, but we have a sun. There's a lot of reason to be happy in the world.
Yeah.
Yes.
I live in Australia. We get plenty of sun here.
I shit on Turks. Every day. Shit on Arabs.
Oh, okay. So you know Earth's flat, right?
Earth is flat?
Yeah, did you know that?
Measure flat.
Bro, Socrates will torture you, Don't say this. Don't be American this much, okay? I understand. It's hard to not be American. But grow up,
What's wrong with being American?
They believe Earth is flat. How?
Yeah,
we
it's got nothing to do with being American.
We refuted this argument like back in the days, thousands of years ago. And you still guys debating over. Grew up.
Yeah, because
Debate
so many
on
people
something
still
else,
think it's a
quantum
globe.
physics. Debate about quarks. There's a lot of debates. Debate about Turks and Greeks and Arabs. Yes, there's a lot of reason. Why? Why flat
I know.
Earth?
Believe me,
Broaden up your horizon.
we've all
Broaden up
been
your
in
horizon.
we've been in all the Turk versus Arab, versus Greek live streams, and yeah, we need to change. So we thought, so I thought, I'll try flat Earth. Yeah.
Oh, okay. First step is you to realize how Greek people are, how glorified we are. First step. And the second step, you're going to stop debating over some nonsensical things that is proven already, Next step.
How?
Yeah. If you don't
why do you
develop...
believe it's been proven where?
It's been proven by the Putin. Yeah, where? What do you mean where?
Well, where is this proof of a globe Earth? Space?
Space? Well, if
Photos
you're
from
patient,
space?
it makes sense.
Just stuff you see on TV?
Is it the cartoon?
When I see the Euros, I believe that the Earth is round, it's globe.
So you believe
Yeah, but
it?
Because we didn't taste the Euros yet, it doesn't mean the Earth is flat.
How do you
Give
know
it a shot. Give it a shot. I know it because I know my taste, I eat good stuff.
In that case, I know the Earth is a square because I ate beans tonight.
Yeah, you don't count.
See how much that doesn't make sense? That type of reasoning?
No, it makes sense when
Have you ever observed the curve, or what do you observe? Like, be intellectually honest. What do you observe?
I observe debates.
So when you look around you, you're claiming that you can see a curve. That's what you see.
Yes, when I take psychedelics, I see.
Ah, but I see pink elephants when I take psychedelics.
Do you?
Have you
So
ever
what do you
looked
think
at
about
this
it?
topic, like, intellectually honestly? Or are you just here to come in and try to get the spotlight on you and dance like a clown for us to
No,
laugh?
don't get me wrong. I'm just inviting you to come to Greece and then, boost the touristic income.
I live right
That's
next to
the reason.
Greece.
You're not planning.
No, I'm in Europe. No,
You're not planning.
I'm in Amsterdam, man. Been in Greece many, many times.
Okay. Then, okay,
It's a
let's not
holiday
debate
thing.
then. Let's not debate. I love you.
Have you ever been to Amsterdam, though?
I have a
Like,
problem with other people around here. Then you're invited, you can. And
I
your role
invite you
will be
to open up the
customized.
window and to look outside and try to point out for us the curve.
Mhm.
I invite you to do that. Show to
Well, I
us
don't see the
the
oxygen myself,
observable
but there
curve.
is oxygen, so it's dumb to talk about the existence of oxygen when it's proven. And the
Well,
science goes like,
have you
proved
noticed the
otherwise.
channel's name, though?
Genders, like male and
This
female.
channels, this VC, the name of the VC. Have you noticed that?
What is the name of the VC? Flat Earth, it says.
We're here to talk about flat Earth.
If you guys,
Is there anything
Napoleon
that you
once
would
said,
like to
I
add
want
to that
my people.
conversation?
Napoleon once said, I want my people to have one head. They ask why? Why? What is your problem with that? Maybe have a different heads. And then he goes like, if I, hurt one of them, they're all gonna die. You see the mindset. You want
What does
everyone to have the
Napoleon have
same
to do
opinion
with
as
the
you
Earth
do,
measuring
inherently. But when you came across a Greek, then you realize that you're wrong.
Sir,
99%
what does
of the time.
Napoleon have to do with the Earth measuring flat, sir? I don't see the correlation. Why are you segueing all out of nowhere? It's like we're on a highway and all out of
You
nowhere you just
cannot
take a
make
left turn
someone
into
see
the
when they're
mild field.
blindfolded.
But,
Yes.
so do you believe the Earth is flat or round? What do you believe?
What is belief? Explain me.
What do you observe? What do you see?
What do
What
I
do you
observe is
feel?
belief.
What do
No,
you
what
feel
I
in your
observe is the rational. It's called
so
sense.
in your heart of hearts, what
Senses.
you observe is not something that you like to question? And please
You don't
don't
even
talk
know the description of some fundamental words in English. How
Head
were
out.
you
Can
able to
you please
communicate?
stop over talking, bro? It's really annoying. I know you're here just for your own amusement, but I'm actually trying to enlighten you a little bit. If you entertain me for just a minute, you might figure things out for yourself. If not, then we're done with the conversation. I'll just keep you on mute.
Okay.
By all means, have you ever perceived the curve? And just be
What
honest.
girl? What girl? Why would I perceive a girl? I am not a
Well, I
homo.
mean, you're in the VC for Flat Earth right now. You're talking to Flat Earthers and you're asking us if we believe the Earth is flat. And we consecutively said the Earth measures flat. We observe it to be flat. So I'm posing the question to you, do you
That
believe
is
the opposite? And if so, please don't interject one more time because I'm done after that. Do you perceive a curve? If so, can you point it out for us? Because we haven't.
I believe in white.
I assume that's a no then. So instead of just yapping out of your behind and talking things you don't know of, be like me. If you don't know about something, just be quiet and listen and let others speak and educate yourself on it. Being a clown in the spotlight, go to a circus for that. Not here. Does that make sense?
It doesn't make any sense.
I know, that's because you lack parents that taught you common decency, but that's how it works in normal conversations, Hera. Something you'll figure out in time, over time.
How is this related to my
grow up.
parents? Why are you underestimating my parents now? It's loser of you. Why would you do this?
Anyway, welcome back, Crypto.
G'day.
How are you, man?
Yeah, not too bad. I'm currently in quite a loud environment, so hopefully my microphone is good enough that you can hear me. I don't know if I'm coming through clearly or not.
Just okay.
Yeah, that's what I thought. That's why I had on mic. But yeah, I'm good. How are you?
Oh, great, man. Yeah.
Good to see you, buddy.
Yeah, good to see you too, guys. I haven't been around in a while. I've been working very hard on personal stuff, you know, business, fitness, that kind of thing, you know, all that good stuff. So I haven't been around much, but here I am now.
Good stuff. As long as you're all right, man. I did notice you'd been away for about a month or so, something like that. So I was starting to worry, but you're a big lad. You can look after yourself.
I am a big lad. I'm smaller than I was. Definitely. I think sometimes you just need to take a break from these things and focus on other things, you know. So I've been doing that over January. So anyway, how's everyone? How's everyone doing? You guys all still keeping it flat, I hope?
Yeah, we're good, man. We're good. Nothing's changed. Same shit, different day.
Still flat, yeah?
Oh, hell yeah. That was never in doubt. Standard might have dropped a little bit with the amount of the type of globe Earth believer that comes in. Standard's been pretty low, I think. But apart from that,
Wait, did you just say that the standards dropped?
Yeah, of Glober, not a flat earther, of Glober.
But the standard was already on the floor. I don't know, like, how did they get lower?
Yeah, I know it sounds stupid, but yeah, we're definitely wiping the ground at the moment with these people.
We're in the negatives now, are we? Shit.
Yes.
Oh man. I didn't think that was possible. I did hear some gaslighting as soon as I leapt in. I was like, okay, cool. So we're being told something's proven, but we're not being told how it was proven, which is the same thing they were doing 10 years ago.
Pretty much, yeah. The tactics haven't changed. The gaslighting, all of that type of shit. The red herring, appeals to consensuses, all of that shit. Yep, nothing's changed.
You guys still in this flat Earth echo chamber? That's crazy.
Are you? Go on, Crypto.
Yeah.
You can have
So
it.
I don't know if you got. I don't know if you're aware that you saying that actually debunks what you just said. So it's actually a self-defeating point that you just made. Are you aware of that? Yeah, that's what I thought.
They never know the words they're using, usually.
They can't because you mute them all the time.
I'm sorry, who are you?
Who you? Can I mute you now? I'm a fucking retard.
May I mute you now? Thank you. Yeah, and he left.
Makes you guys
Usually
feel
the
good.
same.
You mute people with different opinions and all that shit. It's always the same thing in here.
I didn't mute him. He left. What are you talking about?
I'm talking in general, my guy.
No.
Yes, you guys do.
We all not the same. So relax. Relax.
That's true. But yeah, I'm generalizing because it's you guys in this
Yeah,
channel.
It's about courtesy,
It's
my
fallacy.
friend.
Don't do that.
Yeah,
don't
if you're
care.
being kind and courteous, there's no reason to get muted. If you get obnoxious and you get toxic, just
Well,
because you're being
that's your
against people.
opinion. What is
Like
obnoxious,
right now.
right?
Like right now.
See,
you're
that's
doing
what I
right
mean.
now.
For other people, it isn't. So,
Of course.
I wonder if he's got a point to raise.
None.
not really. It was just funny to listen to you guys moan about shit.
See, that's what I mean. None. Just for his own amusement, he's going against the wind. That's why you get treated like that and muted at the end. You'll figure it out when you grow up.
No. You were condescending to me. I can't handle it. Good luck.
Well, if you act like a kid, you get treated like a kid. What can I say?
Always leave.
Well, he left on his own terms.
My mama
Nobody
used
muted
to
him.
tell me,
Yeah.
if you want to be
Not
treated
even
like an
McLean.
adult, act like an adult. And then she hit me over the head with a flip flop.
Damn, I haven't seen crypto in a while, man. Where have you been? I thought the Globies kidnapped you or something. Took you on the ground.
No.
Oh my God.
The problem is, dude, is that when all of us are here and we're all just like battering them, it's just not fair on them. So I think, every now and then a few of us need to step back to just level the playing field a bit. Because if we're all there battering them with logic every day, then it's just not fair, man.
I hear you.
Is anybody here?
Yeah.
Yeah, bro, what's up?
Why does the Flat Earth channel have the most number of muted people?
Because we're listening.
Or because there's a bunch of inactive accounts in here?
No, it's because probably the majority of people are listening because they're interested about topics they don't know much about. Me, for example.
Or what I said.
All they're here to troll.
Yeah, all these people are self-muted. It's called mic discipline. If everyone had their mic open all at the same time, can you imagine what chaos that would be?
It's called a bunch of bots on mute. They never talk.
Which bot?
Yeah,
really? Am I a
they're all
bot?
real people. Yeah, they're all real people.
I've only seen 3 of you talk.
Okay, he wants everybody to talk at the same time. Everybody start talking.
Okay, everybody talking. Let's see.
Who the fuck is this guy now? Holy
What's going on?
What the hell's going on?
This go here.
I
just feel like
totally
How's that? You like that better?
totally like if you like fat chicks, that's your business.
I muted a couple of people just to get some sort of control over the room. What the fuck was that all
No,
about?
that was on purpose because the guy was whining like a bitch coming in here asking why we are on mute.
I saw
sorry, DJ.
Yeah, he was being a beta.
Mute the wrong person.
That's why.
Yeah,
Yeah.
right. Yes, I just wanted to apologise to DJ. I just started muting everyone that I saw.
No, you're good, bro. You're good. Yeah.
Reflex, bro. You're good.
Good
I muted about
good
5 people
reflex
and
there.
started muting. Yeah, bleep bloop. I'm definitely a bot. I don't know if you guys know. I'm actually a sophisticated AI that was developed 10 odd years ago. Just appeared on the internet.
God dang. Okay.
Yeah, he's the British version of
sorry, guys.
2.0. Like he's an awesome version of AI. Yeah, it's got that unique British accent. It's like perfect.
Yeah, MI6 developing. So
that's right.
Rogue AI.
There were 14 accounts that didn't speak up during that barrage of voice. 14 in this one channel. 14 inactive accounts in one channel.
Can you make an argument instead for the sake of the topic of the channel? Is like
Well, they're around, and you need to promote your channel numbers.
You
promote your
bore
false
me.
theory. That's my
You
argument.
bore me. You even worse than the guys who are on mute.
Make it look like flat Earth is popular.
Yeah, you even worse than the guys on mute.
It's a dead theory.
Make it interesting if you're gonna speak, man.
Flat Earth is a dead theory. It's the bottom of conspiracy.
Okay,
You're basically
that's your opinion. Next, what's next?
yeah, that's a cool opinion, bro. Do you want to back that up somehow?
Is it an opinion that the planets are real and that they orbit the sun?
Planets are real. Look at this guy.
That has nothing to do with the surface of Earth. Why don't you stick to the topic?
It has everything to do with it. Why are there a bunch of
really?
spheres orbiting
So the
around
light.
the solar system?
So hold
if we're not
on.
sphere
So you
ourselves?
made a statement. So I'm gonna stop you there. So the lights in my ceiling have nothing to do with the floor I'm standing on. You disagree with that?
Yes.
Good. I want you to go to the fucking hardware store and ask them to help you measure your ceiling lights
We're
so
not
you can
talking
put
about your
flooring in. You numpty dipshit.
We're talking about space and the
Yeah.
spheres in it.
Yeah, you're retarded. You're looking up at the sky to determine what the floor is?
Yes.
You're retarded.
Yes.
That's retarded.
No. They're all
Yeah,
spheres up there,
then go to the hardware store and do what I said.
which means
Tell
it's
them you
likely
need
we're a
help. You need
sphere
help
here
measuring.
too.
Shut up. I'm talking. So go to the hardware store. Ask them to help you measure the ceiling lamps because you want to put tile flooring on your entire room.
You're not making any
Go
sense.
do that and see what they tell you.
You're talking about hardware stores. I'm talking
That's the
about space.
same thing that you're doing with looking up at the sky to determine what the floor is.
No
Same
flat
thing.
earther wants to talk about space. That's why they say it isn't real.
Yeah, you're talking about space because you're avoiding the topic of this
They're
channel,
all
which
spheres
is
that we
the
observe
Earth.
up there.
The ground you stand on has nothing to do with the lights in the sky.
It does.
Okay, explain logically, walk us through how the
I
lights in
will.
the sky have to do with the
99
ground.
99% of all of the things above are spheres, which
Okay,
means we're
great.
likely on
How
one
are
sphere.
they similar to the ground you stand on? Are there, when you look up at the lights in the sky, do you see trees, rivers, valleys, cows, cats and dogs, people?
Do you think,
do you see those things
all
when
of
you
the
look
things
up in the
inside
sky?
are round, but we're flat?
So they have nothing in common. Great. Thank you for your concession. Unless you want to try again. How are they in common? How are the lights in the sky? What do they have in common with the ground you stand
They're
on?
all spheres.
I was almost done speaking before you started. So how are they alike? The lights in the sky and the ground. What do they have in common?
They're spheres and we're a sphere.
Okay, do you have proof that Earth is a sphere? Where's your evidence?
We've taken
Not the
pictures of
fucking
it.
lights in the sky, right?
We've taken pictures of it from tape.
So your silence just proved the point. When I
had
asked
it
you
up there.
proof of
I
the
said
globe,
there's pictures of it.
the only thing, pictures can't be falsified, huh?
Not every single one of them.
Okay,
You
so
also
which
believe
ones?
at some point that one of those
So out
pictures
of
they took
so
were real.
listen, you ever heard of Rob Simmons?
Nope.
Okay, Rob Simmons is the premier artist for NASA, and he stated in an interview that 17,000 images were created with his artwork, including the blue marble, which he created through his imagination of what he thinks the Earth would look like from space. Using flat data, they wrap it on a ball, and then they have layers, and they change it through artistry and graphics manipulation programs. Yeah, they're composites, they're not pictures. So you have a fairy tale, you have no proof that it's real. The Earth doesn't measure curved, so you have a flat Earth you live on, and everyone else does, and that's objectively measured, testable, observable, and repeatable, that the Earth is flat, stationary, and contained. That's it.
Who made it?
So who made it is besides the point of what it actually is.
Who made the
Who made your globe?
Same guy who made the globe.
Who made the globe? You have a creation story also. You have in your religion, the heliocentric religion, you have a creation story also. You're in a religion.
You're in a military
the
psyop.
spinning space monkey ball
You're in a
religion.
smaller psyop called Flat Earth, and it's meant to cover up space and aliens that come from it.
No. Oh, sure. So you have a lot of proof of that, huh?
Yeah.
Where's your proof of aliens?
The proof of aliens.
Fucking retard.
I know, you guys get mad at me.
Just look on YouTube and
What
TikTok.
theory is meant to cover up. Because if you say the Earth is flat and there's a dome around it, you can say, "Oh, there's no way aliens could have got here because
He's actually an empty.
isn't real." And second of all, they couldn't get through the dome.
Okay, let's start at the foundation of your claim. So you're claiming Earth is a sphere. So provide for us, please, the direct measurement of curvature of Earth's surface, meaning drop over distance. When was it measured by who, and what method was used? Go.
Okay, there's pictures and videos.
Measurement, bro. The measurement of the surface. When was it done? What method was used, and who did it, and when?
They took pictures and videos of it.
When did they measure it? Did you understand the difference between a picture and a measurement?
You think every video
Sonny, how do you explain satellite imagery?
How do you explain satellite images above a flat Earth?
They're real. They're just images
Oh, really?
of the sphere we
You
live
know
in.
Dude, you
how
can
they-
look at your own house on Google Earth right now. How do you explain that?
We're not saying there isn't mechanical devices up above us. They use satelloons. They do all sorts of things. Yeah, there's stuff above us with technology in it. Big deal.
Hang on
That's
the bottom
above
of
a
the
flat
dome.
Earth. Do you know how they get the locations telemetry data for those devices up above us? Do you know how NASA does that? No, you don't. So you have to have a flat earther educate you on your own fucking religion. So I'll tell you how they get the telemetry data and the locations, exact locations of those devices above us with satelloons, aircraft, different things like that. They use elevation angles from a flat horizontal plane of reference. So you don't even know that.
What's an elevation angle? I'm just curious.
Holy crap. Okay, so here we go. We'll educate you on what an elevation angle is.
What is your problem? Like, is this a
have you
debate
ever
or is this
heard
just
of a
you being a douche?
Have you ever heard of a sextant?
Yes.
Okay, so when you zero your sextant in the eyesight, what are you using as a reference for zero?
Like the surface? I don't know.
The horizon as a flat plane of reference in order that you can get an elevation angle to luminary bodies above us, the lights in the sky. Each one of those lights in the sky has an exact geographic position on the Earth's surface that repeats exact to the same spot by the second every year. So if you're in a spot and you're directly below at the zenith, or the luminary bodies at the zenith directly above you, 90 degrees from the surface, that location, that GP, geographical position, the following year to the second, that body above us is at the same exact location on Earth as it was last year, to the second. That's how we navigate. This is not done on a curved surface. So if you could explain, how do you get an elevation angle from a curved surface?
How do you explain the sun if there's a dome above us?
Just answer one question at a time. So how do you get an elevation angle from a curved surface?
I don't really care about that anymore. I want you to tell me how,
because it proves that the Earth is flat. We navigate this way, and you can't do that on a curved surface. So we measure Earth as
you just angrily, disingenuously argue and mute your opposition.
What argument? You have no proof of the spinning globe.
I want you to tell me where you think the sun is.
The sun is up in the sky. That has nothing to do with the surface of Earth. Who cares what the sun is doing?
Is the sun within the dome or is it above the dome?
What does the sun do as you watch it? What is it doing, like in the daytime? If you wake up in the morning and see the sun rise, what is it actually doing the whole day?
What dome, anyway? The one you claimed.
Yeah, tell us what you see the sun doing in your own experience. What do you see the sun doing?
That's just because we're rotating around the sun.
But what do you see it doing?
It rises and sets, dude, for God's sake.
It moves across the sun.
That could mean that we're floating around the sun.
You can't even admit the reality of your own experience, that the sun rises and it moves across the sky.
So the reality is there's videos of around Earth, and you're ignoring them all by just saying they're all fake, but they're not all fake. And you know that.
Prove it by providing the direct measurement of curvature on the Earth's surface.
That doesn't need to be done. You just need to look at the videos of around Earth.
Who measured the Earth's curvature?
You don't need to worry about that. You go back to that with a child scared in the room, hiding in your little hole. But the Earth is
according to you, Bigfoot is now real.
Oh, you want to know about the aliens now?
We got pictures of Bigfoot and unicorns.
Such thing as aliens from outer space.
I had a childhood friend that went into the military, and decades later, I reconvened with him.
You know what they call that in the court of law? Hearsay. Just like your globe. You heard it from somewhere else, and you're going along parroting it out to us in your religious zealotry. That's all you have. All you have is an appeal to authority. You don't have any proof because you were silent on that matter. And you just said you don't have to worry about that. So we don't have to worry about the surface of Earth at all. Look up at the sky. So you globers are a bunch of stargazers. You refuse to look at the surface of Earth to see what it actually is, because I think you're afraid when you look out at the Earth itself, all you see is a flat stationary plane. That's the way we live. That's the way we build. That's the way we navigate. We measure it, test it, observe it, and that is repeatable. It's empirical data. The Earth is flat. It's measurable. Yeah, and your nervous laughter is not proof of the globe. Thank you very much.
Sorry, I apologize.
Don't have to apologize to me with your fundy belief system. We don't care. Go ahead and laugh about your religion. That's fine. We are laughing with you. Yeah, it's a joke. The globe is a joke. Yeah, instead of proof, you little child, you have to laugh about it. Your nervous laughter is not globe proof, once again.
There's nothing you're going to gain from laughing at me laughing.
You don't have any proof of your religion, your fundy zealotry.
Well, yeah, well, I feel like going through the experiments and going through all the refutations of flat Earth isn't going to be very
have any experiments.
What experiments? Yeah, what experiments?
You couldn't give any experiments during Nathan's or when Jedi was asking you, so you're done. You have no experiments.
I was being muted. I was being muted every 30 seconds. I couldn't get anything done.
What is it? What is an experiment? Define it. You just said it, so define it.
What are you going to gain from me explaining what an experiment is?
Holy crap, we're going to gain what you fucking think these words mean that you're using. So you don't want to explain or describe or define the words you're using. How are we going to communicate like that? Yeah, you should be fucking muted. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. You're a numpty dipshit. And Nathan proved it to everybody, the whole world. This is fucking recorded.
Real prats. Real buddy prats.
You don't have any proof for your globe. And so you just keep running away from it. When we ask you to define the terms you make, you can't do it. You refuse to do it. You want to just keep using words and don't want to define what they mean. That's the way you would like to keep it, so you could just like trying to pull the wool over people's eyes. Well, we see it. We were Globers too. You forget, these Globers, you forget that. We all grew up thinking the same thing you do now until we looked at the earth ourselves. That's what made the difference. We looked ourselves and checked it. I don't suppose any of you have done that. Oh, what a shame they're all muted now, so they can't answer. I mean, we get this argument every single day. Look up at the sky. Look up at the sky. What is the sun? What are the planets? They don't have any correlation to the earth, the ground you stand on. That's why none of you could answer that question to logically, step by step, go through how those things are similar, the lights in the sky and the ground you stand on. And no one has answered how they're similar. I like to hear it.
So where do you think the rocket ships are going?
Water.
Okay.
They land in the water.
That's a
recovery ships pick them up.
Yeah, we know they go on a parabolic flight, so they go up. In a matter of minutes or less sometimes, they're going horizontal, then they go down. I can show you this. I'll put it.
Okay. What do you say about the live feed from like Elon Musk's ships, for example? Like you can see from takeoff to the point where they leave the atmosphere.
First of all, you don't know that they're leaving any atmosphere. A sphere, you're reifying the globe with a sphere. Gases don't have a shape, for one, so you don't know where they're leaving or going to, and most of them are using fisheye lenses. But let me ask you this. So when they send those things up into the sky, up into, you call it space, are they showing the Earth as a sphere?
That's what it appears to look like, a sphere, yeah.
How high up are they?
How high up are they?
Yeah, what's their altitude? What's the highest altitude they go?
I don't know, but I just know that they leave the atmosphere, and it appears that they go into space.
Listen, you don't know they leave the atmo. You don't know that. Otherwise, you'd be able to tell me where this atmo is, where the atmo stops and the vacuum of space begins. You don't have that. So you don't even know what altitude they're at. I'll tell you right now, the experts like Neil deGrasse Tyson tell us at 250 miles where the ISS is supposed to be, you only see 3% of the surface of Earth. You're not high enough even at 250 miles to see the curvature of Earth. So get a clue.
Come on.
You can't see the curvature of Earth from that height.
Don't worry about it. He's got the talking points wrong, but that's okay.
Who's got the talking points wrong?
You do. He says you can't see the curve from where the Red Bull jump was.
No, he said from the ISS. You still can't see it from where the ISS is. You're wrong.
I may be, but I'm saying that I'm saying
talking about the SpaceX rockets. Actually,
yeah, your Neil deGrasse Tyson quote is wrong. That's what I was saying.
Okay, so how much of the surface do you see from where the ISS is supposed to be?
3%.
That's what I said. 3%.
Then you added that you can't see the curvature of the Earth, and that part is wrong.
No, it's not wrong. I'll provide an image of the Chinese space station at supposedly the same altitude, shows the surface as completely flat. So why are they different?
I don't know. Probably different lenses, different cameras. Who knows?
Really?
So it's the lenses, not the
so
surface.
What kind of?
Thanks for your concession.
Matthew, what kind of lens, right? Because, okay, look, in the Chinese footage, right, the claimed Chinese footage, you see the horizon at the top of the frame, the bottom of the frame, all different places within the frame, right? It's always pretty much flat. What kind of lens would they be using for that?
I don't know. That's a good question.
Yeah, a magic lens that nobody knows of, right? There's no lens that can do that. Like, that's a fact. So would you agree that NASA's probably using a fisheye lens? Not a fisheye lens, a wide-angle lens.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah. So that's not something we should really use as evidence of Earth curve. The other guy, right? I'm not sure you probably wouldn't use that as evidence of Earth curve. Right, and then we have completely contradicting footage from the Chinese. So yeah, neither of those are probably good evidence of Earth being a globe. And then we've got, SpaceX footage, right? It's kind of like changes camera shots every 5 seconds, and what lens are they using? They don't even disclose which lens they're using. Is the guy still here that we were talking to? He's gone. Matthew, what do you think about not being able to see the curve of the Earth from 350,000 feet?
I think that sounds about right, because still at 350,000 feet, you're fairly close compared to the size of the alleged sphere.
Yeah. So you would back Neil up on his calculation. So he said that he doesn't think you would be able to see it either. Yeah.
I mean, I haven't
That's
been that
good.
high.
I appreciate it.
But I think he's...
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So what's gravity? Can anybody explain gravity?
Gravity, I mean, you want me to explain why things rise or sink on a flat stationary Earth within a enclosed system, right? That's kind of what we're claiming here. So, I mean, if you want gravity, right, on a globe, you have to have gravity on a globe, right? You need to be able to explain how you've got oceans sticking to the outside of a globe, and all of the globe model basically is reliant on gravity. All the things that defy common sense, right? You'll say the word gravity and that will explain it. Okay, so on a flat Earth, right, doesn't move in a contained system, we could easily explain why things rise or sink due to relative density, right? So it's pretty easy. So if you've got something that's less dense than the medium of air, right, that's the medium everything's in, air, right? So very, very light medium. So most things are more dense than the air. So if you've got something less dense than the air, like a helium balloon or something like that, right, it's going to rise if you release it, right? If that object, right, like the helium balloon, were more dense than the air, it would sink because it's more dense than the air. So obviously the medium can't support it. It's more dense than the medium, so it's going to sink down to the ground.
So things with mass fall. Is that what you're just saying? They rise or fall depending on the density of things?
Yeah, depending on the density of what the object's made up of, like which elements it's made up of, it's going to be more or less dense than the air, right? So if you change the medium, the behavior of the object will also change, right? So if you get a medium like liquid mercury or something like that, right, and you hold like a steel ball in the liquid mercury and you let go of it, it's going to rise because it's extremely dense medium, right? Most things are less dense than the liquid mercury, right? Or you change it to water, that steel ball will sink, right? It's just depending on the relationship between the object and the density of the medium.
Right. So how do you explain 9.182 meters per second?
Yep, that's it, like an agreed upon average. It's roughly the rate at which things fall when there's no resistance, right? So if you get like a vacuum chamber or something like that, things will drop at approximately, right? It doesn't always fall at that exact speed, but things will roughly, drop. But what's the cause of that? That's what it's going to come down to, right? So obviously the things that are falling need to be lifted up to fall in the first place, right? Nothing just falls by itself, does it, right? So firstly, an object's going to need to be displaced, right? So just let's say we have a vacuum chamber. We have a rock sitting in the bottom of the vacuum chamber, right? It's never, ever going to move, right? It's only going to fall at that rate if you displace it, right? So you would have to exchange some of your energy. You're going to lift up the rock, right? And then it's just going to sink back to its equilibrium, right? Its natural place of rest.
Okay, that's great. How do you explain waves now? Because aren't waves the product of the moon's mass influencing
No. Waves, you can look it up. Waves are just caused by wind.
Or the tide, rather, or something? I don't know.
Yeah,
Isn't
they say the tides are. Yeah, they say the tides are caused by the moon. But I mean, if you look deeply into that, right, start looking at tidal nodes and things like that. Like there are some locations that don't have any tides. Right, it doesn't really work. I mean, you've got 2 high tides a day, right? You've got high tides happening on the same time at, on the other side of the Earth, that the moon's on, right? And you look into the globe explanation for it, it's almost laughable, their explanation. It doesn't really explain tidal nodes. It's a very bad explanation if you have a look into it. We don't claim to know the exact cause of tides. But where we're coming from, man, this is where, well, hold on one second. This is where we're coming from, right? If the Earth is a globe, right, it has to have curvature, right? And they tell us the exact size of the globe, so it has to have a certain amount of curvature over a certain amount of distance, right? So you can calculate that pretty easily. And if you have a look into it, you'll find out that over 10 miles, there should be 66 foot of curvature, of drop over distance. Right, so we can go and perform tests and try to test for that curvature. And when we go and do that, we can't find it. It tests as a flat Earth, right? So let me give you just
DJ.
Yeah.
DJ.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
If you were on an object as big as the sun, how would you measure it? Like there's not enough material. There's not enough material on the planet Earth to build a ruler long enough to measure the sun. You know that, right?
Yeah, you don't. Yeah, I got you. So you don't need a ruler.
So what do you
right?
use?
So,
You have to use math. Math.
yeah. So you can use the math, right? So
Right?
let's use the math. Yeah, so let me explain the math, right? So we're not on the sun, right? We're on a globe, apparently, right? According to you guys, has a radius of 3,959 miles. That means that depending on the height of the observer, you would have to have a geometric horizon at a specific distance away from the observer, depending on their height, right? So we can go and test for that. We would have to have a certain amount of drop over distance. We can go and test for that.
So
You don't need a
people
ruler to do
have.
that.
People have. Do you
Okay.
know how many people
who
have
did that?
sailed around the world?
Okay, so
They
now you're
tell you
changing
how
it
many
from,
days they've
from
been
measuring
sailing.
drop.
No.
We're talking
They
about
tell
drop.
you.
But hold on a second. You took over from the other guy. We already know who you are, and that you spiral out like a crazy maniac every time you're in here. So I would much rather be talking to the other guy who was very intellectually honest.
Well, so are
You
the
just
people who
gish
don't
galloped.
travel
You're just gish
across the
galloping to a
world,
different.
are they not intellectually honest? You know how many people sailed around the world?
Yeah, how is that exclusive to a globe?
Well,
You
they
don't think
tell
you
you
can sail around a
how long
lake?
it took them. They tell you their speed, how many days, and they can
Okay, how is
roughly.
that exclusive? Okay, if you have a lake and you go from one point to another point on the lake, that's possible, right?
Look, if
It will
they
take a
go
certain amount
from
of
New
time.
York to LA to Japan, and they keep going
Mm-hmm.
around and round and round, they're going to end up back in New York.
Yeah,
They're
so
going
if you're
to
going to go
then
like on an
go
east
from
to
Europe
west
to New York.
rotate, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you could do that. Okay, so let's say you have those locations, right, on islands within a lake. You can do the same thing.
Yeah, but dude, they're not traveling like on top of a coin. They're traveling in a
No one's
circle on a
claiming Earth is
ball.
a coin. No one's claiming Earth is a coin, but you could think of it like a lake. Continents being like islands within the lake, and then you can travel from place to place.
I mean, that would be great and all, but where would the edge be then? Because every lake
We
has
don't
an
claim
edge.
to know. Yeah, we don't claim to. Yeah, like a shoreline. Yeah, I agree that water needs a container, but we don't claim to know that, right? Because no one has just kept going south, right? And
Yeah,
checked.
but no one has just not ever came back. They didn't just keep going and that's it. We never heard from them again. And they got
Okay,
lost.
but
out in the
nobody's ever
void.
circumnavigated the Earth north to south.
The U.S. Navy does it every day.
Okay,
Every
so
day.
all right, so this is where we're at now, man. Right? I'm not gonna say
All
you're
right, let
wrong.
the other
I
guy
just
talk
need you
then.
to.
That's fine.
Yeah, it's all good. And you find me the north to south circumnavigation, and then we can go over that.
So, do you think there's like a big ice wall that's surrounding the flat Earth?
Nope. No, that's a bad argument. If some flat earthers have claimed that, but that's a terrible argument. What the honest argument would be is that we're not sure exactly how this place is laid out. We're not claiming a shape, right? This isn't like flat shape versus globe shape. This is us testing the surface of the Earth, right? That's what we're talking about by flat. Surface is flat when you test it, right? Like a topographical plane. Obviously, there's topography like hills and stuff, but over large bodies of water, we can't find any curvature. And then the globe side's the one claiming the shape, right? And they give us the exact dimensions or the exact radius of the shape, so we can go out and test for it.
Okay, wait. DJ. Listen.
Mm-hmm.
DJ, can you hear me?
Yeah, I could hear you.
All right. So, the ancient Egyptians, their sailors stated, when you travel in different hemispheres, you see different stars. And you can't travel in the same means in the same places, right? Because you don't have those stars to use. So what do you say about that? Right? If we're on a big lake, how could one side of the lake have different stars than the other side of the lake? Where I say
because of this.
The lake is a round basketball and the stars on the bottom of the basketball you can't see versus the stars on top of the basketball. right?
No,
Visually,
I got you. I
can't see
have an
it because
answer.
of the
I have an answer
roundness.
for you. Yeah. Just let me know when you want me to answer.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, so as you move away from the North Star, right, Polaris, due to perspective, it looks like it's getting lower and lower in the sky. Right, so when you get to the equator, due to perspective, you can't see it anymore, right? Because it's merging with the horizon due to perspective. Because, you know, things get lower as they get further away from you due to perspective, right? It's perspective convergence. So even the way it's described on a globe in the celestial sphere, that's how we see the sky, right? So you'll see the sky. This is how they describe it on the globe, right? So the celestial bodies basically are projected into a celestial sphere, right? That's an imaginary dome that you would see, right? In the sky. Well, I can give you the exact definition, right? And this is the globe Earth definition. Give me a second, I'll read this out. Right, here it is, celestial sphere, right? The celestial sphere is an imaginary dome upon which the stars and planets are projected. You can imagine this as the dome of a gigantic planetarium in which you are in the center. Right, that's from astroschool.org.
So
and
basically,
I got a lot of different citations here. So yeah, as you move away, right,
split.
it's gonna
just, there's a
certain
line.
stars are gonna go out of your they're gonna go out of your field of view, basically, due to perspective.
Now, let me ask you a question then about this then. If this is the case, okay, is your organization that you're a part of, right? The people that you associate with, is this a religious movement? Is this a
Absolutely not.
scientific movement? Is this a governmental outreach movement? Like what is this?
Oh, it's an intellectual movement.
Intellectual. So this has nothing to do with religion. This has nothing to do with like government overreach. This has nothing to do with any of that.
It's a peaceful intellectual revolution.
Yeah, so what I would describe this as is a bunch of people that are skeptical of the globe model. Right? It's as simple
Skeptical
as that.
because of government overreach?
No, skeptical because the mathematics that they provide us, right, for the globe don't match reality. Simple as that. And there are some people, right? There were some people that are Christians. Let me finish one last thing. I just wanted to address the religion thing. Sure, some people are religious, some not religious. But yeah, some people, we have Muslims, we have people from all different religions, but we don't talk about that, right? And that's faith-based. We keep this empirical, right? This is empirical evidence that we would present in this channel, not faith-based evidence. Even though that, like the holy books or whatnot, do describe the Earth as a flat stationary system, but that's not proof, is it? That's just something that's faith-based.
Well, where did they get it from? If you think that's the case, where do you think?
Well, they got it probably from observing reality, right? Objective reality. We all experience a flat stationary Earth, right? And all ancient cultures believed in a flat stationary Earth within a contained system. So that's probably where they got it from. And it's obvious reality as well. Like, you've never seen the curvature of the Earth. I've never seen the curvature of the Earth with our own eyes, right? We've never felt it move. And that's the way it is. I mean, it's only because we were taught this theoretical mathematical model from a young age that we think it's a globe. Other than that, we would know it's flat. I mean, obvious.
All right, so how do y'all wait? How do you flat earthers feel about when, like, with pilots, like airplane navigation, they use circle routes, which is the shortest distance between 2 points on a sphere?
Yep. So if you have a look into it, right, I actually know a aerospace engineer who works for the government, and it's also in the FAA.
And they all align with spherical models of the Earth, like all of their fuel.
Yeah. So just let me explain really quickly, right? Because even the aerospace engineer I know, who's a globe earther, right, he said that all of their calculations when they design the aircrafts assume a flat stationary Earth. And if you have a look into the training manuals, pilots are also trained to treat the Earth as flat and stationary, right? They say it's for simplification purposes, right? Obviously, they still think it's a globe in many cases, but to fly a plane, right, they get taught to treat the Earth as flat and stationary, and the plane is designed to fly over a flat stationary plane. And in regards to the paths they take, right, they don't necessarily take the fastest path from point A to point B. They have like air highways, basically. I forget the technical term, but listen, they take advantage of jet streams.
Those air towers, those control towers, they all are like different airports are in different time zones. Correct? Yes or no? They're in different time zones. Correct? Yes or no?
Yeah, we have different time zones.
Okay.
But yeah, some are. I mean, you've got
and those towers have to know the weather, right? Because they tell the planes, right, you can fly, you can't, whatever. If you go on your phone, you can go on the weather app and look at, hold on. You can look at when the sun is going to set and when it's going to rise, right? This is general knowledge. So, because the Earth has time zones, right? I know when it's going to set on the West Coast. I know what's going to rise on the East Coast. I know what's going to set in the mountain time zone, like in Colorado. That's another thing that proves that the Earth is a sphere because of time zones.
Okay, so if you're talking about time, I think you're talking about like day and night cycles, not time zones.
Dude, the Earth's rotation in a sphere
that's all good.
causes
That's
different
all good.
parts of the Earth to receive sunlight at different times.
Okay, so once you look into it, you'll find that some things can be explained on both, right? So it's not exclusive to a globe to have day and night. Right, the sun moves from east to west in the sky, right, in predictable patterns. Right, the sky's like a big clock, and we know when it's going to be light or dark. Right, and once again, this is going to tie back into perspective and into the attenuation of light and the location of the sun, all these sort of things. You just got to look into our responses, and you'll find once you look into it, it makes perfect sense. In most cases, right? We don't claim to know everything about the sun.
Okay, well, what if y'all just had some way to understand that the world was a globe and that was just to travel? Like, have you ever traveled like around the world?
Yeah, I travel a lot.
So have you been to everywhere are humans allowed to be?
No.
Okay, well, look, if you travel around South America, North America, Africa, all these places, where else is the other land? You know what I mean? Like, there's nowhere else to go. So, like,
I'm not sure
even
what other
Christopher
land.
Columbus, bro, when he sailed around the world, he's like, damn.
We don't know if there's other land. Yeah, we don't think that there's like other land that we would claim to know about.
So, like, if we're in this giant lake, at the edge, there's there's either like an edge where you sail off into nothing and you just float out into space or whatever, or we live on a globe, or it's infinite sea, like Game of Thrones type shit. Like, if you read the books, like, the sea just keeps going. So, which one do you believe? Because, like, if you had all the money in the world, maybe you could spend your entire life just sailing around all fucking day and night.
When you interrupted me a second ago, buddy, what I was going to say has to do with what you're saying. So I think you probably want to hear what I have to say because it might help you with your thoughts of this. So as my friend here was just pointing out a second ago, you observe the Earth is flat, you feel it is stationary. But a third observation is that every time we see gas pressure in the consistent X value form, it involves two things, a container and a fixed volume. And so since we have 14.7 psi at sea level, that's our consistent X value. You know, if someone could demonstrate gas pressure without a container due to gravity or due to anything else, then we'd have a logical reason to think that the gas pressure we're breathing right here, right now, may exist due to gravity or something else. But without that demonstration, as far as we know, we're inside a container since we have gas pressure, and no one can demonstrate gas pressure without a container.
Isn't that just the atmosphere or something?
Yeah, so that's the idea. The atmosphere, not only does the atmosphere keep oxygen in for us to breathe.
Yeah, like that's your container right there.
No. That
guy
would
was
be what would
muted.
be in. Yeah, that guy. I won't get into the history of that guy, but anyway, man. Yeah, we have air, right, which is pressurized gas, which we're breathing, right? And as far as we know, we need a container to have pressurized gas, right? Gas pressure requires a container. It's in the definition of gas pressure. The necessary antecedent to have gas pressure is a container, right? As soon as you bust the container, the pressure will equalize with the lower pressure outside the container, right? If you pop a hole in a balloon or a car tire or you open a can, right? So you can't say gas contains gas, right? You can't create gas pressure in a container of gas, right? Because it's just going to, gas particles just move in all directions randomly. That's what gas particles do.
Okay,
So this is what the Go ahead, man.
That the firmament is the container then.
Yeah, I'm not necessarily claiming a biblical style firmament. I have no idea what it is. All I'm saying is, as far as we can test here on Earth in a lab, right, or according to the gas laws or the natural laws, like the second law of thermodynamics, high pressure will go to low pressure, and gas pressure requires a container. We have gas. We know we have gas pressure, and we can only validate that gas pressure requires a container, right? But the globe model's claiming that you have like a powerful vacuum, right? Outer space, deep space is claimed to be a 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum, more powerful than any vacuum we can create here on Earth, right? In a container, and that we have a 14.7 psi gas pressure system, right? That we're breathing here, right? And there's no solid barrier between the two systems, right? And when we try to set up like a practical demonstration of that, as soon as you release the valve between the vacuum chamber and the high pressure system, high pressure will instantly just fill the available space in the vacuum chamber. Happens every single time. It's a natural law.
Gravity.
Happy Valentine's Day.
If you want to claim,
I love you, even if nobody else loves you.
Well, hold on just a sec. I just want to finish answering his question really quickly, right? So someone said gravity is containing the gas, and that's correct. That is the globe claim. But if you look into the definition of gas particle movement, you'll see that it very clearly states that gas particles don't have a downward bias, right? They don't have a directional bias. Right? They just keep moving in straight lines in all directions between collisions, right? Unless they collide, they bounce off each other, or they collide with the walls of the container, right? So gravity isn't pulling the gas particles down to the Earth. They don't have like parabolic arcs, right? If a gas particle goes up in the air, it doesn't get pulled back down to Earth.
So the higher you go, the less air there is, though. So how high, in your opinion, can you travel before there's no air in this container?
I'm not sure, man. The highest that I can get to is about 45,000 feet maximum. People have gone up to what the Blue Origin height, 350,000 feet and whatnot. So yeah, I'm not sure. Like the globe has some bold claims, right? But we can't validate those claims. So what we do know is that we have a gas pressure gradient, right? That's the main thing that you need to have the gas pressure gradient is the gas pressure in the first place. And as far as we can tell, you need a container to have gas pressure in the first place. Most of the gas is just being created at ground level anyway. Like nearly 100% of the gases that make up the air are created at ground level. And then they distribute out, right? And then we have all these different cycles, which is like all the gas cycles, the weather cycles, temperature cycles and stuff. So we live in like a big ecosystem, a dynamics ecosystem.
So, like, okay, so we're in a contained system. Do you think the sun and all the celestial bodies are within that contained system?
What's that, sorry?
Do you think all the celestial bodies are within this contained system too, or are they outside of it?
I wouldn't have a clue. It's not something that we can validate because we only get to a certain height. And, you know, we can't tell exactly what they are. We just know what they do, right? In regards to patterns we see them move in and whatnot. But,
so,
yeah,
do you think that nobody has just kept going up and what do you think happens to rockets? They just go up and then they go down?
I'm not sure, right? They don't put a camera on a rocket and just show us a live feed from that one particular camera. No, they don't, right? If you claim they do, then you're more than welcome to chuck a video with an uninterrupted camera feed on one of those rockets. But what we definitely see is that they go in a parabolic arc, right? And it looks like they go up and they go back down again.
Okay, so what do you think is happening at the top of the arc? What do you think is happening there to make them go back down?
Well, the force that was generated from the rocket engines, you know, comes to a stop and they come back down again. The same as a rock. You throw a rock and it comes back down again. Once the energy that you put into that rock runs out, it's going to fall back down to the earth because it's more dense than the air. Right? And they kind of shoot them from, that's what it appears like. I mean, you watch little kids, right? Little kids who aren't quote unquote indoctrinated, right? They go and watch these launches. We've got some interesting videos and the little kids freak out. They're like, Daddy, the rocket, it's not working. It's coming back down to earth. And the dad's like, it's okay. It's meant to do that. You know, it's like, that's what it looks like they do. We've got tons of, GIFs and things like that. It looks like it goes up and comes back down again. That's what it seems like it does.
And so you think the live feed from the ISS where it's floating above the flat Earth contained system, what do you think that is?
Well, I'm not sure exactly. I mean, personally, I would say that that's fakery. But what it seems like we're looking at is a wide-angle lens, right? So, I mean, you're just looking at false curvature, right? Just like in the Red Bull jump or whatever. It's just a wide-angle lens, and you're seeing false curvature because. And how do I know that? Because have a look at the Chinese footage, right? From their space station, they claim it's the same height, right? But they show a completely flat horizon from the main cameras.
Okay, but you're space station. You can't compare the Chinese thing because you also, in your opinion, you think that's fake too.
Yeah, they're both. I think they're both fake, but from you guys would have to throw one of them under the bus because you can't have both. Even Matthew, right? Matthew Learns. I'm not sure if he's still in here. I think he's gone now. But yeah, he's a university professor. He's a globe earther. He's a mathematician or math teacher. And he agrees that it's just a wide-angle lens that you're looking at from the ISS. That's what he says.
What's keeping
and if you do the math, I don't know exactly what's up there. There's so much fakery, man. If you have a look into the fakery behind ISS footage, right? They get caught using green screens, harnesses, all sorts of different things, right? There's so much evidence of them faking footage, So I don't think it's the height. Whatever's up there is the height that they're telling us, and it's not in the place they're telling us, right? Because what we would say is that you can't have outer space. You can't have the vacuum of space like is claimed in the globe model, because you can't have a gas pressure system next to a vacuum without a barrier containing, right, separating the systems.
Sure. When you look in a telescope and you see the ISS, what do you think that is?
I've seen it with my naked eye, right? They say the ISS is going to come over at a particular time. I've gone out in Australia 2 times and seen some little light fly across the sky. I can't tell exactly how far away it is or how fast it's moving. But something's up there. Yeah, it's interesting. I'm not sure. But why are they faking all of this footage? It's, It's something I don't know. There's so much evidence of them faking footage. It's not funny. So what are we looking at? I'm not 100% sure. We can't confirm it, right? So it's going to come down to you're going to have to choose whether you want to trust NASA or not. And then once you look into them, you'll find that they're not very trustworthy. So it's hard to trust people that have been caught lying. Yeah, the main thing is, I mean, it's going to come back down to you have to have curvature to have a globe. You have to have a geometric horizon, right? When we actually go out in reality, right, this is things we can test. We've got countless amounts of long-distance observations that are impossible on a globe. We've got laser tests that are impossible on a globe. We've got all sorts of these different tests. They've been repeated over and over and over again at different locations, different weather conditions, right? And we can see magnitudes further than you would be able to see on a globe. That's what I mean. We're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. There's a lot of things we admit that we don't know, right? Because we don't have to replace every single claim that the globe model makes, right? Because a lot of the claims that they're making are outlandish. We don't want to replace that with some other outlandish claim that we can't validate.
You would have to admit, though, that based on the contained system, that the sun and the moon, they have to be way closer than they're purported to be. And
yeah,
so
definitely. Oh, absolutely, man.
You could
yeah.
actually fly to the sun or the moon within this contained system.
Well, not really, because they would be much higher than what we can get to. I mean, what's interesting about the sun is that the sun that we see appears in an apparent location, right? So the sun that we're looking at isn't like the actual location of the sun, right? That's been 100% validated, right? Sometimes the sun looks like it's embedded within the clouds. Obviously, it's not, right? But yeah, the sun's very interesting, and yeah, same with the moon. They're both mysteries, right? We don't know exactly how big they are, what they're made up of, what medium they're in, and exactly how they work. But yeah, the sun definitely can't be 93 million miles away, a big burning ball of plasma gas inside a vacuum. Like, I could show you images now where it looks like the sun is local, right? It looks like it's embedded in the clouds. But obviously it's not embedded in those clouds, because if someone else looked at that same sun, right, that looks like it's, from my point of view, I look up, I'll see the sun. Sometimes it looks like it's like embedded in a deck of clouds, right? It's only lighting up that section of clouds, right? But then someone 100 miles away, 100 kilometers away from me, they'll also see the sun. They can't see those clouds that I see the sun looks like it's embedded in, right? They'll see the sun, maybe there's no clouds where they are. So they'll see the sun and there'll be no clouds around it, right? So those lit up clouds are only lit up from my point of view. So it kind of works like a reflection, like reflected light, right? Like if you go to the beach and you see the beam of sunlight going across the surface of the water right to your feet, right? That's only there. That's your personal light, right? Someone standing 10 meters down the beach, right? They can't see your light that you can see, but they'll have their own beam of light coming to their feet. So it works like the sun works like that, in a sense, right? It's like each person sees it unique to their own location. If that makes sense.
Uniform illumination. There's demonstration of achieving that by shining a laser through a prism in a pyramid shape, and it will uniformly illuminate a plane or a flat ground or a flat wall uniformly. So there's a lot of phenomena of the sky, like the sun and the moon are definitely mysteries, because you cannot go to the heavens above and dissect all of the variables. You can dissect the mechanisms above to be able to say what are all of the variables that will cause the effect that you're observing from the ground.
Yep.
So the sun and the moon move like clockwork, and when you're looking at the luminaries and the cycles that they move like clockwork, You're looking at the hands of the clock. Maybe you're looking at the numbers, the seconds, minutes, hours, months of the hands of the clock, and maybe you're looking even at the dial, but you cannot see behind the dial and see the gears that make the clock tick. You're missing a bunch of variables that will give you a whole picture of the actual mechanism. But you definitely can look at the hands of the clock moving, and it's been known for a long time, for many generations, that the luminaries move in cycles, and they're used for, tell the times, the seasons, a bunch of different things, even positions on the ground. You can tell your position on the ground based on the movement of the luminaries and their positions above you. So used for navigation. But it's obviously a design in place, like a construct. And when you add up the contained environment plus the movement of the luminaries, you can tell it's a construct, a designed thing. So the antecedent to the gas pressure that you guys were talking about, because based on gas behavior, the gas will expand in the medium and behave that way, then it's gonna push again the walls of its container to create pressure. So there is a container in place, obviously, because you have gas pressure. And then an antecedent to the container will be maybe a designer or someone that put it in place.
How do we explain meteorites?
The antecedent of the sky, the antecedent to the movement of to the clock movement of the luminaries will be some type of designer as well. Meteorites. When you look at that research, all sporadic meteors come from a specific areas of the sky called radiants, and there's 6 radiants. One is called the helion, which is near the sun. Then the antihelion, which is the opposite side of the sky of the sun. There is the north toroidal, which is the celestial north around celestial north. Then there is the south toroidal, which is celestial south. And then the north apex and south apex, which are 2 radians above and below the celestial equator. So the meteors, what you call it meteors, are not random events. They're also part of the configuration of the sky that have cycles and move within that mechanism.
Where are they coming from outside of the contained system? Like, where are they coming from?
You gotta try to make a separation between the observed phenomena and that what that could be in reality, and then separate the fantasy ideas that they put, and they say, hey, those are big rocks falling from outer space. But you have a valid question, actually. Where are they coming from? I told you the actual observed phenomena that everybody observed from the ground position. All of the meteors come from 6 specific radiants, 6 specific positions of the sky. What does that mean? And how does that mechanism work? And what is actually happening is you're looking at light. Have you ever seen shooting stars? It looks almost like some type of light or electric effect, some type of discharge. So what is that exactly? It's a good question. And I wouldn't discard pieces of rock falling from the sky, like iron and magnetic material that falls from the sky, reportedly, allegedly so. That wouldn't be out of the realist level, things that can happen. Because, there's a bunch of whatever the sun is and the moon and those lights over there might be some effects that might be causing certain materials to form into this rock material, and some of that stuff can fall to the sky. But there's a lot of phenomena of the sky that each phenomena is separated, different. So the specific one that you're asking about, meteors, those might not be rocks falling from the sky. You might be looking at an electric effect that is being sourced from the radiant sources. So you're looking at a light, a plasma of some sort. There's rock falling from the sky. Sure, there might be rocks falling from the sky, but not all sporadic meteors. You can tell it's rocks falling from the sky, because if you look at the daily showers and the nightly showers, I mean, why aren't those meteors falling on your head and hitting people and hitting cities and houses? Yeah, maybe one little rock fell here and there, sure, but it's not as you think it is. Like, I mean, people think it is like thousands of rocks falling from the sky, from outer space. Yeah, it's an interesting phenomena, but there's a lot of unknowns about it. But it's not random, like I told you. It's also moving. It's also in cycles with the movement of the luminaries. And there is a high season, like a high and a low for the observation of the meteor showers or the sporadic meteor observations. And it also has to do with the new moon and the full moon. Some of the observations across the sky, there is a specific, activity depending on the moon cycles as well. So that's one variable there. So it's like clockwork. Just that it's a clock that you cannot dissect and break down like the Swiss watch that you hold in your wrist. You can break apart the Swiss watch and you can say, "Hey, this makes the Swiss watch tick," but you cannot do that with the heavens above or the loom of the sky, all of the layers above. You cannot break it and dissect it to tell what is the cause of the effects completely, because there are many effects. So the combination of the phenomena that we observe, there might be a bunch of variables, and it's a bunch of things put together to cause the effect that you're observing. Just like the Swiss watch, there's many gears causing the movement of all of the hands of the clock, right? Many watches have like a moon timing, the seconds, the hours, the minutes. You can see other dials, other hands of the clock. Many clocks have a bunch of hands, not just the three for the second, hours, and minutes. But the gears behind it will be the construct that will cause all of that movement that you're observing. You don't have that for the sky. I mean, you cannot dissect that for the sky. So there's a lot of unknowns. You're here on the ground. You can observe it, but you cannot go up there. Can't go up there. You're in a contained environment. Yeah, about the meteors, the real phenomena that you observe is the real phenomena, and then there is the cartoon version of that. So you gotta try to separate those two.
Yeah,
because they're not the same.
I feel like if you believe in the contained flat Earth, then that also like validates the Bible, and it just brings into question a whole bunch of other things. Like what happens if you just keep going north, or what happens if you just keep going up? And it seems like it's kind of hard to believe that nobody has done these things yet.
Actually, you're being gaslighted. I mean, obviously, I mean, if you look at many of the military operations, like Operation Fishbowl by the Americans or Operation Dominic, I think it was by the Russians. Dominic means of the Lord. The Americans fishbowl of the Lord, and they threw the biggest bombs up to the sky to see what, just, I don't know, they were crazy. Try to break the sky or map it, I don't know. And they also did digging the ground, was that the borehole. The Russians, they dig like 7 miles, 8 miles for 10 years, or even longer than that, and then they travel across you know the waters and the land and did operations to explore. Well, they conquer many nations, right? If you look back in history, all of the wars and then all of the explorations of the lands and going across the place. So they have been looking across, up, down, and across. And when you see these equipment that is being launched up to the sky, there is the real stuff that is done, and that stuff has to be done correctly to be able to work to launch things up there. Like I wouldn't deny that there is flying balloons very high up, and some mechanisms that might be using electromagnetic tethering or even quantum levitation. You cannot discard those things because there's stuff like that that works in reality. What you discard is the fantasy version, the gaslighting that they tell you, yeah, we live in a spinning water ball that goes against everything you know, all of your God given senses, everything, all the physics that we know of water, horizontal, vertical, Gauss laws. The globe goes against all that, and they saying we're launching this technology to this fantasy place. It's almost like just a gaslight or some sort. So you are kind of like looking at the fantasy version and get confused. But there is definitely research being done in reality. So some of the launches that you see of equipment to the higher layers is definitely studies and trying to see what's up there, including the nukes that they launched over there for over 10 years. The Russians and the Americans. So once they were able to build rockets, one of the first things they did was launching the biggest bombs, put the biggest.
My boy got cut off. Looks like the government's listening.
But yeah, I mean, look into it, man. No one's ever kept going south and then come back around, the other side of the globe and come back to the same spot. No one's ever done a north-south circumnavigation, whereas countless people have done east to west, right? Because east and west are just circles.
But that's not what the feed shows. Like if you go from the west coast of North America to Japan, like if you look at the plane, you can track and see where the plane is going. It's going over the Pacific Ocean.
Yeah,
But anyway.
I don't see how. Yeah, I know, but that how does that works just fine on a, like on a flat plane.
Not if you. No, it doesn't, because you'd have to draw up a different world model where all the continents are.
What do you mean?
I got disconnected. What was the last thing that I said by any chance? I got disconnected.
Something about putting nukes on a rocket.
Oh, okay. So, because you were asking about them, that they're not trying. I mean, I'm just saying that the people have been trying to check this place completely under the ground, above us, and across it. So, yeah, there is things that are known about those limitations, and everybody wonders about what's beyond that.
Can I just quickly say something? Do you know? You said what was it? East and West Coast of America. If you watch a dash camera video footage inside people's cars, you can see there's many people on YouTube been driving across the east and west of America, and you can see the dash camera footage that the surface of the road never curves down. So I don't know if you want to have a look at it. I mean, if the Earth was a globe, the surface would be curving down over distance. But if you look at this video camera dash cam footage, you can see that the surface of the road never curves down. So how can the Earth be? Yeah, exactly. Obviously, there's many dash camera of footage on YouTube. Just go and have a look at it, and you can see that the road surface never curves down. So how can the Earth be a globe? It's very simple.
I mean, the lack of curvature is definitely a thing, but even claiming that there is curvature and that the water and the gas pressure is in place in a spinning ball through the vacuum of space is just complete nonsense. Impossibilities all over the place. You stick to the realist level, it's when you check, that debunks the globe completely, like the example that you're giving. There's no curvature anywhere you go.
But yeah, that's cool and everything, but this just opens up a whole other can of worms. Like, you guys have to start actually validating God.
Oh, God is the antecedent to the container, dude. You remember the container? I told you this. The container and the design environment has an antecedent, which will be a designer, a creator. And the funny part that you mentioned that is that if you mentioned the Bible, right? And it actually in the scriptures talks about the city of God up in heaven that is as wide and long as it is high. Have you ever heard this?
What is that in Genesis? What is that? Are you talking about
New Jerusalem, the descriptions of the city of God up in heaven?
Oh, like Babylon? Like the huge...
No, not Babylon. The New Jerusalem. Anyway, since you brought that up, because that adds up to the sporadic meteors event, because at the center of rotation of all of the luminaries, you can see this pyramid shape up at the center of the sky. And that's as wide and long as it is high, like in the scriptures describing God's tabernacle, God's heavenly tabernacle, which is described as a city. And if you imagine the design, the luminaries are basically centric to that center of the sky. Because people talk heliocentric, whatever, but the sky is not heliocentric. The sun is centric to the center of the sky, which the scans show certain silhouettes of almost like a pyramid at the center. But yeah, that has to do with one of the radiant sources of the sky phenomena that you asked about, the meteors. Is called the North Apex. And you mentioning that you have to look for God. Yeah, it's people know. There has to be a creator. That's pretty obvious.
Well, yeah, and then the logical conclusion to that is Jesus. So if you guys believe in the contained system, the end point is actually Jesus.
Yeah, if you're a Christian, sure. Some people,
No, like that's what it has to be, though.
Yeah.
Only Christian.
I will agree with you, but across the world you have the other religions, so that's the way it is.
Well, sure, but like none of them are relevant to the truth.
That will be the debate. That's a debate topic. The reality of the earth that we're talking about, that's not a debate. That's subjective.
Jesus is objective, man. It's historically factual.
No, but what you said about other people not being truth, that will be debatable.
Well, that has to be the case if Jesus is the truth. All the other religions are false.
Well, if your religion is the true, it wouldn't be religious. It will be objective.
It is objective. But like I said, if you believe in the flat Earth and you believe in the contained system, you have to take into account the Bible, and then the logical conclusion to that is Jesus.
Right, we don't have to do that though. Hold on a second. Yeah, look, for sure, like it fits in with ancient Hebrew cosmology, but it also matches like just about every ancient culture's depictions of setup of this place. It just matches reality, right? It just so happens to be that the Bible talks about reality in the same way that it's proven to be, basically. But I mean, we don't have to bring religion into this argument, right? Because it triggers a lot of people, right? So we can just stick to the facts, right? Things we don't have to apply faith in, right? Like long distance observations, laser tests, all kinds of different things like that.
But it does. Ultimately, you're correct. It's just that, people will kind of debate your opinion about it. That's the thing. And the room is kind of not for that.
Yeah. I'm not saying it's wrong. That's for sure. I'm just saying that we don't need to use something that's faith-based here. It's objective reality, testable, repeatable.
But yeah, the design and the creation is definitely demonstrable. So that's part of the topic. That's why we do touch on it. Is the religion part is that the people get triggered. Yes. Oh, God. So welcome. You figure it out. It's not a globe. I mean, figured that out, but that figuring out that a cartoon is not reality is not. It's really not that difficult. Pointing out and discarding the fantasy as that and just as a fiction. For some people, it's difficult, but if you're using your God-given senses, it's really not that difficult. But you'll be surprised how many people have issue to discard the fantasy and they just stick to it. It's like they're holding to the fantasy globe. And it has to be that or nothing is real. It's kind of crazy. What happened? Did you guys mute him or something? Or did he leave?
No, he's there. He's just self-muted.
Okay, sounds good. Oh, Miguel text me. Let me check on Miguel. Welcome, the guy we were talking to. If you have any more questions or any new people that want to open their mics, go right ahead. Direct your questions to the Australians.
So, how do you guys explain the early Greek guy who used shadows to explain their circumference of the Earth? I think his name was Eratosthenes or something.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, he just assumed that the Earth was he already assumed the Earth was a globe. He wasn't trying to prove that the Earth was a globe. Right, so he took some assumptions and then did some math based on the angle of a shadow, right? And tried to calculate the circumference of the Earth, right? So it doesn't prove the Earth's a globe. He made a bunch of assumptions, right? That's why you'll see even people like Neil deGrasse Tyson, I'm sure you know who he is. Right? He made a video saying, look, Eratosthenes didn't prove the Earth's a globe, right? It works the same on a flat surface with a local light source. Right, so he assumed a curved surface and a distant light source. Right, if you assume a flat surface with a local light source, you can do the same math and come up with the same type of thing. Right, so it's not something that's proving a globe in any way. Right, he didn't actually measure the Earth either. He just basically measured a 7.2 degree shadow. And then made some assumptions, did some spherical trigonometry, and came up with a circumference. Put it this way, right? This is how ridiculous it is. If you set up the same thing in a room in your house, right, and you had like a light hanging off the ceiling in the center of the room, right? You put one stick down in the center of the room under the light, there's going to be no shadow, right? You can put another stick down over on the side of the room, there's going to be a shadow on that stick, right? Because it's further away from the light source. The light source is sending out divergent rays, right, in all directions. So you're going to have a shadow on the distant stick, right? And if you then do what Eratosthenes did, right, you then, so you assume that you're standing on a curved surface, right? Obviously, the floor of the room isn't curved, right? But if you do what Eratosthenes did, assumed it's a curved surface, right? And then assume that those sun rays from that light source are coming in parallel, you could do the same math that he did and work out the circumference of your flat floor. That's how flawed it is. And then, the list of problems with that goes on and on.
Also, that Greek guy is not. It wasn't all of the Greeks. People say the Greeks knew 2,000 years ago, but he just one guy or two guys assumed certain things, and they basically draw a section from from the distance of two cities, measure some shadows, and maybe draw kind of like a section of a circle. But that's not the whole of the Earth. They measured the Earth by just going from one city to another city and measuring shadows. It's kind of silly, actually. because they're pre-assuming a bunch of other things that they don't know. But there's also the Chinese Aristotelians that the Chinese did, and they didn't come to that conclusion of the globe. They came to a conclusion that the Earth is not curving, or people say flat, horizontal. So you just gotta change certain variables, and it's gonna give you a different conclusion. So it's what he did. That test is inconclusive because it's not gonna give you the shape of the Earth. Because even if you travel across most of the lands and the waters, you're still not gonna have a shape of the whole thing. To get a shape of this whole construct, you're gonna need a God's eye view perspective. You're gonna need to be outside of this place and say, hey, this is the shape of it.
Yeah, that's fair. What about the magnetic poles? Is that just another phenomenon?
I could give you a few things and then I could speculate a little bit, because the magnetic poles, remember, when you think about this, you think about the magnetic pole on the globe at the top and at the bottom. But then you gotta take into account geographical north and geographical south that are locations on a map. You know, people draw maps and they put a point at the center of the map or at this position of the map, and then they label this is geographical north, geographical south, whatever, right? Then there is magnetic north, which is not geographical north. It's other position that moves from position during the year. It could be thousands of miles away from geographical north. And the same thing with magnetic south, is a position that is thousands of miles away from geographical south. And it moves positions as well during the year. And then there is also celestial north and celestial south, which the globe believer says, look, when we see celestial north and celestial south, that means that we're in a ball, because, I don't know, they come to that conclusion because they're saying you're at the top or at the bottom of the ball, and that's why you see the stars doing that. So yeah, the poles are an interesting thing. If you want to speak to it from the realist level, it's people use the celestial north to, draw angles based on positions, based on the sun position, to be able to tell their location on the earth, star positions. So if you ask about the North Pole, that's a geographical position on the map. But if you're asking about the magnetic one, that's another position. Just hopefully you got that something, at least make some differences from what all of those things mean.
Kind of. That's fine. I was just wanting to know what you think about it.
Yeah, if you think about the poles on a map, those are positions on a map, geographical positions that people say, you can go to this position, and we draw, and we put a pole right here, and this is the starting of the map, and you start from here, and from this position you draw lines, and then you can say latitudes or longitudes, because allegedly the North Pole, the geographical one, supposed to be 90 degrees below celestial north. So when people are navigating, they use the celestial north to draw an angle to the ground below it, which is geographical north, and then draw an angle from their position to the stars above them as well, or the position of the sun, to be able to tell where they're at and where they want to go. Then the compass will show you a pole, right? If you grab the compass, that's a different position than geographical north. That will be magnetic north, the compass. And that magnetic north will change positions during the year. Same thing with the south one. There is many variables on that topic that maybe other people can add to it, or you can do some more research about it. But the basics is that there's many claims about there's the poles on top and below the globe, but we know that's fantasy. I mean, at least some people do know. So it could be, poles could mean something in a cartoon, and you could ask about that, the poles on the cartoon, or poles that are used for navigation, to locate positions on a map, and then the poles that are used to use the compass. So there's multiple variables that you have to take into account. And make some separations about what that actually means. What are you trying to do with that information? You want to navigate, you're going to use certain stuff.
All right.
Some of these guys are pretty good with the celestial navigation, so they might be able to tell you something about that in relation to the poles. If anybody want to tell him anything, it sounds like not many people are active at the moment, but that's a good question about the poles, and it's an interesting one. It's just that it could be very specific in relation to what you're trying to do with that information.
Yeah.
And celestial navigation works if it's done correctly, and that's something that is practically used in reality. And if you're drawing angles, straight lines or horizontal lines from position to position, that by itself debunks the globe, because you cannot have horizontal lines on a curving surface, because the horizontal line will have zero slope and the curving surface will have slope. And you're using the horizontal lines in reality to go places or do things. You cannot have that on a curving surface. That thing that you're using, the horizontal line. And also, don't take my explanations as the be-all, end-all, be-all. I'm just adding my comprehension of the stuff. There's many people in here that are actually navigators, even pilots, and they know about many things. I'm just saying the things that I know of. What's your username? The guy that you've been asking some questions?
Do hope. Why?
I'm just trying to find you because I've been talking without looking to the panel to see who's speaking.
Oh.
Wait, which one are you? Do Hope?
Do hope, yeah. I just joined today.
Hope.
I thought
All
I'd
right,
see
cool.
what the flat Earth is all about.
You got Rocket Man in the chat being a chat skank, so I think that maybe it's time to just chat suppress him, because he doesn't want to mic up. And this place is ultimately for, the chat is for people who are in the VC, and it's so that we can share links and files and videos and pictures and things like that, to better illustrate our points with each other. And he just wants to be a chat skank, and he's sitting there coping about the oil rigs, right? I'm like, buddy, you're seeing these rigs like 10 times further than where you should be seeing them, right? Those things should be hidden by over 60 feet of physical Earth curve, but they're right there in line of sight. So he's coping over the bendy, the warpy cranes, and over a fucking heat wave. It's sad.
Yeah, you're right. He can jump in VC. It's got to that point now. He's making too many claims.
Yes.
Gish galloping all over the place, and I just told him to mic up. Right.
Yep. Either mic up or get out, because you don't get to just be a chat skank.
So hey, what's going on? Oh, what's going on?
Hello.
But the light gets refracted now. Oh boy.
Oh, with that, Venix. Yeah, welcome back, Venix. How's it going, man?
It's good.
Good.
Yeah. So Rocket Man. The problem, right? The problem the globe has, right? Here's the issue. Here's where it deflates. Okay, is the fact that you are seeing the oil rig from a 1-foot observation height at nearly 10 miles away. Okay, from a 1-foot observation height for a globe of the purported size that we've been given, you're not going to see that. You're not going to see but 1.22 miles to the geometric bendizontal curve horizon. Okay. Does it make sense, Rocket Man? Are you listening on YouTube? I'm gonna need you to mic up if you can hear me, dude. Because that's ridiculous. You're in a big cope spiral right now, and you're not understanding. It doesn't matter your excuse about light gets refracted by the steam and generated. That's irrelevant. Absolutely irrelevant to the fact that you can see this thing where you should not be seeing this thing if you lived on a ball. So, well done. Keep coping. That's all he's got now is just cope. Just cope seethe. That's all it is. If you lived on a ball with no atmosphere, bro, you live on a flat Earth with atmosphere, with Atmos, right? But what's the point? You're still seeing the damn thing 10 times further than where it should be, right? From that observation height. Like, I don't know, dude. I think that at this point, flat earthers know the globe better than the globies that religiously believe in it. And it's been destroyed. It's over with. There is no globe. There is no curvature. It's non-existent. The one thing a globe needs to be valid is measurable, detectable, testable curvature, and it's not there. So if it's not there, then there's no curve. And if you have no curve, then you have no ball, as logically follows, right? Pretty logical, right?
Well, the globe will be anything but logical.
Of course, yeah. I mean, it's held up by nothing but theories, right? Like theoretical physics, and there's things that are in absolute violation, right? The globe is an absolute violation. Just the idea of it is in violation of many natural laws. It's dysfunctional and completely broken inside and out, really. Oh, Rocket Man doesn't know. He said, so everyone working at for NASA is an actor. All the guys they put in spacesuits. He needs to go check it out. They have their names on stars on Hollywood Boulevard, right?
Oh,
so that's
Jenna,
another thing. Yeah, they are actors, buddy.
I'm just gonna ask him. Say, Rocket Man, can you hear what I'm saying? Type yes in the side chat if you can hear me.
Yep.
And if he can't, then I'm just going to give him another chance to jump into the VC, or at least be listening to it.
Okay.
And if not,
I'm telling him, can you hear me? Yep. Type 1 for yes, type 2 for no.
Yeah. Doesn't sound like he's listening, so.
No, I think that's absolutely incredible. I mean, they ask these questions, right? And in his mind, the answer is surely not, right? Surely not. They cannot be actors. Oh, well, some very famous astronauts with their names on stars on Hollywood Boulevard with the rest of the actors, right? Even Donald Trump. They're all actors. So yeah, as much as that might hurt him. All right, time for Rocket Man to go. He did not answer anything that I told him. He just, because I said, guess what, Buttercup? That rig should be hidden by over 60 feet of curve. He said, are you saying that this picture is the same rig, puts it behind a wave that's 60 foot high? No, you can still see the base of the rig that's closest to you. What's happening further away is there's compression that's happening. So, you see your horizon is still perfectly horizontal, left to right. You've got no curve left to right. So yeah, he must think that he lives on a paper towel roll. Yep. All right. Rocket Man says he is, you are not in my VC, so no. Okay, so he's in his own VC talking shit in here. So he's got somebody in his ear in his VC probably telling him what to type in here. We can go ahead and get rid of him now. Yep. Bye-bye.
Biggie Cheese, you came in here, you wanted to understand our arguments. Yeah.
Kind of. Not really. It's kind of peripheral. It's not exactly about flat Earth. It's related to flat Earth. So one thing that I would explain where I come from. So one thing that is very important is to realize that, let's say the Earth is flat, right? It means that there is some kind of global conspiracy. So for example, you're American, you're talking about NASA. Understand, maybe NASA is lying to you. But that also means that China is lying to you, that the USSR was lying to you. That also means that all the countries in history have lied in one way and have agreed to lie for more or less the same reason since, I guess, when was the first globe established? I think in ancient Greece, which means that
Well, not really. I mean, it was proposed back then, but it wasn't really until the Roman Catholic Church, right? The Jesuits went around the world, and the Roman Catholic Church around 500-600 years ago, they went around the world and basically implemented it into mainstream education system.
We have records.
Yeah, you can confirm this yourself, right? I'm just telling you the information. I mean, you don't have to believe me, but you can look into this yourself.
I'm a Jesuit.
Okay, whatever you. Okay, that's all good. That's all good. Whatever you want to be, that's fine, right? The thing is, most people aren't lying. Most people are just regurgitating the mainstream textbooks, right? But if you want to look into, who's lying or not, I mean, you can look into blatant fakery of footage from space and things like that. But most people aren't lying to you. Most people are just regurgitating the globe textbooks.
I understand, but that doesn't answer my question. What I'm saying is that nations, even like the idea of a globe, was in China, for example, in antiquity. So
can I?
GC, it's not nations. Nations don't have mouth or vocal cords to be able to tell you something or hands to write something. It's people, right? And some people might establish certain, let's say, religions, and other people might follow them, right? So there is the believer, most people, right? Most people are believers, followers. And then there is certain people that might also believe to a certain point what they're writing about, right? Right?
Yeah, that still doesn't answer the question. What I'm saying is that I will explain further because I'm not sure you understood what I said.
I know what he's saying.
I think the lady wanted to say something to what you said before. Go ahead.
I'd really like to say something real quick before he rewords his question. Is that from my understanding, the globe heliocentric indoctrination, it's not taught everywhere on Earth. It's not taught everywhere on Earth. There are people, in the Middle East and these, regions that you put a globe, one of those desktop spinning globe decorations, classroom decorations in front of them, and it's the most foreign thing they've ever seen, right? And there's a video of it, and if somebody can pull it up while I'm explaining this, they're like looking at this globe and they're asking, like in their language, like, wouldn't people fall off? Like, what keeps the water on? How, what keeps people from falling off? So you see, it's not necessarily that it's a global conspiracy, right? Because it's not taught in every country. It's not taught in every nation, right? So if
every
anybody
modern
has that
nation,
video,
maybe.
Say that again.
I mean, you have to admit that every modern nation is vehemently putting up this hoax, and if you deny it, you're essentially ostracized.
It's not the nation, it's some people. Other people believe it. Like your teacher is not putting out the lie. Your teacher believes it, and she's saying, look, the book says Earth is a globe, and she's repeating it like a parrot, and you repeat it like a parrot.
Right. And I mean, for the most part, that's the, the government approved curriculum that happens, right? So these teachers are given these things and they study it, okay, and then they have to teach it, right, as if it's fact, and they don't even know themselves, right? They don't even know themselves that what they're teaching.
Yes.
Yeah,
but it's a nation.
One aspect of it.
Please. I want to answer because what you said, Jamesy, is not. What happens is that there is a teacher, but the teacher is employed by a Ministry of Education or something that depends on a country, a nation, a state, something like this. And basically, they create some kind of a program, education program, that can be nationwide, that can be localized, whatever it is. But at some point, there is some kind of a state system establishing an educational program, helping people. It's a state system. That's sure there is
everybody on that curriculum. Listen, everybody on that curriculum who to the top to the curriculum, who has first-hand knowledge that reality is not what it is, that is something else, and they put it on the book. Who has first-hand knowledge that Earth is a spinning water ball to the vacuum of space? Of all of those people that you mentioned, who of them has first-hand knowledge?
First-hand knowledge is what you're talking about?
Yeah, you're saying all of these people, from the teacher to the top of the education on the nation, the number uno guy, from all of those people, who has first-hand knowledge that Earth is a spinning globe in the vacuum of space?
I'm not sure what you mean by first-hand knowledge, but it's not really my question.
So none of them has knowledge about this. They all believe it then.
This isn't no, but it also it depends on what you mean by first-hand knowledge. The question, it's also
the people that actually measured the thing to be a globe, the people that actually went to the outside of it and looked from the outside of the globe and said, "Look, it is a globe."
Okay, let me put it this way: does China have satellites? Yes.
Many nations have satellites, but you gotta make a difference between the actual devices that you can send very high up, right? And the cartoon version. Listen, bro, relax. There is a difference.
You don't let me finish.
Yeah, bro, you're saying China has satellites, but you need to make a difference between the real stuff, the real equipment, and the fantasy equipment.
What?
Okay.
So wait. I want to finish because you cut me off. So China has satellites. China is also antagonistic towards the US.
When you say satellites, okay, define satellite. What is that? Wait, define satellite. What is that?
Dempsey, you gotta let him talk, bro.
Bro, this is we need to know what we're talking about. We need to know what exactly he means when he says satellites. What does he actually means?
All right. So do you agree that China claims to have been on the dark side of the moon, for example?
I don't think China has been to Narnia. I don't think China. Nobody in China can go to fantasy and tell you this is how fantasy looks.
You don't listen. What I'm saying is that they claim to have been.
That will be a contradiction to natural law.
They claim whether it is true or not. They claim.
Yes,
they claim. Okay,
it's a claim.
But those are baseless assertions.
Wait. It's a claim. I'm not saying it's true. I'm just saying they claim to have been to the dark side of the moon. Please really listen to the words I'm saying. You got me off after I've done 3 words. So
I'm listening to you, bud.
What they're saying is that they have had some kind of presence in the sky or in space, whatever it is. You can say it's not true. They claim to have so. What I'm saying is that I don't understand what China would align with something that a lie that NASA has created, especially when those two countries or the USSR have been almost at war, a nuclear war. I don't understand why.
Okay, hold on. Let me stop you there, man. It's like the races, okay? It's like horse races. And although all of these governments, right, are, competing or warring with each other, they're making bets with each other at the end of the day, right? And they're really not enemies ultimately. Okay, it's the show. It's a show. It's as seen on TV, but you saw it on TV. Probably not really reality. Not even reality TV is real. So, with that being said, these countries don't actually hate each other, man. They've agreed. What it's like some 19 countries or more have agreed, to be in on the to share Antarctica, right? That's the Antarctic Treaty, right? Mm-hmm. To keep that off limits. So, do they really hate each other, or are they actually able? A small, powerful, rich group of people. Do you think? I mean, that's all it could take. That's all it could take for them to be like, yep, we're going to say the Earth's a globe. Funny thing is, be willing to bet that most all of them know that it's not a globe.
Correct.
I mean, one thing is where I would disagree is that, for example, I'm going to talk about European powers like in the 19th century. So in the 19th century, a lot of European powers agreed to share Africa. Like it's called the Berlin Conference. They came together and agreed to share Africa. And a few decades later, I'm French, the Germans sent my grandmother to the death camp. So just because you agreed on something at some point doesn't mean that you're friends.
Yeah, there's that scenario that you described can happen in reality, but the scenario that you described, that China have sent this cartoon apparatus to the outside of reality, that's not real. That doesn't happen. That's not an actual thing. That's just a baseless assertion, a baseless claim.
Yeah, Oh, funny thing too, Jimsy, is actually if we go and we pull up globe Earth images from all of these different countries, from like China, Japan, from Russia, they're all different. They're all different continent sizes, different colors. The ocean is different colors. The continents different colors, different sizes, different kind of orientations. And so you can find this and be like, wow, like each one of these has literally like they're all living on a different Earth.
It's almost
because the artists, they're different artists that are putting the information. Different artists, different
it's almost
CGI
like
cartoon makers.
It's almost like in a modern age they can't hold one single conspiracy together.
Can I offer a visualization that helps me?
So
think about it, man.
I want to explore. Let's say you're right, and I want to explore this. I really. Let's say you're right, and all the governments kind of agree to get together.
No.
How does that work exactly?
So let me.
Hold on. I've been wanting to jump in for a while. Hold on a second, Biggie. Right, what you're doing when you're saying nations, you're saying China, you're saying the governments. You're assuming like it's a big talking thing, right? Like the country's talking to us and they're making claims. No, right? The government is compartmentalized, right, into all these different groups on a need-to-know basis. So when you say China is lying or China's doing this, no, most people would have absolutely no idea, right? Even when you're saying like the government, right? That's a huge amount of people, right? Compartmentalized organization. Most people would have absolutely no idea.
Sure,
come down to only a tiny amount of people.
Sure, but there is also an issue is that when you talk about satellites, etc., in the you deny it, but in what is presented,
No, bro. Stop doing that. That's another straw man. I told you there is a difference. Bro, there is a difference between the real equipment that can be sent high up with balloons, electromagnetics, quantum levitation. There is that stuff, and then there is the cartoons that you spoke about, sending it outside of reality that
you don't know
go
what
to
I'm
the
gonna
back
say.
of the moon and then show you the Earth as a globe. Those are not real stuff.
Sure, you don't know what I'm gonna say, so let me finish. That's the main issue. Let me finish. What I'm gonna say is that there are a lot of people who are connected to this for different reasons. It can be defense, so for example, the ability to spy on your enemy. Economic interests, so you can send whatever it is for in the sky for communication, telecommunications.
They all use balloons, high altitude airplanes, and all that stuff works in reality, not in fantasy.
I'm not finished.
That's not a big deal. What you're actually trying to say, they're gonna spy on the nation or military. All the military.
That's not what I'm saying.
The military depends in reality, bro. When the military is doing something, they don't use the globe.
That's not what I'm saying.
Jimsy, he seems pretty amicable. Let's be respectful and let's do our best to not.
I'm saying something that is not respectful.
No. I'm just saying.
He said after I told him that there is a difference of the satellites, he said you guys deny satellites, and he went away from what I told him before.
Yes,
I heard that.
My point.
I deny the fantasy ones, the cartoons, the not real stuff. We acknowledge the real things that work in reality, and you're denying that.
So we can have a conversation because we have a differing view of reality. Is that I said this is what you believe. This is what you believe. This is what I believe. That's exactly.
This isn't about beliefs, though. This is the problem, right? In a debate, it's very important to define terms you're using. So when you say satellites, right, if you're claiming that you have these devices or whatnot in outer space, right, we're going to say, okay, that isn't possible because of the second law of thermodynamics. You can't have gas pressure next to a vacuum without a container, right? So you would have to validate that you're able to have such a thing as the type of satellite that you're talking about in the first place.
Just sure, but first let me finish what I'm saying, because we have been going around for like 10 minutes and I haven't even made my point. My point is that so in this so-called satellite industry, if you want, whatever it is, what I'm saying is that there are a lot of people that are connected to it for a lot of reasons. The army, big business, lots of people that work around this. So sure, there might be a need-to-know basis, but in the end, it's quite a lot of people. And those people talk together. They talk for different reasons. So it's not really that small of a number, if it is the case. It would be, and even, like, let's say you are a rocket scientist or whatever. You have a boss, and this boss, so if you are, let's say you're in China, Xi Jinping is coming to you and he says, how is the rocket going? And he says, well, it's not going well because we can't send. He says, okay, I chop your head off. What happens is that those people have bosses.
What
and that's
the
why I'm
heck are you talking about, dude? Are you gonna get to a point?
Yes, is that a lot of people are connected to this system and they have higher hubs.
Listen, the other guy earlier told you about compartmentalize. You know the governments are compartmentalized, and whoever is building a little light for a device that is gonna be sent on a balloon, that guy built the light, the other one made a screw, and they put things together, and then you know who launches that stuff up to the sky? It's not themselves that build the little light. They don't launch it.
I know.
Oh, there you go. So there is a separation of this, the chronology and the steps that are being taken to launch some of these things.
Yeah, I mean, there is a huge specialization in work.
Yeah, and you know that a lot of this equipment is attached to helium balloons. Do you know that?
What equipment exactly?
The equipment that you're talking about, the satellites, they're called satelloons.
That's not what I've seen, but it may be.
That's not what you've seen. So show me the satellite that you're talking about, so we know what we're talking about exactly. Show me the one. Post a picture in the VCs. Let's see what you're talking about. So you don't know about satelloons. You haven't seen satelloons?
Dude, this isn't even the point anymore. Like, there's 190.
His point is having no point.
No, I'm having a point because you cut me off every single time, so I can't make one. And
bro, you were talking about someone chopping someone's head off.
Yes, listen, please.
That's stupid.
It's called. Listen, Big
Dude,
Cheese.
We let you waffle on. Yeah, we let you waffle on for quite a long time.
Okay, so what is my? Please, can someone summarize my point? Maybe I'm not making my case well.
Yeah, I'll still man your point right now. Right, you're saying there would have to be a lot of people in on it. Right, because there's all these people designing satellites, right? There's all these countries that claim that they have satellites. China said that they went to the dark side of the moon, blah, blah, blah. That's what you're claiming, right? How could all of the people be in on it?
Exactly. My question is simple, is how then does that work that all those people come together and agree on something? Even
Can I
when
offer up an example that might help you here?
Are with one another and antagonistic towards another.
So it's entirely irrelevant. It's an argument from silence fallacy. It doesn't matter. You want to give us another point that matters, or are you just going to keep waffling?
It actually does matter because it means that the whole world is literally conspiring to put up a deception.
No, you guys are actually missing the point.
And I
go ahead. Someone is asking for the mic. Whoever asks for the mic, go right ahead.
It's goats. So I just want to offer something up that helped me to understand this. Are you familiar with the business world or the general structure of businesses and how businesses work? This is for you, Biggie. Yeah. So are you familiar with the structure of how a large company might work? I'm talking 15,000, 10,000 employees plus.
Yes,
so let's imagine
companies like
same. The way you spoke, it came across that way. So this might land because it helped me. Imagine a 10,000 person company, and within that 10,000 person company, the person, and I mean the person, at the very, very, very top, is cooking the books. Now, not only is he cooking the books, he's also in collusion. Price fixing with another firm. This other firm also employs 10,000 people, but only.
Wait a minute. What is you talking about right now, bro?
You'll see. It's not that complicated.
No, yes, it is complicated because right now you sound like you're trying to talk about a world conspiracy.
Wait. He's trying to reply to the other guys that are not getting the point. Let's let him finish.
I'm trying to help this guy understand it.
Finish his point.
I'm trying to help this guy understand it. So
we gotta let him finish about a world conspiracy that nobody's claiming.
Yeah,
Bro,
but
the other guy is claiming. Have you been listening? The other guy is claiming that.
But this is my exact point. It doesn't require a worldwide conspiracy. There's only two people who know. In my example, Jane from accounts does not know. Bob from engineering does not know. Only two people across this combined 20,000 employees have got even the slightest idea. Jane from accounts gets fed some numbers. She puts them in a spreadsheet. Business is good. She's got absolutely no idea, and neither does anybody else. So for the guy at the top to be cooking the books, to be involved in collusion, it doesn't require the big conspiracy. It actually doesn't. And it's the same with this. You imagine, oh, well, the guy making the little rubber feet for the terminals in the rockets, he must know. Of course not. Why would he know? It doesn't actually require the big, grand conspiracy you might imagine. It just requires...
We're not actually refuting the flat Earth, dude. You're just proving our point.
I'm not trying to refute the flat Earth. We have a P900, and that ship set sail a long time ago.
Any country that has its own space agency is essentially in on it. You have to agree with that.
No, we don't have to agree with any of that. That's the point.
Nope.
That's why I was trying to... Okay, could people stop muting me when I try to address these non-seculars, please? Listen, it doesn't matter whether or not it's a world conspiracy or not. The only thing that doesn't matter is that it's basically one is define the law of physics. Two, that if this claim is true, right? If what we're saying is true, that is just what's true in nature. What we observe in nature, this seems to be true, whether the Earth is flat or whether the Earth is a globe. It doesn't matter what other people think. You're just appealing to credentials or appealing to basically an authority, which is a fallacy. Now, whether or not you feel that because you found out that the Earth is flat and you feel that, all these space agencies must be lying about it because they basically talking about doing something that defy a law of physics, that's on you, sir. You need to go talk to those space agencies. The only thing that we have to lay out is basically saying that, hey, this violates a law of physics, therefore they cannot be taking pictures in space because it violates a law of physics, which is the second law of thermodynamics, which is the gas law, and Earth cannot be a globe unless you can show us an observation or a measurement based in geometry that of a radius value, which the globe need to even have all these things, which is a violation of natural laws. If you cannot show us that, you cannot try to get us flat earthers to explain why this world cabal or this secret society or this world conspiracy is taking place. It's a non-secular, sir. So do you have any evidence for your globe? Thank you. So please stop muting me.
I don't think, like I just said, we're not trying to refute the flat Earth. You're not getting it, bro.
I've said
and this is not a conspiracy room, then, sir.
What I'm saying is that I've granted you the flat Earth.
Yes, this is a conspiracy room. Then I'll just leave.
So what I'm saying is that the logical conclusion is that if the Earth is flat, is that all the space agencies are lying. And the question then is, that's the logical conclusion, is that they are all doing it together, even when countries seemingly seem to be sometimes very antagonistic towards each other, which raises a lot of questions.
Now they get together for the Olympics, don't they?
I mean, technically, but it's...
technically? What do you mean? Yeah, they do.
Yeah, what I've said is that...
Yes, people lie, dude. Big surprise. People do lie. Don't you know that?
I don't know why would that be... the world signed treaties all the time. What are you talking about?
Yes, that's literally what I've said, is that there was the Conference of Berlin where countries kind of came together, European countries, in order to...
So it's appeal to motivation. Now, unless we are in a conspiracy room where people is talking about 9/11 and all of that kind of stuff, then you in the wrong room, sir.
What I'm saying is that a few decades later, the Germans sent my grandmother to Auschwitz. It doesn't mean that you sign a treaty.
Is he listening? Biggie. Are you listening to us? This is a flat Earth room. That's what it is. It's 24/7 flat Earth. Either you're here. Wait a minute. Should he be muted? Because now he's talking over me. if either you here to basically present evidence of a globe which has a radius value and space, which basically a space vacuum, and people taking pictures from there and show how that actually abide by the laws of physics. Either you here to prove that, or you here to support flat Earth, pretty much, because that's what this room is. Now, anything other than that, you are in a non-secular, because that's not nothing that have nothing. It's not supporting neither argument. You're just basically speculating about what people's motivations are, which is an appeal to motivation fallacy.
It's not an appeal.
Or it's a conspiracy room now, since I'm the one that's being muted.
Well, it's kind of the main thing is that what I'm saying is that it leads to a conspiracy eventually.
Then yes,
it
so
leads
you speculating about a conspiracy. So you rinse and
the logical
repeating.
conclusion is that it leads to a conspiracy.
You're
and so the
rinsing and
question is,
repeating. It doesn't matter.
wait. The question is, how is this conspiracy organized? Why does it exist? And I'm not even talking about personal motivation. I'm talking about like
all of that will be discussed in the conspiracy room.
I've let you speak. I've let you speak. I've let you speak. I've let you speak. So when I'm
you said nothing.
Yes, you rinse and repeating what you just rinsing and repeating.
yes, because you don't answer it. Because you don't answer it.
Yes, yes, I don't have to. It's a non-secular.
Yes, you refuse to answer it because it's kind of an issue for you.
No, it's not. It's a non-secular.
Well,
it's not an issue at all, because the only argument, yes, is
sequitur. First of all,
great.
It's a
non-secular because it's not relevant,
and you just don't want to admit it. That's it.
Great. Okay, it's a non-secular, Biggie Cheese, because it's not relevant to the argument that we're making, and it's not relevant to the evidence that we're presenting. What other people's motivations are, whether it's the whole world, whether it's government, whether it's space agencies, it's not my argument.
Well, eventually,
not relevant.
You butt with them.
Doesn't care. Not relevant.
We're the politics server.
Hold on, unless we're going to need to move on from this topic. It's going on. Hold on,
yes,
Biggie.
It's the flat Earth room in the politics server.
Just a second, bro. Look, I'm just going to put an end to this circular topic at the moment, right? Biggie Cheese, if you're claiming people are lying, go ask them why they're lying. We have empirical evidence that the Earth isn't a globe, right? If you want to present some evidence that the Earth is a globe, right, go ahead. If you want to ask us questions about certain things, go ahead, right? But if you want to ask people that are lying why they're lying, go and ask them, right? You're just appealing to. Also, there's quite a bunch of fallacies that you're using at the moment, dude. So, you know, we want to discuss the Earth, right? Not why would they lie. Okay, so I'm going to unmute you, but don't go back around in circles again, dude. It's just
that you don't want to talk about it.
And listen, all I'm saying, Biggie Cheese, is that there is a room for that. Like, you can go to the conspiracy server, and they talk about that all day.
I know, because they're flat earthers, and they think about this seriously.
Not most of them. Most of them not flat earthers, though. So you could have all these arguments in that room where they speculate about that crap all day. They talk about 9/11, they talk about aliens and all that. You could talk all that all day, but right now we're talking about the reality of what Earth is and what we observe. Do you have any evidence of your globe?
I don't think I'm going to convince you. I just wanted you to know your explanation about what.
No evidence for the globe, then.
Not for me.
Right. Does anyone else have any evidence of the globe they would like to present?
Sounds like no. So I don't think Biggie has any evidence for it, or the other guy. But they're asking about conspiracies, obviously. But you mentioned something when you opened your mic, Biggie. You said that you are a Jesuit. You said that?
Mm-hmm. I was raised a Jesuit. Yeah.
What does that even mean? What is that?
Jesuit is basically a very specific part of the Catholic school, and basically I was sent to a Jesuit school. That's what it is. So it's kind of a minority. Like, there are multiple Catholic schools with different congregations, etc. There are the Marists, the Jesuits, some are the Franciscans, and I was sent to a Jesuit school.
Do you know about Georges Lemaitre?
About who?
Is that the name, guys? Georges Lemaitre.
Monsignor Georges Lemaitre, yeah.
The guy who was sent to Japan? Is that because that's the Jesuit that founded? I mean, the Jesuit, the Company of Jesus.
He invented the Big Bang.
1929.
I mean, I know that the founder of the Jesuits again was
No.
was sent to Japan.
No, he's speaking about the first person who came up with the creation mythology, also known as the Big Bang, Roman Catholic priest, a Jesuit named Monsignor Georges Lemaitre. He came up with the Big Bang.
Can you type the name in the side chat? Might be.
See if I can find him on Wikipedia for you. Give me a moment.
Mm-hmm.
And you're saying, I just want to add up a lot of this stuff of the globe, it was never discovered by anybody. It was invented, written about, like